Oh, for real, Portal anime world collapse and all because of the cheese. Time and space sci-fi stuff. Yeah, this is some pretty cheap storytelling.
In this new world, the journey of Omnis Slacks begins. His path will be full of surprises, stresses, and incredible events. Here's a tavern, open for a congregation of heroes that will save our world. This tavern witnessed many brawls, but this time around it was used for its primary purpose, resting and drinking with friends.
Huh? ここはラーメン屋ってんだバカ野郎。ふざけんじゃねえぞな。ぶっ殺すんだから。
So, where should I press to skip this part?
Heroes that come here draw immense power from the bloom of the lotuses. These flowers infuse this place with magic power, making creatures abundant with mana, able to cast spells beyond recognition of magic schools.
Yeah, whatever.
Omni Knight will witness the great rivalry in the Valley of Resolve. Heroes on both sides of the river came to claim the title of the best, but only one may wield it.
Okay, we're the heroes. No heroes here.
When the talents will come, the heroes in the battle will become visible. 18 rosters filled with star power. The time to meet them will come, eventually.
Okay, guess I'll just stare at these magical flowers for a bit.
True keepers of the valley. Every 1,000 years they come alive to fight each other. They point their fingers for each time one wins. It's a tie now.
What, 1,000 years? I don't want to be here for 1,000 years. I have things to do. A lot of things.
This story involves many characters from all corners of the universe.
Uh-huh, yep, I hear other people. I see other people. Hey, I know those guys.
It seems like all the heroes of our saga have assembled. Together they will. However, you are about to witness all for yourself. So, welcome to the...
It is a finals day here for the AniMajor. We're live from Kyiv, Ukraine, and we only have 3 teams remaining. We're going to talk about those 3 teams, but also about all the teams that we had to say goodbye to during this tournament. I'm joined by T-Gov. I'm joined by Fogged. How are you doing, T?
I'm doing great. You know, back at the ramen shop one last time. It was amazing. Oh, finals day.
What would make it feel better?
Tea. Do you have any tea?
I actually do.
Ramen shop owner.
Nice.
Yes.
I have got some nice and lovely tea for you. I will try to pour it with my best pause. It is definitely...
You're doing great.
Please don't burn us.
Isn't it a tradition?
Good luck.
To go for long tea.
Yes, I'm sure.
This thing is really heavy, by the way.
Ooh.
She's pushing the limit.
This is amazing. Okay, now for this one, higher.
This desk is pretty high already.
No.
Oh, trust me, we know.
Yes, us little midget stand
Those
sitting
little
here.
ones.
Bit more go.
Oh no.
There we go.
That was pretty good.
That was good. All right, the question is, what tea is
Like
it?
95%.
This is
Do
a
you know
great
what tea it
question.
is?
It is the best tea. It is tea that will fuel you for the series to come. It is tea that has been drank by generations of Dota players and has fueled
Tastes
them
like
championships.
Despair. Mild amounts of happiness.
Is there berries in it? I'm gonna make sure I.
Great question.
Before I
will-
drink it.
I think it's for the black tea, but maybe
I'm gonna-
shouldn't for safety.
Smell it.
I'm not sure. So I'm
Don't drink
I'm gonna be
it.
safe.
It's
just
great
in
that we
case.
finally do get tea on the final day. I
It
can now be
is.
refreshed as we talk about this great Dota.
Yes, because we had some great Dota fogged.
It's been a very long tournament. It's been meta changing, constantly evolving, and I think that's always the most exciting for me. When we get to these tournaments, when we get down to the last day or last few days in particular, you just always get so many changes in Dota because of how vast the game is.
Yeah, when we started this, it was a Medusa meta. I think we saw that kind of break. What else did we see at the start in terms of meta that is
Nyx
out?
Assassin.
Nyx Assassin.
Nyx kind of
AA as well.
disappeared mostly. AA started to. It's still there, but it's starting to
Not as
fall out a
prominent,
bit.
yeah.
Yep, it's more about like these super healer lineups. AA gets banned, but
Oh no, yeah, Holy Locker, that's the big take.
it's a holy lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just happy.
A on disc.
We've had so much identity from the teams, though. You know, sometimes in these international tournaments, everyone can jumps on the same idea quite quickly.
Yep.
But even though we have the same kind of openings, we at least have that flair in the game that's so prominent in all the regions.
And even though we do talk about lots of like team fighting and lots of collapsing on lanes and early movements around 6 minutes, 10 minutes, blah, 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 that we saw Nigma dictating, we saw LGD doing, it has gotten to the point where it's also very important to not mess up your lanes. Because
Yes.
you may have a great
Yeah.
draft, but you may just not even get to play because you get smashed in the lane so hard. So yeah, it's been a really interesting one so far.
An interesting one, not just for the Dota, but also for the teams. What is the team that you were most surprised about, in a good way or in a bad way?
I still will go with a wildcard team, which was Gambit. I think the fact that Seneko and no one decided to, piece out the team a week before is a bit of a bad move. And I'm just happy they were able to emulate kind of what Spirit did, but not get further into tournament. Because of course, wildcards only had 2 teams. Like they had these draws, they had these strong showings, and that was with Lauren F and BZZ. Like they looked like a decent team, but unfortunately, just couldn't really get it.
I have to highlight Nigma. I mean, they played one of the most games here. They developed the most throughout the tournament. A lot of people were maybe doubting them in the beginning, especially because their DPC performance wasn't the best. They show up here, they're superstars as usual. You know, Miracle, GH, the boys, these guys always are under line pressure. It doesn't matter. That's where they perform the best.
Yeah, you say that you saw them develop. I want to then highlight TNC because the first day
Ooh, yeah.
Definitely.
they looked lost. And then something clicked and they came back with a vengeance. And it was very fun to watch them evolve. Same thing goes for Team Spirit. I think, there were a couple of underdogs that were definitely not underdogs at all. And then there were a couple of teams that we expected more from T, and we didn't get to see it.
That's true. You're trying to hit Europe hard there, hit us in the side. We can mention certain teams like, maybe like Alliance. And of course, if you want to move away from our bad region, there's a Beast Coast as well.
I thought you were going to mean Liquid as well.
I was going to say Secret.
I was trying to dip away from Europe as quick as possible. Like, I don't want to remind everyone, we're high on copium. We're trying to help. Like, we're supporting PSG today, of course, because of the European ties. Actually, no, not really. Who am I supporting today?
Who are you supporting?
I don't know. I don't like.
You don't have to decide yet.
Yeah,
Take it one series at
Let
a
me
time.
think about it. But
Yeah,
overall,
yeah.
I'm happy if any of these teams won. Like the best thing about this event is just how, because of like the situation we've had in the last year or so, we've not had teams at LANs. So
Yeah.
we haven't really had the human aspect of competition.
Yeah.
And this tournament for me at least is I've kind of just, even though I haven't spoken to the player, I connected with them more, and I've kind of realized like it doesn't matter how you perform because there's still like a person behind the screen. So if they lose, like just people just spewing hate at them, it's like no, like these are all, they have so much passion and drive and they're all committing so hard. So honestly, like they all kind of deserve a reward in their own way.
Oh, everybody should win.
Everybody should win.
Maybe not. Yeah.
Yeah, I was looking for
Scratch
which
that
camera
part.
I said
Yeah,
that.
scratch that
No, we
part.
want to be. We want to know who's the best. One thing that I also want to still highlight is.
All right.
All right.
Welcome to the finals day.
Is the fact that we are on LAN. I love hearing not just the players, but everybody in the green rooms and managers and stuff. Everybody is
good.
cheering. I know it's not the same as an audience, but it does. I mean, without like, we at least have something, right? And there is that passionate cheers. once in a while.
And when you're, you know, I haven't really said it too many times when I've been casting because you try not to get distracted, but when you're sitting there casting it, you get to hear these players screaming and popping off as well, even yelling at some of the other opponents, like taunting each other. I saw, you know, some of the SEA guys, of course, we have a lot of them here. They've been writing in all chat to each other. They've been like, hey, wave back to me. And Abed just writes like, muted. You know, like, like it's so good. I love when teams just have that like nice personal connection.
Like,
Yeah, I love it
yesterday,
too.
he legit, like,
Yeah.
during the game when they got a wipe, he legit done this, put his hand like this, and was like, ah! Like he was screaming over. Oh, it's so skinting. It's amazing.
It is amazing. One of the highlights as well, if you're talking about player reactions, is T1, their first series. When they beat Aster, they guaranteed themselves a slot to TI. That pop-off, that's what we do it for. We're also going to have probably some pop-offs here today. We're going to have 2 series, and our first series is going to be Evil Geniuses versus T1. And before that series, we need to get the match started. We need to get the teams on stage.
Welcome to the final day of the AniMajor. Our semi-final match, T1 versus EG. Winner of that has the honor to face off against the big boys themselves, PSG.LGD, in the grand finals. Winner becomes the greatest otaku of all time. Are you ready, weebs? This is it! Last day, grand finals, AniMajor. Welcome to the grand final day of the AniMajor. You've made it to see the greatest teams in the entire Dota 2 world come together in our hidden valley to fight for the title of Weeb King. Our first team, they have already crushed so many teams' hopes of getting to TI. They have crushed everyone in front of them, but can they crush some ankles in this series? Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Evil Geniuses!
Evil Geniuses.
And their opponents, the best team of the best from SEA. They said SEA was out. They said that this region needed help. They don't need no help, boy, because they're some of the best in the world. We've got them here for you. They are Tier 1. It is T1.
T1.
combatants now at the stage. The time has come to see who will join PSG.LGD in the finals. Cat boys, get those litter boxes out, because it's going to be something worth scratching. I'll pass it on over, meow, to the panel.
Thank you very much, Catboy. Meow. Right back at you.
He's having fun today.
He really is. Aren't we all, though? I think one team is going to have a little bit more fun than the other because one team is actually going to win. And it's going to be, for the first series, either EG or T1. I want to start with EG because when we're talking about long roads to get to this day, EG is taking the longest road of all the teams still left in, together with PSG.LGD. I know. Actually, no. PSG.LGD took a shorter road because upper bracket. But EG did take an incredibly long road, Fog.
Yeah, and it's been also for them a bit of an up and down tournament. I think they did show some super dominant games, especially in their early games, as people have been highlighting so much. So maybe different type of style picks too, going for like Nature's Prophet, going for Witch Doctors in some situations where other teams wouldn't be looking at it. But it's been an exciting tournament for them. Just lots of growth.
Yeah. They've been the Grim Reaper, T.
Yeah, they've knocked out all the teams that wanted to get to TI. It was like, was it No Ping, TNC, Nigma?
Vici. Oh, Vici was already qualified.
Yeah, but still. And then I saw there was a meme on Reddit today, which was like, the meme said that they beat T1, then they get to the grand finals, and they beat themselves and not win the tournament. So that's maybe what they're trying to fight, their inner demons, and actually trying to get some type of depth in the competition. And
it's, for me, there's a really important matchups in particular. It's Abed versus Carl.
Yeah.
I mean, we got the SCA, the Filipino showdown, the two mids in the region. Like that's going to be super fun to watch. We got to include also Ice. You know, there's a lot of SCA players left inside the tournament. 8 out of 15 players, including nothing to say on LGD, but that's super cool to me.
It is incredible. When we talk about Dota in general and regions, every region has its flair. When we talk about Southeast Asia, it's always about that individual talent and how strong it is and how good it is and how no other region kind of triumphs that individual skill, right?
And unfortunately, I guess for T1, that was their kind of shortcoming against PSG yesterday. And hopefully they find that bounce back today, because the individual skill from them, like Fog was mentioning it earlier, they were just popping off, so much mechanical, just like godly plays coming out from it. And you don't often see that like every day. And it's like, that was like some incredible level of performance. I think I'll let you talk about the puck. I don't want to steal your point.
No, it's
I know you're biting at the chomps to talk about.
I mean,
it,
I'm so excited because final day always puts a different mood for me. Instantly. I'm so excited for the games. I'm so excited to watch good Dota. And something we always have to mention about as the SCA players is sometimes it's a bit hard to rein them in, right?
Yeah.
Like sometimes they're just a little bit too crazy. Teamwork might not be the most connecting, most like what's a good word for it? Cohesive, that's a good most cohesive, but I've definitely seen that from them, and I have to bring this up because we just saw one of the mans there. Bulba as the EG coach, and we have March as the T1 coach. These are two legends. We've all known each other for so long, like 14 years. There's history between Bulba and March and a lot of these guys, so there's even more fun that's coming backstage that a lot of people maybe don't know about.
Yeah, and for EG also, they have reached finals day quite frequently, actually.
They have.
At least for the last 2 majors, they did also make it to the finals. Before that, though, this was their final series. They came third so many times.
Don't say it. Don't start the curse. The third place curse.
Yeah, let's not get carried.
They've broken that one, though.
They have.
Yeah, let's not get carried away now. You know, like EG, they're a strong team. You know, they might be able to do it. They might not. But again, this is the beauty of finals day, where like both of these teams are so equally strong in their respective rights that like it's so hard to kind of pick a favorite, right? And I'm not just saying that for, you know, easiest of skip bias, but like T1, they just have such an edge in just that kind of team fight and all that. And then EG, like they are one of the few teams where I'll say they play exceptionally well in like kind of positional gameplay. They pick heroes to aggressively posture in the map to try and punish you with how they push in lanes. We saw that in a map, like the map segment yesterday from Aoi. Like you push 2 lanes, you kind of sacrifice one part of the map, but then you're always playing to pick off someone in that kind of dead area. So
the other really cool thing about these two teams is there is differences, but I saw a lot of similarities. When I was looking at drafting and stuff like that, these two teams opened up with Lion Puck several times. They opened up with their early Timbersaw picks. They did DK Terrorblade, I think 2 or 3 times, both teams respectively. So I think this is going to be an interesting one where there's going to be some interesting and shared heroes. They might just get banned out. Puck is definitely one of those huge ones. We saw Carl go crazy on it. We've seen Abed multiple times go crazy on it. Templar Assassin, perhaps. T1 hasn't played it as much.
They haven't, no, yeah.
But still could probably see it come back because these SEA mid players are so dominant.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun.
I'm looking forward, of course, to that mid matchup. But there's one matchup that I feel like if you're talking about similarities, tell me if I'm wrong also. Arteezy, when he came up, he was like the prodigy child, the prodigy carry, you know, doing very well. He's now 24. So he's been around for a long time. Hello, good luck. I'm making you feel old. Yes. On the other side.
What are you on about?
No, but it feels like Arteezy's been playing so long, right?
He has.
On the other side, you got 23 Savage. He's 19.
My God.
Yeah.
My God, I'm 12 years old. That makes me feel so sad. Yeah, that's a really good comparison, honestly. It really is like these super powerhouse young players. Arteezy, of course, getting a little bit older. But again, it's a similar kind of hero, similar playstyle, bit more greedy in that sense, but absolute powerhouses on those heroes that they do play.
Do you feel like 23 Savage, if you compare current 23 Savage to younger Arteezy, how similar are they?
Dota's changed a lot.
Okay.
People have gotten so efficient. Arteezy was one of those like gods of efficiency when he first joined in. That's why he started becoming so good. But Savage, I mean, he's a better player now than Arteezy was back then, just because everybody's learned
better.
so much.
Okay, that's fair enough.
I'll give it to 23 Savage. Though. Like I feel like when I watch some of the games from T1 and I see what carry he's playing compared to the other carry, it's not like he's got the favorable matchup. Yet they're still playing with the confidence that like his carry is going to be better, and it's kind of that level of trust within the team that just kind of gives me that confidence. It's like you don't rely on forcing him to play a certain hero. It's not like we have to pick him the TB, we have to pick him some Naga or something for him to have a great game, you know. So that's where I think 23 Savage with his trajectory, like he can easily become, you know, the world's best in, you know, maybe months to come, maybe at TI that they've already qualified for.
Yeah, there you go. You mentioned, you know, we don't have to pick him a certain hero. Terrorblade for EG is 100% win rate. They picked it 7 times and they started picking it first phase.
Yeah, the EG Classic. This is where they find something they like, and then they just pick it no matter what. I remember there was a tournament, I can't remember which one, but they would always first pick OD. And I think Chaos was there when I was coaching them. And we're like, what's the first pick OD for? Like, no one else was doing it. And then suddenly everyone's like, gotta do it now. And this is maybe what EG's doing with the Terrorblade. It's like, oh, we've not lost with it. Let's just do it. And let's try and punish people.
I think there's a lot of fun heroes like that. I mean, sure, carry, I think probably the Terrorblade is one of the few ones that is standing out like that. But like I was mentioning before, you know, these DKs, these pucks, some of these heroes might just come up for EG, I think. But we haven't seen T1 bust it out yet, so we're unsure about if they will play. But I don't think you can remove anything from these players. You know, SEA players in particular, of course, they probably play the most Dota at anybody.
True. They didn't at this event.
Not at this event, but overall, the pops.
So they have 8 games total. EG has 25 games total. How mad is that?
And it just puts more emphasis on T1, right? The ability for them, like we've said so many times to other teams who made the kind of the playoff first place. Like you played no official matches and they bombed out. T1, same position, yet they're still able to perform, right? Because they've been able to use their scrims effectively and then play up against these better teams. So it just kind of puts more kind of respect towards them.
I do want to point out though that T1, as far as the direct playoff seeds are, they have the same situation. They have not won a series yet against a team that is not a playoff team because they had the Quincy Crew road, which is, you know, people say that, and I keep saying that because it's an interesting storyline. It's an interesting thing to talk about. They don't have that much practice, but I feel like what we saw yesterday from T1, I don't think they definitely deserve to be here this day.
They showed resilience yesterday.
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
Game 2 specifically, like they're 13k down, they're defending their mid racks. It's just like I was looking at this monkey like this is over. Like he buys back to defend. It's like it's whatever. PSG, congratulations, you're in the final. And then suddenly, bit by bit, fight after fight, that resilience, that kind of grit. Like you can't just like learn that. You can't practice that.
Yeah, that's just experience of how much they've played together. I keep wanting to bring it back too because I think it is important. We keep saying that EG's played so many games, and we have talked a lot about how you have so many points of reference to learn because you have more things to look at, right? And I think that might come into play because right now it hasn't really come to play where a team can punish it, but they have March. I do want to keep talking about these coaches because I do think that they're super important for this matchup. I want to see what preparation both of the coaches came to with this one because there's just so many interesting early picks that could just break drafts.
As someone who knows the coaches a little better, like, do you feel like they have a similar style in coaching, or are they very different?
I don't really know. I know March really well, but I don't know exactly how well what his style of coaching is. But he has been a good coach, kind of like, I want to say in reference to Heen, where he makes a team feel more like a team together rather than being individuals. And that's why I feel like he fits so well with these SEA players, because they need someone to rein them in.
Yes.
And Heen used to do that when he was with TNC for a long time. Same thing for March.
And I'll just say that March was the first team I really cared about, which was MVP Phoenix. Of course, they popularized Spirit Breaker, and that's what forced my addiction to playing like 500 Spirit Breaker games since then. So thanks, March. You've done me great there.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's had a fantastic career. It's actually crazy to think that MVP Phoenix and a couple of those MVP teams, most of those players became coaches, and they're the best.
Yeah.
Right?
To be a coach, you need to be able to not only know the game, but you also need to know how to talk to the people around you and facilitate healthy conversation, where if someone feels like they're kind of left out or like kind of the new guy, that they're part of this kind of collective group. And it feels like just the aura of March over the years when you kind of see him on interviews and stuff, like he does have that ability to bind together like a group of young lads that have that individual talent, especially in the SEA region. That's what we talk about already. So yeah, it's a healthy addition.
Healthy indeed. I want to touch back on the mid lane, by the way, as we look at Cuckoo hopefully making his way over to a... No.
He's
Little pep talk. I think they're having their
they're having their pep talk. Everybody's stepping away from their PCs. But I want to go back to that mid lane because, of course, it's the two top mids from the Philippines, as you mentioned, Fogged. I see already a smile spreading across your face when I mention it. I also have looked at the ranking, the scoreboard. They're both on there.
Yeah.
Abed is number 3 in the world at the moment. Carl, 127.
Okay.
So this is in the world, yeah?
It is at the moment in Europe, but everybody's in Europe.
I see. And Europe is the best region, therefore. Okay, I get it. No, I understand. I understand.
So the thing about it's. I mean, that's all. That's pubs. I always want to mention it's like with the pro games. It's different because you can't. It's really hard to just compare mid on mid in a lot of situations because some teams just enable their mid player a lot better, right? So EG, they do make Abed look like this unbelievable star in a lot of games, but he's kind of just a crazy player.
He plays
does
like
it
that,
a lot.
yeah.
He's very polarizing.
The main thing with Abed is like after his laning phase, why EG has found success is Ice is playing his aggressive kind of soaking style of offlane where everyone's looking at him, and that unlocks Abed to go play behind tier 2 towers on his Ember Spirit, slighting these pos 5s who are trying to stack at minute 7. It's like, no. Get out of your own jungle. This is mine now. Compared to, Carl, he's much more of a kind of a team enabler. He's connecting with his team and making like kind of less forward plays, but more kind of diagonal plays. He's connecting in the lanes and just unlocking the game for his team. So different styles, but so good.
So good. And I mean, I definitely want to give some shout outs to Carl because I was watching the replays as well. Like, I watched the games last night and then I watched the replays last night and I'm watching the puck,
Yeah.
He was not even looking. I know people who are watching this remember the moment too. The blink axe call that he dodges, he did that without looking at his hero. He was looking elsewhere on the map. He did that from sound cue.
Sound, Shiva.
He face shift dodged the call out of fog from sound cue. So it's just like, there's so many little mechanic things that these guys are absolute masters at. Sure, there's some differences with how explosive the players can be. Sure, Abed more of that like 1v5 kind of guy who has Arteezy as the backup with lots of space making, but Carl is that team element. Yeah. So this is such a fun match. I'm like giddy to get it started.
Yeah, we are also giddy to get it started. We can't start it yet, not yet. We make you guys wait so that you're extra excited. That's how it works. I hope that's how it works anyway. I want to talk a little bit more about EG. You mentioned style of play of the mids. How would you, because every time when we talk about EG, the same thing comes up. Oh, they're so good in the lanes. They're the cleanest team in the lanes if they get the lanes they want. And we've seen that change a little bit as the tournament progressed. Maybe it's because teams have figured out that that's where the emphasis is, or how do you feel like EG has developed over this tournament?
I guess the main thing for EG, and to kind of expand on the point of laning phase, is how they set up their lanes. Unlike other teams that naturally put their carry in the safe lane, their offlane in the offlane, they're a team that will always think about, can Arteezy play into the offlane? Is his carry matchup going to allow him to have a better edge on the opponent's carry? Because if you have that trade, you're naturally going to have a net worth advantage, you retreat to jungle quicker, you play out that game. So EG, that it's all about, I wouldn't say, sure, they're good in laning phase, but it's the level of kind of the brain power, the 5-head ability to understand the laning setups that unlocks their ability just to crush these laning phases.
I think it's eyes on IS2 a lot.
Yeah.
Like you mentioned before, the amount of space and amount of focus that he occupies from another team, it's just like, my God, Ice Timbersaw, what have we done? Why did we let this hero through? He's at our tier 2s, he's taking our tier 1s now too, diving super aggressively. So yeah, there's just a lot of fun matchups. I mean, even, Crit, we have Crit versus Zephyr as well too, right? This is really different kind of play styles for me, where Crit is a very aggressive player. Zephyr does have his aggression, but he does have more of his team fight elements. Crit is just insane on some of these specific heroes that other people aren't touching right now, like Earth Spirit. We saw a couple, like Tim's played it once or twice.
Tusk.
TNC. Tusk is one that was untouched. But yeah, he's a specialist on these very particular heroes, like Hoodwink 2 that we mentioned. So
yeah, I think when we talk about Crit as well, there was a period where he was the captain, right? I think of VG, the Winter Wyvern.
I think there was, yeah.
Yeah, I think since then, when he got to focus, he was an incredible position 4 already. Then he was a captain, and I think going from captain back to position 4 and only having to focus on his play when he's in the game, like that guy is at the top of his game.
Yes,
he's looked incredible. And I generally talk about position 4s a lot. You know, Zinq has Zephyr as well, and also they have all those 3 that I just mentioned. Incredible different styles.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I know we're not in the PSG series, but Zinq, he's annoying. Like
He is
I just want to touch
he's a
on
greedy monster.
Like,
That's all I have to say. I love him.
The one thing I'll say about this guy, he legit wards the high ground tinker spots on any position 4 just to AFK there to try and find a kill. Like in all the replays that I looked at, he's like one of the few guys doing it. But luckily he's not playing. We don't have to think about that. But
no.
Yeah.
It frustrates me how annoyingly good that is.
One thing you have to think about though is Zephyr. He has been playing that Treant Protector. I think they're the only team that has consistently picked Treant Protector, and there was a lot of talk about it because it was such a big hero coming out of the Chinese region, and we didn't really see it from too many of the Chinese teams.
And he switched it. He doesn't do the playstyle. Lanem was the one who was he kind of created it, I guess, inside the China region, where he was doing, every game was the same build. It was 1, 2, 4. He would go 1 in Grasp, 2 in Leech Seed, 4 in Living Armor. Zephyr goes 4 in Nature's Grasp, 2 or 3 in Leech Seed, and then gets armored later. He plays a more aggressive kind of farmy style, making space for his team. So yeah, I love when teams and players just look at heroes and see completely different things. That's the beauty of Dota.
Yeah. It's also a product of the fact that obviously he's been the 4 player, he naturally needs to have more entry to the game.
Yes.
And because if he's playing more aggressive, that just allows him to just have that punch that Tree, naturally does.
Yeah, I can't wait for this game, and we've mentioned it time and time again. We're very excited for this game, and we think this is going to be a very even series as well. But a lot will ride on the draft, and we're ready for that draft. So there's one thing left to say for me: ho, ho, ho.
Oh! Oh! Oh!
Welcome to the drafting panel and our first series of the day and our semi-final series. In case you're just joining us, it is going to be a slamma jamma, and we've got the perfect guy here to talk about such a thing. It is, of course, Lacoste. It's an honor to work with you again. I haven't seen you for the entirety of the event.
Pretty much, I expected to work some casts that are not so serious, but you were paired up with AY, you found a new partner. I'm like, okay, you probably forgot about me.
I think you've
have to move on.
You've improved. They usually put people with me to kill their careers, so you made it through the trial of fire. But anyway, it's such an honor and a pleasure to see you. Brian?
What's up?
Hey, man. Also here, good to see you, BSJ. I'm just kidding. Two of the best minds in Dota here today, and I am so honored to have you both on this draft panel. Initial thoughts, Lacoste, on these two teams. In my opinion, if I may, not the craziest drafters in the world, but reliable.
Reliable for sure, and very similar. I think panel touched on it, where they have pretty much the same openers. Either it's I think there's going to be Lion Puck, Lion Timbersaw, even DK, plus a Terrorblade. Both of these teams opened up with it, so very similar in terms of drafting. Like they know what's up. They figured out the meta. Not necessarily figured out the meta before coming into this tournament, because T1 played a bit of a different heroes, different style. Right now, it seems like they have a really good grasp of what's happening.
I think both teams do their own thing. They do similar things, but I haven't seen too many adjustments from series to series that is branching away from what we know about them. LGD, I'd say, is the more malleable team of the 3 remaining. And with these 2 teams, I almost expect a scripted draft in the first game. It's maybe even quick picks where regardless of what the other team picks, both will just
exactly.
do their own thing.
That was my initial thought. We might see a draft, one team opens up. Yeah, we know what you wanted to do. We're going to open up with 2 heroes. We already know. Suddenly we're into second banning phase. I think that's how it's going to go.
Now, you both played pro games before. General question. Does draft speed actually, is that a mental game? Do people pick things really quick to show their confidence, you know? They're like, ba, 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 ba.
I don't think in the opening it really matters, but I remember LGD got a 4th pick TB. I think it was against T1, and they insta-picked it, where if you're first pick, that 4th pick is like the most powerful pick of your entire draft. And on these iconic picks, like if they snap pick the overall 10th pick, to me, that's like, boom, gotcha, and that might be a little scary.
Especially if it's like maybe not so much right now, because Broodmother can be even a first phase hero, but before, something like a Broodmother Meepo 10th pick, like they snap pick it, you know you're in trouble because they already thought about it. You know that there are no counters, and like screw it, like we just have to think about what's going to happen in game 2.
Because so many times in like normal pubs, I mean, the opposite is
What
always...
are normal pubs? Your normal pubs are techies.
All right.
These are your normal pubs.
Well,
like.
yes, but you'll see the opposite is so true. You know, when the goal counter ticks down and you instantly think, oh, they're all idiots. Great, good. But this, I mean, that don't happen in captain's mode, man. It's scary.
Definitely doesn't. Yeah, it's like it affects you because you think they're so confident. Like maybe you start thinking they got figured us out. Like they're in your head.
See?
Yeah.
That's psychology, Brian.
Yeah, with these two teams, I don't think they're going to be there's not going to be that shock factor. They're not going to say, wham, perfect pick. It's like, oh, the insta-pick Viper.
Oh,
by
no,
T1.
what are we gonna do?
Whoa. Never seen that before.
I mean, come on. We saw some pretty unique picks yesterday. We saw Witch Doctors, Crystal Maidens, you know.
We see slight adjustments on what they're already doing, and that's cool. I like that. Like, that's what you need to make it this far. Yes, a lot of teams have their own identity. We say that often, but the reason these two teams are here is because they took their own identity, and you can plug in 3 or 4 of the same heroes into a lineup, and if you just tweak 1 or 2 of them, that's good enough to adjust to certain strategies.
I would like to personally thank WePlay for helping me find my identity.
You do look good like this.
Yes, so
Yeah, you're looking great.
You should
You
really
told me
consider-
about the message that your wife sent you.
No, I don't. All right, so my wife doesn't really watch the shows or anything, and that's why I love her, is because she's very detracted from my life. But she saw a picture of me as a cat boy yesterday, and she said, don't dress up like that again in all caps. And I said, what's wrong, baby? And she said, I don't like it. And now here I am again, so I'm going to have a real fight when I get home, but please don't tell her. Anyway, look at that. Viper, Enchantress, TA, one more. Gentlemen?
AA,
One
perhaps?
more, probably AA, maybe a Dragonite, and then I expect, as I mentioned, like Lion plus a Timber, maybe Lion plus a Puck. We're gonna see. They banned Leshrac. Okay, it's a flex pick. Like we've seen some of the teams playing it on the off lane. Just in general, a great hero. Maybe T1 decided to ban it because they love to play Treant Protector, and Edict just completely ruins the purpose of the hero, where they group around like the tower and instantly kill it. The Treant Protector doesn't get too much value from the living armor.
Now,
Almost certainly a Lion from EG. It's either,
almost certainly a Lion.
It's Lion or AA. Earlier on in the tournament, during group stage, I would say AA, based on what they've been doing, but they've been first picking Lion, or just picking Lion. They've picked it 8 times in their playoff run so far.
Out of how many games?
Out of 11 games.
Goodness.
Considering that like the both teams love the same hero pairings, the same openers, I would maybe love if this is Ancient Apparition, because then like Lion plus a Timbersaw combo doesn't feel as strong. You might go for something like Lion plus one, something
Wow.
else. Well, there we go. It's just Lion.
I mean, it's
You're
not
wearing
that
Lion.
So
Brian.
you know, I haven't gotten you to witness your puns firsthand. The Timber would almost certainly be coming from EG if T1 doesn't take it themselves. So that has to be taken into account with whatever they're picking here. I hope to see a plan, because this is... I could have told you in my sleep that they were going to pick Lion into Timbersaw, if you believe it.
He has been. I'm his neighbor.
Okay. Out of all the strength heroes, Doom is nice against Timbersaw, because even though early game you don't do the best at it dealing with him, most of the strength heroes that want to navigate fights, they can't, because Timbersaw, not only do they not deal with Timbersaw, but they die to Timbersaw, but Timbersaw just gets doomed. And even if you don't kill him, worst case scenario, he's out of the fight for 15 seconds. But Timbersaw, I've viewed as
like
very
it's
good
a
against
great
Wyvern.
Timber. It's great against. It's the best, in my opinion, hero against the Wyvern. You put someone in the cold embrace, a ton of damage coming out. Great laner against Doom. You could potentially just like run an aggressive tri-lane, leave Doom against the Timber, which is Timber favorite matchup. Doom still gets the farm because you know, devour gold, extra gold. I like Invoker as well. There's also Puck who's available. Puck really ruins Wyvern in the back lines, so we have to see. I think Evil Geniuses got a bit of a surprise by this Doom pick, so they go with the Ancient Apparition. Like, still, no heal.
So they think it's a good enough deterrent because in the back we were talking about the Timber against Wyvern, as you said. Not only is it one of the heroes that can kill you during the cold embrace, but you also don't do anything to him with your curse or his teammates when they're near you for the curse. So everything offensive about Wyvern is bad as well as defensive. So that says a lot that EG was willingly passing up on the Timber. But the thing about AA is he's so good against all these beefy strength heroes like the Doom, and he's also good against Wyvern because you're basically alley-ooping his Ice Blast by putting your teammate frozen in place. So I'm going to be looking for Wraith King ban coming out from T1. It's so good against Doom just because you have 2 lives, and then it's also really well paired with AA. There it is.
Look at that.
Nicely done.
Terrorblade has to be considered because EG has won every single game in the playoffs so far, 4-0, but it's really not good against what T1 has picked, so I have to imagine that was part of what they considered as well.
I want to see something that can possibly, you know, just split the fight once the Doom is used. You need to have a great catch whenever Doom is picked if you don't have enough. Something that the T1 did against Quincy Crew. They had like limited amount of stuns. It was Warlock Phoenix support duo, so you need to commit heavily. But they had a Dragon Knight. Like Dragon Knight salvages a lot of lineups. Maybe something like a Centaur wouldn't be too bad for EG.
That'd
like
be cool.
Centaur Darkseer type of a hero where you are saying you have to Doom me instead. Otherwise, I'm gonna reset the fight with the Surge, with the Stampede.
Yeah, you can do that option, or you can pick like a mid-Death Prophet. That stands out to me as well for EG. Mid-Death Prophet, Razor, heroes they've picked in the tournament that don't mind getting doomed. You know, you push a couple buttons, you push your R, and you push your W on Razor, or Death Prophet, you push your Spirit Siphon, and even if you get doomed, most of your damage output's coming. The only thing about Death Prophet is it's nice against T1's lineup, but it usually is accompanied by a save, and they don't have that right now. So I would be more inclined for a Razor. They've tried Bat. Stands out a lot against these 2 heroes as well, but they've lost both games with it so far.
I just like Timber and Invoker as a response to Winter Wyvern. Leshrac, it makes more sense now that they banned Doom, because even if you get Doom, you have Cold Snow running, you're still going to be able to deal damage. Against Wyvern, it's okay. You know, you can, like, Edict doesn't do anything, but you still have a ton of magical damage. You are putting yourself in a potentially bad spot, which could get you killed, but yeah, I think it's a great ban that they did it, especially with the
there it is. You guys are nailing it, and I'd like to remind you that, you know, Treant Protector ban, that's pretty targeted against T1.
It is. It's something that I don't recall them playing during the 2nd season of the DPC. They were mostly going with a different support duos. It was like they were heavily relying on Lion, like Snapfire, and T1 just in my opinion, considering how they did at the Singapore Major, is the most improved team, not just in the Southeast Asia region, but I would say pretty much in all other 6 regions.
Yeah, I agree.
6 in total.
Up until that LGD series, I wasn't fully convinced based on their route, but that 2nd game alone and just the overall series was just convincing enough to me that if you give LGD a run for their money like that, really nobody has up until this point, other than in the group stage where you see some 1-1s, but it's hard to gauge off that. I'm feeling Puck for both lineups. Both teams like this hero and are completely willing to pick it into counters. And right now, it enables T1's draft really well because their off-laner, a Doom, doesn't really offer the lockdown that you want. The worst-case scenario is you Doom somebody and they walk away. Puck is great against that, but then also for EG, they love Puck, who's also great against what T1's currently got. So there's the DK ban into the Puck.
No, he just calls it without even seeing it. Brian, calm down.
There's no way they go DK ban 3rd there and then just say, meh, you can have Puck now. Because
Ancient Apparition plus Dragonite is such a strong combo. We've seen in many games, like, it's a great setup. Long duration stun, flexible pick for Ancient Apparition Blast, great setup. But yeah, I gotta agree with you. Puck seems great for both of these teams, even though, like, let's say you're playing into Lion, you still can easily solo kill this Ancient Apparition. If you get a first jump on Puck, on Lion, he's also dead. Pretty much it's always the same build. 2 Null Talismans to be able to outpush the waves, kill the range creeps, and also that extra bit of a damage that you need to kill the supports. A lot of time, like, they are really thinking this through.
Yeah, they clearly weren't, like, 100% convinced on what they would follow up this DK ban with. Usually it's the ban that you find teams thinking a lot on, because they go, okay, since we're picking this hero, ban insta-pick, you know, take all your reserve time on the ban, but they've elected to be pretty sure, like, confident in the ban of DK itself, but they must be considering if they don't pick Puck now, will EG take it third? I'm pretty sure they will. Both teams, it's just a hot commodity this series more than most. Puck's been a good hero throughout the course of the tournament, but they go for Clock.
Oh, okay, it's a good Clock game against these two supports. They have no defensive mechanisms whatsoever, so, like, yeah, makes sense. Like, it's it's just that good of a pick.
I didn't like it because EG's gonna pick Puck, and Clock's not good against Puck. At least, I don't think so.
Not really. They have no follow-up. Like, they don't have a real setup for Puck, but they have...
Oh! They're trying to set up the Terrorblade lane because the clock is like a good melee position 5. That's what they're going for. Interesting. Okay, so it's a lane thing. I think PL is just incredible here. I always say it's good against TB, and it is very good. Okay, Naga's the other option.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Just
Arteezy option.
They don't have enough AoE damage to deal with the illusions, so that was the pick. TB's illusion's not going to be able to do much, especially against Lion, so you have that covered.
They are 100% single target focused. All 4 of T1's heroes hit one guy. Like, other than Splinter Blast and I guess Scorched Earth. Okay, and Rocket Flare.
And
that's it.
Reflection.
Reflection hits one target. No, I'm saying it doesn't hit.
They each have one spell, but that's okay.
But they're like pretty minimal. It's like when Naga gets to 2,500 HP.
Sure.
How do you ever clear the illusions? So I'm heavily leaning towards EG's draft so far, but Naga is not exactly a broken hero this patch, and sometimes that can just be good enough where Terrorblade, strong hero, Naga, out of meta hero, pick to counter it in a good game for Naga, but is the hero good enough to make it work even though it's a good game? We'll just have to see.
Yeah, everybody's saying right now, delete Aeon Disc to
yes.
Frog. They're saying get rid of it.
It's super strong. I wouldn't mind like seeing something that Nothing to Say has been doing, like a second/third item Aeon Disc on Puck. We've seen Arteezy on a TB building it. We saw him backpacking it. A lot of stuff, like you can do it, like you can assemble it during the team fight. It's just too good of an item. Every single time there is a team fight, you have it ready.
It should have a symbol cooldown.
I have a suggestion. All right. Query: nerf the Puck or delete the Aeon Disc. You can only choose one. What do you choose?
I would want you to delete Aeon Disc. I think it's like half the reason Puck's OP. She's the best Aeon Disc carrier in the entire game because right when it procs, strong dispel, boom, phase shift, live.
And you see, you people don't think. You don't think. All you want to do is get rid of things that annoy you, but every time you delete something
I don't want to delete it. I wanted just like 1,000 extra gold on it.
Necro Book in the last patch.
That was
get rid of Necro Book. Aeon Disc.
That's why we see these two range supports most of the time, because they're not afraid. Like you couldn't pick Lion, Ancient Apparition in the previous patch where there was someone with a Necro Book. They just die. Like they don't deal well with it.
Oh, this is a sick Pango game.
Don't you guys see that if you delete these items, eventually you're going to make the techies utopia? Necro is gone. Aeon Disc would be gone.
Why are you bringing this to people's attention?
I am bringing this to people's attention because I know that they're too stupid to stop it.
Ah, yes.
The Aeon Disc will be deleted, and our time will finally come for the International. I cannot wait. At any rate, Centaur, as you guys said, a great disengage from the Doom is banned out, and
oh, Sand King was nice.
A Sand King
I was
ban.
thinking about it. I was like talking to Fogged in our green room. Like, why is he like? I was just trying to figure out the counters to Winter Wyvern on top of the Spirit Vessel. I like Timbersaw. I like Invoker, and I like Sanking. Like, you put someone down, ton of magical damage is gonna come out. It's a great setup for the epicenter.
Has there been a single Sand King pick?
Yeah, there's been Sand Kings the last few days. Carl even won against Quincy Crew.
Yeah,
with mid. With
oh, that's right.
It was
that's
super
right.
popular at the start of the second season in Southeast Asia. Just everyone was picking it.
Yeah.
Didn't have a lot of win rate, but they love to pick it. This is Tidehunter into Doom, but if Tidehunter gets Doom, you have a song to reset.
Okay, so they went for the mid Doom, I assume, with a nice rhyme there, but it was offlane Darkseer. Potentially now the Darkseer clock lane with the Wyvern TB safe lane. This Darkseer, their last pick had to address the Naga Siren. You absolutely had to, and I'd say Darkseer is one of the best illusion hero. Not only are you getting a good illusion because they are an illusion hero, but the Ion Shell. It enables heroes like Terrorblade and Doom to just kind of run in and give them a pseudo radiance really close range to automatically clear the illusions over time. I don't. Oh, it is an offlane Darkseer. Okay.
But they didn't address the Puck problem.
No.
I agree.
Not a single thing that Puck is afraid of in this particular game, except Doom. And then you have a song, you're gonna have Ravage available. This might be one of the freest Puck games that I've seen in the tournament so far.
Yeah, an aggressive Puck, maybe a Dagon. I'm not gonna say get too crazy, but a little bit of burst on that Terrorblade, and there's not a lot of people that can help him. So, oof.
Yeah, there's not been a more impressive team to me in regards to making space for their carry and allowing him to just get all the items he needs than T1 so far this tournament. I doubted their Terrorblade in their series, I believe, against Quincy Crew, and he just had all the time in the world, and I think they're capable of doing this, but EG, cores that are hard to kill on a team that loves to split the map, I think this is their bread and butter, and I think they'll take it.
Okay, well, after that beautiful statement and that beautiful view of the map, we are ready for a beautiful game. Ladies and gentlemen, game one of your semifinals. Let's pass it over to our casters.
Hello, Suns fan here with Cinderin.
Hello.
How are you doing on this loveliest of days?
We had to walk to stage. He's really exhausted.
Oh, God.
But we're
the
here.
lower bracket finals, best of 3. EG, the Kings of NA, T1, the Beasts of SCA. This is going to be a really cool matchup to see who ends up facing the strongest team in the tournament so far, PSG.LGD. And we have some interesting picks, Cinderman.
Yep.
We got Cuckoo on the Darkseer. We have...
Thanks, guys.
Well, I guess that's the most interesting one on their team. But on the other side, Arteezy with the Naga, which we haven't seen a lot of.
Yep.
And from the games that I've seen in NA, it was not impressive. But this was, I guess, a few weeks ago at this point. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm not the most sold on Naga as a pick right now in the meta, but I do think that EG have a lot of good reasons to pick it here. They have an expert on the hero. They have a really good cast around it. Lots of team fight, I think, is what Naga really thrives with. And the enemy team, one of their two of their core heroes are not the best against Naga, mainly talking about Doom and Terrorblade here. So it's cool to see. It's the first game of the best of 3 that both teams are bringing something fresh. It's not just the exact same picks we've seen all the time, but obviously a lot of them are. I don't know how much T1 have been playing this Clockwork on Zephyr. We'll see how it works out in this game. I think the Naga matchup is pretty bad for Clockwork as well, but it can work with Darkseer because of the Ion Shell in lane. And kind of when you look at the macro plan for both teams, it's pretty similar. Both Naga and Terrorblade will be pushing side lanes with illusions. Both teams have the team fight and want to group up and make it happen. So I think this game a lot will be determined in the first couple of team fights and not as much in the lanes maybe as usual for EG, because this time around they haven't actually picked the strongest lanes. That's something EG have been doing a lot in this tournament, is have these incredible lanes, but Naga not really a very strong laner. EG even trying to, or choosing to start aggro tri-lane, which is pretty unusual as well. They have done that a little bit, but most of their games, it has been that crit plus ice, ice, ice off lane. And now they're aggro trialing and putting their Tide solo safe against Darkseer Clock.
I mean, this is a blast from the past. Naga Siren and aggro tri-lane.
Yeah.
Not something we get to see all too often. But yeah, should be interested to see how both teams fare in the laning stage. I mean, I haven't gotten to see a ton of Darkseer. I feel like the hero is strong when we've seen it, sparingly, if you will. What do you think about Cuckoo's hero this game around? Do you think it's a good pick?
Yeah, so most of the time when Darkseer doesn't look good, it's because he gets shut down hard in lane. And that's just not going to happen this game. He's got a 1v1 against Tide, or well, 2v1 if you will, with the help of Zephyr here to start. He's just pulling the wave. We're probably going to see Clockwork maybe take level 2 and then go bottom. As 23 Savage is really getting in there against Crit.
Yeah, Crit takes some heavy damage from Arteezy with the illusions. Trying to play a little bit more aggressively. And again, this is a 3v2 for now at least.
Yeah, and Terrorblade has... He got the first full wave, and then since then he hasn't got a single CS. Obviously, EG putting a lot of emphasis on repositioning the lane as far back as possible so the two supports can act as zoning tools. As Whiteman is going to walk out here and block a camp that he has already blocked, but he's doing it for show. So that EG don't realize the sentry is placed here necessarily, and Fly will place a second one, which will be found later, I would imagine, from Whiteman.
Absolutely, some mind games being played, like we talked about.
I guess we have to mention Abed Puck as well, right? This has probably been the standout player-hero combination for the tournament, to be honest.
For the past two tournaments.
At least if you look beyond PSG.LGD, right? But they've also had a very short path to that grand final. But of the teams that we've seen play a lot of extra games,
wait, what?
Abed's Puck has been...
You mean through the playoff bracket?
In the playoffs, yeah.
Oh,
in the playoffs, they've been... I mean, they did get 2-2-1s, I think, right? And then 1-2-0, was it?
Yeah, I think so. But yeah, I mean, Abed has been just god tier. He's been on another level for... And it's funny because in the NA DPC, he was really good, obviously, but you know, we're talking about a different skill level with a lot of the teams. But in both majors specifically, it feels like he's hitting like this peak of mechanical skill that we're been accustomed to seeing in these big tournaments. And I don't know if there's any, I don't know what the storyline is exactly, but obviously Abed is originally an SEA player, playing against an SEA team now, as we see 23 Savage taking some damage, but he'll be more than fine, as these illusions are just going to be more of an annoyance than anything.
Pretty tanky against the Naga illusions in lane, obviously, with that armor. So the base damage of the illusions is not as significant as against other carries, but he's still getting shut down very nicely here by EG, and it seems like a very clear, targeted plan here from them. Remaining in that tri lane for this long is something that they have not done very much. And even though they're not finding kills, they should have a pretty good read that they're definitely slowing down Terrorblade's farm. However, when you're dual laning against a tri-lane and neither team is pulling, Terrorblade should be out-leveling them, and he can just choose to go jungle on level 4. And then it's a matter of, did you accomplish enough, Abed?
Oof, yeah, that's a lot of damage to the
illusory
orb. Rune will be the water rune taken by Abed again, and now Carl.
Carl, that is not what happened. You gambled and you lost,
yes,
not Abed.
That is true. First blood goes the way of Whitemon in that bot lane.
They just first blooded in their 2v3 lane. Obviously, Crit wasn't there. He was securing the bottom water. And Fly must have just been caught out. That's a kill I would not have looked for.
Yeah, and Ice dies in the top lane as well.
This one is more likely. That's a 2v1.
That is 2v1, like, yeah.
And Darkseer Clock, definitely a lane that can pressure Tide. Just Tide usually very good against these heroes that are right-click based because of Kraken Shell. But the amount of damage over time, with Magic especially, is very strong against
nice
them.
Blocks here. See if that actually connects. Yeah, Savage. 23 Savage is going to take a lot of right clicks. Is forced to just try to take out Crit in the meantime. Looks like they might trade. Will finally be the case, but of course, 23 Savage was the first to die. Now Arteezy surrounding Whitemon with those illusions.
He's going to be fine.
Looks like he should be good to go. Meanwhile, first coil of the game, and there we go. Abed just barely had the advantage in terms of XP, and as a result, gets the solo kill on Carl, which is somebody we have yet to talk about. This bottle will be refilled now. But Doom mid, as we're seeing some replays here. That was the first kill on to Fly. And then the kill onto Ice. So wow, that was actually a solo from Zephyr.
When you get isolated as Tide against a hero with Ion Shell, I think honestly Clockwork might be the single best support in the game at killing Tide in these situations. When you have Ion Shell, he can kill him 100 to 0 if he gets isolated out in the open with no creep wave. And there's the start of the first kill. So Fly going out to the side there, probably trying to get some information about the side camps.
Yeah, vacuum into the cogs. It's like Ice can take a lot of damage, but a beautiful impale from Crit onto 2. They're going to find 1 kill, possibly a second. The Cuckoo gets that salve off in the trees, attempting to TP out. Abed will not find him.
Abed's been really good at finding people in the trees, but didn't have the orb ready, of course, to use it already, so can't get that kill. T1 will force rotation, though, so Terrorblade should be relatively safe now to play as he wants bottom. It seems to be a jungle path coming up for 23 Savage.
let's talk about Carl for a moment here. He's had a very good tournament, obviously, as have, I mean, pretty much every member of T1. Thoughts on Doom mid? Because a lot of these games we're seeing the off lane, they get really farmed, but it's kind of a different place. I mean, I guess you're kind of playing the same thing, but is it Doom mid where, do you like that this game? Is that give them more options, less options, a little bit more flexible?
I think it really depends what item build he goes, how much I like it. Because I think his primary job in this game should be to counter Puck. And with a mid Doom, you get more levels and, on average, more gold than the offlane Doom. So maybe you could see him transition into some faster items that you wouldn't usually maybe consider, like Shadow Blade against the Puck, so you can get the Doom out. Or, you know, you could just go for the standard Hood, Dagger, BKB, Refresher, Shiva build, or whatever. We're going to see what he chooses to go for. He probably goes, like, just standard. Hood is amazing against the Dire, and he is working on that currently. Almost has it.
Yep, Siege kept alive here. Ice, trying to prevent Cuckoo from pulling this wave any further. A lot of damage being done to this tier 1 tower. Of course, Ice is level 6 with that Ravage available. They'll finally have to concede this Siege, but damage has been done for the most part.
Yep, they got a lot done.
Fly getting some nice XP mid in the meantime. I mean, it's only 7.5 minutes, and I mean, level 4, not too shabby.
Yeah, Abed did give him that lane space and started rotating top, but it looked like EG just conceded the move. They maybe had bigger plans there to consider diving that tower. They managed to place some really good vision in that top area. EG definitely look like they have big plans to take over the enemy triangle against this Terrorblade, which makes a lot of sense. But that time around, it was not enough with the siege creep, so probably going to do it again, minute 10. All right, RTZ getting 2 courier kills.
Yeah, 8-minute rune, coil onto 2. And it looks like, again, we're going to get the kill here. In all likelihood, as Carl, okay, he gets off the hood. And meanwhile, the Doom goes off onto Abed instead into the stomp as well. Beautiful turnaround from T1.
That was such an outplay.
Very nicely played.
Very, very good. Awesome cogs coming out from Zephyr. And then Carl baiting with the hood. And turning around, getting that Doom off on Abed. He was not expecting that.
I was not expecting it. He was super low on HP, but yeah.
Very
blocking a lot of that magic damage, of course. All right, well,
looks
I mean,
like
with that gives Carl the lead in the mid.
Yep, he is, of course, also playing with Devour level 4, so will be overtaking more than likely every hero in the game. Mid Doom with Max Devour will usually be top net worth, and then it's a matter of whether the items you buy with it can compensate for the hero's weaknesses. I want to point out, we're seeing a double hood build on T1. Both the Darkseer and the Doom getting it as their first primary item. Might be a hint that T1 really want to play fast and look to fight. Because obviously Hood doesn't offer much in the way of split pushing and farming. It is predominantly a fighting item. Maybe that's their read on this whole Naga versus Terrorblade matchup.
We're going to see the ensnare into the cold feet combo, but Whitemon does get off his Arctic Burn and able to get to the low ground, but getting chased now with that gush from Ice, the patented taunt coming through.
His
Cold Embrace, but Illusory Orb is coming, and they'll finally clean him up. Makes it a little bit longer for Whitemon, creating just a tad more space. I mean, are we going to see anything in terms of itemization from Arteezy that would be out of the ordinary? I mean, Yasha, I mean, is Diffusal even a thing on this hero anymore?
I think Mantascati looks pretty good in this game. You want to be able to run in and be sustainable enough that you can take these fights. Like, if you recognize what you're playing against here, right? It's double Ion Shells, it's the Vacuum Wall. You're playing into Scorched Earth. You probably need to be pretty tanky. Oh, this is a really bad matchup for Naga, by the way. Can't cast spells. Fly's going to walk in to try to allow for a mirror image.
Finally, the song comes out and Fly out of the range of Battery Assault, and Arteezy just TPs out. The tower was literally 1 hit away. I'm actually a little bit surprised they didn't go for that.
He could deny it, no.
Yeah, it didn't have vision on the bottom area of the map, obviously, under that tower.
That might seem like it wasn't that good for Zephyr because he didn't kill anyone, but...
Oh!
Man, he forced Song, TP out from Naga, and got AA low and forced him away too, right? So, like, considering you were one support accomplishing all of these things and then denying the tower, that was a really high impact play from him.
Yeah, Battery Assault good against both Naga and Tide, actually.
Yeah.
So, pretty nice matchup overall. 23 Savage is going to get AA blasted here with crit from the sideline, but the Illusory Orb might come first, and that is enough to shatter him. Abed, very nice kill, and he didn't even take any of the Ancients, I don't believe. And now they know that there's a stack here.
Yeah. You have to protect this area with a lot of... you need to put focus here as T1. They're trying to find a ward that doesn't exist, by the way, just based on the way that they moved in.
Right.
He had a feeling that there is an Observer, but the Observer is in the lane. Nothing in the triangle here. And, yeah. this is going to be the name of the game. EG will want to kill this Terrorblade as many times as they can while he's farming the triangle to try to make a sizable gap for the Naga Siren, which is already the case. Arteezy is 1,500 net worth ahead, as a matter of fact. The only reason this game looks even on gold is the Devour that is keeping Doom ahead of the puck. And Darkseer has a 500 lead on the Tide.
Yeah.
The supports are neck and neck. There's almost no difference.
Yeah, so Carl, obviously, we talked about the Hood. We'll be going for BKB next. I mean, right now,
Very interesting build-up.
Were you expecting a Blink Dagger? Their initiation right now is obviously Hookshot.
Yeah.
Darkseer doesn't have anything in terms of initiation quite yet.
I think Blink would be really good this game so that he can combine with Clock. Like, if Clockwork sees a really good hookshot on the puck, you have no guaranteed way of connecting the Doom unless you have Dagger. Clock himself, if there's no counterplay from a Ravage or a Hex from Lion, you can maybe get a Cog knockback as well for a little bit of extra stun. But for Doom to connect on that actually takes quite a while. And I would like to see a Dagger for that. But he is prioritizing flat out just BKB. They just want to run at them, I think. That's the mentality they're building their items for. Setting up for Terrorblade to have one item, and then maybe you just go with that.
Zephyr looks for the initiation, does connect onto Fly. Looks like that will be the sacrifice for EG, but the Finger of Death ends up getting the trade. Now we have a curse onto Fly himself, as Abed is beating the crap out of him right now, but it looks like it's going to get turned around before a kill can come out onto Crit. So 2 supports for T1 take a tumble here.
Crit had a lot of Magic Wand charges there, keeping him alive.
And he's already halfway to his Blink, so not too shabby of a start for him.
Arteezy is very rich, actually.
Well, he did win a lot of tournaments in his lifetime, so that makes sense.
He is he's 2K ahead of the Terrorblade. All of that tournament experience.
I guess so. Whoa, look at this. 3 belts of, what is that called? The Elven Skin?
Band of Elven
Skin. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you ever build treads with that, by the way?
This is Yasha plus Dragonlance, right?
Yeah.
But he's not queuing up the Dragonlance currently.
It's the full SNY, it looks like, as well. At least for now. We'll see what he ends up doing. But Carl still, well, he was top of the net worth, but being eclipsed now, as we're going to see, he's actually going to pop that ult from Abed. Will this actually be enough to shatter him? Absolutely, with the AA ult coming out. But here's a counter initiation, but again, counter initiation from Ice with the Ravage. End up taking out the AA in turn, but this is a great trade for EG if they continue on. Crit. All right, we're going to get a song now from Arteezy, repositioning. Looking to get this kill onto the Clockwork. This is going to be a nice anchor smash.
I was right.
Earth Spike as well. Double kill for Arteezy, and now 23 Savage on the run. Cuckoo trying to mitigate a little bit of that damage for his friend, but he's going to drop as well. 4 for 1, the very least for T1. 23 Savage does survive.
And that was without having... Wait. No, EG did use absolutely everything, actually. I think maybe they didn't have Finger, but that would be it. Yeah, they used every other ult. Ice Blast again.
Yeah, Carl being spotted out. Waning Rift into the Illusory Orb. He might shatter here again.
Damage.
My goodness, EG off to a very good start, and this looks like a Tier 1 tower now in their name.
If you roll back and think about the draft, I think it caught T1 off guard that EG were willing to open with AA Lion in that first phase. And really, that AA pick is paying massive dividends in killing off the Doom, in negating AA's Cold Embrace. We're seeing a replay of the fight here. So good counter initiation here from Zephyr, but there's just too much in the tank for EG. And with Arteezy coming in with that song, that's what really sets up this fight. Because at this point, it looked like it was maybe going to be a 2-for-1.
Right.
But the Song of the Siren, very well placed. And T1, they make the call here to try to fight, which I think is just overall a bad decision.
You can see Fly very passionate there.
They could have got both Darkseer and Terrorblade out of there by running northwest, but Darkseer was thinking about fighting and ended up being collateral damage. So EG in a great spot here. 2K gold up against a mid-Doom. So under normal circumstances, this is probably a 3 to 4K.
Yep, there's a hook shot from Zephyr. Looks like Fly dead again. Gets off the Ice Blast, but not much else will occur here. There's a very low cooldown on that ult. Ice. It looks like we had the Hood on Cuckoo. Can we click on Ice? I want to see what the counter... Yeah, so he has basically the same items, but we'll be going for the Blink Dagger.
Hood Dagger is great.
Not too far. I mean, they're going to have double Blink not too far away from both him and Crit. Yeah. And that's going to set up a lot for this potential team fight of EG.
It gives EG a lot of potential ways of executing fights, right? Like, you look at the T1 lineup, and I think their initiation is a lot more dependent on one specific spell in that hookshot.
All right.
That's a lot of damage from our
Winter's Curse. Ice is the one taking the brunt of the damage right now. He gets off his Ravage, though. Ice Blast again off cooldown. Not going to be enough to get a kill, at least not yet. With the coil coming out, that's a 1-for-1, but you lose Ice Ice Ice. And I think T1 definitely takes this trade any day of the week.
They do for sure. 1-for-1, core for support, and Ravage used. It's not bad. And coil, which is a little bit more of a, you know, it's a lower cooldown. It's not as important to force out as the Ravage, but it does mean they have a small moment of opportunity here, or at least that they have a breather for their Terrorblade to keep farming. Obviously still Arteezy with a big lead over him, but the top tier 1 tower under attack will be claimed by 23 Savage.
Yeah, now he's starting to get some of these items that make him a tanky boy. We saw Doom now has the BKB, so...
I wonder if this Sanjin Yasha is worth it here.
He's just emphasizing to his team that they need blinks badly right now.
Good
but
hook
Zephyr
shot.
has been getting some good hooks, and we see this again. Crit. It's like AA Blast will come in, but don't think EG want to follow this up with anything. I mean, Zephyr is their only initiation right now, and I mean he's been doing a good job. Can't really fault him at all. I don't think he's missed a hook shot yet. And but we've only seen one Doom from Carl, I think, this entire game, right?
Yeah, it was a high impact one onto the puck, of course, but yeah. Largely has been on the receiving end of just being blown up by Ice Blast combos with Coil or with Lion. But definitely seeing from T1 here what the logic was behind the Clockwork pick, finding a lot of good openings on Lion and AA. And is this 3 hoods on the Radiant? It's 3 hoods, right? Doom, Darkseer, and Clock all rocking the Hood of Defiance. The one on Cuckoo even upgraded into a pipe, so that means all 3 of them have like an extra one.
Yeah,
kind of.
Very
well,
tanky.
Except Darkseer himself. There's a lot of magic block coming out, and I do think from T1, you're probably waiting on Terrorblade's next item, and then I think you want to try to find a fight where you just overpower. Like, see if you have enough blocking to fight them head on. It is a serious amount of mitigation coming out here. If you pipe both of your other hood carriers and they go in, the amount of damage block that they have against all of EG's lineup is pretty massive. Oh, Whiteman's going to get found here.
There's the double blink being shown. Nice impale onto 2. AA Blast to fall. The Wyvern's already dead to start things out, though. Again, though, it will be a trade as Crit is quite squishy indeed. Weren't expecting maybe that many members of T1 there, so it'll just be a trade of supports. But Wall was expended here. That's a relatively long cooldown.
Carl is going Kaya Sanj.
Really? Wow. Okay, that's a first. Huh.
Where the dagger at?
Oh,
there
he's
it
changed it.
is.
Thank you for listening, Carl. Yeah, very close to finishing that bad boy, and I mean, we'll see where the team fight comes from there.
Do you think we could get an anti-caster meta where all players just start putting items that they really don't want into quick buy?
I mean, that's what happens at the end of games when players destroy their items to screw over the statisticians, right?
That's true.
Or just
go
buy a bunch of
triple
Desos.
Yeah.
Exactly, and yeah, it looks like Ahmed will be going Lincolns into Deso, which pretty
Standard against Doom.
self-explanatory. Yeah. But yeah, you're right, they have a ton of burst damage, but most of it is magical, so these 2 hoods and pipe. I mean, I guess in the next team fight we'll really see the power of it.
And the scary physical component of Naga is it still takes a while. Like, Naga is a hero that needs a lot of items before it really starts kicking in, and that's why it's not a very popular hero at the moment, because the games on, like, usually the game progression is too fast for Naga to be able to farm up enough. But if you do get
the instant crit, jump in with the Hex, AA Blast into the Finger of Death. He is the one hero that doesn't have a pipe or a hood, so
very visible.
That does make sense.
I think a bit of a blunder here from
we have a vacuum. Yeah, Winter's Curse. Perhaps this will save Cuckoo as Carl's gonna pop his BKB. The Doom finally comes out. Ice Ice Ice's Ravage as well. Doom was applied to Mr. Abed, who will
nice
drop.
Deny.
Yeah, you're right. Deny from Arteezy. Beautifully done. That was through a BKB. Carl beating onto him as well as Arteezy getting a little bit low, but he can snare. Diffusal Blade to fall, and this is actually doing so much damage, but the Cold Embrace is going to save him now. Nice hook shot from Zephyr, and they end up netting that kill on Arteezy, so it's a 2-for-1 after an amazing start for EG. They've lost their position 1 and 2. Now Carl getting surged up, has that Iron Shell applied, Crit with very little mana to work with. Likely will fall as a result of this, and now Cuckoo and company able to clean up basically everybody from EG. Ice Ice Ice, the lone remaining member of EG. This is after losing their Terrorblade at the beginning of the fight.
Yeah. They did a really good job. The vacuum into Curse and then dooming the puck. I thought it was going to end up not being that good because of the deny from Arteezy, but the hookshot follow-up from Zephyr being able to isolate Naga after the fight just made it very, very clean for them. And now that 23 Savage is back, yeah, I mean, he died, but that also means he has all his stuff right now. Abed will defend.
I don't know if they can get this. I mean, the death timers were pretty low. I mean, it's only 21 minutes in the game.
All right, let me give you a question. So
You're going to give me a question.
yes, let me ask you a question, okay?
Okay. You can give it to me, too,
Yeah,
if you
you
want.
can have it as well.
So
This
see
is a
the
replay,
here.
Shannon. Don't cast it. So
Thank you.
imagine in real life that a hero from Dota runs at you with Surge.
Okay.
Which one is scariest? Doom has to be top 3.
Man, you're putting me really on the spot here. I mean, Pudge is disgusting in a different way.
It was actually
right?
a Hex Doom, so it was
Gonna
a
get
chicken.
initiated on now.
Or
Again, the AA Blast, they have so much burst damage, and even with this tank, you can't get this BKB at all.
Monster kill on Abed because he got denied.
That's true.
So his killing streak is still going.
That is true.
Which can be both a good and a bad thing, depending on who would have got the kill bounty.
I mean,
Sometimes
Doom is literally Satan, right? So it does make sense that he would be one of the scariest.
hexed, so he was a Satan fish.
That's true. Okay. Well, I'll have to think about. I have to ponder
okay.
that for a little bit here.
You've got time. We're gonna kill Roche here. EG with that pick off on Doom
Yeah,
will be
they have vision.
definitely getting this, and they found
Blink
White
into the Hex, and we've seen this combo before. You lose your orb back into the pit. Min-maxing for Abed. That is min-maxing at its best. This is actually going to TP out, so Arteezy will take this Aegis. No hookshot available, so won't be any, not even in the vicinity, actually, just for vision there. But Arteezy, Aegis for 5.
He should take this Aegis, actually.
Because of the killing spree?
Not really so much that, but just like if you think about the way T1 takes fights and how anti-puck centric it is, maybe for EG you could take more map control by having the Aegis on the puck. Okay, they're just gonna flat out run in and Doom ice,
Yeah.
and he's dead.
Infernal Blade is there. He's just trying to run back into them so that, well, just for fun.
Carl gets that kill. All right, Cuckoo. Surprisingly on Darkseer, choosing to buy up the Mithril Hammer and not have buyback without having the BKB recipe. Pretty unlikely to be relevant that you have this hammer on Darkseer. Could become very relevant that you don't have buyback, depending on what EG have planned for the next few minutes. So I have to say, disagree with that choice. I don't know if there was any benefit in terms of unreliable gold there, like if he almost only had unreliable or whatever. But yeah, I think maybe holding on to gold
Remains
would
to
have
be
been better.
seen.
Oh, the hookshot misses.
Oh boy, that's the first one missed for Zephyr here.
Zephyr is so tanky. Look at his items. Put Vanguard over.
Vanguard, wow. Yeah.
Very good item against Naga, of course. Buys him time in the fights when he keeps getting hit by the illusions. Cuckoo, or rather,
Oh, he's going to get instant
Carl.
Hex after blinking in aggressively. AA Blast to follow again. Finger of Death, not enough damage. He pops the BKB, and Carl will survive as a result, but they can't really do anything with that. And again, Ice Blast, I mean, Finger of Death is a decently long cooldown at this level, but you haven't really expended that much for EG, but still have 3 minutes left on this Aegis. And I think they actually just take that trade for the BKB charge, honestly.
Yeah, that's okay. As long as you don't use anything really crucial. They didn't Ravage, they didn't Song. Their spells will be up again pretty soon.
Zephyr is going to run right into Ice. Gets off the hook shot, wants to go back aggro. Gets Earth Spike now as EG. They're wondering if there's anybody else nearby, and not really, as the rest of T1 are just leaving Zephyr to die, at least for now. But actually, they're going to catch out Cuckoo in the meantime with that Ravage in the wall. Whitemon gets Gush on the high ground, and Abed, they're just picking these guys off all over the place right now. I don't think T1 were on the same page there in that aggro play from the clock.
They might have been, but just been counterplayed, right? Like, I don't necessarily think conceptually that that's a bad hook shot, but they got cut off. They couldn't follow through because of the wall that EG basically placed down there with both Tide and Puck just zoning them off from connecting. A very heads-up play from them to very quickly prevent T1 from following through there. And this should, I mean, I feel like this game is in this interesting state right now where, you know, EG are sitting on a 1k gold lead. You could be like, that doesn't matter. One team has Doom, so obviously there's that Devour factor as always, but this feels like anyone's game all the time. Even with a 5 to 10k lead for either team, I really think just initiation matters so much. This Ice Blast is gonna clip.
Yep, it will. Abed with that Deso being shown. Now Carl pops the BKB and is fine as well. But that's yet another BKB charge.
Yeah. Puck not sitting on the Axe coil yet. Doesn't even have, as a matter of fact, didn't have coil ready.
Do you think he's going to be going for the Ags? I mean,
I
last
don't know,
time
actually. That's a good point.
Last
He
time
might not
he
even
didn't.
get it.
Yeah, last time it was like, what, a 50-minute game? He ended up getting it from Roche. He didn't even try
Right.
buying it at any point.
So
I wonder if teams this late into the tournament are genuinely planning around third Roche as part of their itemization when they're 20 minutes in. They're like, our experience with the games and how they're going, and it's Naga versus Terrorblade, maybe you don't want to buy an Axe because you feel like you can get it for free later.
Yeah,
it is a big investment.
It is an old school matchup that we haven't really seen too much of, that's for sure. Is Butterfly now on RTZ?
I reckon he's going to go Scotty or Heart next. Heart being a very good item against Doom, but I do think the Scotty has a lot of value overall against multiple of T1's heroes. Just the ability to get that first swing off. You do have the Diffusal, of course, but BKBs are on the way. Oh, they're going to jump again.
EG are initiating so nicely. Always on the same page this game.
Their wards are super good so far.
Yeah, we saw Fly go in there not too long ago. It's a nice blink there to be able to not get latched to the ensnare, but yeah, we can see these aggro wards that are just giving so much vision for EG right now. But of course, going high ground is going to be really difficult. I mean, you have a Winter's Curse, and you talked about, I mean, even with the discrepancy in gold that we're talking about, like Doom is a little bit deceiving in terms of the gold lead, you can still delete a hero in the right situation with that ability. So T1 definitely not even remotely out of this right now.
And there's a lot of good stuff from T1 on defense with how their heroes work. You have Vacuum into Cogs.
We're going to have a defense here, knowing that this Aegis is about to be expended.
Good orb. Oh, he jumped
Abed jumps in. He's not scared. Right? Carl showing off that BKB and Shiva's. There's the song. Question is, can they deny Abed again? That is a negatory. 9 kill streak given to Carl himself.
I can't believe he jaunted that. He saw that it was a Doom. He jaunted in against the Doom with BKB Shiva, and he just pops his items and dooms him. It's like, yeah, you can Song of the Siren, but Doom has a 6-second BKB, which is going to remain that for the rest of the game. That's plenty of time to get Abed in kill range. And that's a huge kill. That was like a 1k gold bounty, I think he got out of that.
Yeah, that was quite large.
A really big kill.
I mean, you can see the net worth discrepancies now in terms of the heroes. We have 23 Savage getting back into second place now, which is kind of where he wants to be. I mean, would you expect, like in a regular game, like forget about Doom for a second, Naga, Terrorblade, farming, Naga should be farming faster at this stage, right? Usually, just a little bit.
I don't know. I think it's
like,
pretty
it's not
even.
Crazy.
Like if you look at the big picture in this game, Arteezy was I think 2,500 gold ahead 10 minutes ago, and now he's only 1,500 ahead. So I don't know if that's a symptom of other heroes taking specific farm on the map, or if he has been just outplayed by 23 Savage in terms of overall efficiency. My gut says that Terrorblade does farm faster in general, actually, but I'm not much of an illusion hero player, so I feel like...
Well, look at it this way. At this stage of the game, who are you favoring right now? Because I've seen a lot of these games against, you know, with EG playing the Naga, it doesn't really end well in a good portion of them. Like this hero, I'm not a big believer. I feel like T1, if I had to give the advantage right now, despite being down in buildings, I'd still give them a good shot here.
All right,
Ice with the initiation. A blast to follow into the finger of death. Okay, caster curse is real. Carl drops dead next to his tier 3 towers, and now the song to try to save Ice. Looks like it'll be a successful one. And they're gonna get this tier 2 tower. And EG will get out just fine.
I do see where you're coming from. Like in general, it does feel like Terrorblade is a stronger hero than Naga for the most part. So if you keep in mind that most of the rest of the game is relatively even, I do see it. That's honestly the primary reason, though, that I would like the Radiant lineup more. It's just that I'm more biased towards Terrorblade than Naga as a game-winning hero.
Yeah.
Just based on experience and watching other games. But in the right hands and with the right coordination, Naga can win this game for sure. Always going to be that wild card of Doom. That's the other thing. Like, let's say we go late game. So EG had some great solutions yesterday against the Doom of Vici Gaming, where they went like triple Lincolns. But the difference in that game was that they were controlling the whole map for like 20 minutes. They just mega out-farmed. And it doesn't seem like they can get the same iron grip on the map in this game because you're playing against constant ion shells, constant split push from Terrorblade illusions, rocket, flare, Wyvern just going to a lane and dropping a splinter. There's plenty of ways for T1 to actually re-access the map. And man, I just gotta again highlight EG's warding. Look how beautiful vision they have in this top area of the map. Just some really, really good wards constantly placed out here, which has enabled them to find these like 10 Blink Hex pickoffs that have put them in the position that they're in.
And Roche is now up, so second Roche of the game. We did see a smoke from T1 in EG's jungle, but they're not going to be able to find anything. Shard now online for Fly, by the way. He was highlighting that for a good portion of the game. This gives the Ice Vortex some damage over time so that you can push waves.
Yep. Reduces attack speed by 20. Somewhat irrelevant, I would say. It's okay against the wall, I guess, primarily. Both the Doom and the Terrorblade will... I guess against Terrorblade illusions, everything matters, right?
Yeah,
you should always be able to place them under the artillery in the back. All right, this is a key moment.
Yep, Carl with the Ion Shell applied right now.
A successful smoke here will give them Roshan. There's a positive scan from the Dire, which is now turned neutral.
Carl jumps in, but there's the song to counteract this immediately. Crit getting really low.
Break the
reflection, but there's a hook shot. Nicely done from Zephyr. Can he finish it off, though? The Hex into the AA Blast coming in just for the Clockwork Glow this time. So they've expended quite a bit just to take out that support. And now the Doom applied to Ice Ice Ice. It was not ravaged yet. It's a 1-for-1 to start things out. Coil onto 3. Looks like EG wants to disengage completely. Buyback onto Fly from base. Arteezy getting pretty low, but there's all the damage with the Lion ult onto 23 Savage. Can he turn this around on Arteezy? He's trying to run away. Of course, Song is down, but the right clicks from Abed doing so much damage. Now Sunder's already been used. Double kill for Abed. Arteezy will actually live, and they get 3 kills off the buyback of Fly somehow.
Imagine
Another no position 1, 2, or 3 died from EG.
They got a Ravage off, but they still have Ravage. Lion hit an insane Earth Spike from the high ground. 3-man Earth Spike from Crit. He managed to escape.
Crit's really
with,
good at the game, some say.
He escaped with like 20% health and ends up playing Ice Ice Ice's hero while he's doomed. You're going to see it in a second here. So they kill Fly. Look below here. Crit lining up next to the Centaurs. Apparently the big Centaur got vacuumed into trouble. That's
always
sad
scary.
way to die. That stun. That is the fight-winning stun. Without this one, Arteezy dies here.
100%.
Beautifully done by Crit.
Yeah.
Finding that angle and having the patience too.
And the reflection with the Manta dispelling it. That's as close as it gets here.
It's kind of a game of chance whenever these butterfly illusions are there, right? Like, are you going to dodge your own attacks or not?
That's true. All right, EG find yet another kill on the backside here. T1 still don't have their Terrorblade, and Ice Blast is up again, so that's going to be an easy one. And like we said, Roche is up. I thought they were going for it, but they ended up looking for some kills here instead. Yeah, they've basically taken it down to half HP with the ward giving.
It's going to be very telling for T1's approach to the game now, whether they buy back or not for this Roche. Because they could buy back now and rush up there with smoke and get there in time. It's a very high commitment play. It looks like their judgment is Roche is not going to win EG the game straight up. We think we can defend against Aegis Cheese. And the Shard, which is going to Naga.
Siren, so 20% slow and increase the base armor reduction by 4 for Riptide. Okay.
How much minus armor? 8.
That's quite a bit.
That is.
And he has an Orb of Destruction
twice
as
much as 4.
Wow, thank you.
Yeah.
Didn't think I'd be learning math today from Professor Cinderman.
My goal is to teach you something every cast, and it's very easy. I just need to say something.
4 times 2 is you teaching me something. Okay, well that shows a lot what you think of my intelligence.
2 times 4, though. But.
Okay, yes, very different indeed. 6K net worth lead now for EG, and they're going to get this tier 2 for free. So that is all the outer towers now in their favor. Of course, I don't know. I'm not counting out T1 yet.
That was a really big moment, though.
It was. I mean, the game was even net worth-wise. Now it's obviously ballooned in EG's favor.
Yeah. That talent, by the way, level 20 talent on Terrorblade, I didn't realize he has that. That's crazy good.
Which one?
8-second Conjure Image duration.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
What an insane talent, actually, on that hero.
Yeah, Arteezy is doing a lot of damage. Of course, like I said, Orb of Destruction is there, so minus armor on the towers.
Oh, that nice split push.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Zephyr has to hook shot. Oh, might get turned around now. Ice Blast is there. Can they actually finish off Cuckoo? They're going to use the Winter's Curse for now, but BKB's already popped. Looking for the Doom potentially. Remember, Aegis still on Arteezy. He pops the song now, but with the coil, maybe a little bit miscommunication here as EG looks to disengage.
Yeah. I think getting out of there is fine. You forced Wall, you forced Sunder, Curse. A lot of things happening there. Wait, did it just say armor lowered by 12? So is it 12 or 8? So is the 8 the regular Riptide and now it's +4?
Maybe.
I would trust the tooltip if it wasn't for the reason that the tooltips are wrong 40% of the time.
40%. So. Oh, that's
very specific, I know.
It is very specific. Learning something again today. Thank you.
I actually don't know if it's -8 or -12. I don't play Naga, and I never play against
Nobody plays Naga. That's the problem.
I do think the base Riptide is
Oh,
-8.
they're going to find Cuckoo, it looks like. Yep. So much
All right.
squishier when the Ice Blast is applied. Does have buyback, though.
Yeah, it's gonna
Gonna
be
get the tier
expended.
4, though, or the tier 3. Now
Arteezy
Arteezy
is so
focusing
strong.
on the range creep.
Backpack Abyssal Blade.
It looks like the range racks will fall.
Backpack Diffusal Blade.
I mean, you have stronger items, so... Although he does have treads.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe you backpack the treads, but he's valuing the move speed here. Makes sense.
Yeah.
And this should be at least one lane.
Are they? Okay, they're going to jump in with Carl. He gets that Doom off. This again, Aegis is still on Arteezy, so I don't even know if he cares about
I hear
dying right
refresher
now. There's the big ultimate from Ice, Ice, Ice. Ice Blast to follow. It's only going to hit one here, it looks like, but there's the coil onto 3. Abed taking Wyvern out of the fight immediately. Still has his ult. Will buy back into the game, though. And now the Doom again applied to Arteezy. Looks like they'll finally take him out successfully without the Aegis this time. Now see if they can turn the things around. There's the beautiful ult from Crit, taking out Doom again. And with that, we'll see if Abed can clean anybody else up. Cuckoo, this would be a dieback if he continues to go in here, but there's the Winter's Curse finally. Cuckoo, Anchor Smash, and the right click from Ice 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 is enough to take him out. And there, Ice 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 with the refresher. Looks like they'll find Zephyr in all likelihood with the right clicks from Abed, definitely. And with this Deso, you can continue to take these racks. Absolutely no problem.
And that was a kind of a Hail Mary play from T1, to be honest. They used the refresher on their Doom to kill Naga twice.
Yeah, once with the Aegis, once without.
Yeah, both Dooms expended for that, and obviously that means the rest of EG's crew just get free fights. Puck using seemingly 100 spell volleys. They had their own refresher on Ice 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 there, looking to be mega creeps. This doesn't necessarily end the game with the lineup that the Radiant has, but
it's close.
It's very close. And it is 100% going to be megas here. This is one of the beautiful things about Puck mid with this build is that you can actually take barracks when your carry is dead with this mid hero.
Backdoor, backdoor. Crit needs to hit it. There you go.
Double hit from Puck with the phase shift
No,
attack.
it was Crit. They needed Lion's auto attack.
Okay.
All right. Mega creeps are for EG. Of course, this is only game 1 of this best of 3. But EG are definitely primed to win
What
the
a
first
great
one.
fight from EG again.
Here we go. We can see, I believe the first Doom was already used here, right? This was the second one.
You see, you're going to see here 23 Savage pretty confidently going forward. He's just going to get blown up by Tide Puck and a little bit of a cold feet here. Just feeling confident with Naga taken out of the fight that he can still go in, but if you have any less than half health, the spells from EG are still very much potent enough to kill you off. You can see the longest mana drain I've seen in my entire life apparently did not get cancelled there from Crit.
Perfectly normal for Lion players.
Yep.
Of course, has that shard, so the magic immunity comes through with it as well.
Insane shard against Clockwork. It means if you get hookshot jumped, you can just mana drain and stay alive.
That's true, actually.
Arteezy looks very unhappy to trade his life for Mega Creeps. A true carry player.
Yeah.
It's not good enough if I die. Bad trade, guys. Keep me alive next time. I need 2 Aegis.
Honestly, I can relate with that. It makes a lot of sense. Yeah, Crit with only 3 finger kills here, or 3 finger charges specifically, but he still takes the 70 HP talent.
Yeah, he does.
I feel like that's been the standard so far, and he takes the finger death damage per kill, so it's a whopping 60 extra damage. Pretty good, huh?
That's not retroactive, though.
I would assume it is.
I don't
that wouldn't make any sense. It's
think-
initiation. Arteezy's gonna get doomed again. His BKB was already applied.
He's fast. They're not getting him here.
Yeah, we got Abed here now with his coil. Carl pops that refresher orb. This is gonna be the last stand for T1, it looks like. Gets the Doom off to Ice, Ice, Ice. But again, I don't think either of these guys are dying for EG. You can see 23 Savage going to work. The Doom is going to be the first one to die in this engagement. Song of the Siren means 23 Savage is the only member of T1 able to do anything, and for the time being, he's going to get ensnared now. They're just kiting him. The Hex from Crit into the Gush. Going to get Cold Embrace for now. Still pretty freaking healthy, but they're just kiting him. Double kill for Abed as he's just going to town on everybody on the backside here. There's the Ravage from Ice 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 onto 2. They're going to focus on 23 Savage. The double Ravage to follow. Already used Sunder. Triple kill for Abed, and GGs are called EG. They win a knockout game. I'm not going to lie. I was not expecting this. But it looked good. It looked real good.
They found the counter to 23 Savage.
Yeah, I have to admit,
It's 23 Ravage.
23 Ravages?
I wonder how many they used that game. Probably,
not
that's quite a lot, though.
Not 20.
games. If you count crit stuns as Ravages, some of them, you get there.
If you count every spell in the game, yeah,
As
I think you're
Ravage.
right. Absolutely. I think that's definitely accurate.
Great game from EG. I think they played a super good game. Once again, we were talking about it backstage looking at the draft and being like, okay, T1, you just banned Dragon Knight, you should pick the puck now. And they didn't. And they gave it to Abed. And I think T1's approach to this was, we have Doom. It has worked for us before against puck. We're going to try it out in this game. I feel like that's EG's single best hero right now, is Abed's puck. You can either ban it or
Has that
pick
not
it
been the
or
case for
solve it.
4 months?
I mean, I don't know, but they keep getting it. Obviously, you have to respect other heroes. In this game, you didn't respect Arteezy's Terrorblade. You picked it yourself. You didn't even ban it.
Yeah, true.
The EG opener was Lion first pick into AA phase closer, so you had multiple opportunities to ban Puck or Terrorblade. You ended up giving one, taking one, and that trade didn't work for them this game.
I mean, Abed has shown that he is very capable. I mean, he's played a lot of Storm, he's played a lot of Puck, but he's played Bat, right? He has a wide range of heroes. He's actually opened it up quite a bit this last season, but with that, that's the end of game one. We'll see what the panel has to say about EG's performance so far.
Thank you very much, Sunsfan and Synderen. Yes, Abed good, especially on the puck. And we're here to talk about that first game of our lower bracket finals. And where do we want to start? Do we want to start with the puck? You want to continue on a train of thought that the casters were having just now, Fogged?
Yeah.
I mean, he was 20-3. You know, he's had a good game, but let's maybe look away from the scoreboard and the reason why EG did actually play so well. Do you want to start laning phase or supports?
I have to address supports because I do want to give credit, of course, to T1. Zephyr played a phenomenal clock game.
Yeah.
But he can only do so much. When I look at the two supports from EG, they overperformed. My God, crit landing like a Ravage in the river, resetting fights, the warding. Fly with some super. I know. I was gonna. I was gonna give you it because it's the warding game. But
it's fine.
Fly with some really clever wards.
Yeah.
You know, I think it's a lot of teams are still defaulting to some of these more obvious wards. I'm sure we've seen more expansion, but he's placing wards. Just tower dies, places it right where a tower is dead, or a little bit out to like the left or something. They played around their vision excellently, and my God, great plays from both supports.
I mean, this is a game where I think at 25 minutes, the observer, I think if it was JJ or whatever, they flicked to T1's vision. The whole map was just complete darkness. And you don't often get to see that in a pro game because, of course, it's like a bit of a battle. But yeah, Fly, absolutely exceptional in the vision game, would just unlock that kind of pick-off potential that this lineup had. It's the reason why Puck finished 20-3. It's why, you know, Crit was hitting these big Ravages and just dominating in the team fights. And yeah, just an exceptional game from EG.
Throughout the majority of the game, until that fight that you're saying where where Crit's line basically hit a Ravage, and where they almost killed Arteezy and then they didn't. But until that point, the net worth of this game was even.
Yeah, I did feel like T1 was like outplaying in some of these team fights. They were forcing EG to kind of overextend and make some not so great moves. Like they would lose, like here in this scenario, like EG still like trying to fight, but I feel like T1 put them in these positions, into these awkward fight engagements like time and time again, which got them into this position. But they did lose Savage a lot in the game. Like he got picked off even early in the game. Like they were hunting him while Arteezy was able to free farm a little bit easier.
And the important thing to note is these highlights here, like where the one before where T1 won the fight, that's one where they can't go Roshan. But now we fast forward to like the next highlight, that EG is instantly able to get that Aegis.
This is the big fight.
And this is the big fight here. Like
still 1k gold difference only.
Look at Crit. This here, ready? Oh, bam. Beautiful stuff.
And then Savage makes a pretty weird mistake here. He uses the Sunder super early in the fight, so they know they can just kite him in full.
Hold tight, ready?
If he had Sunder here, that would have been massive. Because then Abed can't commit as hard, and then boom, Arteezy, Manta comes back up. But yeah, that seemed like a bit of an uncharacteristic mistake from Savage on such a comfortable hero. This one too, you know, he puts himself out there to save his teammate, but then it puts him in an awkward position of chasing because his BKB's low, and they just commit for him. They're like, he has no Sunder, just kill this guy.
And he doesn't have buyback.
Yeah.
Sorry, he doesn't have, well, he also doesn't have buyback, but he doesn't have lifesteal, I was going to say.
And to be any rank.
He just got buyback back.
Yeah, but the thing in this game is EG, they set up their lane so beautifully because like they put Arteezy in the offlane. And the key thing here is they also use double sentry to block the small camp and then the hard camp, so then T1 just cannot pull. And that alone, I think at 7 minutes, the net worth disparity between Naga and TB was 1,000 gold. That is like just enough to offset the entire game. Like you don't see net worth now, but I think Arteezy had like a lead of like 5-6k plus into these kind of clutch fights. And that's basically a butterfly which in the carry for carry matchup, when it's TB Naga, you have to have the lead. Like, TB can't just comfortably go MKB unless it's like 4th or 5th item. And that alone, EG's laning setup, their vision, their aggression, Lion Smoke ganking everyone, AA ice blasting the Ancients 2-3 times, finding the TB farming like 3-15. Like, these small nuances in the game just constantly pushed RTZ up the pecking order.
And I have to say too is, man, like Lion, there's a reason this hero is now just like first pick. You see a Darkseer, you see a Terrorblade, you know, you're thinking there's hexes, there's like these Ravage stunts from crit. But you know what else there is in those team fights? They got a 3-man vacuum wall, he clicks Mana Drain, all the illusions are gone.
Oh, that's
TB pops his
amazing.
pops like his illusions, a Mana Drain comes out, it's all gone. This shard is ridiculous, to be honest.
It's just so, like, as a support player, I hate playing against TB because, like, how do I deal with him? But then, like, you see Lion, he just sits there, presses one spell, and, like, his entire army's just gone. Oh, it's so satisfying to watch, but maybe not if you're a T1 fan wanting to, you know, win the game.
Yeah, and it made EG very comfortable giving away that Terrorblade and picking up the Naga for themselves, right? They knew that they had the Lion, and then that's kind of like that game one.
Yeah, and they set up like their last 2 bans. They were setting up RT. I'm pretty sure they're asking RTZ like, what do you not want to play against in the offlane? Because they were still banning offlane heroes, and they didn't expect the Doom mid perhaps, but it was just to set up RTZ to have that good. I believe they banned what, Legion Commander and
Centaur.
And Centaur. So yeah, they're banning the 2 heroes that would really put a lot of pressure onto the Naga Siren early on to give RTZ that win condition, because he knows he's going to be able to outscale a TB on that TB naturally.
I do want to talk about the Doom a little bit as well, because we were very excited for the mid matchup, of course, of Abed versus Carl, and Puck versus Doom is not the most exciting matchup in terms of you know, the 1v1 itself. But in terms of impact on the game, Doom generally also generates more gold. That's just, you know, that's the way he works. Is that maybe part of the reason why, even though the gold graph felt even all the time, it did feel like EG was in the lead most of the time, even not via gold, but definitely in terms of map control.
Yeah, for sure. Because, like, again, when you look at the Naga v TB, Naga was always ahead, and it was the Doom factor. And I think a lot of people were asking, like, why are you giving Abed Puck? But the reason is, like, T1, they have this mid-Doom. They have the way to completely delete a hero in which you just Doom Puck, you take the fight. But when that type of team fight came into play, they didn't really have the way to lock down that hero, right? You're dooming this guy, he's walking away. Like, how many in these highlights did we just watch a Doom target just kind of waddle away? It's like, yeah, see you in a bit. In 10 seconds, I'm turning this around. Like, unfortunately for T1, like, they had the answer to what is a very strong hero on Abed, but they just didn't have the cheap stun to connect with it to get the kill and move next.
I also think like something really important on macro game, I know Aoi is a big one about looking at this, is I look at the 2 supports and it's your Wyvern and your Clockwork versus Naga Siren. On the other side, there's a Lion who just, as we've mentioned already, just instantly kills illusions. So split pushing of the map and getting these fights where you want them to be is a lot harder, it feels like, for T1. As EG, Naga Siren sends illusions out, they're forcing all these lanes in, and then they can pick these battles whenever they do want them on the aggressive side of the map every time. So I feel like it makes it a bit easier. Even though Zephyr, he played so damn well, he's a Clockwork, so he can't kill these Naga illusions. They can't clear these side lanes as easy.
But that did happen though. Like the way in which we just mentioned how AA and Lion connected to kill TB, they tried to make those plays with Wyvern Clock, and it kind of was their undoing. Because I think it was like 10 minutes, they walk into the Dire Tri-Camp finding the TB, it's like, oh, wait, we're Wyvern and a Clock, what are we doing here? And it's just kind of the difference in the kind of support matchup, and like when you find a hero, how quickly do they die? You know, I mean, the main point of these entire fights, EG was kiting, delaying, poking, prodding, and that was kind of the undoing for T1. It's, they might have like good heroes in theory, but they just didn't have the glue to really just win a team fight convincingly.
Yeah, and then when you're a little bit behind, you're stuck in your phone, you're just going to get further and further behind, and then it's just 1 or 2 lost team fights. That's game, and that's kind of what happened, because yes, there was, of course, the one big fight that we saw where EG got definitely a massive lead with the crit line Ravage. But other than that, it felt like most of the fights were maybe skirmishes almost. Or rather, T1 never really fully committed. They started, realized, not really going our way, let's reset. So, vice versa as well, right?
Yeah, it's also like the Naga sleep a couple of times too. Like EG just has the easier way to reset fights, and also... now we can get to the point of the Abed Puck.
Yeah,
he's able to just get into the backline so easily, and he's such a nuisance. He's so disruptive. How many kills did he have again? It was 20, right?
20 kills, 3 deaths, 30 assists, and he also had 2 Desolators at the end, because of course he sells his items.
Yeah, I do want to point out that those were not actually his items that he played with. I saw a comment somewhere like, "Oh, look, all the Desolators." He doesn't play with that. He just sells all his items at the end, and then buys Desolators.
Yeah.
I do want to make it very clear, though, this game for T1, this is the first time that I've seen EG win a game with the vision being such a dominant aspect. And T1, this is the type of game where they need to go back into that replay and understand why EG knew every single one of their moves. Because not often do you have this type of game where EG's dodging every single fight, picking every single fight, and you might be like, wow, where's the hacks coming into play? And it is simply the warding. This is such an instrumental game where Fly just unlocked the entire game.
Yeah, because I was going to ask, like, who is the MVP? Obviously, we talk about Crit's Lion. Partially, though, he gets the Lion, which is the hottest hero at the moment, most picked hero at the tournament as well. So do you want to give him that? Puck, Abed, yes, we know he's good at that. He definitely crushed it as well. We haven't even talked about Ice Timber yet, who's soaked loads of dooms as well.
There's 2 MVPs in the tournament, right? There's going to be the core one, support one, I think. If you
Okay, sure.
So, like, we can go core, haha, Abed got 20 kills. But then support, we maybe give it to Fly, because, again, this vision...
The warding game.
Legit, if you go back and watch this replay, just watch the mini-map. Like, this mini-map,
it's amazing.
It's just artwork, how they played this game.
And that's what allows your puck to go
Yes,
off like that. So I feel like support's always
There we go.
MVPs because of that now. I mean, he definitely did. I probably would lean. I probably would lean, of course, toward Abed, but the support plays were ridiculous. Like, they set him up to be able to make those cocky moves, those aggressive moves to be able to go beyond Godlike. But yeah, I would give it to Abed.
And we do talk about every position in the game so far, but we have really not touched upon the Tide and the Darkseer that much. Why is that the case? Like, they didn't play bad, but they couldn't really be flashy this game either.
No, there were really good Ravages. I feel like even Cuckoo's performance was fine. Like, he was doing a great job of enabling Zephyr. That's why he looked so good, because I feel like he used Ion Shell and Surge on him more than he used it on himself. He literally was always just enabling this Clockwork to go ham. But it's a hard matchup for Darkseer. Like, you pop wall, and you're like, oh my god, I get a Naga illusion, and it's dead. Mana Drain comes out. So I feel like he was just in a tougher scenario, while Ice, he just has to come in for the crescendo. You know, it's like, oh god, they used their spells, we're resetting with sleep. Well, boom, Ravage, and we win. So.
Yes. Even if it's just a solo clockwork.
Even just a solo clockwork, for sure, yeah.
But it's also a Darkseer that's having to go, pipe BKB to fight into what you have on EG, and then you have Ice who's going a bit more casual. He's got his own pipe, but he's styling a little bit. He's going for the refresher, he's going for a blink, so you're going to see a little bit more coming from the Tide Hunter than what is a very sacrificial Darkseer, who's trying to give his Clockseer? That's the combination of Darkseer and Clockwork together. No, the Clockwork, he needs a lot of kind of pushing to get into this game, because he kind of falls off quickly. And that's why you see Darkseer and Clockwork kind of sharing the role rather than it being a very clean 3 and a 4.
I would love to still continue talking about this game, but I also want to talk about Game 2. But instead of us talking about Game 2, how about we have the draft panel do that?
Ohio! Welcome to the draft panel on this very serious elimination series, the semifinals for the entirety of the AniMajor. If you're just tuning in, sorry about the nightmare, but if you've been watching for a long time, then you'll know I'm joined by 2 of the best, Lacoste and Banana Slamma Jamma, aka Brian, aka Mr. Fox. So good to have you guys here. Lacoste, do you know what your symbol is, what anime it's from?
I don't know. I actually told Fog, give me something from the anime. I only watch a couple, and he found something. I hope it looks good. I should have been wearing, I believe, yellow wig or blondie wig, but it is what it is. You stole mine, kind of.
That's a wig?
Yeah.
It looks so natural on you. Yeah, it looks so natural on you.
I'll thank you.
So real. But at any rate, you guys completely called it. You said this was a free puck game last game. Abed, one of the best pucks in the world right now, considered, and we just slayed.
He did indeed. There was like one counter in this game that was doomed. He got doomed, I believe. Let me just check. 2 or 3 times, because he has 3 deaths, and he went double godlike this game. Once again, Abed puck goes brrr, so, it's just something that he does on the hero. Was very surprised that they picked Clockwork as a 3rd pick instead of going for the puck. This is where, like, I was already kind of leaning towards the EG in the draft, and it shows why.
Yeah, as a carry, I want to take this opportunity to talk about carry matchups, because when you look at carry matchups in a vacuum, it's not always clear. But when you look at a TB versus Naga matchup, both of them don't deal with each other all that well. So then you have to consider how the rest of the lineup deals with illusions. And EG's has Puck Lion. Those illusions from Terrorblade are virtually, they're just going to get blown up. Like, I was watching Crit, specifically running around the fights, impaling people, but then hexing Terrorblade illusions and mana draining Terrorblade illusions. And in that case, what happens is Naga gets to play his own game, RTZ, when it comes to his items. He just goes normal, Manta, Diffusal, BKB, all these, or BKB is an adjustment to Darkseer, but normal items that Naga doesn't mind buying. On the other hand, Terrorblade's going Blink, MKB. And that's just, you're going to get out-carried. And it's not because, 23 Savage doesn't know the matchup, or he's a worse Terrorblade than Arteezy is a Naga, but you have to adjust, and when you have to adjust as a carry, there's usually this optimal build you want to have, and your hero's not going to scale as well if you're not allowed to build it.
Lion's Shard in this game, extremely powerful. I mean, Crit already went full Giga Chad in this game. So did Zephyr. Like, we got to give credit to Zephyr. He played insanely good Clockwork, but you can only do so much as a Clockwork position.
It's Puck Naga.
Pretty much, yeah. You don't deal too well with the illusions and the Puck. You have a limited amount of stuns, limited amount of control, and overall, like, you have this Lion who drains, like, he gets the Shard, he gets full mana back, he's magic immune, drains 3 targets, whether it's Darkseer illusions, whether it's TB illusions, just a nice overall pick, and there's a reason why this hero is first phased.
So would you attribute that match to draft then?
I would.
Yeah, 100%.
I think T1 held on to the game way longer than they should have, which tells me, based on the drafts, that tells me that T1, if going into the second game, is a little bit. I don't think they were expecting the Lion AA from EG. AA was just so good against the Doom Wyvern, which means they have these automatic setup kill combos. So then EG, since they have the kill combos, only has to go for the split push macro game. And because T1 tried to match that with the Terrorblade, they didn't have the kill combos. So when both teams were trying to play the map, but you saw all those Lion stun setups into the A blast around the map. These random pickoffs, it just slowly but surely wears you down in the net worth lead. Eventually a fight's going to go in favor of EG because all the lanes are pushed in. If a fight goes in favor of T1, they're going to spend the entire time pushing out lanes. So if this time around, I love the ban on the Lion from T1 as a response to, I agree, that's pretty much why they lost last game. The Lion Puck AA.
Pretty much, yeah. So Ancient Apparition is still available. I would not mind seeing that. You're kind of shutting down the Timber Saw pick, and then you can get it yourself. I don't think it's super strong opener, AA Timber, but something to have in mind.
Together. I like this.
You might go for those two right now.
Oh, they're gonna go Nyx Timber. Oh, Nyx Lesh. Wow. Then you go AA. I think you go AA here. I'd rather go AA into, or DK into AA than AA into Timber, just because, yes, the AA blocks the Timber and enables you to get it, but you're not, the reason why AA works is because the Lion, or the Timber, excuse me. The reason why Timber's worked for EG is because of the Lion. Timber lacks disable, lacks catch, so the Lion is the best catch hero in the entire game.
And with Dragonite Opener, you can go for these 2 range supports possibly, because you have this stun EB Dragonite. It's something that they open up with. Doesn't like Leshrac on paper works well against TB. But in the real game, he doesn't. Like, he needs to be close. He doesn't build into early armor items, and TB just melts you. Like, you need to stay close even after all these buffs. Your ulti is 500 AoE. You still need to get close. You need to get on top of him, and TB just melts you. One Dragonite stun, you're dead.
Yeah. They should ban defensive supports like
Shadow
the
Demon,
Tree, Shadow Demon maybe, anything like that to enable this Lesh to live, because Lesh's whole kit is predicated on he's going to run in, he's going to be point-blank range, and he has to kill you faster than he gets killed. And TB wins that battle past the 20-minute mark. So that's why the matchup's not good for TB. Another reason why TB's so good here is because Nyx isn't generally good against him in lane. Timber Viper are probably the only 2 offlaners in the entire game that would make a Nyx lane beat Terrorblade. And since Nyx is all about getting these pickoffs on the map, it usually gives you the macro advantage because people who have to show on lanes die. The best part about Terrorblade as a hero concept in the carry role, and is just the dream carry to get to play, is because nobody can kill your illusions in terms of it doesn't feel good for a Nyx to go gank your illusion. They have to clear it casually, which with these pickoff heroes like the Nyx, he's not like the Lion where he can conveniently kill your illusions. Your illusions will be the ones putting themselves at threat serving as like a buffer between this Nyx ganks and yourself. So if they sentry up their triangle on the side of EG, then he's going to be pretty well protected. So it's all going to come down to, I think, this Lesh being able to take the early mid tower, assuming it's a mid Lesh, and allowing them to invade the triangle before EG is able to set up their fortress.
Looking at Nyx Assassin plus Leshrac, this is was popular opener in Chinese Season 2. In Chinese region, also Southeast Asia, like to pick it because you have your Lesh covered in terms of carapace, something that Leshrac does not like to play into. You're also shutting down potentially like Ember Spirit pick for the enemy team if needed. Phantom Lancer, all right, they're covering themselves against TB.
Any reason that's good?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a good
It's just the
matchup.
best carry matchup against TB by a large margin. Since TB has high armor and illusions, he's not generally countered by the carry role. He's countered by the mid and off lane. But PL's the one hero that TB is so single target centric that he's decently bad against Naga. Like, you don't love playing into Naga like we saw last game, but it's not unplayable if you have ways to kill the Naga illusions. PL's just, it never feels good Terrorblade against PL.
All right, well, next band coming out there. Woo! Makes a lot of sense, guys, but I just don't know any other team that's going to second pick a TB and then still feel like, oh yeah, they're probably going to do just fine. I still believe that this is a undefeated Terrorblade throughout the entire tournament.
I would love to see Phoenix for EG. They've picked it a lot. Maybe it's not ideal against Nyx, but I'm just looking at a heal support because
Sure,
the
you can still
fight between the
go for a different item build. Once again, I go back to Chinese region. They were picking up BKB, first item when you play against Nyx Assassin, to be able to get that Sunray off in the team fights. Grimstroke. Okay, I like this as a response. I've seen Grimstroke, Vici Gaming loves to pick it against their Raid King matchups, where you just have like this Dark Portrait. You play a bit. Yeah, I would prefer if this is maybe position 4 Grimstroke. They can still swap things around, but if he can farm that Aghanim Scepter against the TB, that's just insanely good. Also, Phantom Lancer plus a Nyx Assassin is deadly combo. Let's go back to Nigma, Invoker plus a Lion. This is their like go-to. We've seen Kuroki running down mid, draining the mid laner, so you have no mana to. So that's the Fusel Blade plus a mana burn. Like no carries love to play into that.
Oh, Sky. I thought they were gonna go the defensive route.
There's the double Doom.
It's like, is this DK Sky off lane?
I think so.
You have to go Oracle, I think, for EG. It's super good against Grimstroke's Inkswell. You have to save this Terrorblade. There's like no way you're just gonna say, yeah, Terrorblade, just buy some defensive items. You got this against Nyx, Lesh, Grim, Doom. They have no saves on the side of T1. They're all in on killing Arteezy here, and I don't think there's any amount of items he can get unless they're up by a ridiculous amount of gold on EG to enable him to do so.
And how they're gonna stop them? Like, these heroes are very good. If you get leashed, if you get the Nyx Assassin stun, Lesh stun, Lightning slow, there's so many things that can just like slow you down while they're chasing you. No real counterplay to the double Doom, as you mentioned.
So we kill you before you kill us mentality. EG's deciding to take here. I hope it's a mid-tiny.
Like
Offlane DK, kind of telegraphing what roles they're in now. DK was still kind of a flex pick, but there's no way you're doing like offlane DK 4 tiny 5 Sky. Like that's not gonna happen.
This must be mid tiny and offlane Dragonite plus a Sky Red Mage, long duration stun. It's pretty much the similar thinking when we go back to Legion Commander plus Axe combination with Sky Red Mage that was super popular in some other regions. So yeah, they banned that Oracle. That was a nice call.
I'm really surprised they didn't prioritize the Oracle. There must be some other save support I'm missing here.
Shadow Demon 5, maybe?
Maybe? I'd say Shadow Demon's like better against Terrorblade than he is with Terrorblade. Because it's like when you come out of that disruption, you're just gonna you're setting up a Lesh stun. You could do like Warlock as like a healing counter initiator in the team fights. I like T1's draft a lot this time around. The Tiny seems relatively underwhelming to me. I think if, assuming it's mid, the Leshrac for Carl is able to get like Eternal Shroud Yules, he's unkillable this game for the first 25 minutes. And I think the first 20 to 25 minutes for these two teams is so paramount, who crucial, it's game deciding.
I think you can go. I like Warlock as a suggestion where it gives you more team fight, and we can see what T1 is banning, the supports in the lane who can provide you with a heal and just secure TB's farm, and that's exactly what Warlock does.
Sure. Or you can go for that very clutch secret support 5 Omni Knight. Yeah?
5 Omni Knight,
Dude,
yes.
5. I would actually be down for 5 Omni. That might be the discount Oracle they need.
Because you have a lot of stuns. Like, you have slows, Dragon Knight provides you with low cooldown stun, Tiny, pretty much the same thing, so you have enough. Like, you don't necessarily need...
Oh.
Okay, well, more stuns, let's go.
All right.
That's
well,
more of a counter initiator.
Right.
That is like a disruption, right? In the
Yes,
fight.
where you want to reset the fight. It's actually much better, I think. Like, Rock gives you the same thing, but on a higher cooldown. With Stomp, you can reset the fight and still take it a bit, like a couple of seconds later.
And it's amping up all their damage too, since they do have tiny Skywrath. I think the AT is I think they're saying that no amount of save for Arteezy is going to be good enough right now. So if we can start the fight 5v4, that's the best way to enable him. That's like, I don't think that's the ideal way to take it, but I don't think it's better to like buy into an idea that's not going to work. Like if you don't think you can save Arteezy if he gets gone on, then there's no reason to try to pick for it. But now I'm liking this situation as a carry. If I'm 23 Savage, you could do something crazy like a Ricky with the Grimstroke, PA, Ursa. Lifestealer they've done before. It's pretty hard to kill a Lifestealer this game. Lifestealer saves his teammates.
This Skywrath ruins a lot of the heroes. Like, you do not want to pick into it. I still like T1's draft a bit more. This Double Doom, I think ET brought them that team fight reset that they needed. But yeah, I think it's a good Juggernaut game overall. You have like... this game you might need Manta style against Skywrath Mage.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll need it, but this Double Doom could potentially ruin them.
What happens when Juggernaut ults a Grimstroke ult? Does he?
He's split in half.
My God.
Yeah, he splits in half, one leg, one arm on each person.
Did he just, when it's
half
over,
the
he's
damage,
just dead?
half the
damage.
Oh my God.
That's
That's
crazy.
very crazy and violent.
Yeah,
I love
You
it.
can even see it in the animations. You know how you see him coming through. It's just sliced in half, top to bottom, not left to right. So
Fantastic.
I agree. I think T1 has the better draft. I think the first game, it was almost impossible for them to play the map late game if they ever fell behind, which they did with that one fight. I think that they are the ones that can kill Arteezy much easier, and this time around 23 Savage is very difficult to kill once he gets that Manta style. So I'm going to go for T1 here.
All right, well, Lacoste, I'd love to hear your opinion, but unfortunately, the players are ready to play
Yeah,
this
let's let them
very
play.
exciting game. So let's go ahead and throw it on over to our casters, Suns fan and Synderin.
Greetings, Sir Action Slack. Suns fan here with Cinder. We have game 2 of this best of 3 between T1 and Evil Geniuses. Cinder and EG takes game 1. Stop smiling at me right now. They took it in pretty convincing fashion, I have to say. Will T1 come back and force a game number 3?
I do think they have pretty good chances based on the draft. They addressed a lot of the problems that they had. They got rid of the Lion as well as the Puck in 2 different phases, something that EG have been incredibly successful with in this tournament. So definitely making their adjustments. You do, of course, have to give up something, and they will give up Terrorblade that EG still haven't lost with, so that's probably bad news. But they've got a lot of the stuff that they like themselves. They got their hand on the Doom again. They've got a Nyx. They've got the Leshrac on Cuckoo, actually, which was a very impactful hero in the series against PSG.LGD last night.
Yeah.
Over on EG's side, they're a little bit... they've switched to some heroes they haven't played as much. Fly on the Elder Titan is definitely a staple for him, but hasn't been picked too much this tournament. Skywrath on Crit. So I do feel like T1 are taking them, I wouldn't say out of the comfort zone. It's not like anyone on the EG team is playing heroes they're not comfortable with, but it's definitely not like their #1 go-to priority heroes that they've got their hands on.
And I have to say, the hero that, at least the talent side, and I guess maybe the public to some degree, that people really hate this tournament because they think it's garbage, is Tiny. And we're continuing to see it, and EG have shown that they have the aptitude to play at position 4 or mid and find success with it, as Zephyr just takes a rune there.
Yoink.
And they're going to take 3 for T1 as a result.
Yeah, Tiny's win rate is pretty abysmal. It's got a little bit better in the playoffs, I think, toward the later portions, because teams picked it a little bit more wisely, I think. I believe it's 1-8 on support, and something like 4-8 or something along those lines on core. So still not great, but in the right conditions can be a nice pick still. Usually what you're looking for with Tiny is the ability to, first of all, have a good lane matchup in mid, and secondly, be able to burst specific enemy heroes really easily. Obviously, one of the heroes you're happy to pick Tiny into is Leshrac. And might be part of the reason that T1 has chosen to put it off lane instead of mid.
Yeah, that's definitely. I mean, what do you think of the matchup mid though? It is Doom. It feels like this is maybe a somewhat farming lane. I don't, unless you can reposition Doom onto the tier 1 tower with Toss into something else.
Right.
Do you think anything's actually going to happen in that lane aside from farming?
Funny tip there. Yeah, I don't know what 23 Savage was doing there. That was a very weird Blade Fury. I think it's pretty much a draw, that lane. If anyone comes out slightly ahead, it's probably Tiny, but that is strictly off having the tree for maybe some slightly better denying than Doom.
Okay.
Overall, I think they're both just going to farm. And there isn't that much kill potential. Like, maybe, like you said, the toss into tower with the Sky Earth rotation can get a kill on the Doom. The other way around, though, there's like almost no chance, right? Like, how on earth is Tiny going to die to a Doom? Doom has to run onto heroes. You have both Avalanche and Toss to get him away. So I don't think Carl will ever kill in this lane until he's level 6. And at that point, he might even need a rotation to pull that off. So that's the good news for Abed, is he will just be able to farm first blood.
Yeah, second Blade Fury for 23 Savage. The first one was a bit of a misclick, it looked like, but second one nets them the first blood.
They thought he didn't know what he was doing, but as a matter of fact, he knew what he was doing.
The ultimate, I mean, they are in the lower bracket final, so I would hope they realize that he is quite good indeed. As we did see, of course, RTZ pop in the meta pretty early here to be able to secure a ton of farm as Echo Stomp onto 2. And just before more harassment purposes as Fly, once it comes back, he does get a ton of damage, but he's going to get Split Earth from Cuckoo. I mean, what are your thoughts on like off-lane Lesh? Because you talked about how they potentially moved that after seeing the lineup from EG.
I don't know. I think in this game it can work pretty well because they have a double stun lane against Terrorblade and Elder Titan, so they can hold their own at least and get farm. But Leshrac doesn't exactly have the best base damage to get CS against a lot of the safe lane carries. And with the ET protecting, I don't see kills being particularly likely for T1's lane either. Oh, Savage.
Oh my, Arcane Bolt's actually enough. All right, so they end up netting themselves a return kill once they TP back. So EG, evening things up. 15-2 CS right now versus the Abed Tiny 12-2. So Doom off to a pretty good start, and of course it's just going to amplify once that Devour starts being leveled up even more, as we've kind of talked about every single Doom game, but that is pretty much all you can talk about. They do have double Doom potential this game, though, with the Soulbind. I feel like we see this combo, and then it almost never happens in a game. Why is that? It's just the positioning from Grim is difficult to pull it off?
The conditionals, right? First of all, Grim needs to hit a Soulbind. Doom needs to be in range and have Doom ready. Okay, well, they're going to chain him off.
All right. Yeah, the Impale into the Split Earth, but
and a lot of the time, Doom lineups open fights with Doom, right? And if the Doom is going first, what are the odds you get a Soulbind? The enemy heroes need to be in range for the Soulbind. They need to be 2 heroes near each other, and Doom needs to be able to wait for that to happen. So it can be amazing. I think in this game, T1's chances of pulling it off are higher than normal because they have both. They have the Nyx, who's a really great setup for a fight. He will run in, stun, Carapace for a long duration lockdown, and force the enemy team to react. And when they react, that's when you can come in for your combo.
Zephyr getting chased by Fly, but he ends up netting himself a Water Rune and a Bounty. So just Fly kind of just run around there. As we see the Tier 1 tower now, RTZ be able to right-click pretty easily with that meta again. That'd be the second of the game. Wait, sorry, Observer, click on whoever you just clicked on. They already had the Shard queued up in their inventory for an upcoming item. Yeah, just go through all the heroes. We'll get to it eventually, I'm sure. All right, not yet. No. Okay, keep going. Yep, you keep it up. All right, we're getting there. There, almost. There we go. All right, 23 Savage.
Man, I really
Maelstrom
hope nobody
into
had
Shard.
And you just made him go through every single hero.
I like trolling people. Okay,
too bad.
My apologies, but I mean, Maelstrom Shard. That's pretty freaking strong. You can attack through the Blade Fury. You get extra attacks, or you get extra move speed while Blade Furying.
Yeah, and he's specifically itemizing against Terrorblade, right? Like, that's what you got to do. On top of that, He probably identifies that this is the kind of game where he can get 100 to 0'd in a Dragon Knight stun plus Skywrath and Tiny combo. So a lot of the time you will need to use your spells very early in fights, and therefore increasing the impact of Blade Fury is probably not a bad idea.
Yeah, there's 23 Savage after that death. I mean, 17 and 2. He's going to get Dragon Tail, but mid lane we're going to see the Avatos combination with the Ancient Seal. That extra damage coming through.
Very easy kill. Doom is a pretty tanky hero early on, especially after the armor buff, but this amount of overwhelming magic damage when you're on the enemy hill, you just can't handle it. Like Tiny plus Skywrath will 100 to 0 him every time with level 2 Ancient Seal if everything lands. So I think he should pay a little bit more respect there on Karl in mid. So far, in terms of CS, EG are doing great. Leshrac offlane has 13 CS only for T1. Compare that to the Dragon Knight who's doubling him up. Arteezy's doing very well as well. Basically, everyone on EG's team is happy right now.
Yeah. Oh, we have a haste on Ovid. He gets the Avalanche into the toss, back into the fray. Crit again with the Ancient Seal. Fly is there. Can't really catch up, though. Scorched Earth is up and running, as we're going to see potentially Ice 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 take a tumble here.
Oh, nice kill.
So T1 finding some, I mean, they're up 1K, but of course, Doom effect and whatnot. But like you said, in terms of CS, EG doing quite well right now.
And the hero in the shot right now is really going to be my big question mark, is Cuckoo on that Lesh. Like, how much is this offlane Leshrac going to be able to output? A big part of this hero's strength for me is the timing that it hits early when it's mid, where you get Edict really fast and you start taking towers. You just never find that same impact from the offlane because you're sharing experience, and usually you get contested a lot on CS, so you don't get the key items as fast, which has exactly been the case in this game. Like, offlane Leshrac just, his base stats and base attack just kind of suck in 2v2. Like, he does way better in mid because you have this constant access to water runes, you buy bottle, so you're farming with spells. Karl will be fine here.
Yeah.
Was close though. Abed is really being a bully.
I mean, that combo has been nerfed time and time again, so it's actually a little bit surprising to me to see them get that close. We're going to see Echo Stomp connect on the fly. He's going to be woken up though with the right clicks of Arteezy. Split Earth is not going to hit, and Arteezy nets himself a kill onto Cuckoo.
Very nicely placed stomp there from Fly. There was, I think there was an escape path there for Cuckoo on the Lesh, but it was really hard to find it in that moment. Kind of just cornered him completely. Very annoying for Abed, but he should be getting an 8-minute power rune here. They have full river control. They're going to place Fly on the bot rune. Abed is checking top, and he will find
Well, it'll be an invis.
Invisibility. What a great rune for Tiny.
Yeah, that is a top tier one, no doubt.
He could look to kill Jugger with this, together with Pred.
Yeah, Jug is second in net worth right now, so he's recovered nicely despite dying early on in lane.
That ward saw the smoke, right?
Yeah, it looks like it.
That
this won't be a surprise.
Pretty critical, because if this would have worked out, they definitely would have got a Jug kill and maybe even the top. Oh,
the question is, do they know that he has an invis rune on top of him?
Oh, yeah, they didn't see the rune, so they saw the smoke.
He's not invisible anymore.
What?
So
Wait, what?
I'm not. Did he
he ran through a sentry.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah.
I didn't actually notice. He ran through the sentry and something saw him, so he just broke it. All right, good job from T1 dodging that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very nice.
I mean, this is what Tiny's all about. It's about the burst damage, getting off to a good start, and snowballing. There is potential for him to turn into a pseudo carry later with the shard, being able to right click, but I mean, we haven't really seen a ton of that in this tournament, especially from the mid position, but I mean, Abed is obviously capable of pretty much anything, so we'll just have to wait and see. I mean, typically, after the burst damage of the coming out with the Blink Dagger, something like an Echo Saber will normally come through, but...
Ooh, this is bad for Whitemon.
Yeah, not bad.
Someone is going to die
Waiting
here.
for the Ancient Seal to... Well, he's going to find Whitemon to start things out. He's going to get Science next to the Phantom's Embrace, but a double TP now for T1. Dragon Tail from Ice 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 into the Mystic Flare. That's going to net them one kill. The Doom already applied to Abed. It looks like he's pretty fast, though. Can he get away? Nice Echo Stomp. Is going to hold T1 in place, and as a result, Abed shall live. So that's going to be a wasted Doom in the end. But now the Dragon Tail, looks like Ice 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 finally takes out that Healing Ward. Avalanche not going to prevent the Blade Fury, but, ooh, actually did get the kill. He's trying to TP out with that Blade Fury, but more than enough damage from EG. Arteezy died on the other side.
This is a side note.
Yeah, just a side note.
Yeah.
The position 1 of EG did die.
Got killed by Nick Slash. So if Arteezy doesn't die here, this is obviously a huge win for EG. I still think they're favored in this trade. Yeah, you're going to see it here. So that's the Mana Burn combination with the stuns, and Arteezy doesn't have Sunder skilled anyway. So both teams take a tower, and both teams kill the enemy carry. EG got a little bit of an extra kill there, and Doom was expended. So I will give them the victory there, but not by a lot. Good job from T1 to find a counterplay on the other side of the map and kind of equalize the situation. So once again, we've got Carl with this first item hood.
Yeah, but this time he's going Blink second.
No.
Okay.
Every time we talk about his item, he changes it. I was like,
yeah, what is
he
this?
He BKB last time, when we mentioned it, he went dagger.
It looks like
this
Fly.
Time, I didn't have a good time to make the joke. He actually did it. All right, let's see. When he has like 1,500 gold, he's going to switch back.
Okay.
Maybe it's a tick
see.
he has.
Yeah, it could be. It could be. We've seen that before. Many a time.
Oh, I thought for a second he switched to it.
What would you prefer this game, though? Do you actually agree with the BKB first?
I still think he should buy dagger.
Yeah.
I do think. But honestly, I think the dagger is less good first item than last game. I think you have a better case for buying BKB this time.
Ancient Seal. Yep, they spot him out. Avalanche toss, and that just blows up Zephyr. Man, oh man. Yeah, the center and the high ground spots him.
Skyrath
Nicely
is a really...
placed.
The Skyrath Nyx matchup is actually super interesting because everything is about information in that matchup. If Nyx sees Skyrath first and Sky doesn't have detection, Nyx can almost one-shot combo him. If it's the other way around, the Ancient Seal just blasts you with any spells. And you saw it right there. Easy kill for him.
23 Savage has to TP back to base, which means he can't really come into this mid lane. EG knows that TP is down. They're going to start with an Avalanche with a Soulbind to counter. Echo Stomp to counter that on top of it. Impale's only going to connect on one. Lightning Storm to follow.
Oh, now they do.
Yep, they do find one kill onto Crit. The Earth Spiller does connect onto two, though, as Cuckoo getting right-clicked by Arteezy. Just enough damage to take him out. Meanwhile, Doom into the Inkswell. This will be a cleanup crew. Will they get the deny, though, is the question. Now, Abed does die to Carl in the end, so a 2 for 2. Now Fly, Echo Stomp, will connect on the Whitemon. Arteezy still in that meta, so should be able to find himself Whitemon at the very least. Triple kill for him. Fortunate for EG that Arteezy's able to get all those kills, and now maybe the tier 1 tower to follow.
Yeah. It looked good for T1. They got the first kill and they got the Doom off on Tiny, and this time he does die. But
Carl, Dragon Tail. He does have a hood. Mystic Flare does a ton of damage, though. They layer this pretty nicely with the Echo Stomp, but he is mega fast.
Haste and Hood will stay alive. But EG with another good move. They get the kills on Arteezy, 3 kills, as well as the mid tower. So really starting to ramp up. T1 with a less than 1k gold lead with Doom on top of the boards.
And now we have double Blink Dagger. So Ice with one, Abed with one. Expect EG to get ultra aggressive now.
And worth pointing out, as was highlighted a moment ago, the Elder Titan did not have his aura yet. Now he's skilling it. So we see the first point now come out in natural order. Of course, this is going to amplify the damage of Tiny and Skyrath significantly when the Spirit is there. So a really nice amp lineup that they've got going here. A lot of synergies. Yeah. Later on, if ET gets farmed enough, if he melees Jugger, Jugger has so much base armor that just gets removed by natural order, and that will make Terrorblade just slice through him like no problem.
I was a little bit surprised that they picked an agility carry into Elder Titan, if I'm being honest, but.
And what options did they really have, though?
Yeah, there's not that. Oh, Ice. Okay. No Dragon Tail. Savage.
Reacts. Did he TP and cancel that?
I think he TP canceled, yeah. I'm not sure if they saw that, though. Dragon Tail? All right. Ice popped the dragon form, so he's looking for more potentially.
Are they going to steal the dragons? Nope, they're going to jump.
Yep. There's the Dragon Tail initiation onto Nyx Assassin Zephyr. Looks like he's going to get the better of it for now. Spike Carapace into the Impale. Now Ice will be the one to TP out.
Didn't cancel his, though.
Indeed.
Kugu is pretty low, but finds a regen rune. And EG want access to the triangle. It's similar to last game. They want to deny...
Avatos. Yep. That's a kill, all right. I mean, it's funny because we talked about the nerfs to Avatos. I mean, there have been minor nerfs, but several times, I feel like, over the course of the last couple of years. I mean, if you don't get off to a good start, it's hard to actually take anybody out. But with the Mystic, or with the Ancient Seal and Natural Order, able to actually get targets that you normally wouldn't be able to.
Insane if everything is on top of the
Whitemon. Yep. Avatos again. Boom. Boom.
He didn't even land before he died. He didn't even take the toss damage.
Yeah, the right click does hurt now for Abed, of course. And he's going for the Echo Saber as we expected. Carl did not decide to go Blink Dagger. He didn't reverse us, Cinder, so it will be that BKB.
He's going to switch to Blink before he finishes BKB now.
Yeah, after the Mithril Hammer Ogre Club, I think it's time for Blink.
I really hope he puts it in quick buy and then buys the BKB. Please.
Yeah.
We're going to check.
That would be a great interview question. Why do you taunt us so, young man? But crit in the vicinity for an Ancient Seal. Abed looking for more. Ice, Ice, Ice. Okay. Gets the stun off into the Avatos and the Mystic Flare. Again, the Earth Spirit of the follow. And Carl, I mean, if he had BKB, wouldn't be able to pop that off, but they do get the return kill onto Abed. That is huge for T1. So it's a mid for mid. They do have a lot of vision here, but I mean, who is that better for? Actually, I mean, Doom is top net worth because of that Devour.
It's so irrelevant, really. In the grand scheme of things.
Oh, again, Ice, Ice, Ice with the initiation. Inkswell is there. Healing Word on the high ground, so 23 Savage is more than fine.
I guess the one thing EG might have accomplished there, I didn't see how many TPs came out from T1, but if they rotated, for example, Jugger off a farming pattern and he TPs mid, then you can consider that a win. Arteezy is obviously already well underway up here.
For 23 Savage, are you... Oh, Arteezy?
They gonna try for this?
Maybe. Cuckoo doesn't have a ton of mana left, all right? We get the Echo Stomp. Arteezy is here. And with crit, I do believe this will be a kill. Okay, Abed's there as well. Of course it's a kill. What are we talking about?
The Skywrath Tiny is so sick.
From 23 Savage, this build, obviously I like it in general. We're going to see the initiation again from Ice, 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 but he doesn't really have any teammates nearby other than the illusion of Arteezy, which is still nothing to scoff at.
It's just pressuring.
Are you surprised no Manta is being queued up for Jug? Like, I feel like Ancient Seal, like, what do you have against that?
Yeah.
Oh, he actually switched to SNY now, so you're going to have at least the status resist for it.
I'm worried for Jugger in this game. I feel like you need to dance around so many things to have impact. Like, if you get caught by Dragon Tail, you die. You get caught by an Ancient Seal, you die. You get caught by Avatos, you die. You even have to play around the Elder Titan Stomp too. Like, that can force you to spin.
Yeah.
Because if you take that, any of the previously mentioned spells can easily connect, and they playing without a save on T1. They're gonna find Fly.
Yeah, Vendetta into the Impale.
Looks like Cuckoo,
yeah, Cuckoo solo kill, very nice. But the Inkswell will connect here, so at the very least T1 gets some sort of a trade. Not exactly what they're looking for, but better than nothing. And yeah, we've seen these games like from the past where Tiny just takes off. This is not a recent thing that, I mean, typically they taper off a lot, which, you know, could still happen, but Abed is off to an amazing start.
It seems pretty clear that EG's read on this hero is that the damage isn't significant, so they're ramping it up, right? With both ET and Skywrath, a lot of the kills that Tiny doesn't usually find are a piece of cake now. And on top of that, something I feel like EG is doing an exceptional job at in this series so far and in the series yesterday is they get really good aggressive lane wards. They play for that Lion Dagger that they had last game. They play for the Tiny Blink to find non-stop kills and make parts of the map uninhabitable for T1.
That's very true. I mean, one thing to note, the courier for Abed was killed. That was his Echo Saber. Oh no, actually his Ogre Club still to finish. I thought he was a little bit more farmed than this. I mean, he's been farming the heroes, but not so much the creeps, so his net worth is going to suffer a bit. But again, creates a lot of space for his team.
But that is a key point, right? Like, he's not exploding in terms of net worth, and...
Oh, Carl. They've been waiting up here for a long time. Crit, Ancient Seal, Avatos into the Mystic Flare, but will survive. He does have that full BKB charge available. Pop that Scorch Earth, trying to find Abed in the meantime, but looks like Crit will be the sacrifice for EG.
And
Abed does
considering
have TP.
how aggressively EG's heroes are playing and how much of the map they, like, block, Jugger has really good farm. Like, this is, he's only 500 net worth behind a Terrorblade who's had more or less free map access, so just finding really good farm on 23 Savage.
Blink in, again, trying to focus on the Doom, who's extremely tanky with both the BKB and Hood. Credit to Carl for not popping that BKB earlier. Very confident. Okay, Avatos now. He's not quite dead, though. Gets out with just a sliver of HP.
Oh, Terrorblade illusion?
That's you sound very hopeful.
Terrorblade
illusion?
Yeah, it could have happened.
But a little bit more for him, but yeah, he does live.
He didn't pop BKB. That was scary for Carl, but he does stay alive.
Yeah, what do you think of the, I mean, -3 armor from the neutral item, of course.
This time he's going Kaya Sanj.
Okay.
And he committed for the Sanj, so I don't think he's going Dagger.
Yeah, Nether Shawl, of course, gives a ton of magic resist, but at the cost of armor. But most of the damage coming out from EG is magic.
So what do we think about the neutral items? Apple is really, really good on Lash.
Apple, huh?
I don't. Okay. Yeah. So you obviously have the choice of giving Lesh the shawl as well. I think it was.
Omni Slash. Fly's gonna have to eat it.
Did Doom have the shawl on the last engage? He probably did. Yeah. So that's why he lived.
Yeah, his magic resist is crazy.
It might look weird to give this to Doom over Lesh, but honestly, they need all the magic resist they can get on the Doom because he is the front line.
Yeah, for sure. Cuckoo.
Okay,
yeah,
never mind. Cuckoo is the front line, apparently.
For now, he is. Split Earth is actually going to connect on Ice. Zephyr gets off the Vendetta into the Impale, and with that Blade Fury, 23 Savage
from T1.
Able to take him out, but Abed with the Avatars, he's going to get stunned thanks to the Spike Carapace into the Doom and Split Earth to follow. Abed in a lot of trouble, and T1 doing really well right now. Carl actually gets the credit for that kill. The Inkswell again, this time connects onto Arteezy into the Impale, but there's the Split Earth, or the Earth Splitter, I should say, onto Fly. 3 heroes hit. They're going to be able to take out Whitemon immediately. Zephyr looks to be the next, and now T1 has to fall back. Mystic Flare, not enough to take out Cuckoo. Be able to walk away for now, but the Arcane Bolt still following him. Concussive shot as well. Double Arcane Bolt.
This is close. He's fine.
Looks like he's okay. Oh, another Arcane Bolt, and with the Astral Spirit
TB
running
illusion?
After him. All right.
Actually,
Reflection as well. And
yeah.
Arteezy ends up finding the kill. My God, the chase. The chase potential
you laugh
on
at the
EG.
Terrorblade illusions.
That was pretty impressive, I'm not going to lie. Yeah.
What a sick save from Fly. I hope we get a replay of that. That looked so good for T1. Really don't blame them for going for that Terrorblade kill. But I think that was a 4-man stomp into Earth Splitter. We're going to see it here. So they get this first pick on the Tiny by using Doom. And this looks so clean, right? They chain their spells very well. There's a Grimstroke Silence, Nick stun, Lesh stun.
Boom. Boom.
6 Splitter. They get the Sunder
and
off.
the Sunder. Yeah, that was really impressive.
And you're right, it is Split Earth versus Earth Splitter.
Yeah, that's
confusing.
It's okay.
If you're a new viewer and have never played Dota before, Sunsfan is talking about 2 different spells.
Ice.
He usually talks trash and doesn't really know what he's talking about. Will call spells things they're not called, but
yes,
these are 2 different spells.
Thank you, Synderen.
You're very welcome.
Earth Splitter and Split Earth.
Yes.
They're both pretty powerful in their own way, though. One is an ultimate, though, a little bit more powerful in the right hands.
And they do different things.
By the way, in that replay, Arteezy was about a split second away from denying Abed. That was super close. The right click was on the way, but T1 able to net themselves Abed. Who, again, like he's tapered off a bit in terms of farm. Is this concerning for EG?
A little bit, but as long as Arteezy is doing well enough, that's one thing Terrorblade really does very well, is being the true carry of the lineup. Like, you can have 1 or 2 other cores that don't necessarily scale insanely well as long as Terrorblade is safe. And once again, they do have the amplification to work with. In this game, they're going to open on ice. They have the smoke coming here.
That into the Impale again, but Carl biding his time here. He has an actual Invis rune. Oh, looks like they're going to get the Mystic Flare off for now. Not enough damage, though, from EG. And I think with... Yeah, this looks like a kill onto Ice. Carl pops that BKB, wants to go further. Still has his ultimate available, but not really able to find anything. Could have been a lot worse for EG for sure, but give credit to T1. Able to keep the pressure on here. As, Arteezy with a Lincoln Sphere, so fearing the Doom, it seems. Zephyr, by the way, 1,000 away from finishing Aghanim Scepter on Nick's Assassin. This gives him the Burrow ability, and it buffs literally all his other skills. It essentially becomes like a siege. Not a siege, but like a... I don't know what even to call it. It's almost like a lurker,
it's
essentially,
like an artillery.
From StarCraft Brood War.
You become artillery. You sit down, you can't move, and your spells are better, and you're tankier.
A lot of times it feels like it's really... like the apex of it is high ground defense.
It's insane on high ground. On either team's high ground, really. It's great for sieging, too, if you get in position.
If you're in position, yeah. But you are against a toss.
You're against toss. You're against insane magic damage still.
Yeah.
So I don't think this is one of those games where you just burrowed and you get spotted and you feel safe.
Are you surprised that he's going for it so early? I mean, we've seen it before this tournament. It's looked a bit underwhelming, I want to say.
I feel like it's stable, I guess. I think it's also about player preference. There are other items in this game that would have been really good, like Yules, for example, against all this spell burst. Could have considered Lotus Orb for his teammates. But it is solid in a lot of situations, and I do think T1 are really late game focused here. So they want that big item that's going to help them later.
Carl and company are smoked right now, looking for potential initiation here. Might be baiting their Lesh a bit.
They would love to do Martese,
Oh,
but
yeah.
they broke him
Soulbind,
here.
they're looking for the double doom. Carl pops the BKB, really wants to get this up, finally does. And there's the double doom we've been talking about. But EG on the run, and they have some distance here. This will be a big waste. Crit might have to be the sacrifice. Inkswell, Force Staff into it. So they'll net themselves at least one kill here. But it looks like EG want to fight back. Ice jumps in with that Dragon Tail. We see buyback onto Crit, coming back into the fight very shortly because that tier 1 tower is still up.
Super
connects
value
onto
healing
2,
ward
but
right
look at
now.
the Hackle Stop onto 3 heroes. Earth Splitter to fall. It's literally everybody. Are you serious? Zephyr falls immediately. Sunder from Arteezy. Mila right-click Carl, looks like from a distance. Fly trying to chase him down. Abed with the toss onto the other side, but Omni Slash comes in now. Illusions are tanking a little bit of it, but Fly will take most of it. Double kill for Savage. As now he's on the run, potentially gets that Blade Fury off. Remember, he has the shard, so he's doing extra damage and the extra move speed applied. Abed gets the Avalanche toss onto 2. They're gonna be able to find him along with Whitemon. So 4 dead in favor of EG. It did cost them a buyback. Cuckoo TP's out in the midst of danger here in the Roche pit. But what a turnaround fight from EG.
Dude, Fly did more damage than Arteezy that fight.
Fly has been the MVP for
that was
sure.
a Terrorblade hitting for a big majority of that fight. Insane. It was literally 5-man splitter, right?
That
We're gonna see it again here.
Unreal.
So the healing ward is amazing here for T1. They're gonna group up around it to all stay healed.
On
it's
3.
a 3-man stun.
I don't know how all 5 of them get hit though.
And that's a little bit of a mistake there, I would say, from T1. Obviously, the Jugger was in spin, so it takes way less damage, but yeah, clip the Doom as well, and wow, the spell casting from EG.
And Fly takes all the damage from the Omni Slash. The MVP of the fight for sure.
Crit did buyback here, however, so it wasn't a total tragedy for T1. But
We're
obviously,
seeing the
it is
tail end of this replay again.
It is definitely overall a win for EG for sure.
Yeah. All right. Well, Carl is very tanky. Has the Sage Kai, like you talked about, the plate mail now going into the Shivas. As we see the Avatos again with the Echo Saber being shown, but it's not enough damage to take out Whitemon.
What did he toss?
I think he tossed the creep, perhaps.
Oh, it just died midair. I didn't see anything come down again.
Well, I don't think he has the no target talent. I think that's on 20, if I'm not mistaken. Oh,
Instant
all right, jump
pre-Yule.
in. Ice. Get the Lincoln applied for now. Whitemon and company, they get the Soulbind off, but it's not really going to much come from it, aside from potential Ice skills. It's going to be close, but no TP for you. 50 seconds on the deck, and we haven't seen Roshan yet. 27.5 minutes so far.
So Cuckoo, with that Observer Ward pre-placed, knew that Ice had initiation plans, so he pre-cast the Yule, and as soon as Ice comes in for the stun, he gets Yuled and just counterplayed. And they have so much chain stun between Nyx and Lesh and Grim that Ice didn't get to play his hero again for that fight. Nicely done by T1. So as this game progresses, the Terrorblade is starting to really pull ahead now of Jugger. Obviously, the last fight, a big part of that. Arteezy now 3k up, almost having Daedalus, a very big damage item for this game. Choosing to not go Skadi, which is pretty unusual, I would say, at this point.
Do you think it's because...
I did get the range creep, okay.
I think it's because he's expecting Ags on Grimstroke this game, is it not?
Yeah, but he already bought the Lincolns for that, right? It was for that and Doom, so it's like a double whammy, right? But
sure.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe that's why. All right.
Avalanche into nothing. Abed regretting his decision. Carl's very hard to kill right now. He has basically every stat in the game right now. As the tips come out. So that's a shard on Grim, right? So that's the Inkswell. Will hard dispel at the end as well as heal.
They're going to go here, right?
One more wave than strong.
No, they're just running in.
Oh, Ice with the initiation. Mystic Flare, but the Force have to get him out of the Earth Splitter again. On to 3 heroes. Delete 23 Savage from the game. And now Zephyr stuck in his lurker mode. Wrong game, my friend. And this looks like a Roche pit for me, for EG.
Playing against what EG has as any core hero has got to be so menacing. Like, you get caught by anything, you just die. The amount of spell burst is ridiculous, and you don't have a save. They have no Lotus. Do they even have a Glimmer on T1? I feel like the Juggernaut, like they tried to force staff him, right? They don't have a Glimmer. So basically their best play in that situation is, okay, we know you guys are going to try to spell combo him. We will force staff him and hope for the best. You force staffed him into them because he was facing that way. It's just, you get caught by Dragon Tail, you get caught by Tiny Combo, anything with the Skywrath Blast plus Earth Splitter. The damage is just insane. And this is not an underfarmed Jugger. He looks like he has nothing, but like, it's 2.5k health, he just vanished. You know, he didn't get to press a button. You're going to see the replay here.
Yeah.
Boom.
Force staff in. He's still caught within that Earth Splitter. Fly doing crazy work this game.
Yeah.
And that just set up the free rush for EG. So that is the first of the game.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Close to Scotty, though, for 23 Savage.
What's Fly closing in on right now? Because, like, obviously being able to go in with the Elder Titan is going to be important. So he's getting the Ghost Scepter. More than likely, in order to do that, to be honest, like, he's going to Solar Crest an ally, Terrorblade, most likely, and cast his spells, and then he's probably just going to run in. He's either going to run in if he feels the need to apply the natural order melee or physical part, or he's going to stay out and get an extra spell volley, and he'll have the choice with this Ghost Scepter, obviously wanting to tank up the Omni Slash as well.
That's interesting.
I really like what Fly's doing in this game.
Oh, it's very good. Speaking of Omni Slash, Ice tanks a bit of that, but the BKB TP will be successful.
That's an Omni down. You traded it for BKB. I think that's a good trade for EG if they go again.
Yeah.
It's such a big part of T1's damage, this Juggernaut, and without Omni Slash, not only does he have less damage, he has one less save. Like, sometimes Omni Slash keeps you alive because you manage to outlast and get a second Blade Fury. That part is not available, so only with that one now. Carl is looking bottom. They are pushing out this wave, and EG are looking to take top tier 2. Both teams pushing the tier 2 towers. Ortiz, are they actually going to try this? He has Aegis.
Sure. I mean, they've done this before. Last game, they're going to pop that Lincoln's.
Ooh, I don't know about
more TP's coming. Crit on the sideline here. We'll see if the toss back from Abed, who pops the BKB. He's the one that gets doomed instead. Soulbind actually does end up connecting on Arteezy, who's in the meta right now. So if they do kill him, that's pretty valuable. Savage with that Blade Fury coming off. Fly not able to really catch them. Okay, 2 heroes into the Earth Splitter to follow. Massive damage being applied, but Eondis does pop. Looks like the Impale's going to connect on 2, though. On 2 dead for EG in the blink of an eye. And now EG need to get out of dodge. Arteezy, meta is down. He's getting chased to oblivion right now. Ice. Okay. I mean, Abed ends up tossing his teammate there. There's a buyback now.
They're trying to keep Arteezy alive.
On to Fly. Arteezy at half HP. He does have Sunder. Gets it off for the time being. They're going to turn it around to Carl as a result. Nicely done from EG. Fly continuing to show his MVP status this game. Abed gets off the Avalanche. This will be a big kill for EG. Gets off the Avatos. Healing ward in front. Fly trying to connect. Oh my god, the damage from that tree. Echo Stomp not going to be there, though. With that extra move speed from the Shard, looks like 23 Savage is fine.
Great plays from both teams here. I really questioned T1's initiation there, but it worked out wonderfully. So the reason I'm unsure about it is Arteezy has the Aegis and his team is somewhere in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
But the fact that they try to save the Aegis with the toss back and they get the immediate doom on Abed actually sets that up to be a nice fight for T1. And Arteezy pops the meta and is less than half a second from Sundering Clash. If that goes off, the fight is just over. But T1 do kill him in time, and then they force him away afterwards and get the kill on the Tiny. So once again, very, very close game. Great stuff. What a buyback from Fly as well in the end, though.
Oh, yeah.
Saving Arteezy and getting him that kill.
Great plays from both sides. We're seeing why these teams have made it so far in the tournament. And, I mean, game 1 kind of got away from T1. Like halfway through, I want to say. EG just started to snowball, but this game, 33 minutes in, like you said, pretty dead even. All right, Abed, another kill.
I think this is the only hero left in the game that he can solo. And he finds it.
Yeah, probably. He does have the Hyperstone.
He's going AC, right?
Huh?
No.
He's just a casual Hyperstone for now.
Well, attack speed is good on this hero. It is very slow.
And he that's his shard, right? Yeah, so that'll give him the permanent tree so that he will never have any downtime. It's always nice. I mean, if he goes crit here, dataless, and then you get Ags from Roche or something, that is when like Tiny, he doesn't even need to go in anymore. He just stays far back and just crits everybody down.
Yeah. I am wondering what the reasoning is behind not finishing AC. If you're already buying the Hyperstone anyway,
I'm not sure.
Is he concerned about getting Soulbind into Dark Portrait and giving the enemy team an AC or something? Like, I don't know. Maybe he just, like you said, just wants to be a cannon. And obviously Tree Volley will do more damage, significantly more damage with a Daedalus than with AC.
Yeah, but they're
going to jump.
Ice jumps in with the BKB, another Force Staff.
Great
Earth Splitter does connect, but only onto one hero, and that's a lot blown from EG, so they're going to have to hightail away.
Actually, for that.
They did pop meta?
Yeah, I think
Oh,
so,
wow.
right?
Yeah.
So if you outlast this meta now as T1 and then make a move, I think you have a really
Question
good
is,
moment of
did they
opportunity.
see meta though? Ice jumps in again, but there's the Inkswell with that Heart Dispel coming through. Soulbind onto 2 for now as Carl trying to get the double doom. He'll get it, but the Lincoln's popped on Arteezy. He has Thunder available for his teammate if he wants to go down that road. There's the toss in, but again, the instant Dispel from that shard. Arteezy getting Omni Slash, but the Illusion's taking a lot of damage here. Nyx Assassin still in the brunt of things here. 23 Savage almost getting bursted down. He's going to spin and probably walk out, but the healing word is continuing to heal them here. Arteezy, how has nobody died this fight? Carl, Inkswell does connect. Can they burst down? Arteezy is the question. He does not, he's not able to get off the Sunder, and he will die as a result. 80 seconds on the deck, and now EG starting to tumble here. That is the second death for them. Abed and EG have to back away. Really good spellcasting from T1. I cannot believe 23 Savage lived.
Yeah, him surviving there is a big deal. And just like the unsung hero in this fight is Gravel. It's the pile of dirt sitting in the middle, stunning everyone the whole fight. There's literally just dirt. Here it comes, the dirt at the front door.
Yes.
You want to wipe it off, but Radiant don't have a broom right now, and he's going to stay there.
This is going to be... Well, they can only get 1 Rax, actually, because the Tier 2 is up bottom.
This is a very, very big moment for T1. It's absolutely lane of Rax. No buyback on 2 heroes for 40 seconds.
Yeah, so EG will just have to give this up.
Good stomp, but not enough, of course.
Yeah, this is just going to delay things. I don't think they're looking to fight here at all. I mean, 30 seconds still. No Abed, no Arteezy. But again, silver lining for EG is they can only get 1.
Yeah. Great, great fight from T1.
We won't know about Roche in the next minute.
It's starting to show now. Obviously, we're going to see the replay here. So this next stun onto Arteezy, not able to get the Sunder off. What is starting to, the swing that we're starting to see in the game is that EG are actually starting to struggle with damage. It's kind of crazy to think about, right? We've been praising how much magic damage this lineup has, but you're reaching a point now where the tankiness of T1's hero is starting to overtake you. The Jugger with the Skadi plus Aghanim Scepter now has 3.2k health. Leshrac got an Aeon Disc. You have... It's also about getting the initiation, right? This time around, T1 got that double doom. Even though one of them was on the Lincoln, they had the Soulbind. And they were just controlling Dragon Knight all fight.
This Grimstroke shard is really good, by the way.
Yeah, that too, for sure.
It is really good. He used Inkswell, I think, 3 times in that fight. So Whitemon doing work is, I mean, he's way far away, but if you can get Aghanim Scepter, that will just add insult to injury against EG here.
But it really does feel like, you know, the way these fights happen, either EG jump and burst someone and get ahead, or they jump and burst, and if they don't get the kill, Tiny, Skywrath, and ET have used their spells. And you have like this moment of opportunity for 10 seconds where T1 are just flat out way stronger, and they just took advantage of it.
All right, Ice
so important
has
that they
his
get the
Black
kill first.
Dragon now with that Aghanim Scepter. 23 Savage has Ags of his own, so he'll have Swift Slash, which I'm sure I'll call Omni Slash like 10 times because you never know.
It's 2 different spells if you're a new player.
They look exactly the same, but one lasts longer. All right, Carl. Initiated on by Ice, but there's the Inkswell again. So not really worried about this combo. All right, Omni Slash onto Ice. He has his BKB. All right, again, Swift Slash, thank you.
Good call.
I mean, I prepped myself for that. Let's be real here.
Jugger?
Right? Yeah, no way to take that off, but the Inkswell again. Hard Dispel. Earth Splitter does connect. Soulbind onto 2. Swift Slash again. Now is the Omni Slash, mostly applied to the Dragon Knight, but a nice toss in from Abed, keeping his carry alive. But the spin is just way too much damage. Does have buyback, though. He's going to buy back into the game. Dragon Knight's still relatively healthy here. Kind of low, though. All right. Looks like they do find Fly, and I think with that, Dragon Knight takes a tumble. Ice is down. No Dragon Form anyway, so with the buyback, wouldn't really be providing that much. But again, these towers are still up, so I think Roche is probably the play, but it's not going to be up for another 40 seconds, so another lucky break here for EG.
You could definitely go and take a tier 2 tower, though, if you want to as T1, but might just stick around the pit and play the area. What is this close to max respawn time? Like, do the players know that it will spawn before ET and Dragon Knight are up? I don't remember what the original spawn timer was.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
But they could just scout that pit, obviously, with... Yeah, they're going to do it with a Nyx Illusion. It's going to use that illusion. Was that an Illusionist Cave? Wait, oh, he forgot how it works. He swapped the item out, didn't he?
Yeah, he's got...
Wait, Do they have Illusionist Cape? Am I...
No.
Wait, whoa. Okay.
No Illusion Escape.
He just had an Illusion?
Good effort, though. That's a good effort. Yeah, so I think the next fight, if T1 can I mean, they can't secure Roche yet. Obviously, it's not up. Or just spawned, I should say. Okay. I mean, EG are up in 10, and yeah, this is going to be pretty fast. This is going to be the Cheese and Shard in addition to the Aegis. And I mean, most players on their team have Shard already. I guess the Doom will take this one. So that's the Infernal Blade. The stun will last longer, and it has the old level death effect where if you're a multiple of 3 in terms of your level, or if you're above level 25, you will take extra damage from it. So it's just I mean, the extra stun is the biggest thing.
Honestly, when you think about it, really simple skill. You've never played Dota before. Just think about it this way. If the hero's level is a multiple of something, or it's not a prime, or, you know, just make sure, just hit them and hope they die. It's pretty much, just get the Shard on Doom, just hit heroes. It's fine.
Do you miss level death?
Fine. I honestly love that.
The best thing about level death was it was a Lincoln's Breaker, right? Like
Right.
you have a Lincoln's Breaker already on the hero. But it was just too good, apparently. Yeah, it was kind of a weird spell. Multiples of 3 and whatnot.
I mean, I think what Valve did was they made the conscious effort of trying to cater to younger players. So they took out the fact that you need to know the table of 3s.
Yeah, I mean, the education system in America is really rough right now, so I can't blame them. It's
Definitely
probably the right
cater
move.
to
All right,
NA with Dota.
is potentially the last fight here for EG in Game 2. They are up 1 game, of course, so see if they can survive this, though. Savage pops that Blade Fury. No, they're going to find... I mean, Ice is a really hard kill. Pops the BKB a little bit early.
He's very
big. It's a Swift Slash right now. Yeah, he's quite large. Soulbind's already expended as well. You can see the Impale hitting 2 heroes, but there's the Doom. It's going to be onto Abed into... Was that an Omni Slash? Who the hell knows? Okay, they're going to get the kill regardless. He does have his buyback, though. Elder Titan ult comes out, but not able to connect for once on Fly. And this will be a second Rax going the way of T1. Again. All right, Swift Slash to follow, the toss back in. Looks like Ice gets crumbled here. Double kill for 23 Savage, and that is a dieback. Arteezy gets off the Sunder. Not able to find Zephyr, though. He's really tanky in that burrow. 23 Savage, in the meantime, still has his Aegis. No longer, though. He will come back to life very shortly. Arteezy, he's the only one that does damage. A big toss back into the fountain. All right, 23 Savage. That's one way to die quickly. So as a result, they save... Well, I guess they couldn't have gone for Megas anyway because that tier 2 is still remaining, but still a big kill for EG, but again, they lose their second set of racks. This Hyperstone,
There's something in this game we've barely talked about that's actually a huge problem for EG. They have nobody who really kills the healing ward. It's the amount of value that T1 is getting when that healing ward is up at this point. All of their heroes are so tanky. You see 4K health now on the Jugger.
Did Ice take his range talent for the Dragon form?
He's level 19. He doesn't even have it yet.
That's Doom.
Like, was it?
Well, we'll see.
I don't think Doom has a talent with Elder Dragon attack
I know,
range.
he was clicking on Doom.
Okay, yeah, sure.
I hate you so much.
All right, yep, me too. Let's see.
You hate yourself?
Yes,
okay, well,
that is
sense.
the secret to playing Dota.
I can't blame you. All right. And a nice toss back. I mean, that's always the scary thing about playing against Tiny when you're that deep. Difficult stuff indeed.
Has 100 seconds to drink water, though. Can empty that bottle if he wants to. Still has 30 more seconds if he didn't.
All right, he is level 19, you're right.
Yeah.
Very close again. I mean, that 150 range, I mean, that is something.
You need someone to break the healing ward at this point.
Absolutely.
It's actually negating so much damage from the Skywrath, from the ET. Even Terrorblade's damage isn't burst, right? Like, it's really fascinating to see in this game how EG went from seemingly magically within 5 minutes one-shotting people to not having enough damage anymore. It's literally like a switch was flicked with one extra item.
Yeah. 22K net worth lead for T1.
Yeah,
they are looking really good. All right,
let's consider this.
20.
So, as it looks now, T1 more than likely, okay, will be jumped.
Right, yeah, Mystic
Force
Flare.
stuff?
Nope.
No need.
Aeon Disc. Just rely on that for now. Burrowed back in. Lurker form activated. 23 Savage. Yeah, you can see the spell again. Inkswell. I feel like that's really when the game turned around here. His crit. He's going to get soulbound, and there's the Infernal Blade, the extra stun into the War Stomp. And it's going to be an easy one for T1. Still an important hero to kill. 90 seconds of no crit.
Instant smoke. They're just hungry. But yeah, it's a good point. Like this Grimstroke Inkswell precast on Jugger. They precast on him, he just runs in.
Yeah.
If he gets comboed by Skywrath, it's going to get dispelled and he will get his stuff off. And he can even spin, obviously, if he wants to. It makes EG's decision-making so much harder. They're trying to bait something down.
He actually went the 20
here.
strength talent. Interesting. We were kind of talking about this backstage, but I mean, it feels like a 50-50 right now in terms of what Dragon Knights typically take at 20. But like you talked about, the healing ward has been
They're trying to end.
T1 saving grace, yeah.
Let's go.
They're going to force out TPs. Well, actually, everybody's already in their base, so no big deal. But there's a double damage
Meta.
that top route. Not sure if they're going to be looking for that. All right, Ice in the brunt of things, but nice Earth Splitter. Carl's getting really low. Gets Force Staff, but he's still dead. Omni Slash comes out, Split Earth. This is the shard from Leshrac as well. Seeing Arteezy do so much damage. Gets the Force Staff applied. 23 Savage is dead. Double kill for Arteezy. They're going to turn this around completely. Triple kill. And very little in the way of buybacks for T1.
Did you know that carries deal a lot of damage when they have Rapier and
Divine
Daedalus?
Rapier? Yeah, it's quite a bit. I mean,
that Doom died. So okay, so clearly T1 didn't know this was in play, right?
Well,
Look at that
obviously.
damage graph. Arteezy with the 7K. Half his MMR in damage that fight.
And he's got double damage.
All right, what's his damage with that? Let's look. So he gets another 280, right?
He's not going to pop it quite yet, but yeah.
There's no buyback on Doom. This is possibly a lane of barracks for EG. They have double siege creep.
Buyback now on 23 Savage. He got it in the last few seconds
What
here.
a Rapier reveal. That was so high impact. T1 had no idea that they were mortal. Now we had the swing back. We've talked about how there wasn't enough damage on EG, and this one item pickup from Arteezy could swing the game around for them.
Yeah, and you have to go high ground against a Nyx Assassin, remember.
He has Aghanims, so he's going to have meta again for 10 seconds.
Oh, he just bought it? Okay. Yeah.
Swapped out for treads.
The Ags for Terrorblade, that's that big wave that fears you and gives you a few seconds of meta, like you said.
However, if you're burrowed, you cannot move.
Cuckoo.
So you're just
that's true.
You're just a very scared pile of dirt.
I mean, it's a stun essentially against the burrow target.
That's true. Oh yeah. Look at this base defense.
Yeah, Split Earth.
Good luck,
shard.
EG. And EG don't bother.
All right. I mean, that was still. I mean, they forced one buyback, but no more. Now, what are you supposed to do against this? BKBs and just hope for the best?
This reminds me of like custom games from Warcraft 3, like impossible bosses, you know, like the whole ground is just erupting everywhere. You need to dodge more than you get to hit.
Yeah, I remember when this first came out, I think most people thought it was kind of a meme. But
when it got the extra stun charge, it made such a big difference.
Oh, that's true. It was only 2 before.
Yeah, it got an extra ring.
Oh, Zephyr initiated on. He has Aeon Disc. It's going to proc here.
Yep.
Ovid pops the BKB, and now just trying to hightail away.
He has haste.
Cuckoo.
It's got Ult.
Yeah,
Now BKB.
There's the BKB. Okay, Ice in his dragon form. Now they can burst down the Nyx Assassin, and they'll do so successfully. He does have buyback, though. Cuckoo's Aeon Disc does proc as well, though. Now Ice jumping in. He's gonna, I mean, he has a lot of magic resistance. He's gonna get Doom, though, and the Swift Slash to follow.
Oh, what did he?
He's gonna buy back, but he doesn't have dragon form. See what they want to do here. The gem is on the deck.
Careful,
see if anybody
the ground
sees it
is
here.
lava.
Yeah, let's dodge.
Get the gem eventually.
All right,
All right.
well done. Good effort.
Hey, that's a next level strategy. You drop a gem and bait the enemy team, and then you just keep putting split earths there.
Yes.
And then
that's a true mini game.
Then
I mean,
you see when they try to grab the gem, that's when you go.
Yeah, I'm in for that. I like it. You have some great ideas.
This got really exciting with that Rapier purchase. It was close to T1 just closing it out.
Yeah.
And now anything can happen.
Tosses back the Lash. Destroyed!
No buyback.
120 seconds because he just bought back. That's essentially a dieback here, and they know it. But of course, they have to defend their base. 12K net worth lead for T1 at this stage. Not that biggest discrepancy. We've seen many comebacks of this kind, but I mean, the 2 racks down is something that you have to worry about for EG. Still, that tier 2 tower remains in that bottom lane. And I think, again, I've said, I feel like I say this every cast, the Roshan is very important, Cinderin.
It is.
And it's up in 15 seconds, and they know that Lesh will not be up for this fight.
Yeah, EG could definitely go and grab themselves an
with the
Aegis
triple
for
toss
Arteezy's
now.
Rapier if they want to.
And if this has an Aghanim Scepter, and you put this on, I mean, you could give it to a lot of people. Skywrath double spells, we talked about the tiny one.
I like it on ET.
Yeah, ET, the BKB essentially with the Astral Step. It is an Ags.
If you give it to Titan and he feels confident enough to walk in, Terrorblade will like 2-shot heroes that lose their base armor. Like, it's actually insane how much.
So
how
you
much
would
he would
pick,
remove 31 armor from Jugger.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying it's not good. I like all the Ags on this team right now. Okay. And it looks like this is going to be a freebie. They're going to destroy this thing super fast. T1, again, it's 4v5. They have to. Just give this up.
My God.
My goodness. This game has been turned around, Cinderin.
Arteezy with the Aegis.
Yep,
Cheese.
5 minutes. Ags, you were correct.
Titan on Ags.
Elder
Ags on
Titan.
Who is the cheese?
Right.
Tiny?
I'm not sure.
Backpack cheese.
But yeah, so just to recover here, the Fly Ags will provide 2 seconds of magic immunity per hero that you hit
when the spirit returns.
The spirit, yeah. It used to be on hit, I think. Or it was through Echo Stomp, actually.
Honestly, I think Fly could buy a dagger right now. You send out the spirit, you run it through the heroes, you stomp. As soon as the spirit returns, you blink on top of the heroes that you want Terrorblade to kill.
Sure.
Or you get the shard, which is of course also an option. It is a little bit less, how to say, it's a little bit less reliable in the sense that you need to wait for the stomp to go off and you don't,
Yeah,
you know,
the shard is, I find that to be one really weird.
You get more flexibility with the dagger, but the shard is cheaper, so it depends what you value more.
All right. EG trying to mount a comeback. I mean, look at the net worth, Cinderin. You can see that that is not a BKB. That is, in fact, that Aghanim Scepter that we're talking about. But this game is dead even for all intents and purposes. I mean, would you give the favor to EG right now? I mean, obviously they have the Aegis, which is huge.
I actually think EG is far ahead now. They're about
far ahead. Okay.
Yeah, they're about as ahead. I mean, the win expectancy is not in their favor, but that's Dota Plus saying, hey, remember the other team has 2 barracks. But just right now, in this snapshot, EG are definitely favored.
Okay.
Even though they're 2 racks down, T1 had a big advantage earlier. Probably, I would say T1's earlier advantage was bigger than the one EG has right now, but it's definitely... It's so crazy, right? We're in late game. All these heroes have 1 million damage. I think T1 had, was that 3 or 4 Aeon Discs they have against the Terrorblade and Tiny Burst. So they have 1 on Lesh, 1 on Grim, 1 on Nyx. The question is, are we going to see them buy discs on the other heroes as well to try to survive the initial burst? Because I think that's the key part here for T1 is survive the first volley, so just so you get your spells off. Like, if you get your stuff off, you can win fights. But you have to account for RTZ in these fights now. The Rapier really demands so much respect.
He has a refresher in his backpack, by the way. So has the Ags for the extra, you know, not only the fear, but the extra meta, essentially, and then an entire refresher to just double up on everything. So meta won't be down for very long. That's what I'm trying to say here. That is pretty crazy farm from
Big
RTZ.
item on the way for Grim now. He's closing in on it. He almost has his Aghanim with a Dark Portrait.
Yeah.
It obviously doesn't benefit from everything Arteezy has being an illusion. The Rapier will not be as effective, but it is still a meaningful illusion for sure.
Yeah, no doubt.
And it also is a Linken's Breaker, right? If nothing else, you can use it to...
Ooh, there's a double damage bottom, by the way, but I don't think anybody has vision of that right now.
Oh, I have seen EG make this exact move in this exact spot against Vici Gaming. It delayed the game by 20 minutes. Let's see.
Yeah, Arteezy thought he was unkillable, and it was proven that he was not. All right, Infernal Blade to start things out.
This
well
is
applied. Yeah, he
similar.
is very low. They don't want to waste
Good
the Aegis. It still has a little bit less than 2 minutes to go.
Last time they did this, they were against a Void, so they couldn't force staff. But this time they can.
I mean, they could, but it wouldn't do anything.
Thank you, Jen. Very good. Good.
You know.
Technically correct. I can appreciate it.
Yeah, you've been doing that all game to me, so I figured I'd throw one back at you.
Technical correctness is the best kind of correctness. Absolutely.
I would
they
disagree
could do
with
something
that.
trash if they really wanted to. You are correct.
I mean, do you think that this is one of those Aegises where you just get control of the map again and you don't actually try to go high ground? We saw this the other day from EG. After that first failed attempt, they just, the next Aegis, they kind of just sat on it for a bit and just waited for the following Roche.
I'm just wondering, so there's a pretty big difference between this and the Vici game in just the raw advantage, right? In that game, EG were like 25k gold ahead and Vici were unable to access the map. In this game, T1 already have really big items, so I don't know how big of a lead you're going to build over time here. I think it's a mistake letting the Aegis expire. I think you want to try to use it, but the problem is that the risk-reward is also a little bit... It's tricky, right? Because you have a Rapier. If you didn't have a Rapier, maybe you would be more likely to want to try to go high ground because of the potential loss. But losing a Rapier is like a 12k gold swing.
You're even more vulnerable when the Aegis is down, though, and you have the Rapier. Then you really don't want to fight until the next Aegis is online.
Honestly, I feel like these moments, this kind of moments, is one of the hardest things about playing this game. Is deciding what to do right now for EG is so difficult. T1 are willing to take risks. They get out of base.
Yeah, we got the refresher Doom, so we can get the double Doom.
Finding ET would be a really big pick, to be honest. That would not be a bad start, getting rid of that aura. He will have buyback, of course, but the connection points for EG are literally only the top outpost. If they lose that one, TPs are so far away. But they're obviously protecting it with their bodies, so T1 don't get access.
Yeah, and again,
Aegis expired.
I mean, like you said, it's not a faceless void, but the split Earth shard
Splitter
Nyx
than
Assassin
Nyx
from
is.
behind.
High grounding is
It's
misery.
so difficult. Okay, Synderin. All right, I'm not going to jinx it. I'm not saying anything. Don't say anything, okay? You know what I'm talking about. Just don't say anything.
Okay.
We're at 55
That's
minutes.
great casting, by the
We're
way.
at.
You know what I'm thinking? The audience doesn't.
No,
Don't talk
that's not
about
true.
it.
They also know.
Some of
deep
them
down
know.
inside. I mean, I'm just looking at the timer right now. 55 minutes.
All right, guys. I'll give you a hint.
I'll be excited soon.
Something has the potential of happening in 5 minutes if
Don't
the game does
spoil
not
it.
end.
Don't spoil it, observers. All right, 55 minutes. We're close. I mean, they have to wait for the next Roshan, I feel like. Unless some, you know, if T1 steps out of line here, potentially they go for a fight. But, I mean, would you agree with me that you just have to wait for the next?
I'm not going to say anything. I don't want to jinx it.
That's true, Zephyr. You're jinxing it. The fear comes out, but there's the Aeon Disc.
Yes.
Spike Carapace was already used. Astral, okay.
Double force.
Yeah, the force staff's already expended now. All right, that's going to delay a little bit more now, Synderin, which is exactly what we want. And the longer this game goes, the bigger and juicier this Juggernaut becomes as well. He is mega farm. Is seeing the farm on Carl as well. I mean, what is he going for now? So was this an MKB? It must
Okay,
be.
so try to put into words what you... Oh, hang on. They're fine. Try to put into words what you think would be really cool if T1's heroes could hypothetically get in this game. Like, imagine there's an item they can't buy.
Right, right.
What do
I
you
see
think
what
their
you're
heroes
saying.
could really benefit from?
Well, if I mention them by name, okay.
No, just say what...
Okay,
what,
I think
would
an
it be
item
cool if they had, like,
that
more cast range?
No, I think the item for both teams is the item that would, you know, some sort of item that obviously doesn't actually exist in terms of buying it. That would apply like a Lincoln's and a Lotus Orb effect at the same time, and you know, some stats on top of that.
That sounds really good. That should be very expensive, I think.
I think it would be like 9,000-10,000 gold.
What if you got it for free?
If you got it for free, that's game breaking right there.
Okay,
It's
that's
almost
pretty
like
crazy.
if IceFrog wanted to put something in the game, it basically means he wants the game to end.
Right.
Which we don't right now because, you know, it's still an early game. This is still early game for us. As we see a Nullifier actually picked up by Abed, so the Aeon Discs are completely countered. This will apply a constant dispel to a target.
How about an item that costs 25,000 gold that you could pool into with all of your players, and when you buy it, you can swap out one of your heroes for another hero?
So, I mean, who would you even want to swap? I guess maybe...
Get techies and start placing landmines to siege with.
Of course you would say that.
All right, toss.
Yeah, T1. All right, toss back. It's a little bit of a baby one, though. And we see the Soulbind onto 2, but BKB is popped from Abed. That's a pretty big ult down, so I'm not going to get the double doom, but Ice popped the BKB in turn.
You gotta love their confidence, though,
Yeah.
to go high ground here. Like, there's... Roche is 1.5 minutes away. They know that the Aegis is down for EG, and that they're playing with the fear of losing their Rapier. So
And they're playing with the literal fear, the ability with Arteezy, but
true.
not the hero fear, or the player fear, I should say.
He's coaching.
All right,
for the
Dragon
Predator.
Form is popped. Fly. Gets off. Has some magic immunity as a result of that shard, of course. Or the Ags. Man. Yeah, we're seeing Dark Portrait being used constantly on Arteezy, who has his meta popped right now.
It was just his... what was that the meta?
Oh. Not sure. Ice gets the Dragon Tail off. All right, this could be a fight here. Swift Slash to start things out, but the BKB by Ice into the Force Staff. Now Carl, BKBing into the enemy base, trying to get off his Doom. Gets the Refresher off. I don't think this is going anywhere right now. Zephyr looks like he's going to get popped. With that Aeon Disc to start things out, the Elder Titan ult has already been expended. The split Earth, he really can't fight into this. Fly wants to get pretty aggressive, but they do take out that pesky Zephyr Nyx Assassin. And I guess that's the fight. 58 minutes.
Like, did you look like they're actually just watching each other for like 20 seconds
I mean,
because
they're
no
scared,
one can
man.
die.
Everyone's
and then eventually you poke and prod and you get an opening on the one hero who can't move.
Right.
That is the one guy you killed.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my goodness.
So we see another viewer record for the AniMajor right now. As we see the replay here.
So I think Force Staff might be on cooldown here for Cuckoo, right? You're still waiting. Nyx is turning. You can still turn when you're underground. And the fear, he wanted to save him there, but he got hit by the Terror Wave.
I think Arteezy bought a second Rapier, if I'm not mistaken. Split Earth actually connects onto 2. The double doom to follow. This could be really bad for EG. Swift Slash helps finish off Crit. Both Fly and Crit are dead. Buyback, though, on 1 as Cuckoo trying to apply some pressure to Arteezy in the backside. He's already at half HP. They're just going to spin down Ice. This is a really bad fight for EG in general, and now Abed might have to sacrifice himself as Arteezy. Again, you're going to have to give up this Roche with that double Rapier purchase. And we are 30 seconds away from something very special. It's a Christmas present from Gaben himself. There's the buyback on Abed. It looks like they want to contest this, but this is going to be without their Skywrath Mage. Half HP on the Roshan.
T1 are going to respect it. They could have definitely finished this.
I mean, they don't have the information that we do.
EG can't connect here. There's nothing for them to TP on. T1 are like, wait a second. They have no outpost.
All right, this is Aegis, Cheese, Aghanim Scepter, and the Refresher Shard. That is an Aghanims on Leshrac. He's the one that picked that up, right?
Yep. Everyone else has it, except Doom.
Well, Doom, I feel like Doom's is better, is it not?
It applies Break on Doom, right?
Yeah. So this is Nihilism for Leshrac. It applies essentially Ghost Scepter effect to everybody around you and gives you extra movement speed.
Okay.
Something to that effect. They've tweaked it a few times.
You can open the neutral items. It can happen.
60 minutes, we've made it! Tier 5 items are upon us, ladies and gentlemen. I think Mirror Shield is the highest quality item for EG against the Doom.
Deso 2 for Jug.
Yeah, Deso 2 for either team, really, would be pretty
found
strong.
it.
Oh, okay. Deso 2 has been found by T1.
It's in the backpack.
He does. I mean, the BKB is pretty important because he doesn't have a dispel himself.
Yeah,
right?
the horn is definitely good too.
I feel like you take the Stygian for sure. I mean, all right, only one item has dropped. I'm trying to think of something else. So even like an item that is kind of underlooked, the Seer Stone for somebody like a Skywrath Mage,
or Nyx.
just being able to use, or Nyx Assassin, just being able to use everything from such far range, I don't think should be underestimated. I think that as we see the
Ex Machina.
Did they not pick it up? Ex Machina?
He did ping it. He knows it's there.
Okay. So Ex Machina, that's you get the items.
All right, really big problem for EG here. They don't have neutral items. They're not getting outside of the base. They're terrified and waiting. So the advantage that T1 is going to enter this fight with will not be 20k gold. It will be 20k plus whatever value you assign to these tier 5 items, which is anywhere from 0 if you get the wrong one to 1 million if you get the right one.
1 million? My goodness, that's quite
a lot
a bit.
of gold.
All right, well, Book of the Dead, all right.
It has definitely been so this was one of the items that we were going to say maybe wouldn't have that much value, but Book of the Dead has been buffed quite a lot, so even that is better. Now, if you're playing Tinker and you're wondering, wait, it says on Rearm I can't rearm Necronomicon. If you have no ideas and you play what Necronomicon is, it's from that item.
You'll never know. As here's the initiation from EG, 23 Savage. Earthsplitter connects. That is the Aegis down. They have to be careful. This is a double Rapier Arteezy you have to deal with.
Oh my goodness.
And you can see the Book of the Dead going to work. Those are, in fact, Necronomicons. They're extinct.
Wow.
They're a very special species that have been extinct for quite a while now.
Going to work. They got one shot by Arteezy.
Very strong item. All right, so, okay, Ballista. That is the last tier 5 item for T1.
Oh,
and they do not have a good...
for them, actually.
Yeah, they don't have a good carrier.
That is the worst neutral item for their lineup.
I
think by
with
far.
the right lineup, it could be the best, but you're right. This is pretty trash.
It is not good for their team.
Whew. Okay.
It's in base.
They will literally just not even use it.
Arteezy, I don't even think you want it as EG either, to be honest. Ballista. You want a bigger stat item. As Terrorblade, you would want like Apex or...
Apex, Giant Ring even. I mean, the extra HP and be able to terrain walk all the time would be pretty huge.
Giant Ring Dragon Knight with BKB.
EG, this is the time to go into the jungle and get some tier 5 items. I don't know if you've noticed, but it's 63 minutes in the game, which means they've been available for 3 minutes. But the smoke onto T1... and they're going into the base of EG. This could be
if they're going to get this
game. Arteezy. Remember, he has the Lincoln Sphere, Refresher as well.
He has no move speed, though.
The Lincoln's is popped. He's going to get off his mana, but he's doomed. He's going to get forced out twice to the other side, into the toss. Back into the fountain he goes, and he's going to be fine as a result. In fact, all of this from T1, they've used pretty much everything, it feels like. Let's see if they can get a Rax out of it as well. The Doom is still applied to Arteezy, but now they can try to defend. The Book of Shadows, or not Book of Shadows, the Necronomicon, whatever, the Book of the Dead. Back to life, Cinder, and they get a melee Rax, but the range shall survive here.
Dragon
Tail. All right, Ice. There's the Nullifier applied, and this is not going to do anything as a result. Gets dispelled immediately, but they don't have the right-click damage to actually finish him off. Crit was initiated on initially, but 23 Savage does have buyback. Zephyr burrows into Lurker form. Ice right on top of him. There's the Ancient Seal into the Mystic Flare. Double kill for Arteezy. No buyback for Nyx Assassin. Now they're going to turn this around. The cheese popped onto the Leshrac.
Doom has Doom ready.
Yeah, Inkswell pretty important here. Carl, Doom. Oh, the Sunder quickly onto Carl. The right clicks come out as well. It's not quite enough damage to take him out. Arteezy with a double rapier will finally die. Does have buyback though. 23 Savage picks up at least one Divine Rapier here. And Arteezy getting chased out by 23 Savage. You can hear screaming in the background at the 3v4 situation. Nihilism pops in the meantime, and that's going to be enough. T1 with the tier 5 item advantage. Take game 2. Gaben almighty, what a game. Woo! Goodness gracious, Syndrin. We got our wish. Tier 5 items come, I think we get a game 3. That was a back and forth. The Rapiers kind of turned this around for EG, but then T1 end up taking the game in the end. Oh.
That was probably the best game of the tournament so far. That was
good.
crazy. There were so many things to highlight. Amazing individual plays, great itemization. Once again, want to go back to, it feels like an eternity ago, but 20 minutes in, EG are just one-shotting cores with their combos. And ultimately, T1, they get the right items, they get tanky enough, they get their save online. With the Force Staff, with the Grimstroke Shard, they outlast, and in the longer fights, the Healing Ward, the Doom, the Jugger getting multiple Swift Slashes off is ultimately enough to grab that win. Man, that was crazy. And at any given point, even after 40, 50 minutes, if they make a big misstep on T1, they can still lose that game. 2 racks up. It was very close.
For sure, for sure.
Crazy game.
So this game was unreal, like you said. The Tier 5 items finally, my wish was granted. Thank you, Gaben, so much for bestowing upon us Tier 5 items. The problem I have is that only one team got the Tier 5 items. We still need both teams, so it gets very chaotic. I mean, do you think that that was the difference in the end?
It was a big difference.
That's pretty giant.
It makes a big difference. You saw the Book of the Dead. It ran in and died instantly, made a really big difference.
It got a melee racks the second time
the
it was
Ballista
used.
was in base, so they had realistically 2 Tier 5 items.
2.5.
Ex Machina, I don't remember who even had it.
I think the Lesh.
Right, okay.
So I don't even remember the items. He had a Yule's,
he had a Wind Waker.
double Bloodstone, which could be
cool
something.
Wind Waker.
Nihilism. We actually got to see Nihilism in this game. That was cool to see. But yeah, very hype game 2. We're going to be going to game 3, but let's take a gander at the panel to see what they have to say about these Tier 5 items.
Tier 5 items, indeed. We finally got to see it. I'm so happy it was also Suns and Sin casting that, because they've been wanting to do that for the entire tournament, basically. And I do also agree with that. This was probably one of the best games of the entire tournament. And also, I believe, I just heard we have got a record beaten for the Singapore Major, which means... Wait a second, that's the second highest, means there's another giveaway of something cool, but we are still, I think, 1 tier maybe away from giving a ticket to a TI.
Hype.
Where an audience is allowed. Sorry, that's not this one, I believe. But I want to talk about this game, Fogged. I know you want to talk about Elder Titan, but I don't want to start there. I want to start with those high ground defenses from EG.
It was just, where do you want to start? I mean, let's think. Where do we want to go back? 40 minutes ago?
No, not that long ago.
Honestly, I want to go back to the point where T1 was smoked up, trying to make this kind of 5-head play, going up into the mid-racks where they're just taking it, and then it was that smoke attempt that just made them crumble and allowed EG to try and come back into the game. T1 then cleaned it up and then, of course, swept back through. But this game just had literally everything.
Yes.
I feel like it's wild because I felt like EG is somehow, they're on the back foot, like in draft in the way that they're trying to make the moves, but they are making the moves and they are outplaying T1 majority of the game, but T1's draft is just easier to execute in a way, but EG's just landing these insane combos, and I will talk about the Elder
Okay, go talk about the Elder Titan.
Because there was a 4-man stomp, there was a splitter, saves Arteezy, there was a 5-man splitter later up toward top 2. I think the stomp is about to come right here from Fly, so there was some pretty ridiculous plays coming out from EG the most of this game, but T1, they knew their win condition. Yeah. Even though Savage was having a really tough game, 23 Savage, they still were getting the connection with Carl most of the times on his Dooms and the Nyx Assassin, the pile of dirt.
Oh, here it is.
And does say it. And, okay, I see. This is why I had this. This is just.
Look at that. It is beautiful, though.
Yeah, and I mean, it was a wild game. It looked like anybody could take it at some point just because EG making these ridiculous plays, but T1, just a little bit more of that staple, like, comfort draft here with them and just relying on just teamwork that ends up working out.
There was so much resilience within T1 in how they're playing, their posturing, their confidence. Like, I spoke about this kind of smoke idea going into mid, but then they end the game with another beautiful wraparound smoke coming through the top side and collapsing. Like,
I love that. It's like we talk about the macro game, and it can sound somewhat vague sometimes, but when you see a team going around in the high ground, standing in the trees of the enemy fountain, of the enemy base, to cut into the enemy base that way, I mean, that's top tier.
Yeah, and we haven't really mentioned it yet, but I think Zephyr on this next assassin, when the game's getting a little bit rough, he instantly goes for his Aghanims, and that damage reduction on the bar, the 50%, allows him to frontline, and then he's playing off his teammates using the 4 stuff, because the story of this game early on, like we've harped on it quite a lot, is EG. They're utilizing the ET Aura, the Skyroth, the maxing the seal with the Tiny, blowing up people. But then when you have a Nyx assassin playing up front, who has then this Burrow, who can just unlock the entire vision of the fight. Yeah, T1 played around that beautifully, and then again, like just Holy Locket, that's kind of the item of the patch, but also Aeon Disc. The fact that you have like triple Aeon Disc, I think it was on the Nyx, it was on the Grim, and it was on the Leshrac, this allowed anyone to basically frontline against this kind of explosive style from EGN.
Until Nullifier.
True.
You did have that.
That is true. But just this game, it had absolutely everything.
And it's wild when I'm looking at kill scores and stuff like that too. EG is, I believe, leading the kill score like 90% of this game, but they never get gold advantage.
They
T1
don't.
was Doom overall hero. We're all talking about it back there. Like this, you're so rich. No matter what happens, you're still ahead in the game on gold.
Yeah.
They all have so much to work with because of it. And yeah,
there's
these fights were
there's
great.
only 2k gold difference at this point. 58 minutes into the game.
Oh, this is where T1 truly kind of took complete control of the game after the roller coaster. It was EG fighting out in the open, trying to run up into this high ground. You see the vision on the right hand side on the edge of that high ground ward, and yeah, T1 was able to play around that beautifully.
I want to give some credit to Carl. There was some RNG in his favor, but now, you know, we're going to go back about 30 minutes. There is. 30 minutes earlier, exactly. The Nether Shaw, he kept the cloak aura as well from the mini Centaur creep. Plus he has Hood. Saved him time and time again versus that burst combo that you were saying. And I liked his build. You know, I think people were probably looking to be like, why doesn't he have Blink a lot of these situations? Maybe he'd be able to get into the backlines easier. But him having this tanky build, it really did work out for him because they could not kill him before he was going to get the Dooms off every time. Sure, some were blocked by Lincolns, but overall, he was getting the right targets.
Again, like both teams, they played around high ground defense so well.
Yeah.
Like we're praising both teams so much. Like EG and how they defended, they were utilizing the tiny toss, throwing the jug into base. Then you look at T1, they're getting Leshrac, layering stuns on the high ground. They got the portraits, they got this burrow. Like both teams dragged out this game longer than it probably should have. And it's testament to the fact that they are well-deserved top 3 teams, and either one of them should be able to put a great fight up against PSG.
And I think T1's really recognized, I think this Jug pick, you know, Curtis was talking about, I think BSJ as well, the core-to-core matchup. It starts to get pretty hard for Terrorblade.
Yeah,
you
this
just
is
get
the
to
first
run,
Terrorblade loss.
Yeah. And I think they recognize that as well, too, on T1. Like, this, the Grimstroke building for his Dark Portrait. Also, they're playing versus ET. I saw him multiple times trying to get both the TB and the ET together so he can get double portraits, because then if you have the portrait of the ET next to the TB, all of his armor is gone. There was just a lot of really cool little mechanical things that were coming out from both sides. In the end, T1 do like their draft as it gets to those later portions. I think them getting the 2 racks advantage early also started to suffocate the map a little bit for EG, made it hard for them to play around that thing that won them the first game so hard is vision. Right?
Yeah,
Vision control of a lot of these fights start to become really difficult. And Zephyr, when he's able to just sit in the middle of fights as a little pile of dirt and get like 4, 5, 6, 7 stuns off, which also, Nick's stun does not get blocked by Lincolns. We saw that multiple times, it going right through and catching lots of heroes. This was just
It's a
super
ground
fun.
target, yes.
Yeah.
And it is, and Nick's Assassin, we saw him fall off a little bit, but with those impales, rivaling the Lion there.
Yeah.
Right?
Especially with the Ag build, like the extended range on it, just the fact that you get to just be this front line, it was, splendid stuff.
Absolutely. I am very, very, very happy that we're going to see a third game between these 2 teams, because I think also mentally being able to close out a game like that, incredibly important. And now both teams having won a game, spectacular fashion at that.
And
it's anybody's series.
It is, and I got to see the support shine even more. Zephyr still, as we mentioned him in the first game, had a spectacular performance, but both of them this time, Whitemon and Zephyr, were able to show themselves more, right? EG, they had the more influential supports in the first game. This time, T1 had the much more influential as the game progressed.
I also think that it was a little bit of a shift from T1. We talked about it yesterday, about how their support duo generally is meant to mostly, we don't see as many flashy plays from Whitemon and Zephyr because they normally set up 23 Savage for success. This time around, I felt like they had a little bit more space to shine for themselves, and it shows the caliber of these players with absolute treat.
It's the value of an Aeon Disc, right? When you've got an Aeon Disc and you have that kind of confidence of I can just stand in the middle of the fight, it really does make you shine.
More Aeon. The Aeon Disc Major.
Yeah.
No longer the Holy Disc.
Yeah.
Holy Disc, sure, you know, I did. No longer the Holy Lucky Major, it's the Aeon Disc Major.
Imagine if they combine.
Oh, no, don't give any ideas to them.
No, let's not do that. Let's not have that. There were no tier 5 items on on EG at the end. Credit to T1, of course, for protecting that jungle really hard. I want to know, though, like how big of an impact these tier 5 items were in the end of the game. Or how much do you feel like they made a difference?
I guess not really at the end. They didn't make a difference, but if EG was able to get their own, then it could be.
Exactly.
They did, you know, I feel like Ex Machina always ends up being insane. If RTZ is able to get like free boots and open up another item slot, because using the Trickster Cloak,
they're literally using they're using 2 of the tier 5 items on the side of T1. Of course, you know, EG didn't get any because they were trapped inside their base. So we did get to 60+, but it wasn't like the game deciding like, wow, look at that. But realistically, if T1 let off the pressure a little bit, accepted the fact that they wanted to farm, maybe EG getting a couple of tier 5 items could have been like that. Wow, we turned it around.
And it did get to points where, you know, this is just a thing that happens in Dota. You're playing versus Doom. Hero has infinite GPM. He gets to the point with Grimstroke, he has 6 Dooms, effectively, right? He has Refresher, he gets a Reshard, a Refresher Shard as well, and then he's just like Doom with a Grimstroke Hook, and I don't know, I don't even remember if Grimstroke perhaps got a Refresher Shard. I don't think he did, but either way, there's 6 Dooms in a way there. And that is very difficult to avoid. Even with buybacks, you come back in and you're like, oh my god, another round of this.
Again.
So it's a tough game as it goes on for EG, and they were making it happen, but T1, they got their comfort, they got their plays coming in together toward the end.
Yeah. And a person on the receiving end of that Doom was often nice size on a DK. I want to talk. I know after a 60+ minute game, you don't want to talk about the draft, but I do want to talk a little bit about the draft because we've seen this before from EG. It worked in the past. The opening DK Terrorblade, we've seen Terrorblade be invincible for this team. Were they maybe a little bit figured out on that side, or can we in this game, if you look back, you don't look at the draft?
I wouldn't look at the draft just because of the fact that when you look at the types of heroes they have, it's the combination of Tiny playing with a Sky with an ET deck, blowing up here like 23 Savage early on. He was getting 100-0 in critical fights. And I think just the essence of their playstyle was DK hits towers, you skirmish with 3, TB farms the entire jungle behind. So in regards to EG, they were playing their draft. It was just the overconfidence and that one kind of dire jungle fight where TB tried to get a Sunder onto the Leshrac when they were slept, didn't get it off and died. He'd also used meta pre-Aegis, then he didn't get his Sunder off. He had used meta, wasted Aegis basically, and then that basically put T1 in a position of then opening up the map again. So the draft was pretty nice. It's just they made that one fatal error, in that jungle.
And T1, even though, like we said, EG making some huge outplays when they were, I felt like they were a bit outdrafted in this one just because the Jug pick, they're outplaying, but they're never getting the gold lead. Even though they're getting so many kills, they have like a 10 kill lead or something. The Doom, the Jug, they're still finding farms. Same thing for the Lash, the 2 supports as well. Yeah, I want this more in Dota. I love when we go to game 3. I love when we have long games and we have insane late games with 4 staffs and tossbacks.
Great team fights,
Okay,
amazing.
I am a little bit bored though of watching people who get doomed running away. You know, like how many times in this 60-minute game did they doom people and EG just went away from the fight? Like one more stun and it's like.
But that's the disengage. That's the thing I like to see is that base
the
one,
poke and prod,
the 3-4 staffs, the toss back down into a secondary one. Like that's
like
where teams
so close to crushing the game on T1 earlier. Just so close.
It's so nice.
But they might have they might have run away every time, but they also came back every time. It's why we had these incredibly long fights, right? How do you move on to game 3 from this? Like, what do you take away from this? This was the second game in a row. We saw Carl and Doom worked out good. First game obviously didn't get a win, but he still had a comfortable hero for him. Like, is that something you'll look at removing, or are you like how do you move forward? What do you think about? What do you talk about?
I definitely think the Doom could be a bit of an issue, even though first game it did have the problems. Doom is good against everybody. The hero is just literally good versus anything, and if you do have Grimstroke, there's possibility for doubles or triples or quadruples.
The key thing is that we can't ignore is EG are the aggressors so far in the series. They are the ones at 20 minutes crossing the river, taking the fights, and it's kind of T1 having to respond. So for T1, it's respecting that aggression, making sure they have a draft to deal with that, and also don't get carried away with, okay, we won game 2, just tone it back down. And for EG, I think this is kind of where they maybe fall short in big tournaments is they have a hero that they have 100% win rate of, TB, they lose. Now they might be asking themselves too many questions. They might be overthinking it. So that they just need to stick to what they're doing. So literally, both teams stick to what they're doing, but just don't get too creative with the we have to adapt so quickly.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I think T1 played they played an amazing game.
They did.
They made an incredible kind of weird, I guess, comeback, even though they were kind of winning the game in gold and control of the map most of the time.
They came back from their own throw. That's the best thing. You know, they threw the game, but then they were like, you know what, we can also win our own game. So this was T1's storyline.
It's just, you got to have a little back and forth.
It was very exciting. They smoked 5 heroes into mid, die. I mean, we're like, what?
Rapier maybe caught them off guard. And tossed back on 23 Savage, catching them off guard. But yeah, that's
Sixth
Dota.
man. Yeah.
Who's MVP?
Ooh.
I'm
Us. I'm cheap. I'm being cheap.
Wow.
Us, we watched it.
That's
it was
true.
Great. It was phenomenal. I love watching Rapier Dota. I love watching late game 16-minute games.
That makes us the winners. It doesn't necessarily make us the MVP.
That's fair.
I guess we can go with 23 Savage just for the essence of being able to continue scaling in the games. With Juggernaut in these type of games, you can often feel lost, but he went for Yasha. He could have gone for Manta because of the threat of the sky. He actually went for Maelstrom to continue his farming pattern, and then he pivoted to SMY. So I feel like that decision-making in like the early to mid-game when EG was ahead, or at least pressuring the game, he could have easily subscribed to we're losing, play for a key fight, and he played for a later fight, and that clearly happened when he, ended the game, absolutely jacked.
I'm cool with Savage or Carl. I think Carl still, even though he had a bit of a weirdish, some of the dooms, like not his fault that they're blocked by Lincolns because he's dooming the first target, but the Grimstroke, like the Lincolns, the thing blocks the secondary one.
Yeah.
He did his job, and I think his build was really, really interesting because he avoided going for that Blink Dagger, but it ended up working because he's so tanky. He allows his team to be able to get the spells off. He allows the Zephyr positioning. So yeah, I'm cool with both of them.
And what was the reason, who was the reason, if you want, for EG to be able to draw that game out so long? Because they were on the receiving end for a long time, or was it literally just T1 baby being a little over aggressive? We said that sometimes is a problem with this squad, but was that this time?
I think I have to give it to ET. I think the 4-man stomp. Okay,
Surprise!
because I'm not being a biased ET person.
No,
That's
you
really
are.
not why. Okay, fine. No, he got a 4-man stomp. He got a 5-man splitter when it was. That's where I feel like if T1 wins those fights, the game might just end at 40 minutes, might end just 35 minutes. The fact that he gets a 5-man splitter, he gets a 4-man stop into 4-man splitter, allows EG to keep themselves in the game at a net worth disparity.
Yeah. But it was also what we mentioned with the whole running away from Doom. It's the fact that they, as a team, are still reinitiating after the Dooms. They're still accepting the fact that they can fight in certain scenarios. If they're down, they're kiting out the Nyx, they're blowing up the Nyx. It was beautiful. You mentioned like the ET idea. They're using him for vision with the Sentry, finding where the Nyx is. He then leaves Burrow. They instantly jump in with the DK. Like there's a lot of kind of quirky plays from EG to keep themselves in the game, but yeah, fundamentally it was just T1's resilience that just pushes them through.
Yeah.
We've now seen both teams win a game. We've seen them play a lot, extensively, long game, especially the second one. Is there one team that you guys feel is playing better than the other? Because I heard a couple, I heard you all say that T1's draft in that game 2 definitely was easier to execute one. Does that mean that the reason why EG was in the game was because they were playing better? Or...
I think they're actually very evenly matched, I gotta be honest. I didn't think that I would be saying that coming today. I think I had EG with a slight advantage over T1, but I really think that they're both a perfect match for each other. They're both very similar with their styles, as we mentioned, with drafts.
Yeah.
And I think we got to see this in the last 2 games. Just, sure, EG this game were the more audacious ones to make the active plays and keep themselves at this kill advantage, but T1, they know how to respond accordingly, and like you said too, they know how to keep themselves cool. Even if the game, even if they're losing some kills, except that, they know that they have the win condition. So I think there's a really even match.
Even match. I love it. Would also love to see a third even game rather. Third game of the series coming your way right now as we head over to the draft panel. Ho ho ho.
Oh! Oh! Oh!
Ohio, welcome to Game 3. Ooh, won't this be exciting, gentlemen? So good to have you back.
Thank you, Slacks. That's why we're here. This is why we enjoy Dota so much. Games like this. This might, the panel talked about, the caster talked about. This might be the most entertaining game we saw so far. Sometimes one team is just better than the other. The clean execution, they win in 20 minutes. But this is not what we're here for. We're here for some good, even Dota tier 5 items, and they deliver it.
Yeah, Brian, you were saying that the drafts on these two teams are kind of similar, the play styles are a little bit similar, and there we just had two teams that looked like they were just button heads the whole time.
Yeah, it was just an awesome game execution-wise to watch, but going into Game 3, I highlighted after Game 1 that you can look at Carry's items to tell which one has a better game and scales better into the game. First game, Naga got to build completely normal items, Arteezy, and then 23 Savage had to build the Blink and the MKB. Second game, 23 Savage got to go all the jug items, the Sanjin Yasha, Mjolnir, Ags, everything that hero wants, while you see Arteezy with a Lincoln's double rapier and a Daedalus. Yeah, it's going to be, I think, the pivotal decider on who wins this third game is which carry is more enabled 30-40 minutes plus, because both teams have shown that they have the execution to take a fight win behind, I think is the most important thing.
Especially EG in this one, because they could have lost that game so much earlier. It was Fly on ET who managed the buy time for the team. Some of the sickest ET plays we've seen, not just in this tournament, but overall. Like 4-man stomps into 4 or 5-man ulti. Like, it doesn't get better than this.
I've never seen a 5-man freaking Elder Titan ult like
I don't think I have either.
That was insane. But yeah, so moving into this next game, a lot of pressure on both of these teams. Some of these guys, EG, they've been under this pressure a lot before. T1, maybe not so much. Haven't really been that tested. Think that's going to play a factor in this?
I don't think so. I think the team played so many games on the stage already that they know. Like they're experienced watching them grow throughout the second season. They also grew on me. I said so many times that their support duo is extremely strong, the strongest in Southeast Asia. They remind me of the my personal Chinese favorite duo. It's from Vici Gaming, PYW, and DY. They love to hold the hands together when things are not going well, and they just go around the map and do stuff.
Yeah, both of their losses during DPC were in the first couple weeks. They ended the season 5-0, including the tiebreaker to take first place. So they had momentum coming into the tournament, and they're carrying it on. And I think that if you can't handle this pressure, you're not going to do so hot at TI. And they've got March as a coach, who I think he's a really important aspect of this team because they are pretty young overall, and he's got all the experience, I think, to hand off to him.
And if you go back to previous major, you had the no Cuckoo, which is a big factor for the team, and you can feel the difference already.
Absolutely. So we have to talk about Terrorblade's first loss in the hands of Arteezy in that series. Seems like Terrorblade is such a hero of contention. BSJ, you said that in the last game, Lion prevented him from doing anything. In this game, they dealt with him pretty well. But how did they just dismantle him so well in this game that makes it the only team that's done so?
So they had Doom both games. I think it's because the Abed Puck in game 1 was just such a bigger threat than the Abed Tiny. Yes, they had a lot of burst damage, but both teams were incredibly good at saving their carries. Like we saw a triple 4-staff from EG into a toss. We saw triple 4-staff on 23 Savage to save him from the combos. And once that part of the fight's over, the difference between Tiny and Puck is Puck can phase shift, reset the fight, buys the damage items herself, but Arteezy's the only core there, so he's the sole focus of T1, and I think that's the difference maker for the Terrorblade, is he's not going to 1v9 against a Doom.
Yeah, I think you have a great point about the atomization, not just carry to carry. You also have Tiny, who's going for the Nullifier, which is a must-have item when you have 3 or 4 on disc on the other side. You need to be able to dispel it. Glimmer Capes, multiple 4-staffs. The item is just too strong. I tweeted the other day that the item is going to get deleted. Probably not going to get deleted, but it has to be nerfed to the ground. Now stop it, Slacks.
Get rid of it. Get rid of it, I say. Absolute garbage. Yes. Good to see the Book of the Dead coming back, though. I mean,
I did not expect to see a Necronomicon unit today.
Yeah. It's been a long time. Do you think that will ever come back, or is the game better without it? No.
I legitimately believe the game is better without it, and good riddance. I don't say that lightly. I think it's a mechanic in the game that the only person who enjoys it being there is the person that has it, and I think those are innately bad for the game.
Same goes for techies. It's only you. Even your teammates are not enjoying playing with the techies in the team, and the other 5 guys on the enemy team are also not enjoying them. So, and there you are laughing
Yes.
One by one they go. Necronomicon first, then Eon Disc, and next Techies.
You know what? If that's the way we got to go out, I'll take it. As long as they...
How long do you want? Like an extra 2 or 3 years? What's the timeline on
Yeah,
this?
2 years. I mean, all good things have to come to an end, you know?
Okay.
The greatest things in this world cannot stay forever. Love, friendship,
Techies.
That's all that matters. But speaking of such stupid heroes that are never going to make it into the draft on this final game, do you think we're going to see any crazy new things? I mean, where is the crit Earth Spirit? Where's the crit Tusk? Where's the Witch Doctors that we've been seeing?
I love Tusk. I just feel the hero is underused. Tusk had a great performance the other day. I think Doom has to go. Once again, T1, they have first pick, so Evil Geniuses, they need to adjust it. He was also a big threat in game number 1. I don't think you want to give this either to a Carl or to Cuckoo. Let's see what they decide to go for.
At the very least, second round ban. Last game they got a 4th pick, which that's just kind of a sign of disrespect. Yep, there it is, elevated to a 1st overall ban for EG. I think when I talk about the items with the carries, and that means who's going to be more enabled later. I think Doom's probably the most carry tilting like matchup favor in one guy's way than the other. Maybe other than like a Slardar, just things that just screw over one carry. Razor, these are like the anti-carries of the game. And I think when both teams put so much weight on their carries later on in the game, I know like he's meant to be the carry, but these guys are both the definition of a position 1.
Lion is in the pool, right? It's their go-to as well, hero, so no reason not to pick it. And EG, they already know.
Wow,
I like the Puck Phoenix. This has been a sick combo for them. Phoenix is like the support version of Doom. The best way to counter it is to run away, and Puck is such good synergy with that. Now you may go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say you may see Lion DK against Puck, but I've seen EG pick Puck willingly into both of these heroes, and he just goes an earlier Eon Disc that we were mentioning, and these instant stun kill combos are not that great when he's able to reliably survive against them every 100 seconds or so. It's just not long enough.
This is something that I expected. We expected to see in game number 1, instant picks going on. And now we can see it. Like Lion, they respond with the Puck, and Phoenix. Snapfire, it was super popular hero for T1. Snapfire plus a Lion. Snapfire got nerfed, but still level 1 ulti dies the Little Shredder all the time, so I would not be surprised. Another way of stunning people. It's just this opener, Lion plus Dragonite, I don't think it has too many weaknesses. You might start thinking about Ursa for even both teams, like it's good against Dragonite, great against the Phoenix Egg. Once again, you eventually build into Basher.
I like Tide a lot for EG. I think they have to ban it out on T1. I've seen EG win a game, or I saw LGD win a game the exact same way, where the opponent picked a heavy single target disable opening, and LGD responded with the Tide. And the idea of the Tide is that he just runs in. Oh, there it is. Never mind.
Oh, look at that snipe.
It's because you are a hero that they don't want to stun. And if you go on somebody else, you can also counter-initiate with the Ravage. It just makes the combos really hard to execute.
And of course, egg hitters are typically thought about in these Phoenix games, but you guys remember Mars? Remember that hero?
Was super popular at the start. He had like 70-75 win rate after 3 or 4 days, and then no one.
The Witch Doctors of the world started coming out. People were literally picking laners that were just meant to shut down the hero in lane, because he does fall off quite hard if his early like 5 to 6 minutes is slow.
There was a Phoenix in this game, though.
Yeah, I love these bans from both teams. The Dooms, the Razors, get them out of here. All these anti-carries. Such a staple.
Coming from a carry player.
I'm sorry, I just think this series, it matters more than any other I've watched so far this tournament. You mentioned the Crit Earth Spirit. He's 1-2 so far in terms of record with that hero in the playoffs, so it's not exactly like... It just shows the hero's pretty underwhelming if Crit has a negative win rate with it.
Yikes.
It might be good here.
It looks good,
like when I first thought about Dragonite, like what's the greatest save? Everyone's going to be grouping around. You have this snowball same goes for Lion. Going in, if you get 2 snowballs off in a team fight, BKB piercing abilities. This hero has the toolkit, pretty much everything. Roche.
You're talking about Tusk right now?
I'm talking about Tusk.
Yeah, I agree with you. Sorry.
No. We're good. Back to you, Slacks.
Thank you. I will take that back. Tusk is a walrus. Thank you, guys.
That is about the best info you're going to get out of Slacks during the draft.
Well, it's useful.
I agree.
A lot of people don't know that kind of stuff. At any rate, taking a long time on this next ban here. Don't know too much about T1's draft so far. Pretty standard. Last time they really valued the Treant Protector around this time. Ancient Apparition completely ignored as well, which is pretty odd.
They banned Viper, so they do not want to. Either that says we want to pick melee safe laner, or we just want to get possibly a hero like a Spectre. Maybe not show it straight away.
I think it's as simple as a respect ban sometimes against T1. I think it was Fog that was praising him as the best Viper he's ever seen.
Wow, the best Viper you've ever seen.
Hey,
Incredible.
these heroes are not
As
conceptually
easy. Yeah.
simple.
You might think about Viper as, you click Q, stack multiple times, get a kill, have a corrosive skin. But what's, like...
What animal is that, guys?
It's Walrus.
That's right, see?
Yeah,
I bet
makes
more
sense.
people remember that. Go ahead.
Nah, but we already discussed why it's so good. And this hero, also a very
Wow, that's
popular
still in the
support
pool.
duo, have a dispel mechanic. Not a lot of heroes have dispel mechanic, so heavily focusing on the lanes.
Why
I don't think they've ever left Arteezy's pick till last, or I don't think they've ever left Ice's pick till last, but I just look at this burst combo, the ban of the Jug, Razor's already out of the pool. If EG was going to pick a carry right now, I think it would be Dusa. They could go Luna as well. Luna looks decent. It's good in lane with the Tusk. They can try lane if they want to do like Ice's hero in the off, like solo safe lane. I just think this is a good spot to pick your carry, personally, even though I talked to all these things, just because so many carries and anti-carries are already banned out. Wait, that hero's still in? Okay, well, never mind. It's against Lion, though, and Enchantress, both of which...
And Dragonite with
I
Free
think they
Fire.
baited them into picking
This
it.
is like the worst Terrorblade pick on paper, if it wasn't EG, I'd ever say. Just because the three heroes already deal with it so well. High armor on the core, and then ways to deal with the illusions on both supports. You're not going to kill the Enchantress because of Untouchable, at least for a long time.
PL still in the pool. Usually PL just gets banned straight away. If they want to pick PL, it's time to pick it right now. It's one of the Savage's best
Great against
heroes.
Tusk.
Yep.
Oh no. I think this is a complete bait. They have 3 Terrorblade counters and they're just letting them have it.
This is actually a off-lane Terrorblade. I've seen Ice be practicing
5
it.
Terrorblade,
Wow, let's
position
go.
1 Tusk, rush that Midas Deso.
Let's
Yep.
go.
Oh, you have to go
Into
battle
Shadow
Fury
Blade.
against
the Shadow Blade.
when you're tusking against PL carry, you do have to itemize the Battle Fury. It's something where you do usually go the Deso on the Shadow Blade, but have to make sure you can deal with those illusions on somebody.
So they need an off-laner. I don't mind banning out Legion Commander. I think that would be a good pick for EG, potentially. Just lock people into place. The spell mechanic against the Dragonite stun, against the Lion abilities. I don't remember if EG played it. It was super popular in China and Southeast Asia. I'm just scrolling through the picks. I don't see it in the last 10 games.
I'm confused. EG must see something I don't, because I think this is like 90-10 T1 right now. Like, this is such... Just on paper, 1-to-1, every hero looks so good for T1 that it has to be the bigger picture that EG is seeing that, you know, I'm not capable of seeing, and also the lanes. Every time I've questioned EG's drafts in these spots where it makes no sense 1-to-1 matchups, they end up with like a 3K lead at 12 minutes, and sometimes it just doesn't matter. So going into this game, I'm already saying the win condition for EG is the lanes. Otherwise, if this game is remotely even, I don't see how they win. I don't think there's single picks in this game that can change that. Broodmother is out, right? Yeah, Brood's already gone. I'm thinking of like these game-changing offlaners.
They ban Legion Commander, okay. So we see that more from the teams, not just banning out certain roles, but they like ban offlaner and the mid laner, something that they want to protect either their mid or safe laner with.
Is there like a Necrophos or something like that's like an arranged offlaner that can carry? I'm just thinking you have a Tusk support. You could also do like Darkseer for EG. Do they play Darkseer? I don't know if I've seen I assume any offlaner can play it, but it's like the only anti-PL offlaner I can think of. It's the best. Yeah, they're gonna pick Darkseer if it's left, I think. That would be a game changer. I think it's PL's worst matchup, offlane to carry.
Could be. We did see those illusions in this series come to a head and be extremely useful before. Could he do some creative stuff, though? When's the last time you saw one of them ODs? Evil
yes.
It was picked yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, 0% win rate so far.
Yeah. Okay, this is a good ban. Sorry, Slacks, Underlord. They needed an offlane. Like, they would have limited amount of damage. Like, that would actually be the perfect pick against the PL. You have the Firestorm, percentage-based damage against him, and the Dragon Knight builds into Pipe, mitigates ton of damage against DK, Lion. A bit of a, like, maybe slower start for EG if they picked it, but great ban from Kyiv. I think this is the best possible ban that they could go with.
Bat Rider ban against the TB. Both are just trying so hard to protect their carries. I think Underlord's really nice in the lane pushing aspect of Dota, but if it goes late, I think he's a bait against PL if you don't have a way to deal with PL.
You know what I'll say? Might sound stupid. I want to see something like Night Stalker off lane for T1. Like Ruins, Tusk, Phoenix. Well, it's actually Phoenix for Ruins, Night Stalker if he pops the egg, but if you silence him first, you're forcing Puck to build different items.
Offlane ET.
They steal the Titan away.
That's a sick ET pick.
Why is that?
Just remove like 0 armor. 0 armor TB. ET doesn't usually make Terrorblade have 0 armor because it's a 5-position ET that's never going to be able to get in there. But BKB is incredibly valuable. The only thing they have that goes through it is the Tusk punch. Even the tag team damage doesn't go through it, so he probably gets that early ags, maybe like Echo Saber to lead into it. Darkseer is the only hero I can think of here for EG.
I kind of feeling maybe Slardar. You're playing into 3 melee cores. TB plus Slardar feels good. You have like the spell mechanic with the Phantom Lancer, but allows you to kill Roche faster, even with the Tusk. Something that we don't see. Probably not gonna be it, but something that I would love to see here.
They have to have some obvious pick in mind.
Oh my goodness gracious! They banned it last game, and now he makes it the King of Sand.
So, Sand King pretty much free farms against all illusion heroes. It's the only lanes he does well. Pretty much anything other than that, Sand King's just got bad base stats, low base armor, low base damage, but the Sandstorm's just so potent here. This game is on ice. I'll just be honest with you. I
loved T1's draft until the last pick. Want to see how well offlane ET can do. Now I'm leaning a bit more towards EG, even though it's not a good matchup for Terrorblade. He's playing into Lion, Enchantress, he's playing into Phantom Lancer. I'd say 55-45 for EG.
Wow.
I'm going 70-30 T1. I think the carry matchup's all that matters in this series, unless I saw one carry that just has an impossible game to play. I think both carries will do okay. Both are dealing with some counters, and PL just owns Terrorblade late game, and I think 23 Savage is going to take it.
All right, well, there you go from 2 of our best analysts here in the house, and it is finally time to send you to that Game 3. The winner of this goes straight to the Grand Finals. Don't go anywhere. Get yourself ready for one of the hypest matches in history, casted by Sunsfan and his friend, Synderin. True friends.
Thank you, Sir Action Slacks. I feel like there was a lot of meaning behind the word friend there. Whether intended or not, we'll have to find out later. Sunsfan with Synderin, as he said. This is Game 3. Winner ends up facing PSG.LGD in the Grand Finals. That's true. They've been the dominant team of this tournament thus far. But this is going to, I mean, if it's anything like Game 2 and we get more Tier 5 items, which, I mean, based on the odds, probably not going to happen, Synderin. But looking at these lineups, I want to just say, and tell me where I'm wrong here, Phantom Lancer as a hero this tournament, kind of underwhelming. This is after like a lot of the nerfs to the shards specifically from, I want to say, like a month ago.
Yeah, I think the best showing from the hero was when it was picked by, I want to say, was it PSG.LGD against Nigma in the upper bracket? I think they picked PL into Terrorblade in a similar fashion, like a late pick in the draft that was relatively uncountered, and it did very well in that game, played by Ame. But yeah, this game is going to be very different from the last because I think the lineups are very different in nature. EG with very powerful team fight. You've got Puck, Sand King, Phoenix, whereas T1, their team fight largely coming from the Elder Titan, who's kind of like a combo breaker. And then they have the easy initiation of both Dragon Knight and Lion with Dagger. And they're playing core ET, which is very uncommon. I think SCA is one of the regions that might run this the most, but it's not something I'm very familiar with seeing. Obviously, the primary reason what prompted this pick for T1 is probably the two things. First of all, they want a way of combo breaking this massive team fight and getting out if they need to. And secondly, core ET gets farmed, and therefore he can run at Terrorblade. And then you get that armor removal that will make PL and Dragon Knight just way stronger against Terrorblade than they usually are. So a lot is going to come down to the early laning. It's going to come down to getting items. EG, I think, has a really strong timing when their team fight comes online, and T1 has a really strong timing when they get specific items. Aghanims on Titan, and I think the daggers for them are really important. So we'll see. EG are starting with an aggro tri-lane once again. They're going to leave Ice solo top lane on an island on Sand King. And we have Carl versus Abed in mid. Very classic Dragon Knight favored matchup against the puck in the game. I think in lane both heroes farm. But that stun is obviously going to be very annoying for Abed to deal with.
I just have to mention, both Terrorblade and Puck, Arteezy and Abed's basically they're heroes of the tournament, if not multiple tournaments at this point.
Yeah.
Both given to them, essentially.
But it came at a trade, right? They chose to pick Puck, and they end up facing Dragon Knight and Lion. So two of the best counters as Whiteman and Crit going at it. Crit will come out slightly ahead, but have to run away, of course, by being melee. Forcing the salve.
Yeah, but they do start out in that tri-lane, like you said.
They
but
are
it looks
really
like
shutting down Savage here.
Yeah. I mean, last time they did this, they kept it up for a few waves, and then Crit started to kind of rotate out a bit. Do you expect kind of the same thing here?
I'm not sure, actually. The problem for Tusk is that ganking mid, I do think he can gank mid on level 2 if he skills shards. Dragon Knight's one of the better heroes at surviving a Tusk gank by having high armor against the tag team. But if he's this low, obviously there's a potential kill. As far as the top lane goes, I'm a bit worried for Ice that if he doesn't get any help, playing Sand King 1v2 and getting shut down is so hard because you counter this item with a Sentry Ward. And mind you, this item is cheaper and you have more of them than you used to. So you can just keep shutting this guy down. You can keep investing in sentries if you want in this top lane. Or, I mean, as it looks right now, they're just going to leave him alone. Cuckoo is going to solo that lane, and Zephyr is looking for potential other plays on the map.
Yeah, Crit
Maybe
shutting
bring
down.
PL into the game.
Crit ends up taking the water rune bot, which leaves the top one for Abed if he chooses to do so. Obviously, just wants to pressure Carl for the time being. Can always illusory
Carl actually
orb
going
there.
for it here. He's going to force the orb. He's not going to
I've been waiting for.
And he'll get it as a result.
But that's going to cost Abed CS, actually. That's pretty smart from Carl. He chose to go there at the time that 3 creeps were low. And he is giving Abed the choice, do you want to get the CS or do you want to get the rune? And Abed does get the rune, but at the cost of, I think, 100 gold there. And yeah, Carl with a great start here. 13 for 3 against 7 and 4. Cuckoo sitting on 14-7 against the 5-0 Sand King. Very expected with the head start he got. And ET is just so good in melee 1v1 with this build. He just smacks him. As long as this is central, Isosite has to stun and run. Like, it's not fair.
Oh my.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, nobody else to help him out here, so Isosite's kind of living on the edge right now.
And PL still has farm bot. Like, I feel like T1 actually got off to a really good start here, and now that they're rotating Ench down here, they're going to have the stronger tri-lane as well. Enchantress is one of the best tri-lane heroes as long as she has access to creeps.
Nice shards, blocking him in. Nice job from Crit. Arteezy just pounding away now. That's going to be first blood for Arteezy. Can't choose a better hero if you're an EG fan.
Ready to get sharded off there. And obviously the 3v3 favoring T1 very dependent on an Ench creep. The moment it expires, EG just go. They pounce on him immediately. Get off to a good start on Arteezy, like you said. Still,
for Sand King in general, you kind of brought this up with the jungle. If they're going to actually go aggro in there at some point, looks like Zephyr. A little bit of pressure to Abed right now. Illusory Orb for that top water rune. He's going to get Dragon Tail. Nope. Waning Rift will put that to an end.
Great play from Abed there. That was perfect.
But how much comeback potential does a Sand King have if you get off to kind of a rough start here?
You can always farm stacks in the jungle with Sandstorm, and you can like start cutting waves, but he's not like... It's not great, because the build-up... Okay, hang on,
right,
Whiteman.
Another attempt here, this time onto Whiteman. Like you said, the Ice Shards don't completely block him in, but makes him choose a different path than he would otherwise take. So another kill for EG in this try-v-try.
very, very important for EG to just pounce on every opportunity they've given, because when these three heroes are together and they do have a creep on Ench, I do think these moves don't exist. But this time Zephyr wasn't there yet, and they get in on Whiteman and get that kill. So nicely done. Yeah, as far as Sand King recovery goes, usually if you're having a great start on Sand King, you would like to go Veil and then Dagger, or maybe you go some sort of like tanky build with Bracer or something like that. In this game, you're probably so far behind that you have to go for the Dagger, or it's going to come too late. And that just means that in this build-up period where you're farming up those 2k gold, you're very exploitable for this ET as long as he has a sentry. He's going to go Soul Ring so he can keep the mana flowing. And then I imagine we will see that Dagger queued up, maybe Boots on the way. But yeah, 15-0 against 13 and 14. Not exactly a good time.
Yeah, of course, he's been playing these heroes that want to initiate and get their... I mean, he's been playing Dragon Knight a lot, so that's a very tanky hero. Sand King, not exactly that tanky, maybe more elusive than tanky, I guess. As bot lane, another Ice Shards blocking a bit here for 23 Savage, but just going to doppelgang our way.
They're trying to pressure the tower with Siege. They're forcing out spells. Got to be a little bit careful with not overextending here as EG, because any TP rotation from Elder Titan or Dragon Knight could be powerful. But they've taken advantage of the fact that, look at the resources, right? 100 mana on ET. I think Dragon Knight sitting on 100 as well. So neither hero are really able to connect. So they can squeeze out that advantage from the resources that are missing. And more than anything, Dragon Knight actually...
First coil of the game. Crit is here as well with that tag team. Abed, nobody's going to give you high five, at least not on team. Okay, he just walks right out, but the Ice Shards blocks him in, and eventually they'll take it. Nobody's going to give him high five. That feels pretty... What?
Okay, that is big.
Ice. He had half the CS as Cuckoo, but gets the solo kill.
That is a huge kill for Ice.
Wow.
That
must have been like a caustic finale on creeps or something like that, right?
Think about it. He got this kill, and he's still behind on gold after getting a 1v1 kill.
Yeah, but that pretty much brings him back, though.
Yeah, he's drawing the lane now. That is the biggest kill of the game for sure. Very nicely done. So we're seeing it here.
Yeah, Burrow Strike, and just the creeps doing a lot of the damage here.
Cuckoo just overestimating his tankiness. He had like 250 health or something, 300.
Wow.
He's going to get a refill and reconnect to lane, but this does put Ice at a very big level advantage in that top lane.
Ooh, Carl
dodged. Very nice from Abed.
Waiting Rift to follow, and he'll be able to maneuver himself around. We see that Cuckoo is actually going for a Hand of Midas. Thoughts on this?
He's playing for late game.
Yeah.
He wants to get Midas Ags, I think.
I mean, for those that haven't seen an Elder Titan core, especially once he gets a ton of farm, this is a scary freaking hero. When we saw the Ags last game, that was on a support.
He's an excellent anti-carry late game against heroes that have high base armor. Terrorblade is #1. So, all right, crit TPs. They get the coil.
Right, waiting Rip just for the mobility. Coil, like you said, tag team to follow. Do they have enough damage to actually kill him off?
The Carl missed completely. Oh, actually, never mind.
Yeah.
They hit
Looks
fly.
like Carl gets blocked a bit here. Crit is actually going to dive down with that snowball. Looks like it'll be enough, just barely, to kill Carl. So in the end, the EG do get the kill. Takes a lot longer than they were anticipating. Abed, War Stomp is there. He's going to get healed from Fly. Waiting Rift to the low ground. And Cuckoo trying to chase, but...
EG doing a very, very good job at executing these skirmishes. 5-0. They've just been outplaying on these moves. Like Dragon Knight there, he's so close to living because of a good Breathe Fire. Getting that damage reduction on 2 of EG's heroes, but still, Crit chases him down.
Ice has... he's got a Ring of Health queued. I'm not sure if he bought it. Is he going Vanguard? Did he get a Vit booster coming or something? Or maybe going for Pipe this game?
He could... Can you play this game without Dagger because you're with Puck? Like maybe you go Crimson against the PL, and you just try to enable your team fight in this strong mid-game timing that you hit, and try to avoid it getting to late game at all.
I mean, what are your thoughts on...
Could do that, actually. It wouldn't be too bad.
What is Sand King like against PL in the mid to late game? Because back in the day when this worked this way, the Aghanim Scepter against Illusions was crazy.
Insanely
but doesn't work that way anymore.
Right. When it applied Caustic Finale to Illusions, he was literally one-shotting PL.
Yeah, it was great. That was a golden age of Dota when PL wasn't here.
Yeah, gotta love that. He's queuing him.
Oh, ooh. Good attempt there from Crip, but Whitemon positioning himself nicely.
How does Sand King fare against PL? I think he does well for the time being. Like, let's say 20 minutes, you're 25. 25 minutes, you have Crimson Guard. +1 item, you're fine, but PL will eventually overwhelm you, and you're going to struggle against Mana Burn. Sand King without mana is garbage, and his spells are relatively costly, so he's he's playing against both Mana Drain from Lion and the Diffusal Blade from the Phantom Lancer that he's building his first item, is going to be a problem for Ice. Seeing this Ring of Health really just makes me think he's going Crimson. Like, I don't think there's any other like high-value item he would go with this here. Unless I'm missing something. I don't think so. Still working on that Diffusal. Yasha
Easy just jungling now. Yeah.
So everybody's building up. Like, EG are up 5-0, so it's looking like a great game for them on the scoreboard, but 3 of the top 4 cores are still T1. They have especially won the mid lane very hard with the Dragon Knight against Puck matchup. Carl is beating out Abed by 700 net worth, even though he died.
Oh,
Fly.
He knew he was invis, taking the risk anyway, and it looks like he's going to fall before being able to use that egg or a dive or anything, for that matter. He did get the sentry, though, Syndra.
Ice.
And
He's in a
Ice.
sentry ward.
He sure is. He's actually right next to it now, getting chased by these illusions continually.
Fine.
As Carl pressures the tier 1 tower, Abed's still looking for that elusive high 5 that shall never come, apparently. It's very sad. Maybe he'll get it after the game in person.
This is actually kind of problematic for EG. They're almost losing the tower, so they pre-salve Carl, so he's tanking the tower for very long. They bring in an inch creep with the bonus armor to tank the next shots.
Oh, wow.
It's gone.
Yeah, it's dead.
They lost their tower minute 10.
They will get the deny at the very least, but yeah, that's... I mean, it is a Dragon Knight, so you gotta expect that at some point, but this is a little earlier than we're used to seeing for sure.
And it is a really good tower to get against the Terrorblade lineup. He wants to access his triangle. He wants to play as much jungle as possible.
Oh, ice. Yep, there's TPs coming from T1 right now. He gets the Burrow Strike off to the other side, but you have to think that he will likely die if there's a sentry here. Ice. Oh, he's actually prepping the epicenter. Gets it off. Does a little bit residual damage to Whitemon, but the Dragon Tail's there, and Cuckoo.
Can he find a way out of this?
Burrow Strike into the TP. And it's going to be successful. Unreal. Ice.
That's some Vanguard value.
Wow. Yeah,
he got a lot out of that one.
That was very nice. And this opens it up for the tier 1 to at least take heavy damage, if not just take the whole thing.
This is really good from EG to get this tower pressure in the meantime. They're not rotating to try to help Ice. They're just taking advantage of all the space he made. Are they actually getting a full tower? Minute 12. We were just praising Dragon Knight for getting it. That is
What, you've never
so
seen
huge.
the Puck Phoenix Tusk push before, Cinder?
It's classic. You'd use tag team and you just smack that tower. Really good.
Man.
It doesn't work. Don't do it.
Yeah, that would be great, actually. That would be a good buff to Tusk.
Yeah, I definitely think tag team is the part of the hero that needs a buff. That is the way to go.
Yeah, true. Oh, there we see the coil onto 23 Savage. Snowball to follow into the Walrus Punch. High value kill for EG.
And they get the courier. A bit of a bonus.
Adding insult to injury there as EG take a 2K net worth lead.
EG are very good at this when they're playing against these illusion-based carries. They're very good at catching them in the triangle with an offensive ward. And if they even get this top tier 1 tower, there's just even more access to shutting down this PL.
Do you think that comes from playing those heroes themselves? I mean,
I think that's
feels
a
like
part of
the
it.
triangle, especially on the Radiant side, is such an important thing for EG, at least
it's also
for the past 6 months.
It's not just playing it themselves, it's something they specifically do really well with Puck, I think. They're really taking advantage of Puck's ability to connect over cliffs. All right, Zephyr,
is no
space.
more. Not as much space as Ice because he wasted time and lived.
Yeah.
But good effort. Good effort overall.
Diffusal will be coming out very soon.
All right, I want to talk to you about this. So 23 Savage, the PL. We talked about the Shard, how it was nerfed pretty heavily. We still see it sometimes, and sometimes they just entirely ignore it. What are your thoughts on this right now? As in, like, do you get it at 20 minutes? It's not a requirement, obviously, since we can see a lot of people bypassing it.
I think in this game you probably don't. I think you're very stat dependent here. You need a lot of defensive items to survive all this AoE damage that EG are bringing. You need to hit this point of critical mass where they don't kill you anymore. So like, let's say you have Hood Manto, or Hood Heart. So you can survive the first volley of spells and be a threat in fights. The problem I see is if you go for that Lance build-up with the Shard, that's all you are. You can't really do much more of that. That's a very they are
we'll
really
call that
ruining Zephyr's game.
That's a double kill.
Oh, I thought you were going to call it space. It's like debatable.
Well, it wasn't much space because they're in their jungle right now.
Nice. Ice is threatening here. Not finishing the Crimson. He's going Travels.
On Ice?
Yep, Sand is close to Travels.
Okay.
So gonna keep playing the map. And honestly, I really like this approach from EG right now. They know they have the stronger team fight. They know they've taken the towers that they needed to take. So let Arteezy farm whatever he wants and just try to pose a threat. What's going to end up happening likely is that this PL Diffusal is not going to come to much use because they can't really fight. and that means Arteezy outfarms him. If PL flat out only wants to farm, the usual farming build we see is at least a Yasha for the efficiency. But since he did go Diffusal, he doesn't have the luxury of farming as fast as a Terrorblade, and the gap is going to keep widening as he also needs to buy Hood against all the magic damage. So if EG can keep a firm grip on the map, this gold lead should increase over time. Currently sitting on 3K minute 15.
How much of that comes from seeing Cuckoo was building a Hannah Midas, and then obviously their mindset is to go late. So Boots of Travel gives you, I mean, it feels like a late game item almost, because you don't want to buy it if the game's going to end in 20, 25 minutes.
I think maybe part of it is that, but I think it's more a natural result of the lineups more than the itemization. Like if Cuckoo had a drum or whatever, like some sort of cost-efficient item right now, I don't think it would have changed very much for EG's approach to the game. I think it would have been very similar. Nice deep ward here placed by Whitemon. Don't know if they're really looking to do anything though. I think what T1 are mainly warding here for is actually they're not placing aggressive wards to kill. They're placing aggressive wards to see EG smoke and make moves so that they can dodge them. Placing defensive wards leaves you more vulnerable to getting attacked than having the wards on the other side of the river where you see the move before it begins instead of seeing it when it comes to the
reflection into, this is a triple kill.
Space.
Triple kill. Yeah, I mean, this is almost chain feeding at this point.
It's still really impressive to me how well 23 Savage is keeping up. This reminds me of last game where Arteezy on Terrorblade has seemingly the whole map at his disposal. And at the same time, 23 Savage is only a few hundred gold behind. After he has been killed in his triangle, he's still keeping up. He's got the Hood now. And looks to be queuing up Manta. So in this slot, PL usually goes one of 3 items. He either goes Manta, Sanjin Yasha, or Heart. And he is opting for the Manta here. There's obviously some big outplays. You can dodge Sunder, the initial cast. You can break Puck's Silence. And with some really clutchness, I think you can break out of Coil still. If you do it right on the edge, as Roche will go to EG.
Yeah, this is a really early one.
Yep.
16-minute Roche. Fly.
Pose here.
Yep. The Sunray Burrow Strike onto 2. Looks like the snowball comes in as well, and the egg on the sideline into the epicenter. 23 Savage is in a lot of trouble. The right clicks from Arteezy. Will it be enough? Yes, just barely. But they get the position 1 for T1. You were praising his farm. This is now the second death.
T1 has no business looking to fight into EG right now. I just think lineup-wise, it's not feasible to try to go. You need to keep pushing waves. If you do want to fight, it has to be Enchantress or Dragon Knight getting caught so that you can get your ET spells off so that your PL can go. PL walking in and casting a Spirit Lance there and then getting stunned by Sand King is almost the end of the fight already. Because he has one of 2 things will happen. Either he's going to die or he's going to run away. And what's your damage? If PL isn't fighting here, what damage does your lineup really have currently? It's not great.
Oh, Zephyr. Oh, no. No, please, no more. Not again.
He can do one more.
Not like this, please.
One more.
Crit. Oh,
okay.
All right, Ice Shard's missed there. He still has Snowball at his disposal, though. And with the dive, Abed's there.
Oh, hello.
Hello. And yeah, this will be another death for Mr. Zephyr, having a bit of a rough one on Enchantress early on. That is 6 deaths, yeah. I mean, they only have 1 kill overall. This is starting to get a little stompy here, Cinderin. Like, from T1's perspective, what do you think that they need to do to kind of crawl back in this before it gets to be insurmountable territory?
Should ban Puck.
Yeah, well, they did that game too, right? Or they took it themselves.
Right. I mean, I'm going to sound like a broken record. I think you have to dodge fights. Like, get vision out, try to play away, because it's something 23 Savage does really, really well, but they lost focus a little bit and got caught a couple of times.
Ooh.
Playing like that is really difficult, by the way, so I do think...
Oh, Coil coming. It's only onto Carl here. He's going to break it right off the bat. Snowball's coming, but look at the Sunray damage from afar. Nice Echo Stomp, though, onto 3 heroes, but the Burrow Strike into the epicenter on Cuckoo himself, and it looks like they're going to lose Fly to start things out here. It's going to be a trade, though, for Carl. That is the much more important kill as EG just continues to get these trades. Well, I guess they've only gotten 2 trades technically the whole game, but they get the better of these situations.
Yep. That's the kind of fight that you have a chance in where you are on defense and the right hero gets jumped, right? It's the Dragon Knight. That's what we were talking about earlier. You need to get DK or Enchantress caught so that your other heroes have time to land their spells. You get an Earth Spike there, you get the Stomp like you said, but still not enough in the tank to get more than the Phoenix kill. It's something though. But playing Keep Away in Dota right now is really difficult. I do think you probably have to do it a little bit longer. Maybe the next item on PL or ET or both opens up a little bit, but the game just doesn't favor your lineup right now to take straight on 5-on-5 engagements.
Yeah, 23 Savage. Actually, it looks like he's just going for the almost like the Magic build after the Manta. I mean, the Manta mostly to dispel, like you said, the Waning Rift is kind of the big one, but into the Shard and then Aether Lens, Cinderman, which could turn into Octarine. We've seen that before. It just becomes this very spammy Spirit Lance game where you're kind of playing from afar. You don't really want to fully commit.
Gonna go again.
Yep, Coil will be broken right off the bat.
This is
Zephyr on the other side with the heals. Ishard's going to connect, though. Nice block overall, but there's the ET ult from aside. EG taking heavy damage as a result. But here comes Fly from the other side now. Cuckoo gets off the Earth. Oh, beautiful Echo Stomp onto several heroes. But it's not really going to matter for him. The Burrow Strike is far too powerful with the numbers from EG.
Yep.
That is another kill going their way.
They're doing all the right things. Like, their heroes are playing tight together. They're making moves on their conditions. Okay.
He's going Radiance.
Yep, that is my favorite Blink Dagger.
This is a pub build right here. Ice is playing a pub right now. All right, Burrow Strike into the Waning Rift. You can see the Fire Spirits from afar into the Sun Rays. This is actually getting enough damage. He gets the Dragon Tail off. Nice stun onto Fly, so no more percentage-based damage for you.
EG need to get out of here. They're running out of resources, and I do think they will full-on disengage.
Is this a troll? Like,
no,
honestly.
I think he's going to buy it against PL.
That's awesome. Oh, yeah, that's true. It's really good against PL.
So he has the luxury of not buying Dagger. We talked about that 10 minutes ago, that maybe he isn't even going to buy one. Like, he's just going to tank up, and they are going to initiate with Puck Tusk. And he can either buy the Crimson Guard to be this like aura frontliner, or as is the case here, he's eyeing a Radiance, which I think could definitely work in this game.
That's very cool. Because when you see PL, and let's say in theory you don't have the heroes to deal with them, which they kind of to a degree do, especially with Coil, it's Mjolnir and Radiance. Those are like the two main itemizations, right? So, and I mean that's pretty cool. This feels like a pub build at the same time, because if you're in a pub and you have a Sand King buying Radiance, that usually is going to be a report, at least in my experience.
So there's probably about like 20,000 aspiring players watching this game right now, and they're like, "Oh, Radiant Sand King, very good.
This
I
is
would
how
buy this every game."
This is how trends are started.
Usually when pro players buy something and you're like, "That's weird," a lot of the times think about what they're thinking instead of just blindly buying the same item. He is not buying this item every game.
But it's more fun to blindly buy the items.
It is. It is more fun to play with Radiance and Dagger. I do agree. It is very fun to have carry items on an offlaner. But yeah,
I mean, he was in the safe lane technically, to be clear. Here.
That's true. Maybe he's the carry.
Yeah.
Arteezy offlane Terrorblade.
Yep, easy. He's just going to play the Armlet Sunder roll, right, with the Dagon.
Yes, my favorite build from 15 years ago.
This is going to be the Tier 1 tower top.
22 minutes it took with Enchantress
very late
to get the tower for T1. EG almost getting bought Tier 2. Some defense coming in here from Carl and Whiteman. They're going to back off. So, all right, 6K lead, EG. I think something interesting, we're talking a lot about this Radiance, but like Kyle, or sorry, it wasn't Kyle, it was BSJ on the panel pointed out.
I get them mixed up all the time.
Yeah, they're very similar somehow. Like BSJ was pointing out, this is a game that's a lot about the carry versus carry matchup, especially in the series, and you're making the game easier for your Terrorblade by buying Radiance. You're easing the carry matchup.
The Coil's going to connect on two, but it looks like EG might be... Fly wants to potentially go in.
That was a little bit wild. There. He could have got Earth Spiked and died there for sure. Or Dragon Tailed maybe, but DK was not in range.
Yeah, these illusions are starting to get really annoying. It is 22.5 minutes in. Does he have Shard? Yeah, I was going to say.
He feels like he has Shard. He's going SNY. Okay.
Okay, so he switched it up here. Okay, I mean, you get the status resistance, but you can't instantly dispel the Waning Rift. Which, I mean, it feels like when you're a Puck, you're going to be coiling him immediately anyway, usually, right?
Coiling PL is usually very good when you have this amount of overwhelming team fight, because he will be stuck, you know where he is, all of your stuff is going to land, and hopefully it's enough. I still question whether he should be going a Heart, but maybe the damage output of him is too low, going for Heart over SNY plus Lens, but... Yep. T1... They knew what they got themselves into with this draft. I don't think they can be surprised that they're losing team fights. And they just need to weather the storm. Closing in on maybe a BKB for Cuckoo would be big. BKB on Dragon Knight, and PL's next item is a big timing. And for EG, the goal is, until those items come up, keep extending your lead, look for kills, try to maybe get a tower in the second Roche. Second Roche is very big. Obviously, we didn't talk too much about BKB as an item in this game. It kind of counters almost everything EG has.
They're going to find Cuckoo. Zephyr's on the other side here, but if he's not careful, he's going to get his millionth death of the game. Although TP support's coming in, Carl pops his BKB with the Dragon Form. Nice egg. Will he be able to kill in time? The Burrow Strike does connect. They kill the egg, though. Whitemon gets his finger of death off. He's going to live through this engagement to start things off. Crit getting chased now as Arteezy pops that meta. It's just pounding into everybody. 23 Savage is done for this fight, as Carl's just getting chased back into the base, and Ice 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 finishes off Whitemon finally. Just living on the edge with that Lion for such a long period. It ends up being a 3 for 2, but again, EG just loses their supports.
Yep. It is. You are seeing some signs of promise here from T1, though. That was the first team fight that they got kills in. That seemed like, okay, they can stand their ground, and the really key thing here is Dragon Knight has a BKB.
Yeah.
And they connect on the Phoenix, who even gets egg off. Like, imagine there's no Supernova there. That could have maybe, just a little bit of less time they needed to commit on Phoenix, could have perhaps swung that in their favor. So definitely within reach for them in these fights. And, you know, we had this situation in the last game. EG have like this insane burst damage. They're killing heroes really fast, and ultimately the heroes of T1 got too tanky. Could this become a repeat of that? If they have solutions for Terrorblade, Tusk damage falls off, Sand damage falls off.
Puck not so much, though. Puck feels like it scales a lot better than it used to, at least.
It does. It definitely does scale better than it used to, but it's still probably not scaling at the rate of Dragon Knight ETPL, right? So you have to keep up the tempo as EG and make sure you don't run into this issue again where
and I think from EG's perspective, that was a fight where 4K of net worth was basically dead. That was a sacred relic just sitting in the base for Sand King.
That's true.
And once he gets his Radiance, which is about 100 away, I feel like these fights will just be amplified in their favor, at least for the short term. And with the next Roche coming in
Do
a minute.
they have a Veil on Phoenix?
On Mr. Fly himself?
They don't. So they have so insane much, like, this is one of those things where I'm like thinking to myself, do you buy a Veil to make everyone's damage so much bigger and hit this timing, or is it gonna backfire because you put too many eggs into the magic damage basket? You know what I mean? Like, because Veil right now looks insane with Phoenix, Sand King, Puck, but obviously they're looking at the bigger picture, and later on the BKB is going to counter the Veil, and instead they have this Sunray with the Holy Locket to
Zephyr,
keep Terrorblade alive.
He's actually going to live. He actually lives there.
Close call.
We haven't seen this yet. This is something new for T1. Up, Coil is going to be snapped
snap that.
right off the bat. He's been doing this pretty much the whole game, and will it cost him his life? I mean, he was dead anyway. But yes, Carl does die to Fly. Whitemon in the meantime trying to TP out. Nope, that Arteezy right click just ends up being enough, and this will be a tier 2 tower, if not more. Roshan up in 15 seconds as well.
Not popping BKB there for Dragon Knight is pretty damn cocky. Like, thinking you're going to get out of that. The amount of damage there, it's the BKB that's keeping you afloat. And you thought you were going to snap that coil and live. And EG say no, sir. And they're going to push high ground. There are buybacks here, and they obviously do have ET, so Cuckoo will be slowing this down a lot with this stomp. Hitting everyone, buying a lot of time. Was thinking about the ulti, but
the heal from Fly.
They got a very
quite a bit.
Minor bit of damage on that tower with that.
The Radiance.
We're going to get more.
Radiance is online now. What do you think of this build on Cuckoo's Elder Titan? So it's off lane. I was expecting maybe a little bit more right click, but is it because he's behind he has to go for the Glimmer Cape? As we're going to see the Dragon Tail. Okay, they're going to start this fight out. Get the Spirit Lance out, but there is the Arteezy Sunder into the BKB.
They need to
run. With that, it looks like they want to run, absolutely. And the chase is on from T1. Abed, he should be able to get out. Arteezy might be in some trouble, though. Fly getting the heal off for now. Carl pops the BKB. There's the Echo Summon. Big Burrow Strike to follow, though. Arteezy, he's getting chased down. No Sunder for him. That is a dead Abed and Arteezy. But the epicenter is enormous from Ice Ice Ice. And will the egg actually pop? It looks like it will. Don't think they can kill in time. Just in time, but they don't have the right clicks anymore because their carries are dead. But Ice Ice Ice, he's the true carry, Synderen. He has the Radiance, and 23 Savage is dead again. Carl now on the run, or on the fly, as it were, since he is a freaking dragon after all. Crit, putting somebody in his snowball. Looks like it's Ice Ice Ice, but the buyback now onto the off-lane Cuckoo. That might be enough to just break up this fight. They can't go for Roche without either Abed or Arteezy, but somehow EG come out ahead on that, because I want to say the egg and the epicenter.
I'd love a damage recap from that fight. Or I think Ice 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 single-handedly basically killed 3 heroes here. Like,
good lord.
Epicenter on 2 with Radiance, with full duration Sandstorm. He gets the stun follow-up there to save the egg with 1 hit
Look
left.
at how casual his hand is on his keyboard. Doesn't even look like he's trying. Is that even the right replay? Looks like
Imagine if
like he's
ISS was
browsing
trying.
Reddit or
Maybe they would
something.
win every tournament.
Oh, all right.
Oh,
Burrow strike
Cuckoo.
on a Cuckoo.
There's no
Echo
buyback.
Stomp does connect onto 2. He's still blocked off for the time being. Gets off his beautiful ult, but Cuckoo's just going to get chased down now. He's
And he's
inside the
healing
coil right now
so
with
much.
3 heroes. Crit looks like he's going to be the first to fall for EG. And that will be a nice turnaround for T1. Now the blink into the Dragon Tail. Fly might be next on the list. Indeed he is. They do have double buyback if they really want to expend it, but doesn't look like much of a need here for EG.
I honestly think one of the things about T1 that's the most impressive at this tournament is how good they are at playing when they're behind. Like, we've seen other teams kind of just lose control and never really come back. T1 are finding ways to set up fights that they have a good chance in, and this one was one of those where Cuckoo gets caught, but is just tanky enough with that Glimmer Cape to stay alive, and they rotate in. Obviously, EG, part of the problem there is, you could argue it's an overextension, but T1 play with the chances that they have even behind. And what did they gain from that? So I guess what we maybe should be talking about is why is Cuckoo buying BKB over Axe, right? They cost about the same. The BKB is more reliable because you don't have to hit the Spirit on so many heroes and you get to pop it whenever you want. That is probably the primary reason. Oh, Abed.
Yeah, he's playing with fire here.
Hiding in the soft spot of Roche. I don't think it's called that, but now it's called the soft spot, which is where you don't get spotted when people walk in.
Okay. I guess we can go with that. Sure, sure.
Yeah. Oh,
Savage.
3 seconds on
Rift
Coil.
to fall.
Is he going to get the right
Coil
one?
soon. Yes. Loser orb to fall. He might break it. No, they're actually just going to go for the Burrow Strike into the Epicenter, but he's actually already out. Epicenter is going to be applied mostly to the Enchantress with the Burrow Strike and the Walrus Punch.
He's
but
not
Zephyr
dead.
is still living. Good lord. Arteezy has an Aghanim Scepter. What in God's name? And he's just right-clicking the crap out of 23 Savage. And Zephyr still living. He has learned how to not die this game, it looks like. But now he's getting slowly chipped away with that Sunray. Now he's just going to die to the tower. So that time he did create quite a bit of space, but...
Nothing like some grilled deer.
Okay.
Yep.
Sure. I mean, talk to me about this Arteezy Aghanim Scepter. That's a really early one. This is like the old... Like, when they first added this variation, NA, in terms of like EG and all the other NA teams, they were buying this like first, sometimes second item.
I think it just
really
shows
good.
EG's read on the game is double down on the team fights right now, right? The synergy between this and Coil is super strong against the PL, and yeah, he's just taking advantage of that. The fact that EG is strong right now. Crazy, like you said, the Coil on PL actually lasted pretty short because he has S and Y as well as the Titan Sliver. So a lot of status resistance coming his way, but it's still not enough.
Who's getting the shard? I just want... Oh my god, I was going to say, okay. This, I think, is the literal worst shard in the game. Am I wrong? Did they change this for Sand King? You get the Epicenter thing that goes off occasionally. I think it's... in fog, you can still see them, if I'm not mistaken. I saw this recently.
Oh, there was one.
This is... So every X amount of units you move, you get an Epicenter proc. Am I wrong that this is really bad?
It's good against PL. There's movement happening in the fights all the time.
Okay.
You're chasing after PL, you get procs.
I mean, I would love to be wrong. I've just seen that
what
like
are the
through,
alternatives, right?
I guess I don't see it through fog.
Phoenix
Maybe I
has
fixed
her.
it.
Phoenix has its own. Puck gets the Waning Rift upgrade, which isn't that great this game, not necessary. The Tusk one.
That one's amazing. Kicking out of Coil, that is god tier.
Isn't the Tusk one Sigil?
Oh, you're right. That's the Aghanim Scepter I'm thinking of.
Carl
not so
is
good.
flying,
Yep,
but
half
not
HP.
TP.
He is super dead. Percentage-based
Carl
damage
is
to
dying.
follow. And there's another
He
dragon
is
hitting him.
No, that was not the word I was
Okay, you're right.
looking for.
The Tusk one isn't very good either. Yeah.
So, I mean, if you look at the big picture, I just don't know. I mean, Sigil could have been decent this game. It's pretty
maybe.
good, I would say.
It's just a boring one because it's an old skill, right? But okay, I'm willing to be wrong on this ice shard. It looks like we were looking through fog. It does not go through, so I guess they fixed that. That was, I mean, that's literally game losing in some situations, or it was. So that's good to see.
EG are building a really big lead. Ice was top net worth. He is so farmed.
Huge. Yeah.
It's crazy. He's out farming it terribly to Sand King in this game.
And he still is not going for Blink anytime soon. I'm a little surprised he's not going for an Ag still.
He's a boss. He's going in.
There you see the extra Epicenter proc thanks to the amazing shard picked up from Ice. As Arteezy is going to pop that meta. Abed has a quad-man coil into the fear. Will it break? Yes. That is one death right off the bat. The silence onto 23 Savage. Looks like Cuckoo He did glimmer himself, but he's not going to last much longer, and this could be the beginning of the end for T1 at the AniMajor. Ice gets off the Burrow Strike from afar. It's going to be a buyback, though. As we'll see if they're able to get more than this. It is 5 versus 4 and no Cuckoo for a long time. Arteezy's meta will not last forever, though. And he's already expended the Fear, which gives you that extra meta time as well. But I do believe that they're going to get this Rax in all likelihood. Although 23 Savage with these illusions, this shard can be really annoying to deal with. But Ice's build, I mean, we're going to see this in pubs for generations to come, Cinderin. And I don't know if I'm happy about that.
For all the wrong reasons.
Shard at 20 minutes, I think, is what's going to happen. Not from Roche. You're going to purchase it yourself. And he's almost done with Shivas. He is redonkulously tanky right now. Didn't even mention Essence Shroud. Nobody buys this item anymore. Very cool to see.
You mean Eternal Shroud?
What did I say? I said Essence Shroud. Yeah, sorry, Eternal Shroud.
I was testing to see if you remembered what you said 5 seconds ago, and you did. So that's a good sign for your cognitive ability.
I'm not that old yet.
No.
We're getting there.
That's
though.
good.
We're getting there.
That's fine. Got some years left in us.
Essence Shroud. What is Essence Shroud? Is that anything?
There's an Essence ring.
Oh my god, a triple
money.
bounty rune.
Wonderful.
Goodness
that's
gracious.
270 gold for every hero.
Yeah, that's nice.
EG 21,000 net worth lead. They've just done such a good job at forcing team fights this game. That's really been the name of the game for them the whole way. They know they're stronger in team fights. They know they have the catch with the Sand King, Puck, and the Tusk, and they just keep taking it to T1, not letting them hit the timing that they're looking for. PL hasn't really got online in this game, and all of the BKB charges of Dragon Knight have just been forced out really early, so he's not very strong either. He just, like, biggest problem for T1 the whole game has been lack of damage, really. Like, they just, the ET still doesn't have BKB. We're 35 minutes in. Yeah. He never got there. The game is almost over, and his item build isn't ready yet.
Yeah.
It's actually, it's kind of crazy to think that he buys Midas' first item, and his next major item, not counting the Glimmer, is delayed more than 20 minutes beyond his Midas.
Yeah, that's true.
It's a 4K gold item.
All right, Dragon Tail. Remember, 45 seconds still on the Aegis here, so they don't want to expend too much on Arteezy. Looks like they'll get the tower at the very least. Abed jumps in. Look at that phase shift damage with that Desolator applied. Carl has to force out his BKB in that Dragon form now. Still right-clicking as Ice jumps in. Elder Titan ult does actually connect on Arteezy, who expended the BKB. Now kind of wants to play a little bit careful because this Aegis is going to go down soon, which wants to get the full heal without taking damage. But with that Desolator, you have to think that this is going to be at the very least a melee Rax again in favor of EG. Ice, look how far up he is. He's basically vulnerable. Did we see the coil onto 2? This could be the end of the game here. Into the Fear again. Beautifully done from EG. They're going to get that kill right off the bat on Carl, and there's not a whole lot that T1 can do. 23 Savage takes a tumble, triple kill for Arteezy. GG's are called. EG again, making it to the grand finals of a major, Cinderin.
Yeah, what a deserved win this was in the third game. I think they just outplayed them at every turn. And really, I think you'd be hard-pressed to not call Ice the MVP of that game. Like,
yes,
honestly, outstanding individual performance from him. I still, you know, Dota is a game that sometimes is very snowbally in nature. The kill he got on Cuckoo Top did so much for that game. It was actually crazy how much he got out of it. And I love his itemization. We were talking about, okay, what do you do with Sand King from behind? Well, guess what? He wasn't behind after the kill. He was leading on net worth at times in that game as well. Went for the Vanguard into Radiance build-up with Eternal Shroud. Just insanely tanky. Really, really great performance from him. And I honestly think, like, if you think about how this tournament has gone as a whole, and you look at how strategies have worked in general, EG's draft in this game was safer. It had more margin for error. T1 needed to play a very high execution game, and they lost their lanes. And then playing from behind with that kind of strategy is exceptionally hard, but they did a good job.
I mean, we see the Puck Abed again. We see the Terrorblade Arteezy again.
Yep.
And the itemization, we talked about the Aghanim Scepter, the synergy with the Fear into Coil, just putting an exclamation point on this Game 3 for EG. And they will be going back to the grand finals where, again, last time they faced off against IG, where they were up 2-0, and then we know what happened after that. But we'll see if they can turn it around this time to finally get Arteezy's first major. Victory, Cinderella.
Against PSG.LGD, the team of the majors so far. They have not lost a series, I think. Did they lose a series in groups? No, they couldn't have because they didn't go 0-2 against anyone.
Ooh, that's
LGD have
putting
not
me
lost
on the spot. I'm not the encyclopedia.
Their worst result in a series was a draw in the groups. They got, I think 3 draws. So LGD haven't lost a series.
That's right. I'd like to thank WePlay for having us at this major, allowing Cinder and I to finally cast a major together. It's been a career goal for me, the first non-meme thing I will say all day, and I also hate you. So back to the panel we go.
Yes.
EG makes it to the finals.
Thank you very much. So and you're totally on point with that because indeed PSG.LGD has not lost a single series. Indeed, they only tied if they did lose a game here and there. We're going to find out what's going to happen in that grand final. So this is the third time in a row. EG is at a major finals. Fogged. Does it look better? Is this the one?
Ah, man, they've got a tough opponent ahead of them.
do.
I mean, LGD is completely on another level with macro game, with teamwork, with coordination. It's going to be a hell of a match.
It's going to be a hell of a match. Let's talk about this third game first, though, T, because this was definitely a very different game from that second game we saw.
It's kind of unfortunate because you kind of always want each game to get better and better. And for T1, this is the type of game where they just didn't really get out of laning phase.
Yeah.
You see this kind of defensive tri-lane from them where they're playing up into EG. And then, of course, Tusk is kind of the king of these tri-lanes, getting a lot of kills. You think Ench might do something, but doesn't. And then ET versus Sand King. ET is dominating, by the way. He's like 30 CS, 20 denies. Ice has literally no presence to do anything. And then suddenly, he gets a solo kill. And then that solo kill instantly is a shift Q into Vanguard and the Radiance. He knows exactly his game plan after he gets that one kill, and then the confidence from that just kind of catapulted himself into the game.
I think it kind of broke Cuckoo a bit
A little
in
bit,
the
yeah.
game because I was like, man, to last pick ET could be a good game for it. But, playing versus the Terrorblade, if he's able to get scaling, if he's able to get himself like that early Aghanims online with his team, being able to run in, it's gonna look good for him. But he ends up going for the Midas, then he goes Tranquils and Glimmer. He's pretty much a glorified support.
And the
hero at
buyback
that
right
point.
in mid, like
And the
he
buyback
had
kills his
BKB like
items.
2 components, and then suddenly buyback pushes down to 1 component, and
Yeah.
it's just unfortunate for T1. Like they played so well across the series, but in this game, EG just kind of they had that laning setup, which would just they would crush most teams here. Like I don't think we can take it away from T1. Like this was just a really hard game because of the EG setup.
I think their map just got so small so quick that they couldn't make plays. Like I saw Abed with 0 deaths. I think it was like 12 to 15 minutes. And I was hoping, I'm like, T1, I want them to make these moves. They got DK, they got Lion. I want them to kill Abed early so that they can start asserting some map control, some map dominance. But it didn't end up happening until way later on. And they kind of lost all 3 lanes at a point when the ET was owning, right? The ET did have that good early start, but it quickly got out of control.
Hey, March.
Hello. Hey, man. How's it going, dude?
Doing well. I'm sorry we're meeting under these circumstances. I have a question regarding for you what you felt was the biggest challenge for you as a coach this series.
I think my biggest challenge was to resetting the players. I know these players. I just watch them every day, right? And from the scrims, they can play much better. And yeah, I think one of the biggest problem we had earlier in the online tournaments were not performing to our scrims. But I think we're getting better at it, and hopefully by the time we can play at 100%.
Yeah, I mean, it looked already really good today. Obviously not the result you wanted, but it's still top 3. We've definitely enjoyed seeing you and the guys play.
How did you feel about your guys' draft in the last game? I think that it kind of snowballed a bit out of control for EG, but how did you feel like going in with that last pick ET? Because I kind of liked it. I thought it would go a little better.
Yeah, I mean, one of our motto was like, we never really picked that hero in the scrim, but it was like, yeah, let's just, don't have a pressure, like OG motto, just have fun. And that's what we wanted to do. So even though it was a new hero, we just wanted to do it.
I guess my question was going to be, what's the communication like in between games, like after a win and a loss? Like, is it always focused on the game, or like do you have different kind of routines based on performance?
Usually you don't try to like talk about the last games. You just want to go to the next game, right? Okay. And I think one of the bad things that when I was a player was talking about the games that we lost, and it doesn't really help you in the next game, right?
Okay,
Forget about the loss, just reset, go next, take some fresh air.
And are all the players, because I would imagine that is a skill that you learn over time, right? You can't just reset that easy. It sounds very easy, but it's not. Do you feel like all your players are at the level where they can do that?
Yeah, I mean, they're professional. They are getting paid, and like even though they're at a young age, they are really professional, and they know when to not get mad, when to listen, or.
That's a very important skill, though.
That was kind of leads to my next question a bit there. How is it, being like the old man that we are now in the Dota scene? How is it coaching all these fresh youngins, these fresh blood?
I mean, sometimes I tell the players I used to be mid player, I used to be carry player, and they're like laughing at me.
They remember the Warlock mid, I would imagine. I want to know what the team's plan is for before TI, because obviously you qualified based on points, and there is, what is it, month and a half, 2 months before TI. Is there any set plans? Is everybody going to go back home for a little bit?
Well, thank you to WePlay. They're actually letting us stay here a few more days and let us play together as a team, because it's during the COVID season, it's really hard to find a boot camp to play together. So big shout out to WePlay, who's letting us stay here for extra times. And yep.
That's awesome, because you're from 3 different countries, 4 different countries, I believe. So it is definitely a little bit of a logistic problem. I have one final question for you then. We got a grand finals of the PSG.LGD and EG. You've played both. Which team do you feel has it?
It's really a tough question, but I think LGD plays very similar to how we play.
Yeah.
Because we scrim Chinese teams and our meta is kind of similar, and maybe it's good step for EG. Unfortunately we're weaker than LGD this time, so they got to beat us. Maybe they learn more from how we play, and maybe they can beat LGD.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for that insight, and once again, congratulations on third. It's not. It's not the top one, but it's definitely looking good going into TI for sure.
We'll be better next time.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we are going to take one last look at T1.
Back then, I was teamless, and there was only one thing I could do, is to reach 12K.
My team is it's like a friends. It's like we're all young and we're having fun.
I just trust my teammates with all my heart.
You should be more serious on practice and be chill on the tournament.
Turner was the next target. Monaco is going to go for the TP in front of the ball, but the skewer back up. The TP is cancelled as T1, they'll take the fight.
I think there's a balance on how we do things. We're passive-aggressive. That's what I describe my team.
Every match is the same. I just need to win. Yeah. I don't care who's the enemy.
My motivation always is to qualify for TI, and I wanna get more higher than before.
Thanks, C fans and fans around the world.
And they'll come back stronger, says March. And if it's stronger than what we've seen today, they definitely are on the right track for potential TI top platform finish.
I mean, that interview would invoke fear to most teams, honestly. The idea that they already have that level of trust with each other, that they can pick an ET without scrimming it in a third game. That level of kind of camaraderie, you can't get that from certain rosters. That takes years to get. And this is a team that's only been together for, the season, where 23 Savage coming in previous major. So that alone puts, at least C on this kind of climb, I feel.
Yeah. And just having a coach, it's huge props always. I have to give it to March. I've known him for 14 plus years now, and just even after a tough loss like that, sure, they're qualified to TI and all that, but he still has this positivity that even makes you. It's it's a loser interview, and you still you feel kind of happy, wow, you know what? I love March. I love these guys. I'm looking forward to see what this team, this family, can kind of bring further.
And if he has that energy, he also brings us to his team, and that. That helps a team deal with a situation like this as well. And he says they're professionals, they can move on from a loss. That's not something that you just, I'm getting paid, I will be okay after this. That's not just that. It's that's something that takes some strong personality, right?
Yeah, I mean, anything with any kind of performance and kind of reward, right? If you're this close from getting something, but you don't get there, it's going to hurt, right? And the players are going to need a couple, maybe days. They're going to stay. That's good, right? They're staying in the boot camp. If they had to fly home and then you're already shipped out and whatever, that's going to be hard. But at least they have time to kind of bond together over this moment. They still got top 3. They can, somewhat celebrate, but still kind of, recover from the loss, and then that should just make them bond quicker.
And losing is learning. So they now, now that their stakes are gone, they can be, they can go back and look at the replays and stuff like that. Now,
speaking of curses, though.
Ooh.
So, I mean, we talk about T1 because obviously it's sad that they were eliminated, but at the same time, the flip side of that coin, March did just say, hey, we play about the same style as PSG.LGD, and EG just beat us. And he feels that that also gives EG an edge going up against PSG.LGD.
I mean, it really depends if any punctuation is used in all chat. Because, if EG's, 2-0 up and suddenly there's a question mark or an exclamation mark or a semicolon, then they might crumble. So I feel it depends on what type of key ladder they want to use.
Or if Arteezy gets cliffed and then they put some spray paint
Oh
or
my
something
God.
down, the mental warfare
That was
step
one
there.
spray. Imagine if the team, 5 Arteezy sprays and an Arteezy on the cliff. That could just, unlock a new paradox or
A
something.
draft specific game 1. It's a best of 5,
It is.
And you can tailor a draft to being able to move players. Magnus, Rubik,
Mars.
He'll somehow find his way on a cliff
He'll
anyway.
find
Even if
his
there's
own
not
team
some
could have
movement.
iron.
He'll get
Relocate.
4 steps up there. It'll happen. It'll
Yeah,
happen
yeah.
once the series.
We can take a look at the brackets just for good order. We now know our 2 finalists. Of course, we got Evil Geniuses going up against PSG.LGD. But what a different road did they take, T?
Yeah, well, okay, let's look at the bottom left-hand corner. No ping, they don't get to play at TI. TNC, they don't get to play at TI. Team Nigma, they don't play at TI. Oh, wait, they have to play their qualifiers. And of course, then they beat Vici Gaming. That is an absolute, onslaught of a route that they've taken. Very commendable that they get this far. And whew.
What a difference from previous major where EG played 4 series in total. Now they have to play, this was their 28th game.
My God. That is so
right?
It's so much Dota. But at least they're playing up against a team that their journey to the grand finals is the same kind of volume of games to some degree. It's not as if we're seeing a team that, got to play 6 games and then the grand finals. Congratulations. It's actually, the story of 20 plus games each. They really had to kind of learn and just develop themselves throughout the tournament.
Indeed they have. And that means we know our 2 grand finalists, but we are going to give the players a little bit of a rest. And we're not going to give you a little bit of a rest, though. You are going to have to stick here because we have, and I know some of you might know, we have a late night show / a Wii show coming your way. This is something you do not want to miss. And if you have friends that have already left the stream to think, oh, there's going to be a break before the finals, you got to call them back because this is something that they will want to tune in to. Absolutely. So we're going to have 5 to 10 minutes break, but when we're back, it is time for the Wii show.
We're going just to a break now. Please go make yourselves a beautiful cuppa. Promise this is tea here, and we'll see you after break.
Every event is a part of esports history, full of memorable moments every fan wants to be a part of. Get your own unique piece of esports with WePlay collectibles. Here is the first collection, Storyline. Logo token, trophy token, story token. Be sure to check all the details on our website and stay tuned for cool NFTs from WePlay Esports.
Buy the official merchandise for WePlay AniMajor 2021 now on fragstore.com. Hoodies, t-shirts, mousepads, headrest pillows, and other souvenirs were released in the limited edition for the tournament. Hurry up and buy them on fragstore.com via the link in the description or chatbot.
out there to your fans, your big supporters. Thank you for supporting us. Okay, great. Thank you so much. All right, well, that's it. PSG.LGD. Gentlemen, welcome to the Wii Show. That's right, we're not going to put you on an hour-long break in between the semis and the grand finals, baby. We got production value up in this his-ow. Anywho, you are in our mid-show to entertain you as you wait for the teams to arrive for your AniMajor Grand Final. My name is Sir Action Slacks. I'll be your host for this beautiful program, The Wii Show, where we're going to have a lot of games, a lot of fun, and a lot of personalities coming out and saying hello to entertain you. Now, don't forget, we are still trying to be the most viewed major in the entire Dota history. So if you're sitting at home right now, your parents are downstairs, they're watching a romantic comedy movie, put this stream on the Chromecast, interrupt that shit, and get those viewers, baby. It reads how many people are watching it, so make sure you do it. Little sister playing some kind of video game on her laptop, grab it, take it, put the stream up. At any rate, welcome to the Wii Show, and we have a really special treat for you guys to start things off. Now, last season on the Wii Show, we had an incredible rap music video written, produced, and made by some very interesting characters, but of course starring the one and only Odie Pixel, the hype man. Now, this might surprise you, but we have another rap. That is right. Owen has been working on this a long time, the superstar himself. And guess what? We have real physical copies of this rap. And right now in chat, you can win one. We have 15 of these real CDs that we will send you. To enter into the contest, all you must do is type !hype into the chat. The chat should be showing it right now. So to enter, do !type hype. These are not for sale. Don't put these on eBay or we're going to take your website down, all right? This has one single track. It is the hottest track to ever hit human ears. And guess what? I'm going to play that track for you in just a little bit, but not right now because we have so many things to go over. We have two teams that are prepping themselves to get ready for the grand finals of the AniMajor. We have so many different talent that are going to come by and say hello, so get yourselves ready. Hope you're having a nice time, by the way. I hope you're enjoying my little ramen shop. She's been through a lot. Cheever was here for a while. That was a mess. That was a pain. He keeps cleaning it up. I don't know why. It doesn't hardly smell like me anymore. Disgusting. It smells like flowers and stuff. But from the bottom of our hearts here as talent, we do want to say thank you guys so much for being with us on this journey. Not all of us are going to be for the grand finals, of course. So those that have worked the previous series, they did want me to give my deepest thanks to you guys. I mean, this will probably be the last event Suns fan ever works. So if you have any condolences for him, you can go ahead and follow him on his Twitter at LDeep. That is his Twitter, I believe. So go shoot him a follow and support that. But thank you again to everybody else. The time has finally come now, though. Ladies and gentlemen, hope you're ready for Odie Pixel and the gang's new hit single, and that's Hype!
Love me for the casting, line after line that I spare everlasting, bringing them the hype with the power that I'm blasting, riding on this beat with the fire that I'm starting, outsmarting the haters that claim I'm too low for the game, even though they know why. They all mention my name when they try to come at me to discount my fame. I say shut up, sit down, as already my aim. Call me the sniper, I'm keen with a mean team, hot from the scene, a machine when it comes to the pace, acceleration, fast like a facial, Yashimax, storm surge, razor, I'll tase ya. Major controller, your skill as a farmer, but will stone gate, stand still, better chill, frostbite as your health starts to spill, ice blast in your face, no chance to refill. I'm in a rage like a bear from a cage, and I'm straight to the stage, outplay rampage, hit harder than a Saint God, strength engaged, let me show you all my power with the money that I made. Charge ring as I'm bigger than I've ever been before, one hit with a crit and your body hits the floor, cruising through your barrack, try up till the tier 4, better get back in your fountain as I'm kicking in the door. after line that I spit everlasting, bringing them the hype with the power that I'm blasting, riding on this beat with the fire that I'm starting, outsmarting the haters that claim I'm too low for the game, even though they know why. They all mention my name when they try to come at me to discount my fame. I say shut up, sit down, as I ready my aim. Pew pew with the tier 2, what you gonna do when my bear comes running after you? Better dip into the tree, start scrambling for TPs. Got me sitting at half health, but I'm munching on the cheese. Heart racing as I'm riding on the thrill of yours, stopping as you're flopping and you drop it to the ground beneath my feet. Fresh meat, your beat, get back in your base. The space was a waste as my team's giving chase to the rest of you scrubs. We level up, time to give up. We'll take the cup, you need to DC, cause we're blowing up. The title is ours, you're just runner up. We've mastered the game, we're bringing the flame. Hurdles overcame, we rise to acclaim. The rest of you players are all just the same, so sit straight back down and go drown in your shame.
That's what I'm talking about. Kiss my ass, League of Legends. We've got some real rappers here. In fact, on this panel right now, we have the whole team behind Hype. I believe we have Hype Man. I believe his name is Dick. We have simply known as Mr. Banana. And what was that one more time?
Deep T.
Deep T, the producer. Hype Man, I don't know what your job is, the producer himself. And of course, we do have Owen, Odie Pixel, the rapper himself, here today to talk about the new hit CD, Hype. Now, don't forget, you can win a physical copy of Hype by going ! Hype in the chat. Gentlemen, it is such an honor to meet you. Deep T, I know you represent the group. Can you tell me about what made you guys make a new single after your last successful one? Group conversation, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, great. All right, this is as the other interview. Mr. Banana, have you decided to speak to us this year?
Yeah.
Okay, good, great. How was it? What was it like working with Odie Pixel?
You know, he's just a natural talent, and we just really feel like we enable him, and it's just synergy.
Yeah,
you just feel it.
Speaking of enabling people, I saw a lot of gyrating on that car there, Dick. What did you think about that video? Did you think that they'd really include all those things that you did, those horrible things?
I'm going to keep it on a stack with you, 100p, Skrilla on real.
Oh.
On God, for real.
Okay, that's the end of the sentence. Good. Fantastic. Good. And Owen, are you there?
What up?
What up? What up? The rapper himself. So good to hear from you, sir. Congratulations on the new hit single. I believe it will be all over, the cringe subreddit. But anyway, so good to have you, sir. Why have you blessed us with this new rap song?
Well, we saw how popular the first one was. I believe went platinum in multiple countries, multiple planets, multiple galaxies, in fact. Wow. Multiple universes. So we decided we'd come back. We'd put something else out there, see if this one sort of sits as well with the fans. And I think we've managed to produce a banger, and I hope that all the wonderful boys and girls, lads and ladies out there will enjoy it.
All right, well, thank you so much. We actually have a treat for you guys. We're going to go ahead and take a look at the filming of Hype so that you guys can get some inside info from the crew behind. Please don't look directly at the camera. That's
Wait, which one do we not look at?
People don't like that. At any rate, we're going to go straight in and check out some of our backstage footage from the filming of the music video for Hype. Now, what time was this filmed at, gentlemen?
Which part?
4 a.m.
Yeah, that's correct. It was 4 a.m.
Now, this is archival footage of you practicing the lyrics, and legitimately, just tell us about the whole process of doing this.
It's been COVID times. People have been aching for new music. I thought, it would be too early to do a tour. Let's drop another single first. Had to do some music video, had to do the promo for it, had to get my boy BSJ and Dick to join me for it. And I think it's been a real success.
Feel free to break character here.
This is our natural habitat right now.
I'm in my element right now.
You see that Titanic?
I did. Can you explain why you were throwing masks out like dollar bills. What the point of that was?
It's just what the Zoomers are doing nowadays.
It's what the Zoomers
day
are
and
doing.
age.
Who's driving the vehicle?
It was originally supposed to be me, and
DT, what happened to
it was literally a car from the 1960s. You had to move the steering column to shift gears, and I don't know Ukrainian streets, and so they were like, "You can't handle this. We will get someone else to drive."
Oh no!
And also, I was the only person who knew the lyrics, and so they could
What?
not lip sync.
Did you not see me mouthing the
Phase
Phase.LGD Max Storm Surge Razor?
Okay, he got.
Oh, okay.
He got the one.
Rich, did you learn
Yeah.
any of the lyrics?
No. No, of course not. It's a good song. I have no idea what he's saying. It's in British.
It isn't British. I had to lip sync with a British accent. I had to say they love me for the costing as opposed to the casting.
Wow.
Tough job.
I know, right? That's that character.
made it work.
I had to method act that.
Now, Owen, not a lot of people know this, but you actually also wrote out the.
Mikasa Ackerman.
Okay, you're good.
Okay.
So what I want you to say is I want you to look at the camera and go, "Hello."
Is it rolling?
It's rolling.
Oh, it's rolling. All right. Hi, guys.
Beautiful. I feel like I learned so much, and you at home are about to learn a little bit more, because we're about to play a game now with two of our talent. It's going to be my boys Cap and Kyle. Now, what are we doing here? We are going to play a thing called Masked Face. What does it mean?
Mikasa Ackerman.
That's right. It's time for Masked Face, everybody. Do you know what this is? If you're not familiar, allow me to explain. You see something complicated here. You see this apparatus. You see 2 stockings, and you see 2 candles. The game is simple, my friends. These fine gentlemen will put the mask over their face. They will attempt to push through the elasticity, and they will have to blow through to take out one of the candles. Cap, I feel like you're feeling eager about this. What's your take?
You know, I was talking so much crap to Kyle because it was like all we knew was it was some sort of physical contest. Wasn't exercise driven, but it was going to be a physical contest. And I talk so much crap to Kyle, and I do think he's legitimately psyched out, but now I'm worried about whatever the hell I'm doing here.
That's because I think among the two of you, Kyle, your lung strength, how do you feel about it? How often do you use your lungs?
Pretty often. I'm going to need them later. I'm concerned about the... I told you, they always give me the hard one. No, I'm really excited. I'm just happy to be here. You know, great to be a contestant on the show.
What a pleasure. And I'm so excited to put these two through their paces. Gentlemen, if you're ready, I would like you to don the masks. That's right, I want you to stretch it out over your face. It's inspired by a Japanese game show. Wrap it over that bald head. Squeeze it over. That's right. No, keep going. Keep going. I want it all. Oh, Kyle's got this on lock. Look at this. Look at these Minecraft graphics that we've got Kyle in right now. Let me just tighten that up a little bit. Yes, that's right. That's right. Oh, this man's an angry bull. He wants to be freed. I feel the rage. Are you ready, Capitalist Dota?
I'm ready!
He's ready. Kyle Dota, are you ready?
I told my family to watch.
He's ready! Ladies and gentlemen, on the count of 3, I want you to run forward and I want you to try to blow out the can. No head starts. Get behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go! That's what I thought. You think it's easy? No. I want you to strain for it. Go! I see it flickering, but it's not going anywhere. Oh, you're running out of... No, can you go? Oh, he's getting there. Stop asking questions, Kyle. Go get answers. And Eve...
That's a trick handle!
My man,
you Tsunami!
I am inclined to disqualify Kyle, but he's going for attempt number 2. Let's go. It's real. Believe me, there's no Hollywood magic happening here. No CG. I see the blues. I see the blues of the flame. I don't care. I am the judge. I am judge, jury, executioner. Get your ass over here and blow out the candle. We have a grand final to cast eventually. That's what we call moving the goalposts, friends. All right. Let's, is this easier or harder than you thought?
This is definitely harder than I thought.
Okay, that's right. Put some respect for the Japanese.
I'm certain I'll get it on this one.
I mean, it's harder because it's a cheating system.
Blaming the system. Capitalist Dota. More like socialist Dota. Come on. Let's go. Let's get the show on the road.
Ready?
I'm ready. Round of applause for our victor. It is indeed
Respect of my lungs, baby!
Capitalist Dota.
Golden lungs right here! Woo!
Kyle, you can go ahead and blow out the candle now. Let's take a look at this replay. Let's take a look at this high-quality PS1 graphics. Kyle and Capitalist. Oh, they're striving for it. You see the energy. Oh, look at... Oh, no! The disconnect! Let's hope one of those don't happen during grand finals. He's going. Oh, you feel the strain. And he gets it. What a work of art. Amazing.
That wasn't even the one I got.
It was close enough. They didn't want to see you cheat. What a beautiful experience that was. That ends our physical endurance challenge, and we will go back to the ramen bar.
Thank you so much, Tsunami, Kyle, and Cap. Gotta say there, it was great. Cap looks exactly like my sleep paralysis demon. Just absolutely horrifying. Gentlemen, what did you think about that wonderful segment?
I think Kyle looks really good, and I think he should continue that look. more often.
Yeah. Kyle did much better than he did in his professional career, for sure.
100%.
Trying hard, but fails in the end. Exactly.
Yeah. I'm surprised that the whole entire arena didn't explode. I mean, we all know that Kyle's full of such hot air. It'd be like nitrogen getting in contact with
He
it.
should have done so much better at that competition then, but oh well.
Yeah, what can you do? So, straight
Kyle
up.
gained some weight. Kyle gained some weight.
Whoa.
Wasn't in the top shape. Wasn't in the top shape.
What the hell? You guys know you were actually set to do that before them.
Oh, really?
Yes, and there was a last-minute talent change.
Thank God.
How did you think you guys would have compared if you had to do it?
I have a long neck, so I think I would be able to get a bit closer, maybe, than him.
I'm really short. Like, there's no way I'd be able to reach the candle.
Well,
thank you for not putting me on that.
No
I'd look
problem.
terrible.
We're all about entertainment.
Great
here.
content.
Yeah, fantastic
exactly.
content. Watching it, great content. But, gentlemen, we have some other content here for you today. We have taken a collection of all of the best fails, misplays, and other
Good
things.
stuff, the best stuff.
And this is a repeating piece from last time, my friends. We call this one Slacking a Fool. Let's go ahead and slack some fools up and remind you guys of all the greatest plays or misplays of the Major. Welcome home. First clip is called Wait For It.
Easy for Leslau. It seems it's not going to be as easy as it seems.
Oh, is this the key? Oh, this is the betrayal.
No spoilers, please.
I'm guessing.
Okay, here we go. Doomed out. Trying to escape. There we go.
Do it. No.
Run away.
Oh.
He was trying. Quinn was trying so hard.
He did. Quinn,
He thought, to be fair, Guardian Greaves would save him there, but didn't do it.
Close.
Hold. Come on.
He's rather.
Come on, Quinn.
I can respect that. I can respect him saying, no, I will live.
I'm actually confused.
Well, maybe, he didn't use Surge on him in the previous fight, and Quinn was like, well,
repercussions,
That's revenge.
There it is.
Oh, there it is.
The cursed spot.
The cursed
Chronospheres.
Was this lag or was this
No.
Absolutely.
Actual lag or
No, this is what
this happened
I've done before. You
this
fail, you pause the game, but you need to disconnect. Like, this is amateur at play. You need to disconnect.
But
Where is the ping?
But what about the other 4 chronos in this
And to
game?
be honest, it was not a zero-man Chronosphere. He was inside it.
Okay,
Swipe
Nico,
it off,
baby,
yeah.
here.
Plus 3 creeps. The medium camp was there.
We're going to go ahead and blame it on a fly. So, good try there.
Did he farm that creep though?
He did.
He did.
We got
Efficient.
So no
Very
damage
efficient.
taken while he's farming the medium camp. We're gonna see it again.
Okay,
First
there
spot.
it is. The
players,
first spot.
same
It's
spot.
Exactly the same.
Oh my god. See, look at that. That is
Hell yeah.
different camps though. Different neutrals, less efficiency.
All right, next clip coming up. Okay, great. Fantastic. Not sure you could have that face on
Pro
Twitch.
players are human.
This is slightly above chat level, though. Pretty much.
All right, clipping up on RTZ yet again. Why is it always him, guys?
Can we get an actual official RTZ cliff counter during the grand final?
Potentially.
That's never been done before in the history of Dota. I thought this could be the first time we do it.
Oh, and on the cliff that they marked.
Also a spray.
And it sprayed it.
Very shameful.
This is the new anime that I want to watch. Heard it's good.
This is the plot of it,
3
actually.
seconds to replant.
The audacity, the fact that he even put the spray, it just... And Faith Beyond, he even walks back to readjust it. Like, he legit has the option of farming a camp or readjusting the spray, and he readjusts the spray to get maximum Arteezy cliffing potential.
I know the chat's probably gonna go with Arteezy, right? Leslau one was funny, the triple
That's
missed
a 3-in-1 number 2.
Exactly. Like,
That's a 3-in-1.
Doesn't get better than that.
Yeah, I would have to go for 2, personally.
Yeah, 2 for me.
2 for you.
2 for me. I'm going to go with the memes of Arteezy. Sorry. I mean, it's just weird that it always happens to him. It's weird. It's like fate, and I really hope we see it in this final series coming up.
How many cliffs in the final?
I'm going to go for more than 1.
More than one? I'm gonna go with the 3 clips of 3 cliffs during game 1.
That's a lot.
That's quite a lot.
That's a lot of 3s.
6 cliffings.
6 clippings?
6 clippings.
If it
Seems-
goes to game 5.
Yes. Yeah, that's a game 5, 6 clippings across the entire series.
That's incredibly toxic, but no worries. Now, gentlemen, ladies, and everyone else at home, we did want to have a serious moment here. You know, the last year has been a little hard on everybody, and we haven't had a lot of lands. And we just wanted to let you guys know, viewers at home, how much we appreciate you and how much we miss you at events like this. And a lot of audiences aren't able to attend, but something that you guys might not know is that a few lucky people from the local area, a few lucky fans were brought in. And, you know, in a month like this, I believe it's June, it's hot, scorching, and we, you know, just are so happy that these fans could join us and that we could get them in the arena. And I know you guys are probably jealous at home because it's been a long time since you've been to a LAN, but I would like to give them a little bit of a shout out. So please, guys, don't be nervous, but if you guys could show the audience fan cam, that'd be great. Can you please show the fans?
I appreciate it.
It's
one of my
fucking joke about fans. Anyway.
I was so worried where that was going.
Gentlemen, we also have another equally hilarious piece for you coming up here. Many people might ask themselves, you know, how do these patches get made? We're almost at the end of this patch. And perhaps some of you watching from home don't know that it is one man, IceFrog, who creates these patches for us. And we actually got an exclusive look at how he does the process. Now, this is never before seen footage of IceFrog actually working on 7.29 before the major. And he allowed us to come in with a camera crew and record the process. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and look at this footage, never before seen.
Time for my monthly pub game. Can't wait to relax and play my perfectly balanced game. What's this? My tower's being pushed in? And it's only 10 minutes. Lycan has no boots, first item Necronomicon. My mid wants my precious tangos, but I only have 3 for myself. Techies still exists? No. This isn't right. It's not balanced. It's not perfect. This shouldn't be happening to me, to anyone. But I can change it. I can make the game perfectly balanced. I'll delete the Necronomicon. I'll never give mid a tango again. No one will. I'll nerf techies one more time for no reason. No one will complain. I'll take a mango chip and I'll eat it. It's perfect. It's perfect. Now, let's add a new hero and get all up.
Okay, it was more a metaphor than, you know, a real, actual documentary, but, gentlemen, please, heads up, we have a new segment here and some new guests. That's right, it's Banana, Slamma, Jamma, and Jenkins. Great hiding, guys. As we return.
We were told to hide.
That's right, that was really good hiding. You guys... This is what we're dealing with here. We asked these guys to get off and hide for the shot, and they simply put their heads down like babies. If they can't see...
You could have said get off.
I said hide, but at any rate... We have a fantastic segment here for you guys. This one is called Samurai Ramen or something. Hungry Samurai. That's right, Hungry Samurai. Apologies here. It's a fantastic segment. I believe we have a cool little intro for you. Hungry Samurai. The key word was Hungry Samurai. Hungry Samurai. That's what we waited for. Welcome back. Now,
perfect. The wheel's just right there. You could have done that.
Shut up, Jenkins. Now we have a fantastic game for you. You guys, before you, have some ramen bowls. on this wheel behind me. I will spin the wheel, and whatever it lands on, we will add it to your delicious ramen bowl.
Both of ours or just one?
Just one at a time.
Okay.
You will eat the ramen at the end. Whoever eats the most ramen after the ingredients have been added will win the prize. That is it. Is a contest of will, strength, and horrible deterministic fate, much like a North American pub. Now, at this point, I must describe one simple rule. You have one pass. If I select something on the wheel that you don't like and it's your turn, you are able then to pass it on to the enemy. You only get one, so make sure you save it.
I don't like normal ramen. Why was I chosen for this? Is that an egg?
Yes, that's pretty typical in ramen. Thank you, Jenkins. Who is ready to begin? Who would like to start?
I will.
Okay. BSJ takes it straight up. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Hungry Samurai, and the time has come for the first spin. Do you want a hard spin? Do you want a soft spin?
Real hard.
Real hard.
Did they have squirrel tail
Give
on
me,
that?
give me the jelly.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is horseradish. Horseradish is your first one there, my friend. We have a red quality, and I'm going to take it easy on you since it's the first one. We're going to do just one little spoonful.
That was legit the worst one I saw.
All right. No. Oh, would you like to pass?
No, I'm not going to pass
Okay,
it because
great.
I'm maybe
Is that
I'm changing my
salmonella
mind.
on there?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the next one, Jenkins, it is your turn. Soft, gentle.
Give me, those are the same thing. Give me a medium spin.
One medium spin for Jenkins. The wheel spins.
Mystery.
And that's fried crickets.
What?
Literal fried crickets. This is not a joke. They're literally, if you want to zoom in here, do we have a closer camera that we can get this to? I just want people
No,
to
it's
know.
actually on Semolina right now.
Literally fried, oh my gosh. There's a couple of them out, but these are real. Jenkins, would you like to pass or would you like to keep?
What do you, how many, what do I, those are real.
Those are real fried crickets, yeah. It's a delicacy.
Who eats these? Why, what do you mean that's a delicacy?
It's a delicacy in
No,
somewhere.
that's on the floor in restaurants. Okay, no, I'll pass that.
Can I pass it back?
You can.
I will pass it back.
All right, Jenkins, welcome back. Here you go. Now, I'll only give you one fried cricket. I like this one the most. Do we have that zoom cam in again?
That is the most disgusting looking fried cricket. I mean, I've never seen one.
May we switch? I named him Fernando. Buenos noches. All right.
That's a child fried cricket.
I'm just kidding. I'm going to give you a bunch. Okay, there you go. Into the ramen bowl. And one more for good luck.
So we're both out of passes now?
You are both out of passes. You are at
Nice.
the whims of fate, but I have to say a wonderful choice there with passing the fried cricket. Next up, for BSJ.
Just no crickets, please. I didn't see that one when I said horseradish was the worst.
And that is
Do I win a giveaway?
You're able to give any one of these to Jenkins.
No, are you
Your
serious?
choice.
Are you serious?
You know what goes really well with fried crickets?
What?
Friends.
Fried crickets.
More friends.
Yep, fried
Yeah,
crickets.
friends.
That's what, all right, one more serving of fried crickets. For
Is this
Jenkins.
Fear Factor? What is this?
There you go.
Could you get away with this?
Jenkins, it's your turn.
What do you mean it's my turn? It's been my turn 3 times in a row.
All right.
Fried, come on,
And
no.
that's going to be fried cricket. No.
Salmonella?
That's salmonella.
What?
I don't know. It just says salmonella. There you go. No, that's not horseradish.
Is that like pig fat? What is this?
I don't know what it is, all right? I'm not from Europe. All right, BSJ, it's your turn.
Well, I don't get to choose anything. You're just going to spin it for
Fantastic. Spin the wheel for BSJ.
Do the giveaway. Giveaway? No. Oh, I'll take some
Jelly.
That's nice.
Are you fucking kidding me? This is what he gets. I've gotten fried crickets in pig fat.
Gelatin.
I think I would prefer if that's pig fat. That might be human fat for all I know. I don't know what salmonella is.
Put that back in.
No big deal. Jenkins, you're up, my friend. The ramen bowls are nearly complete.
I didn't tell you how hard to spin it. What do you mean they're nearly complete? He has 2 things in there. That's just normal.
Jelly.
Okay.
I'll make sure I give you the one that I just put back in.
I mean, by far, the crickets and pig fat are the worst. What type of jelly is that?
That's Jello,
Looks like
it appears.
strawberry.
I don't know why I'm asking that. Not like it matters. I have fucking crickets in my thing.
There's a lot of
Why would
crickets I
the...
spilled on the counter still.
Oh my god.
All right,
Just
BSJ.
dude, give me the giveaway.
Let's go giveaway.
Giveaway, baby.
Let's go giveaway.
Giveaway.
Oh,
Okay,
shawarma. Bring out the shawarma. We have shawarma here. Oh, here it is. This is literally just a cooked shawarma that we bought for you.
Perfect. Does it get to go in there?
No, Jenkins. All right, and it is your turn once again, my friend.
I literally don't eat vegetables. I would like everybody to
Give
know.
him some
I have been
fried crickets,
spending
'cause
the
those are some
entire
protein.
event.
Those are
eating-
protein. Oh, come on.
I don't know what that is. Google it. I might be allergic. I don't know what it is.
All right, that's going to be a respin from me, my friend. We're out of salmonella at the moment.
You put all of the salmonella in my ramen.
No. Okay.
Oh, I don't want to do jelly again. One more time.
Yeah, come on. Give him the stinky cheese.
We need
This is
something
not
new.
fair.
You're okay to do fried crickets
I've been
again, though,
eating
right?
Domino's the entire event because I don't like
exotic.
And that's black solidifies. I literally don't know what this is. They told me like 4 times, but it's this. If you guys have any idea what this is, let me know. It doesn't smell like anything.
It's like potatoes.
Doesn't smell like anything. That
Okay.
kind of worries me.
Black solidify. All right. And the next. Oh, you have to eat it. No, we're not ready.
Hey, you're watching the WePlay AniMajor. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Buy the official merchandise for WePlay AniMajor 2021 now on Fragstore.com. Hoodies, t-shirts, mouse pads, headrest pillows, and other souvenirs were released in the limited edition for the tournament. Hurry up and buy them on Fragstore.com via the link in the description or chatbot.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have made it. Dota fans around the world, it is time for the grand finals of the AniMajor. That's right. These two teams, Evil Geniuses versus PSG.LGD, have had a fantastic ride up. One of them straight up through the upper bracket, easiest time of their lives, while EG has fought tooth and nail, avoiding elimination through the lowers. But my friends, let's go ahead and take a look at how these two teams got here before we get into this action. And there you have it, my friends, where these teams came from. The entire DPC season has come down to this. Potentially the end of the patch, the last large major before the international itself. And it's time for these two teams to prove that they are the very best from around the world. It brings me such honor and such joy to be here and introduce to you our first team that's coming down to the arena. These boys have fought tooth and nail. Will it be our tour's first ever one major? And will EG correct the mistakes from the last major? It's time to find out. Ladies and gentlemen from around the world, Evil Geniuses! And their opponents, the undisputed, some may say best team in all of Dota. Their upper bracket run were 2-0s non-stop, and no one seems to be able to solve PSG.LGD. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present the Kings of China. Bring them out, PSG.LGD!
PSG.LGD.
静まることのない争いさえ影に隠れ不可欠な翼をもぎ取られしまい明日捨てる覚悟を決めて錆びれてしまう笑顔
The Warriors have finally arrived, and the Valley is ready to find the strongest Warriors in 1,000 years. The Dota will be unbelievable, the match will be incredible, and you will be watching the entire thing. Ladies, gentlemen, Dota fam, it's time. Welcome to the AniMajor Grand Finals, and welcome to Rich's Ramen Stand.
Could not be more excited for this one. EG versus LGD, two teams with two very different things to prove. One team trying to break a curse, which has honestly haunted them since all the way back when you were on the squad, on the org. And then we have another team, LGD, who is trying to show that China really is as strong of a region as all of the analysts thought that they were when we did get here. And it's a lot to prove for both of these squads. And we need to figure out who we think is going to come out on top, because these teams were able to absolutely tear through some of the squads, which made it straight to bracket play, which I don't think a lot of people expected to see. Let's talk about the runs that each of these squads have had to get here. Let's start with EG.
EG, they came in as a group stage team. You know, most people look at the North American region, they would have expected EG to win it, but they lost in the NADPC to Quincy Crew, so they had to play a lot more games than they did at the Singapore major. They've looked, I mean, at first, I think they looked a little shaky. I don't think they came into this tournament with the same mentality that we usually expect from EG, but as the tournament kept on going, like, they started to really crank it up. Like, they turned into a really smooth machine. We saw things from them that we wouldn't maybe normally expect from an Evo Geniuses Dota team. They were running like OD carry, you know, they broke out this Furion, just very experimental, even when the matches really mattered. And I'm excited to see that in this series.
Very excited to see if they're going to be able to finally pull down a major win, or if they're going to leave us with a cliffhanger. But LGD, let's actually talk about this squad, because they've been oppressive for so long in this game.
Yeah, they've been just destroying teams. And not only here, but in the DPC CN, they only lost 2 matches. And they actually won a tiebreaker versus Vici Gaming. They were supposed to even go through the wildcards, if not for that one series, right? In the DPC season itself, they looked a little bit shaky, a little bit unstable. That's why they were in the tiebreakers in the first place. Ame, you know, everyone talks about this scary player. He's high volatility, has very high skill ceiling, sometimes doesn't buy a BKB and it costs them the game. But so far in this tournament, he's been very stable. And nothing to say, the one that has been a little bit more on the stable side has just popped off completely. These two are carrying the team, and so far, they've also figured out the meta really well, and you can't find a single way to defeat them in a 3-game series, right? We've seen the T1 try, we've seen Nigma try, but so far it hasn't worked.
Yeah, and there were a lot of questions at first, which team from China was going to be the strongest. These guys answered it pretty quickly, to be honest. This matchup was about 3 weeks in the making just here at this major. So much Dota has already been played, and this is one of the teams that just have not taken their foot off the gas pedal. But let's talk about these two squads as well and their history against each other, their recent history against each other, because they've met not that long ago.
Yeah, like if you just go back to the last major, that's literally how far you have to go, because in that last major, PSG.LGD didn't look as strong, and partly because of that, and because of EG's back then stability, they got kicked out of the upper bracket by EG. But it's a different time, I need to say, because both of these teams looked completely different back then. PSG.LGD had their weaknesses, which I believe they fixed since then. Meanwhile, EG, like Aoi, you just agreed, right? Like they've been looking a little shaky, at least at the start.
Yeah, they didn't look like the EG we expect to come into the tournament. But I'm going to say they look as good or better than
right now.
Right now than our beginning expectations.
Look, you know these guys a lot better than I do. When you look at EG and you think about that roadblock that they've had, in particular Arteezy, when they get to a grand final, do you think that that does affect them at all?
It's sort of hard to say. I mean, it's not like Arteezy hasn't won a lot of tournaments. All of them are tournament-winning players, even at the highest level. So I'm not too sure what it is. Like sometimes you just have some mental block, but I think
the question is it a mental block or is it just hasn't gone their way yet?
Someone just writes question mark and you get blocked afterwards.
I don't know what it is, and it's hard to place that. But I feel like that's something that they would have specifically worked on since the Singapore major. Yep. And if it's that squad working on it, like I'd always trust them to find a solution.
I think in the last Singapore major, they figured out the meta in the way that's supposed to be played very early on. And you could see traces of that in the last couple of series, like that Nature's Prophet carry that tries semi-core meta. That's literally what got them to the finals in Singapore. And they have recreated the same magic right here. However, one thing that you can't not see when you're looking at PSG.LGD is how much fun they're having playing these games. And that's a sign that they're very comfortable with the game right now, with their own understanding of the game, what their playstyle should look like, what their win conditions are, that it allows you to cliff Arteezy a couple of times or maybe spray on that cliff.
Yeah, I do want to ask, I'm looking through chat and there's actually a Dota term that I don't understand, which is, I'm here to say hello, I'm here to say goodbye, but luckily, Auri, I know that you're going to be on top of this. There's this term that they keep throwing around, I don't know the meaning. They keep calling Arteezy a Giga Chad. What does that actually mean in this matchup?
I mean, if you watch Arteezy play Terrorblade, you'll understand what a Giga Chad means, because Arteezy is the type of carry that can just 1v5 the game. I mean, I think it's the same for Alme, but in this tournament specifically, I've seen multiple games where Arteezy, like, he has put his team on his back. With that said, I think the entire EG team sort of seems like Giga Chads this tournament, I gotta say.
Giga Chads, yeah. We've even seen Ice put his own team on Sand King's back and carry them.
That was crazy.
Yeah. I actually feel that the best way to play the game at the moment, since Singapore Major, was to spread out the responsibilities and not necessarily have this one big core. One big Omega carry, at least since Medusa was nerfed. In that short period of time of a couple of weeks, Medusa was completely broken and you couldn't win without having an answer to her or her. Right now, I feel like you can roll this Razor mid, Nature's Prophet safe lane and win off of
I
that.
feel like there's probably a few item nerfs that did that. Solar Crest got a couple of nerfs. Also, the inclusion of this Aeon Disc item, if you only have one hero that has to pop all 5 of your enemies' Aeon Discs, because apparently you're going to have 5
Everyone is going to buy
eventually. Like, that's like 15 seconds of DPS that you're wasting. You sort of need some sort of mixed damage and backup for the main carry nowadays.
I love how every tournament has its own item that we harp on and hate. Singapore Major, I believe it was Solar Crest, right? What? If I remember.
People hate these items. I love Aeon.
I mean,
I think it lets you play more aggressive because you can take chances and have like backup options.
One a little bit slightly, let's put it, broken item.
It is broken.
Yeah,
it is broken. And it does make comebacks a bit harder, which I don't like. Like I saw Arteezy on the Furion when they're way far ahead. He just buys the Aeon Disc because it guarantees he will always get his BQB off. He can always shove waves.
And then he can TP out, right?
Yeah, now that I think about how you said it, maybe we should hate this.
Maybe we should hate it a little bit. Yeah.
Well, when we're talking about some of the solutions that have come up throughout this tournament, we're talking about not only items, but we're talking about some of the picks as well. What has worked for these teams? For anybody who's just here for the grand final to see who is going to come out on top, what are some of the things that you're expecting to see?
Well, we already mentioned one Giga Chad, the Terrorblade, the impersonation of Giga Chad in the game, actually. When it comes to PSG.LGD, they have their own Giga Chads too, like perhaps that axe is an important aspect of their gameplay.
I haven't seen that carry axe in a while, though. I don't feel like it should have fallen off, though, right?
It's been banned a couple of times, right? They do play it on offlane still every now and then if possible. But I guess if you want a stronger carry, perhaps a Spectre is a better option. Maybe
Ame Spectre is sick. And I think LGD's Giga Chads are actually from the mid lane because there's not many heroes that 1v1 the mid tower at like 7 minutes and just win. I always see nothing to say. He picks these like high damage mids. He picks TA, Lina, whatever
Magnus.
Magnus.
Don't forget the Magnus.
He literally 1v1s the mid tower. It's really funny to watch because it's not something that you would think should be in the game, but he's destroying the map with it.
I think with LGD as well, this has been one of the squads where I feel like a lot of people just keep talking about how much they have at their disposal. They really do seem to be one of those squads that can go in very different directions with their picks.
Yeah, and with every pick that they have, the skill ceiling is just so high. The last series that I watched that play with Spectre, yeah, it didn't work. But when he TP'd base to buy the shard to rejoin the fight, that was so. That was.
And like in his head, he probably thinks it works because it was like that for Weaver before, where you couldn't do it before you skilled timelapse, and they changed it. But when they made the Spectre shard, they didn't change that. So it's like in his mind, he's making
it's
the
still
connections.
Working, right?
Logically, it should. But Dota's not a game like that. You don't deserve to know how your spells work, you know?
Sadly, he loses that game, but they came back strong later.
Honestly.
Yeah, it was a sick play, still sick train of thought, right? The composure of mind to be able to do that at the spot is just crazy good.
So I feel like a lot of the pressure in the onus, if you will, when you're talking about LGD really has been on Ame right now, talking about the fact that in this tournament, he definitely has looked very consistent, more refined maybe than what you've seen in the past. Who else are you putting under the spotlight on LGD? Who else will you really be paying attention to?
From watching these guys for almost 6 months now in the DPC, nothing to say is 100% popping off at the moment. His Magnus plays, his Lina plays, but usually he has good support, and that's really where Jinkyu comes into play. This guy, he is the highest volatility out of position 4 is even higher than Borax when it comes to CN DPC, and if you give him the right hero, he just makes such a difference in every single team fight.
To be honest, when you get to teams of this caliber, I think it's
more.
It's less about having one standout and the fact that they're all sort of standing out. I saw like team fights where Wise playing Phoenix, he dives onto a cliff and eggs perfectly so that LGD can take a fight. Like all 5 of the players, I think on both teams, are capable of popping off and carrying the game. We even saw EG in that last series versus T1. Like I think Fly hit a 5-man
like 5 times. 5-man Earth split
ETL,
5 times.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I think that is one of the things that we definitely are going to be looking at, but I also want to look just a little bit more at the road here, a little bit more at what we've seen throughout this tournament, and just kind of talk about the stylistic differences between these two squads and how you guys actually do think that they match up. Now that we're seeing, you mentioned last time that we saw them, a lot has changed all the way back at the last major. What do you think this matchup, EG versus LGD, does look like? What do you think that these squads are thinking about each other?
Well, it's... from EG, when you look at them, they've been composed. They would let you have your own game. They would let you have the ball, let's put it that way, and just constrict the map, farm, take your side of the map. That's been EG historically.
Yeah, that sounds like them, yeah.
Right?
If you say that and you're like, guess the team, I'm like, that's even.
That's EG, right? Ever since he's been there. But PSG.LGD, perhaps they're a little bit more active, especially because of the combination of heroes that they play. If they have some void on the safe lane and nothing to say is playing the Lina that you mentioned earlier, they need to play as a clock on time, right? Every single second matters because you need to worry about your big cooldowns, which play a massive part in the way they team fight.
I think LGD, when I watch them, they seem just very fluid. Like when they decide to give up an objective or take a fight, it's very committed. Like they're always on the same page. They're always ready to do the same thing. And that's sort of what makes them strong. However, I am a bit worried for LGD in this matchup just because I think EG specializes in punishing some of the things that LGD does. When I watch LGD series versus Alliance, they give up top tier 1, top tier 2, mid tier 1, and Roshan. I feel like EG, like everyone knows they specialize in lanes, but what they're also really good at is taking their early advantages and just crushing the map with that. We saw that, you know, in their game versus all the way back into group stage, TNC game 1. They won the lanes just a little bit, and they overwhelmed the map. And I don't think you want to give up objectives like LGD has been doing against a team like Evo Geniuses. That being...
Do you think that the lower bracket run will hurt EG a little bit? Because PSG.LGD look like a team that, when it comes to the drafts, they just let you have exactly what you want. If you remember Nigma, they even let them have IO. So they beat you at your best. Do you think
we had an interview with Nigma's coach where they're like, LGD broke us.
Yeah, they broke them. Do you think that maybe EG did not have as much time to prepare for PSG.LGD, and PSG.LGD had all the time to prepare for them?
That is true. I mean, they do have the winner's bracket advantage in the sense that they got to watch the last series, do all their notes for it, prepare. They also have, I'm going to say, probably the most successful coach in Dota, maybe ROTK as well, in Zhao 8. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it's, as a player, like I like coming from the upper bracket because there's less risk. But I think in this tournament specifically, because there hasn't been as much international play, EG actually might have benefited getting to play more games.
And because it's the anime, perfect anime storyline,
Yeah,
right?
you need build up
You need build up.
Right. Yeah, I think it has just been such an interesting tournament in that regard where it was like, yeah, you'd rather be starting on the back foot so you get to play more Dota and figure more stuff out. Because you look at a lot of those teams who got straight into the playoffs, got straight into the bracket play that had fantastic placements out of their DPC leagues, and they start going up against some of the other squads that warmed up in wildcard, that warmed up in groups, and they're playing against them. They're just like, Nani the fuck. They really are not able to play the Dota that they've been playing. They haven't figured out what that tournament meta really is, and that has been just this interesting gem that we see where no team who went straight to the bracket, like they just weren't able to hang with the squads who played more Dota. So maybe that will actually help EG a little bit, or maybe LGD having that 5-head glowy brain coach sitting there just being like, okay, we just watched them play T1, let's mentally break them.
If you told me that PSG.LGD was here in the bracket, then I would say, okay, if they won the Chinese region, right, then I could completely agree with you. But the fact that they were in the group stages,
they got the warm-up.
I think that's enough of a warm-up.
Well, I think chat got enough of a warm-up with us talking, and with that, we can actually get this game underway. I could not be more excited. It's going to be EG versus LGD.
I said, oh, it's only gonna be the 11 p.m. panel some of the time. Oh, don't worry about it. No one's watching. Oh, it's fine. We won't give you grand finals. And here we are. We tried our hardest not to be here because you guys deserve better. I want to apologize from the bottom of my heart. From all of us.
I thought I got fired 3 or 4 days ago, at least, with the poop comments that have been made.
Stop, please. It's not too late, Jenkins.
It's not too late. We have a chance for redemption. We have a chance for some teamwork. Much as how these two teams. Can we get some teamwork? Can we get like a high five between you two? Camera, please. Action.
Yay!
Oh, I was just
okay.
I was very lazy. I was very lazy with it.
That was the worst.
I thought I was putting it out, and then you were.
That was so bad.
Lady and gentlemen,
Jenkins.
Grand Finals, Evil Geniuses versus PSG.LGD. I feel like we've been here before. I feel like we've seen a China versus Evil Geniuses Grand Finals. Oh yeah, it happened just a few months ago. And yet again, we are in this situation. Except this time, Evil Geniuses had a little bit of a harder journey. They were slugging it out through the group stage. Quincy Crew got first place in the North American DPC. And this time, Evil Geniuses got second. And their group stage didn't even look that good. They were draw, 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 loss, win, draw, draw. But, I don't know, you look like you were about to say something.
I was?
Uh-huh.
Call this NA copium, okay? Reddit, I'm not BSJ. I'm just saying, putting this out there. If you're EG and you're stomping all the way through the Singapore Major, but you have a hard time in the AniMajor, would a question mark get to you as much as it did? Because they're used to being beaten down and getting back up at this point.
Interesting.
I don't think the same level of BM can get them, but I also think that LGD is on another level of BM. Already, the Cliff Teasy is legendary, and that scares me, and this should scare all EG fans going into the Grand Finals. What is LGD going to do next?
They were saying on the previous panel, nothing to say Magnus. That is something to be feared for multiple reasons, the gameplay and the geography aspect of it. Effie, what are you looking forward to in this Grand Finals?
I mean, while Jenkins made a great point, I would be more concerned about LGD's ability to respond to any kind of draft. And EGs seem to love their Terrorblade. Recently, they've loved their Safelane Prophet. So I wonder if they have anything else to show us, just so they can catch LGD off guard.
Yeah, because we saw Evil Geniuses trying some creative strats. We saw them try their Outworld Devourer to much not success. And I'm guessing that that's just the tip of the iceberg. Game 1 situation out of a 5-game series, as this is a best of 5, maybe you can get away with some stuff in Game 1, or maybe you only need to pull it out at the last minute situation. Right now, things seem pretty traditional. Broodmother and Puck being banned out for LGD, as I'm sure they were watching that previous series and watching Abed do work, and EG take out the Nyx Assassin, the Doom, pick up the Lion.
For sure, if you don't have first pick, you have to ban out the Puck versus Evil Geniuses. If you cannot respond to the Dragon Knight, you have to. A lot of teams messed up by giving away the Abed Puck, and LGD already is not having any of that.
Which one do you think is higher value, the Puck, the DK, or the Terrorblade, Jenkins? Because those seem to be the 3 go-tos for EG.
Yeah, well, Puck has a 100% win rate for them.
Interesting.
Recently, as of this week. So it does look good. This is the hero that they carried themselves with through the NA DPC. Probably, I think in the series of Quincy Crew, they're probably smart enough to ban it. And so, get it out. But then you have the problem that you're, giving EG Lion, which is a 75% win rate hero, their most picked hero, and then Ice's notorious Timbersaw. He is a massive pain on the ass on this hero, more so than anybody on the planet.
Agreed. And while these openers may seem interesting, you think to yourself, okay, Timbersaw shreds the axe, but the axe coupled with the Phoenix Sunray destroys Timbersaw.
Yep.
So already there's a bit of a 50-50 here.
Yeah, there's answers, and also just going to some stats on the other side, LGD, 100% win rate with Phoenix this week. Of course, we haven't been able to see them play as much as Evil Geniuses, of course going through the lower bracket. And Axe, also, this is the team that kind of invented Axe. Like, they do the Axe carry, they do the Axe offlane. It's played fantastically in both of these positions. So you don't really know exactly what's going to happen, and they can also run 5 Phoenix or 4 Phoenix. You really, it's just, I hate to say it in front of EG because it's kind of offensive, but there's just question marks with this draft. You don't know what's happening here.
In the series that they ended up running the carry axe, they did first face this exact same thing, Phoenix and the axe, and they put it on Ame as opposed to Faith Beyond on the axe. And their bans were kind of similar. They did take out the Storm Spirit again when they were running carry axe, so I'm sure Bulba has a lot of notes. We saw some of them on camera, and chances are that he's planning for contingencies. Is it going to be Faith Beyond, or is it going to be Ame on the axe?
I think you run the carry axe when you have a better offlaner than you can pick. If I recall in the game that they played versus Evil Geniuses, they ran the carry axe after they last picked Darkseer.
Correct.
After Evil Geniuses last picked Wraith King.
Damn,
so
you have a good memory.
I remember because because I remember PSG.LGD's game so much because I really am a fan of this team, but I'm not biased.
Of course,
I literally
because I also like
unbiased.
Evil Geniuses.
Not biased.
But no. So what I think happened there was they were planning on running the offlane axe, but they see this Wraith King and the Darkseer just looks too good in the moment, and they're like, whatever, we'll give it to Ame. He owns.
That makes sense. I mean, you wouldn't want to particularly run the axe as a carry into the Timbersaw anyway, because it's just such a tough lane. But like you said, like if they can flex it, having that availability is super valuable. And while it's one of those things that can feed to a Timbersaw, I do recall that matchup. If Axe can get an early Vanguard, if he has a decent support in the lane, he can farm. But it's not an easy one. It's very like kind of staring off the edge of a cliff and or teetering on the edge of a cliff. One of the heroes is going to feed.
Please don't talk about cliffs. You already apologized for talking about question marks.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's been
So I would just like to note that they banned out Ovid's popular heroes like Storm Spirit and Ember, and by banning Storm and Ember, you are covering your backline Phoenix, which is very important. Then of course the RTZ Terrorblade, you do not give that hero away to Evil Geniuses. They are way too good with it. And on the other hand, Evil Geniuses ban out the Leshrac, which they played 3 times yesterday in their series versus T1. The Death Prophet, which they also played, and the Ursa to cover the Timbersaw. So everything looks pretty standard so far.
I really like the Razor as an answer to Timbersaw. I know a lot of people would think like, oh, okay, of course, with the new Timber Chain, you're super fast, you can get away from the Razor static link, but guess what? Razor's move speed ability has also been buffed like 7 times in a row. So if you get Boots of Travel, which is the standard build for most Razors in almost any position, you can easily chase after the Timbersaw after a chain, and then you just shred through his armor with the ultimate, and you can kill him no matter how farmed the Timber is. So it's kind of a pseudo answer, and with the break coming from the Hoodwink, now they definitely have the ability, as well as the Phoenix, to kill Timber in the game. It's not going to be one of these totally unkillable Timber games, unless he gets off to an incredibly good start, which, you know, could happen. It is ice.
Absolutely agreed. And I want to talk about this clock a little bit, because if you're a Razor, you do not want to be hookshotted and cogged by a clock. If there's a Timbersaw on the enemy team, there's not really that much you can do until your team builds 4 stuffs. You can die on this hero, and the same goes for Hoodwink. Clock is very good at catching her. However, I'm starting to think that Clock falls off a little bit. He does really well in the first 15 minutes, but then he just doesn't give teams the burst that they need. And no, they addressed that with Zelina, so...
This is kind of cool. I mean, LGD is kind of taking the Hoodwink. I know they've also played it, but not as much as EG plays it. And then on the other side, you have EG taking this presumably mid-Lina, which, nothing to say, has looked absolutely incredible on this hero. And I think if Void
has not even played it a single time this tournament yet.
I think if Void isn't already banned, I can't see the bans from here. He's not banned. I think you need to take the Faceless Void out if you are LGD with the Lina, and I honestly think that Faceless Void looks really good because you have the Timber to bait people in. I think on Effie on another panel you were talking about how like you want to play Faceless Void when you have somebody to run in and basically cause chaos and set up for good chronos, and Timber does just that. And I think they need a little bit more hard carry in the game and a little bit more like they don't really have any like big team fight ultimates from EG, and they need that out of a carry, which is kind of just the Void.
Agreed. And I just wanted to say that I really love watching these teams borrow from each other. Over the last few days, it's just been so cool to watch. They took the Nature's Prophet from Noping, and then the Hoodwink was taken from NA by LGD. It's just really cool to watch them.
It's very anime for them to assimilate these teams after they conquer them.
You know, it's Aoi and I were actually talking about this, how there's a massive level of respect between the teams when you go later and later into a tournament, where you see, I think we were looking at Nigma. They were running some Spectre, and they weren't going for Echo Saber, and then they started losing with it. And then in the next few games in the DPC or something, I think they were watching like VP. VP was playing Spectre, going for Echo Saber, and then they started picking up the Echo Saber Spectre on Nigma again. So it's like you can see a lot of these top teams, they really respect the ideas that other teams come up with, and instead of trying to like theory craft what's right or what's wrong, they'll literally just pick it. They'll just try it and just assume this is a fierce competitor. There's a reason that they're picking this. We need to try this so we can get an idea of why they're actually doing this.
And that speaks volumes on the confidence of the team. They know that even if they haven't played it before, they can do it well because they believe in their players. So I think that's pretty awesome, and that separates the teams at the top from the ones at the bottom.
It's like their ideas are good. We trust that our competitors are fierce, but we are good enough to also execute on their ideas that maybe we don't 100% know.
And it's also part of the beauty of having LAN Dota in one location where everyone is playing pubs in the exact same region. Everyone's seeing these builds come out, and as you suspected, the Faceless Void does get banned, but also a bit off the wall ban. Arc Warden gets taken out as well by LGD.
You know what? Going up against EG in Grand Finals, I can kind of understand that. It seems like they always pull this hero out eventually for RTZ. What do we get? Oh, Nature's Prophet.
He's back.
Okay, so they're going full tempo then.
Right, but you were talking about teamfight, and Nature's Prophet does provide that early teamfight. His level 6 does so much damage early on. Like, it's a surprising amount of damage, and it can turn these early skirmishes around in the blink of an eye. So I can see this hero being a teamfight hero for the first 20 minutes of the game. However, he can get outscaled by a lot of more typical carries that are available right now for PSG.LGD.
It is an interesting matchup versus the Phoenix too, because although you're not exactly a hero that, you don't have any innate buff to your attack speed or anything like that, but Nature's Prophet will build attack speed items. He also is in the top 10 heroes that have the highest agi gain in the game. He is the only non-agi hero in the top 10. So he does hit really quickly, and if Phoenix is going into a team fight, you can just TP on the egg from anywhere on the map and hit the egg with the Lina, and he's kind of those extra like 2 or 3 right clicks that you need. So
and there is synergy with teleportation and heroes like Clockwork and Lion, who can look for kills all over the map. They'll never have to worry about, is our carry close enough to fight with us? Nature's Prophet eliminates that completely.
Yeah, and now that you mention that, I do remember EG in the game that they had the Nature's Prophet before, in one of the games, they also had Ice playing his famous Timbersaw, and this guy was playing just right in their face, like so deep into the enemy towers that it's like, okay, he should feed. But then Arteezy would be willing to TP in and risk his own life to back up Ice, and that allowed Ice throughout the game to play ridiculously aggressive to the point no other Timbersaw could get away with it, only because they were both so confident that they would bail each other out.
That's actually really cool.
EG draft ticking basically every box you could ask for. They've got push, they've got magic damage, they've got burst, they've got physical, they've got tanky, they've got initiating. LGD are burning through reserve time to figure out what carry, maybe, can we slot into this.
Yeah.
Faith Beyond or Ame on this Axe still, who knows, because chances are this Timbersaw wants to follow Axe around and Axe wants to be in Nature's Prophet's lane, so...
There's a lot of ways that you could go with this. I think this EG lineup is one that you could possibly look to outscale. I don't think you would try to like damage outscale it.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. You can go on.
Some sort of like Spectre's banned, but something along those lines. Like I think if you try to damage outscale Lina and Nature's Prophet just because of their stat gains and the innate buffs they have, it might be hard. Okay.
So it is a carry axe. They are playing to win.
Cool.
Okay, I'm intrigued. I mean, we considered the possibility at the very beginning. Quick predictions. Jenkins, which draft do you like better?
Oh, God.
You can't think. I need quick predictions.
I'm going to go LGD here. I think it's a really good Axe game versus the non-Timbersaw cores. I think they can feed.
Okay. Effie, how about you?
I'm going to go LGD as well, just because I love watching them on their carry axe, and the Sand King seems pretty appropriate to deal with Nature's Prophet, so...
Yeah, they've got answers ready. And it's only game 1 of a game 5 situation. This is the grand finals. And I gotta say, both teams coming with some comfort, but also some exotic stuff. The Nature's Prophet, like you said, Effie, this has kind of been imported from South America, as we saw earlier in this tournament, and also a North American specialty. And Carry Axe, LGD brought it into the meta, kind of fell off a little bit, but it's back. And we're also back with our casters, Capitalist, and... oh no. Oh God, it's him.
Oh no.
That's right, Tsunami. Tremble and despair, fanboys. The man who could end your favorite team's run. Behold, it's Kyle, King of Curses.
Speaking of curses, Cap, we got a pretty strong one already in this game.
Yes, we do. Arteezy, the curse. Is it going to be real or is it going to be not? This is an opportunity to be able to finally break that curse, Kyle.
27 Valve Premier events, 14 top 4s, 0 wins.
Oof, that one's got to hurt. Evil Geniuses, they've been at the last 3 Valve Majors. Dream League, 3-2. Singapore Major, 3-2. And now they're in the finals against LGD and yet to have been able to claim the victory, Kyle.
Definitely the best 2 teams in the tournament, but I think we all know there's a clear favorite. It's PSG.LGD.
Oh,
the
God.
Undisputed best team here at the AniMajor. I'll go so far as to guarantee they're going to take this dub.
I'd like to take a moment to apologize to the Chinese fans who are watching this broadcast. We can't control Kyle. It just is what it is. So I guess it's going to be the Kyle curse versus the Arteezy curse. Which one of these two is going to be stronger? And you know, Kyle, I was actually talking to Jack earlier. Jack, KBBQ, our insider in the Chinese scene. And he described Ame is in the Chinese scene. He's got a little bit of Artur vibes. And you can get it, right? The last 3 TIs he's been at. 2nd, 4th, 3rd.
I mean, he was removed from LGD and then invited back because they realized that you just can't replace him.
No.
Who has the guts to pick an axe for himself in the first game of a Grand Final BO5? This is another player notable for losing a 5th game of a Grand Final Best of 5 with a last pick AniMajor for himself, trying to do his best burning impression, but many throughout the years have tried and failed to do just that. Either way, like the draft from both sides, pretty balanced, a bit of what you'd expect in the first game. Remember, it's a BO5. It's a long series. We can expect there to be an independent meta that will develop as the games go on, but the carry Nature's Prophet has been deadly from EG.
2-2 split on the bounties. Did you hear our draft panel? They were actually both favoring LGD's lineup. What do you think it was about LGD's draft that motivated them to go for the Chinese team here?
Well, they're definitely fans of the Ame Axe. I think it's just, again, really gutsy pick. I am concerned
for PSG.LGD's ability to deal with Timbersaw. And Razor against Lina, this is one of the more unfavorable matchups. I expect Abed to do quite well here. However, they do have the Hoodwink. That's key because Break against Timber is obviously a hard counter. EG with the Lion Clock can be very effective as well, just zoning out team fights. We've talked throughout the tournament a lot about how Clock is very adept at hunting Hoodwink through the trees.
Nothing to say. He's already got something to say about that matchup. Kyle, he's gotten the first 2 denies of the wave. So he may already be in Abed's head. Fly, looking to run down Y here. Of course, Battery Assault level 1. Not the greatest amount of damage, but he's so far away from the tower. He's got a Fairy Fire. Fly does have the movement speed advantage here. Just ever so barely, but he's going to have to give up on it.
And he drops the Sentry as well. Arteezy should be able to do quite well against a Sand King early on, but it does definitely get harder when there's points in the Caustic along with a couple extra ones in Sandstorm.
Yeah, and they just managed to get to this grand finals off of the back of a Sand King from Ice 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 with that old school carry build.
Oh yeah, set a record as well. The highest net worth at on a Sand King at 35 minutes ever recorded in Dota history, a little more than 21,000. That broke the old highest by 1,500 or so.
Ame playing out a bit of a 1v1. He's got the Silver Hort behind him trying to do some pulls, but again, it's a Hoodwink in lane. You probably don't offer the most amount of pressure against a Timbersaw, but later on, of course, you're going to have that big, high amount of damage that comes out from the Sharpshooter and the break mechanic, which may be useful. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Mid-lane matchup so far. 5-4, 4-4. Seems like both of these mids are focused a little bit more on harassing and positioning against each other rather than the CS battle.
Yeah, this is a really annoying lane to play for both players. If you can juke a Lina stun and get a big drain off, then it gives you a free wave. Same kind of goes for Lina. You're trying to harass down Razor with every Q nuke to ensure you get both CS and harass damage. So a lot of sidestepping, which leads to a lot of missed CS. Top lane, 2-point Sandstorm. Arteezy not really able to do too much anymore. It's likely going to just be a farm for farm trade.
Yeah, that's why you could see both the Hoodwink and the Clockwork sitting in the safe lane, but not really being in experience range a whole lot. Instead, are just making it their job to harass the forward position as much as possible. Does manage to get that stack up. Y slides away with the Icarus dive. Waiting for a rotation where the mid lane ends up getting some pressure put on it, just because, I mean, it's a Lina on one side, a Razor on the other. I feel like both of those mid heroes are rather susceptible to ganks.
Yep. The one thing to note, though, with the PSG.LGD lineup, they've got a pretty distinct advantage in that they can easily clear Ancient stacks early on. Ame rushing the Vanguard. You can already see the Phoenix looking to get those stacks up now. EG, you can clear them with a Prophet, but you can't do stacks. So every one of those Ancients up is basically an extra creep wave just being held in reserve for Ame, and we've seen him go off. This might be a game he wants to get an early blink. We could see him do what he did earlier in the group stage with just Vanguard, Manta. Start farming waves, shoving at all times, and if you have waves shoved, it's a lot harder to play Furion. You just don't have the information then to make moves with your support duo who are going to look to play off map.
Trying to secure the water runes here. Nothing to say is already in position, though. So Shinkyu, his presence is...
We missed that one.
Not needed. Fly gonna hold out the other one, but never mind. Why? Sneaky, sneaky. Dives through it, grabs the water rune before Fly is none the wiser. Crit. Gonna be caught here, has to turn around Hex. Does have Tranquil Boots, so as long as he doesn't die here, he'll be able to still play the lane pretty easily. It's funny, but it's just these safe lane, both sides have these cores that are so strong that the supports don't really have much of a game besides just focusing on the opposing support. I mean, it's hard to be able to walk into a Sand King Sandstorm, and it's not like the Nature's Prophet provides any nukes in himself. He's going to be fine in lane, though, just farming up. And same thing with Axe. I mean, what are you supposed to do to pressure this guy?
Yeah. And the edge the EG lineup is going to have is their overwhelming tower pressure. PSG.LGD, you look at this lineup, they've got some pretty decent team fight, but they have no tower hitters. A lot of their lineup is predicated on Ame just being enormous. EG, very easy. Timbersaw's going to shove a lane hard, absorb tower if necessary. Prophet at any point can TP in, summon a creep wave. Two supports that love to set up for kills, and that's a, was that a triple or a quad? He's getting the hard camp successfully, but he's missed the Ancients twice.
It's a big stack. He's got 4 different ones, so that's a triple and a double on the Ancients. And so what I'm hearing from them, from the Evil Geniuses side, is that they're going to be able to chip away at towers, maybe gank-oriented, like small pickoffs is going to be better. Meanwhile, LGD, they have to like kill Evil Geniuses over and over to claim those objectives. Ice slides right on past Q and chases them away.
Into the late game, I think EG's cores all certainly outscale. Now, the one hero that's not really fully understood, because really only PSG.LGD have made the carry axe look great.
Yeah.
I don't know how well it's going to carry into the late game, because the Manta Shard, you know, that's all based on the shard damage.
Razor being gone on by so many heroes, but he's managed to get the first blood anyway. Arteezy trying to finish off Nothing to Say, but they don't have this. Why joining in, but honestly, he's not even really needed there. Abed thought they were going to be able to claim a kill with the help of Arteezy, but Nothing to Say proves to be too strong.
And just mana issues on Abed. He was a little low there. He ended up, you know, it kind of goes back to the Water Rune steal in a way, because if that's saved for Abed, he'll have mana for that Laguna Blade. Instead, was just short. Nothing to Say survives.
Trying to go for the stacks again this time around. Crit's going to be joining him, so they really want to get a punish here. They've already given up first blood. The double damage, not quite enough. Now Flying going to be gone on by the Razor, immediately TPing out as forcing a little bit of movement. Pretty good, and his move is actually disguising Evil Geniuses in their play to be able to take some of these stacks. Takes about half the smaller creeps there, and it looks like one of the big ones from Abed's nuke.
A lot of games in this tournament, I wondered if I was actually secretly watching a StarCraft reboot, because the macro game has been so important. You don't see teams making moves to destroy enemy structures, but rather just handle their mineral collections in the form of these creep stacks. And
big economy gain, right?
Exactly.
So like that's what we're focusing on, ruining LGD's economy, trying to get something for your own. Yeah, it is an interesting approach to the game.
And they also waited to do those stacks, at least on the LGD side, until 7 minutes plus. So if you do it right, sometimes you just end up with all your neutral items right off the bat. It's a big edge.
Ame just found the dream camps to be able to quickly find neutral items, the Satyrs and the Knolls.
Yeah. Arcane Ring, one of my favorites. Fairy's Trinket to Abed, he'll be very happy with that. And you can see both teams are like, all right, 7 minutes, everybody, all right, get the free items, and then we'll resume and look to get things done. Love the warding from PSG.LGD if you want to check it out. It's just 3 wards all securing different lanes. It's defensive. You just want to read EG's movements, because they're the team that'll make plays for towers. They're the ones who are going to attack objectives, and PSG.LGD throughout this tournament have been really good at picking their battles well. They will let specifically this tier 1 safe lane go if they don't feel like they're in a position to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, anywhere that this lion goes, right, it's not just a lion. It's probably an Arteezy teleport in with a Nature's Prophet. So they really have to be aware of where these supports are going to be moving around. Ice clearing out all the trees here. Jinkyu, he's going to make sure he's nowhere in range of collecting the experience of this gigantic creep wave. And is currently under tower. He's currently taking the tier 1 tower, and does look like you're right, Kyle. They're not going to fight for it. Makes sense. Fighting at the Timbersaw at this point in the game seems a little bit ambitious.
Yep. I love Ice on these farming cores. I think a big shift from EG is, you know, even when he's playing the Terrorblade, yeah, obviously a bit more priority is going to be given our Tor, but when he's on the Prophet, Ice gets his time to shine. You know, he's going to get a lot more space, and he's going to get huge. What does Ame have queued up? It's the straight Manta
straight
rush.
to the Manta after the Vanguard.
Yep.
As is per usual for the Chinese Axes. It's a big reason why LGD managed to make it look the best coming from the region that created this.
I was thinking maybe he waits for the blink. Like, we've seen this before.
Yeah.
They will have issues trying to make plays, but I think he's got the right read where for them to win this game, they need a crazy sick timing at his shard. And that's what they're going to need to then use to get a game-winning advantage, because the EG lineup will outscale past that. Shard and spin damage does not scale. This Furion
Sprout doesn't work against the Hoodwink. Scurries right through those trees.
Now scouted out, but EG, will they be able to pressure? In early tier 2, very important because of the denial of the outpost. Start grinding out an XP lead. But the thing is, there hasn't been an Ame. He's been just farming already with Vanguard Yasha, 1,000 gold ahead of the game. And he will now be, I'd say, more than capable of planting himself in front of an objective to keep it alive. It's really just Ice's Timber and then the double ult damage from the Lion and the Luna Lion and the Lina that he has to worry about.
So Evil Geniuses, they've taken one tower, but now Axe can help defend. So pushing some of these towers is going to be harder. Give it another 10 minutes, and then the carry Axe is going to be online with both the Manta and the Shard, in which case your map control game starts going to shit because illusions are pushing in the lanes everywhere. And then you give it probably, what, maybe another 5 minutes after that. He's going to have the Blink Dagger. Another 5 minutes after that, he's going to be threatening BKB. Like, this is a hero that starts scaling incredibly quickly if you let him have this longer period of rest that we're currently watching. And PSG.LGD moving in through the smoke. Going to be able to pop on a fly. That's going to be the reveal of the Blink Dagger. Both ultimates being thrown here to make sure that Fly dies as quickly as possible, but there is the rebuttal. Evil Geniuses will find Q, and even trying to catch Faith Beyond LSA, just a little bit shy, though.
I just want to get something done. Notably, both carries farming opposite mirrored sides of the map, but Ame's getting just a little bit more gold. He farms Ancients about twice as fast. Same goes for most creep camps. So Arteezy, again, it's more about securing the objectives, the early game lead. He will at some point have a Witchblade too, one of the more effective items of dealing with these strength heroes.
So while the triangle isn't as important for Evil Geniuses, their play is to take LGD's side of the map more often. So they're already playing for that jungle. They can get this mid tower, but interruption? No, nice jump in from Fly to be able to stop Faith Beyond, but that bushwhack, it stopped the Timbersaw from being able to kill the Sand King. The Sharpshooter puts him down, and Abed, he's one step ahead, nothing to stay. Gonna be able to catch him.
Oh, so close.
Just barely. Gets the kill, 4 down on the side of Evil Geniuses, and PSG.LGD might just be the ones to take the mid tower first.
That was such an incredible collapse. We'll see that back, but they already had wards on both ends of that mid tower. They'll lose, no, not even. They don't lose the objective, but they just, out of nowhere, suddenly there's 5 heroes. And Arteezy, the problem with Furion is you need to have that numbers advantage, the pressure advantage. He can't teleport in there. Crit unfortunately got killed just before the finger went out. And they just had nothing doing. The great initiation from Faith Beyond, the early Blink Dagger paying dividends. EG don't have that same sort of initiation. We're going to see it right now. Yeah, they get the counter initiation. The finger interrupted. Just in time. And
no finger, no whirling death that would have also killed the Sand King. Just beautiful stuff from Q.
They also keep Faith Beyond alive somehow. So he's sitting in the sandstorm for an extra 3-4 seconds before he eventually tumbles. But it's so much AoE magic damage. There's 3 EG heroes inside of it. There's nothing you can do about it. Timber, theoretically very good hero against the SK, but when you're standing in the middle of a sandstorm, it does not feel nice, and they'll deny the tower and thus the resources to EG.
As you were saying, PSG.LGD, depending on their lineup, what they judge, what they deem to be best, sometimes they're willing to give up certain objectives, and here they're going to concede this mid tower, and in exchange, they're going to have a Manta already for Ame. So at this point, he may actually have the Blink Dagger before he has the Shard, thanks to that one team fight there.
Yeah, he is enormous, and it's very spooky to play against him now. He's going to be able to just farm jungle and lanes, also providing more vision just because it's illusions. You know, this is what made EG's Terrorblade and Naga so scary. They're able to obtain gold and information while risking nothing. So Ame, he's farming 2 camps while hitting a tower. EG, they'll make moves towards the bottom half of the map, but there's no objective there, so looking to just trade. I just wonder, well, what is EG's timing?
Here comes the Epicenter. Thinking about going for the Abed kill here. Faith Beyond canceled it, though.
He's going to need more for sure.
Yeah, and it seems like the rest of his team isn't quite ready. Now, he can try and sneak in behind Abed here and have some teammates TP in, but there are a couple of heroes from Evil Geniuses off map right now. And there's always the threat of that Nature's Prophet teleport. Of course, one of those heroes off map is Fly. He has an Invis rune right now. By himself. Won't be able to kill Y, but outside of the vision here. Goes for it! Oh, but the battery assault doesn't actually catch Y as he Icarus dives away.
That was so sick. The Spidey senses, drops the sentry, sees the Invis clock, but he'll also catch that ward on the outpost and then retreats safely to his own triangle and gets the Ancient stack. This boy's a beast. Q playing bottom now with the Veil, so the spell damage output of the
nice
SK Phoenix is going to be even higher.
I'm a big fan of this build. I know on the NA side, MSS putting in a lot of work with that Hoodwink, and some of the DPC matches would always go Ether Lens, but I think if you can go for it, Vale feels so good.
Yeah. Especially a game like this. You're playing against Timber, playing against Clock.
Yeah.
You don't see Furion with the BKB until third item, typically. Again, love the PSG.LGD wards. Just fully defensive. 4 sentries, 2 wards in their own woods. They know that that's the area of the map EG is likely to try to make their next big move in. But instead, they're going to smoke behind ice. Has the hood. Pretty tanky. But who do you really go for is the question. Nothing to say. Not the target.
It feels like in some ways, why? He's broken the smoke. Fly's going to drop a ward. Okay. He's going to be caught here inside of his own cogs, unable to get out. Is there a hook shot available? Oh, no, Abed! He moved, and Fly misses the hook to save his own life. 7-2 now, as LGD seem to be countering every Evil Genius's move that is aggressive.
It's interesting because EG, they went for more of a mid-game tempo lineup, right? And we've seen them play the Furion. Yeah, Arteezy eventually can out-carry. We saw him beat a Luna, but it kind of relies on that early game lead, and PSG.LGD, they're just kind of matching them. And EG, because of this investment, I don't think that they necessarily will like hard outscale in this game. It's not like they have a Spectre or a TB that eventually just gives them a win.
Yeah, I think you do not want to underestimate the power of Carry Axe and how much damage it can output. Evil Geniuses, once again, trying to set up. Fly not having the hook shot from that missed play earlier. Does close the gap here onto Ame. Gets inside of the cogs. No one's really close. Faith Beyond is going to jump onto that immediately. And in a way, Fly, did he just willingly sacrifice himself to get something out of LGD? Because nobody was following him on that one. They all gave up a long time ago.
It's quite possible. I mean, he did force a pretty big rotation. Up to our viewers, I guess, to determine if that's value or not. But he did get the epi, and that was very far into the PSG.LGD side of the map. His team, of course, on EG playing opposite corners. Abed, he really needs to finish the BKB, just going to be the recipe away. Arteezy, he's building for that next as well, at least if you track his last few games on the Prophet. Ice going for the Sankaya. No, they're going to smoke up again. We'll see what happens. They'd love to find Ame. He has the shard queued up. He'll be able to buy it as soon as we hit 20 minutes. If you're just tuning in, been away from Dota for a while, but saw once again EG was in a final. Shard gives Axe attack spins, more attack speed, and a better proc chance. So you pop Manta, all those illusions spin independently. They have the different ICD, and it's a ton of damage, like a whole lot.
You want to explain ICD?
Internal cooldown?
Yes, internal cooldown. Abilities sometimes have internal cooldowns to make sure that you don't actually, you know, have a billion attack speed and permamatch somebody, for an example. Nether Shawl for the Axe as well. I feel like he probably would take that one in hand. No, actually. Keeping the ring. He needs the mana regen for his Manta constantly being spammed out. I don't know. Evil Geniuses, I feel like they are trying to make moves and aren't connecting anywhere. But at the same time, they also don't seem too concerned about it.
Yeah. I think both teams kind of have the same read on the game, in a way. Just, okay, we're fine with this bottom. It might be a dead Faith Beyond. Yeah.
Big pickup, if they can get it. Double ultimates there from Crit and Abed. Finger of Death and Laguna Blade is certainly enough to kill most of the offlaners in the game, and Faith Beyond is no exception.
Yeah, there's been a lot of discussion in the green room. Fog specifically talking about how burst damage just feels incredibly strong. Sustained DPS hard to come by, but you know, you can't really ask for more burst from a combo.
Yeah.
With the 2 highest damage ultimates in the game, just able to go pop.
Running those Manta illusions into the jungle. Call onto the Timbersaw, Bushwhack follow-up. Nothing else behind this, though. They're gonna chill out, not go for the Timbersaw. Again, it seems like PSG.LGD perfectly content with the state of the game and only really maneuvering to try and counter Evil Genius's movements. Other than that, farming. They're going to hit a big timing sometime soon is nothing to say. He's already got his BKB, and a push forward from Faith Beyond. Going to be able to deny the Abed TP. They're going to catch Crit as well. Instant Culling Blade with that movement speed buff. They might be able to catch more. Fly, he's far enough away, but the tower that certainly is within spitting distance for PSG.LGD, and I don't think Evil Geniuses is going to have a response to this.
I was going to say, I was about to comment, this is a bad move from EG because Razor had his BKB. They didn't see it. They didn't have any vision on his rotations, but Abed was still a couple hundred gold off of his. Arteezy also a recipe away from his. That's not a fight you'll ever win. Nothing to say is just going to pop BKB. Faith Beyond with a great blink stun. Like, we've talked about Lena's issues before. You know, 9 armor, less than 2k HP, very squishy at this phase of the game. And that gives away the free Roche. Is the shard up? Yeah, it already is.
The shard is up on the axe, and that is why they're able to do Roshan. That kind of pure damage does so much work against Roche, but PSG.LGD are going to respect the fact that Evil Geniuses, and I think I've noticed this trend from them, is that they always respect the potential maneuvers that can be made by their opponents. Evil Geniuses, I think we're even going to give that up. Oh, jump forward, barely catches him. Ice was half a second away from being able to TP out, but Faith Beyond is fast enough to catch him in the act.
Yep.
Now they can finish Roshan.
We've seen this game many times out of PSG.LGD so far this tournament. Incredibly technical. They just lull you into this false sense of security and then pounce. The fight mid, a couple of pickoffs. Now all of a sudden it's like, wait, they have total map control. They're in the Roche pit uncontested. They're going to give this one over to Ame. Here it is. And suddenly the carry axe gets real spooky because he has the confidence now to play incredibly aggressive and just pop Manta for pure farming.
Yeah. Yeah, very soon I think we'll have to see if they wait out for a full BKB for Ame and like really solidify having a gigantic power spike, or if they try and use this Aegis a little bit earlier. But either way, in the next coming minutes, you're going to see LGD playing on Evil Geniuses' side of the map heavily if they can. Now, Evil Geniuses still have this big split push opportunity. They're going to be able to jump forward and catch. Yep, Arteezy. He's dead. Crit. He's going to be good. But Evil Geniuses again and again denied any possible place on this map.
That killer instinct though. Faith Beyond, he canceled his ulti there, but Jinkyu still going for the ulti. Ame would have closed in time if they had done the damage in time. He could have culling bladed. Like, they're always going for the bonus. Like, Arteezy, you just can't do that. Like, they have a ward, but a nice TP from Ame into the trees. You see the damage of this Manta axe. And the EG heroes are just way too squishy. Way too squishy. Yeah, Ice has some survivability, but he's playing against a break and Axe's pure damage.
Bushwhack holding in the Timber Saw. They don't have the Sharpshooter. Ice trying to Timber Chain far enough away. Hook shot and a Cogs to be able to keep Nothing to Say back. So they will not be able to chase down this Timber Saw, but they take quite a hefty amount of damage. They're going to be able to continue hitting this bottom tier 1 tower while taking over the triangle of Evil Geniuses. Once again, EG going to look for a movement here. Crit jumping forward with his Blink Dagger, trying to get a Hex or something, but Faith Beyond, he managed to get out of that one, and Crit just suicided into, the long-range Sharpshooter catches the Lina, slowing him down. Self-fuels, now the call, follow-up, he may have gotten the BKB up, but look at the pure damage raining in from Ame. Supernova over the top, Arteezy gonna be ran down as well, double kill for Ame. And Evil Geniuses, Kyle, I'm beginning to think that just like every single game 1 of LGD's run through this upper bracket, that they are going to stomp EG and take a clean victory on the start of a series.
I can't disagree with you, Cap. I mean, this team, they've looked unstoppable. EG, another very impressive lower bracket run, but this final boss, PSG.LGD, like, this has just been par for the course. Like, when they win these game 1s, you're underselling it. It's not like it's close. They dominate people, and you heard Kuro say, or was it RMN in the post-game interview after Nigma was eliminated, that this team broke their strategy.
Yep.
They studied them. The director in the background, Zhao 8, prepared his boys, and they came out fierce and wasn't even competitive. And so far this game 1, you know, EG, they just haven't been able to make any moves. They've got their BKBs, but so what? Here comes Ame again. Oh, nice Yols, pre-click.
Sharpshooter, a little bit off the mark there. Nothing to Say with the Invis rune is going to keep scouting to see if anybody gets close to try and defend this tier 2, but it seems pretty clear the Evil Geniuses are doing whatever they can to fight away from PSG.LGD at this point. Everybody else is on the other side of the map. And that's why Jinkyu, he's going to show himself, knowing that perhaps Bounty Runes and the Triangle is a play here. Turn around, Finger Death being pumped.
Crit thinks maybe they have it with Arteezy, but no, Jinkyu, oh, a long-range hook shot. Dod's managed to catch him, and he caught Y inside of that one as well. Double kill for Fly, but that's the only good bit of news for Evil Geniuses. This Ame is running down Arteezy, trapped by the Sprout. He's not going to be able to catch him. A TP out from Artur. He resets the team fight. Ame looks, but indeed, Arteezy magicianed himself away back to the fountain.
I was very lucky. I saw as he was attacking Ame for a second, thought better and realized those spins might actually kill his Prophet within those trees. Ame's in again.
Timbers up. Oh. Nothing to say, not bothering to chase him.
But
honestly, it's not really worth it. They just need to focus on map control because Evil Geniuses, it looks like their only play right now is split pushing. They're just going to rat this game for, I don't know, how long? Like, when do they get strong again?
Well, I guess when Axe would start to fall off. The thing is, he's acquiring items so quickly. Already 4K ahead of Arteezy. Nearly half the net worth lead that PSG.LGD have is on Ame's shoulders. And that AC upcoming, like, that's a huge item to grab. So once that's up, that'll replace his Aegis. Theoretically, he's, like, close to maxed out.
Yeah, I do think I've played around with this Axe concept quite a bit since it was first being run in the DPC for China, and it definitely feels like AC is your last really big power spike.
Yeah.
You're still going to be strong. Again, don't underestimate the power of this hero still going late game, but good play by Arteezy. Abed, though, being run down the mid lane while that was happening. Jinkyu tried to push Fly out there with the drop of the Acorn Tree. Not quite good enough. Evil Geniuses, chaos all around this bottom lane as Fly, no hookshot out, no opportunity to be able to get the power cogs push back. Crit's going to be run down by Ame as well. It just feels like it's grab bag. PSG.LGD, they're just picking up whatever heroes they can get their hands on and then running to the other side of the map to deal with the Nature's Prophet split push.
Yeah, it's much easier now that both Ame and Faith Beyond have bots. So the global mobility of the Prophet is somewhat neutered here. Also, once again, I just love the way that PSG.LGD itemized. They've got the Force Staff Holy Locket on the Phoenix. Force necessary any game you're playing against a clock. Faith Beyond, he has the Aeon Disc, but the early bots to deal with the split push. And then nothing to say. He's actually queuing up an Aghanims. We discussed their lack of tower pressure. The Ags will certainly help. And now they just continue to exploit map movements and just run at EG. That's going to be the name of the game. Do they have any wards to place?
Yeah, you said they may be lacking a little bit of tower pressure. The Aghanim Scepter certainly on the double hits, being able to hit the towers. All right, Tier 3 items are out. Evil Geniuses, knowing that this 27-minute mark usually means that players are split up and farming neutral items in an attempt to get those fresh Tier 3s, are going to smoke and push and see if they can get a pick off somewhere around here. Now, Faith Beyond would be a nice target.
He looks juicy, Cap, but he's got the unbreakable item.
Yeah, he's got that Aeon Disc, and I think thanks to the ward, seeing that, even though he may have a gem, he may be a juicy target, it's way too hard to be able to catch this guy. The gem's going to be able to spot Crit jumping forward. They immediately go for Faith Beyond, but maybe they didn't see the Aeon Disc. They blow it up, and yeah, it blocks the damage, and now Fly, hook shot out again. Another miss from the captain of Evil Geniuses. The two supports die for that bit of movement.
No,
yeah, there was no creeps in that camp.
Blame Ahmed. He farmed a camp, and Fly didn't realize it in time. And all of a sudden, they're in the base. And Arteezy's just still like, guys, I can't help you here. Split pushing bottom. If he gets caught in the call, he's just pretty much gone for it.
Yeah, and honestly, like, who really needs to be able to do fast tower damage? You could just kill the enemy team anytime they show their faces. Bit by bit, PSG.LGD will work down these buildings. They're going to back up. Again, respecting the idea that Evil Geniuses could be able to take a 5-on-5. Even though they have yet to be able to prove it, they're still saying, all right, well, there's no need for us to try and challenge this right now. Let's let the supports come back up. Let's just do the same thing that we've been doing. Let's get some map control again. They're going to get desperate, and eventually we're going to stomp out those rats.
It's just like, look how much Ame farmed, right? He just cleared 3 waves bottom, an extra one with the illusion included, the whole jungle, And his bots, like, he still has 9 seconds on the TP. Like, 30 seconds, he's clearing an entire half of the map and shoving our Tor away from the tier 2. And now he can just rejoin his team. So they gained about 1,000 gold and more advantage in just that, like, 1-minute retreat. So, yeah, there's no need to try and threaten high ground. All EG has to get back into this is a big team fight. They have their BKBs. And it is still possible for them to kill off the support duo. You could theoretically find nothing to say.
And high ground is the best position for Evil Geniuses, not just for the normal reasons, but think about those heroes like Razor. He wants to be able to chase people down into a big area. It's very easy to get a good position out for the Lina to be able to throw out damage without being, risking her own life.
And Timbersaw is still a huge threat. You're playing against Axe. That stat loss is quite significant. So no real rush though for PSG.LGD. We got Roche coming up in 1 minute 15. Expect them to get some map control and look to make a play around that. The Shard Roche is a big one. EG, got to be cautious. Crit looking to break the smoke, as is Abed. But they're going to move left.
Word on the high ground. Evil Geniuses don't see it, and as a result, Arteezy not even bothering to pop the BKB because he knows the physical damage is going to be too much.
It's a tough one for the Nature's Prophet. 0, 3, and 4 on our tour, but looking around his team, it's actually not a bad score under the circumstances. His support duo.
Oh, look at that! That's why I love to see the carry axe.
Thanks a lot.
You think to yourself, it can't be that big of a deal. He calls you, he pops Manta, all of a sudden, they're all three spinning constantly, and your health, it just plummets.
Yeah, the right clicks of the illusions are no joke either. You consider he's got Orb of Destruction, neutral, -4 armor, -5 from the AC. Lina only has 11, and that's just a free rack. They got kills on 2 cores and 2 side lanes, then take mid racks. Just utter domination around the map by PSG.LGD. I don't know what you do if you're EG here.
Pretty sure you call GG.
Yes, if Lacosper, he would say that exactly. Enter, GG, enter once again. There really just isn't much left to do. Game plan a bit better, come back strong. You get 15 minutes. Game 2, maybe a different game plan, maybe a different hero. Maybe you ban Axe. It does seem quite powerful, uniquely in PSG.LGD's hands when you consider Faith Beyond. He'll happily play it as an offlaner, but they can so easily shift it to carry on their last pick.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they just went all in on this power spike around 20 minutes, but maybe that mid-team fight, if you had a do-over EG, perhaps you just don't take that. Because that really felt like the moment PSG.LGD obtained all momentum. One last fight, perhaps. Roche up.
They have to be able to take this fight. They have to be able to go for it. Hook shot on into the pit. But the 2 supports are going to start this team fight in the fountain. They're going to have to TP back in. A sharpshooter managed to nail Arteezy. Abed's all in to be able to grab it. He does manage to grab the Aegis. He's going to be coming back soon, but it's going to be under the effect of an exploding sun, as sure enough, he is immediately stunned up. Arteezy turns around, kills Faith Beyond. Perhaps not even that. PSG.LGD deny everything from Evil Geniuses. Game 1, they thoroughly work the North American squad.
I don't know if you call it an outdraft, because in any other team's hands, I don't think the game could possibly look like this. But PSG.LGD, they've been utterly dominant so far this tournament. I thought EG would be ready. I thought they'd be the toughest challenge this squad has faced. But right now, they just look like everybody else who's fallen.
Everybody else who faces LGD in that game 1, LGD always looks prepared. And that's probably because they've got some smart minds on that team. They've got Y, the kid who went to his first TI at 18, needed to be able to have his parents sign off on his visa and travel forms because that's how young he was. They've got Zhao 8, the director himself. They're coming into this best of 5, watching EG, watching that T1 series, and they were thoroughly prepared.
It's another good point. They did have time. They saw the 3-game series, EG versus T1. They prepped, like Armen and Kuro were unable to outsmart them when PSG.LGD were given enough time to prepare. EG, it is BO5, so they're not on the ropes just yet. This loss would be forgotten if they can get a couple wins as we move forward in the series. It's going to be a very long night already, like 10:30 p.m., but we may have 4 more games of Dota to play.
Yeah, Evil Geniuses has managed to do it before. Nigma's managed to do it before. T1 pulled it off as well. Can they take game 2 in a long best of 5 against LGD? We're going to check it out, but let's go ahead and check in with Rich's Ramen Shop.
Man, I definitely did not expect the first game to go like this. It's looking like Kyle might have predicted EG to win, but we're going to get down to the bottom of this. We're going to actually talk about how this could happen. I think we should just start by talking about that axe. We're at 8K at 13 minutes in. How devastating is that for EG?
No, that's an insane amount of farm. And I think people hear that number and they don't realize what it is because you don't see that in your games. Imagine if you clicked the enemy anti-mage at 13 minutes and he had Treads Battle for Yasha at 13 minutes. Like, I would want to leave the game. That's how farm the axe was.
Exactly. That's like those games in which you have a feeder and he feeds the same guy over and over again. Only in that way you can get that farmed. But they managed to make this axe a beast, a Giga Chad. Like that safe lane, we were talking during the draft, we didn't expect it to go that way. Timber, at least to our knowledge, we thought that he should do well.
Honestly, it seems like to EG's knowledge too, right?
Yeah.
Like, they picked Timbersaw, I think, to counter this axe. Their entire lineup, in my opinion, was built around the fact that Timbersaw was going to win his lane. You have these single target supports, Clockwork and Line. If he doesn't open up the map, what do they do?
And if you do win the lane, then you can invade the triangle, then you can contest the stacks.
Exactly.
Timber and Clockwork can come in handy there as well, and Lina has a front line. But what happened? Axe is farming the stacks, and Lina is alone trying to steal them. They just zone him out. They just shoo him away. Go away, Abed. There's nothing there for you. 13-minute Vanguard, Manta. This game was impossible.
He farmed Blink in another 3 minutes. He was just like, he had a, the hidden Midas. It's just creating gold out of nowhere.
It was truly a Gaben level shellacking, as the other analysts have been referring to.
That is what they're calling it.
Yeah, they're calling it shellacking. But to enable him, they had to play as a complete unit. The Sand King on the top lane, he was given free farm and free experience because Phoenix, why Innocence? He was taking absolutely nothing from that lane. He was just occupying the Clockwork and stacking the triangle. That's all he was doing. And then with that axe, he was getting all the experience while he was farming. They're just exploiting the map so well, and their efficiency is on a different level completely.
We even see, like, there are some individual heroics from EG in this game. We saw a few clips ago. Fly gets a double kill on the supports, adds like some 5-stat Clockwork with nothing. Abed manages to snipe this Aegis, but against a well-oiled machine of LGD, it didn't matter at all. Like, this game was never close.
Never at all.
Apparently not even after the draft. I mean, I thought EG's draft was quite good versus LGD.
Same.
Completely wrong. They knew that their axe is going to dumpster this Timbersaw, I think.
You can really see it on their faces. Arteezy's like, what happened? Like, it's...
That axe was like the fattest thing that we possibly could have seen. It definitely, it just begs to ask the question, what can EG do to come back in this next game? Obviously, they're the type of team that can bounce back from something like this, but I feel like for a lot of people, you just go, wow, this is going to be a long road, a long best of 5 for them to try to claw back in.
Maybe start with simply banning Axe in the next game. Perhaps don't try to overcomplicate that if it's their favorite hero. That's the simplest way to approach it, at least. But one thing that they have to worry about is that they don't get broken the same way Nigma was in the last series versus PSG.LGD, because they did let them have their very comfortable heroes. The Timbersaw on the offlane, the Nature's Prophet on the safe lane that they've played before, and it's very eerily reminiscent of Singapore Major. Back then, this worked for EG. Right now, it looks like PSG.LGD is just, they have their number.
Who has made LGD look mortal in this tournament? Like, which teams have really made them look like they could have dropped out from the top side of the bracket?
Probably Nigma, right?
Yeah.
I think the Nigma series is the closest one.
Yeah, and after that, Nigma's like, yep, they broke us.
They lost one to T1 as well, but you were never worried for them. You kind of saw the chances for T1, but they were always the underdogs.
Definitely Nigma then T1 have looked so far.
No, it's just goes to show how fantastic this team has looked throughout the entirety of the tournament, but you still don't expect to see a first game like this in their favor. You know, if you go into this one saying you favor LGD, sure, but this was just an absolute decimation of their foes. And as we get into the next one, the question is that Axe ban going to be something that gets them moving in the right direction? We'll have to see what EG actually thinks, because like you said, AUI, you thought that the draft wasn't that crazy of an outdraft at all. You quite liked
I thought it was EG favored. Until I saw bottom lane, I thought it was EG favored. I was just completely wrong. That's the nice thing about being like not at the tournament, not playing the games, is that you get to guess a lot more because you have less information. And when you're wrong, you get to learn, which is, I mean, I like learning, so.
Yeah, and it's a lot easier to be like, oh man, this is awesome. I'm learning. I just got a gold star in class.
That's fun for EG.
Yeah, I don't think they're having fun
around the map.
Yeah, I will say, like, we saw them, like, you actually mentioned it, Lizard. They're like looking at their screen, like, all right, I don't know what happened here. Yeah, let's queue up the next one.
Maybe it's even good to lose like this. You just ban out the accent. Then it's just Axe.
It's almost just
you tell that. Yeah, you just tell that to yourself when you go into the next one.
I will say, I hope they don't think it's just the Axel. I mean, I think it was a major reason, but we saw the support damage numbers. I think Lion did like 4k damage, and you see Hoodwink and Phoenix. Both these heroes are providing AoE stuns in teamfight, and I don't feel like EG support duo got to do anything that game, despite their individual plays.
But do you think that's maybe? Do you think that's necessarily because of the support duo, or the fact that they have an Axe with 15k net for jumping in front?
I mean, Dota's really complicated, so it's hard to isolate factors. And the Axe was, like, I agree, he was a huge part. But Clockwork Lion, like, it doesn't seem like the idea versus LGD. Like, and this is my original opinion that they should try to do this, so I was wrong on this as well. I don't feel like they should try to rely on the snowballed lane in order to beat LGD. We saw even in this game, they sacked their bottom tower, and then they just completely, they completely outplayed EG on the map.
And they even traded it. PSG.LGD, they're trading the tier 1 tower for the stacks at the same time, right?
Yeah.
While you're taking your time and finalizing that tier 1 tower on the bottom lane, Ame is just getting that sweet 10k net worth in the triangle.
And that was something that you even brought up before we jumped into this first game, just paying attention to what LGD was really going to do around the map with some of these objectives that they were going to let EG have them. And you warned that with EG's playstyle, you were a little bit hesitant to see them do things like that. And look what they were able to do in this first game.
No, LGD, they just looked like they're in different class. But I will say, when that happens, like, despite our lack of knowledge on the draft, it's usually draft related because these two teams have proven that they are the top teams of the tournament. Hopefully it's not like non-draft related because it was just completely different there.
I mean, like we said, Axe really popped off. Definitely made them eat Axe there. When they get back into the next game, we're going to have to see what they actually can change up. But I think one of the important things that you actually mentioned already, Lizard, is it was such a devastating L that maybe they just go, okay, it's an outlier. It happens. We'll get back in. It's a best of 5 instead of a best of 3. We should be able to pop off in a game of our own. But I'm trying to think, in your professional career, what was a loss like that usually like? When it was just like never a single chance throughout the entirety of the game?
No, I lost so much, as I know. Especially in grand finals on C9, actually. I got a lot of seconds. And something I wish I had known back then is that it's incredibly important to just mentally reset. I think with the advent of coaches coming into the scene, you're more able to reset because a coach, you know, hopefully can shoulder something. Yeah, Bulba, you piece of shit.
What the heck,
what was this
Bulba?
draft? Give us something we can play.
Yeah.
But like honestly, I think he will do that. And one of the things that I know about this EG squad is that I've heard from all the players that this is their favorite team to play on ever, their entire careers. And what that usually means is that their mentality is just really good. So I think this squad specifically should be able to bounce back from a loss.
Yep. That's a
unlike
really
in Singapore where they got crushed by a question mark.
Yeah, right.
As long as PSG.LGD don't bring out the real guns, the big guns, and start chatting, we're fine.
Right.
They're fine.
You gotta watch for the chat, but I think that's a super important thing to bring up because if you're surrounded by a bunch of people where you have that loss and you're like, oh no, I believe he's going to be able to come back in the next game, and you have that belief in your team, it's huge. And I also think Bulba too. He's one of those guys as a coach where I feel like he'll just take the blame, he'll move on, and he'll do what he thinks he needs to do in the next draft. So this is definitely a team that has the potential to come back. This is about the worst start that you could possibly have when you're trying to break a giant curse for Arteezy. But if you're LGD, I think they start to see those tiny little cracks in the game plan, and they try to break them, just like they were able to break Team Nigma.
But look, if you're really going with this full anime storyline, they did go through all the lower brackets, right? They have to lose here now for 1, maybe 2 games to actually make this extremely strong storyline 3-2 or something like that. The reverse of the Singapore Major, perhaps.
Yeah, I don't know. In the anime, though, usually they don't get beat that bad because they want the story to be believable when the comeback happens. It was that shattering of a loss. Now, I do think that they can come back, all things considered, but that was about the toughest first game that you can have. And when we get into the second one, we're going to see if they're going to be able to adjust. And as you mentioned, they kind of need the time skip right now. That's where they're at in the anime arc. They just got absolutely bodied. They need the time skip, and then they can come back like Luffy. Actually, I won't spoil anything right now because One Piece is one of the best animes of all time.
One Piece of what?
Yeah, you guys are like actually the least anime.
I've read One Piece.
You read One Piece?
I read One Piece. All like 1,000-something chapters.
Wait, are you current?
I was current like 6 months ago.
Like Wano arc?
Yeah.
Can I have a lot to talk about.
Okay.
A better analogy, they're running down the snake's path, and PSG.LGD is Vegeta waiting for them on Earth.
I don't see.
I don't know what he just said. I don't watch that one.
What?
I like our better.
I'm done.
Okay, Dragon Ball Z.
Dragon Ball Z.
It's not an anime. It's an American cartoon.
Okay, I don't know American, but I can take the cartoon. I can take the cartoon. Yeah, I agree completely.
Dragon Ball Z is in the same category as Ed, and Eddie.
Yeah,
you're gonna get some bad messages on Twitter after this. This is not.
No, I agree with you completely. This.
You guys are both gonna get some bad messages.
I mean, great animes, the like greatest animes of all time. One Piece has to be there. I feel like One Piece gets unnecessary hate because of how it starts. And, you know, EG might as well with how they started in this series, and we'll have to see if they can come back, if they can evolve, and if they'll be able to get the work done. It's very important for them to get this win, right? There's not the extra pressure of needing to get in for TI, but they just want to break the curse. And we're going to be finding out very quickly if they're going to be able to do it. What is the draft going to hold in store in game number 2? We're going to find out right now.
Welcome back, everybody. God. Kyle can't even curse right. Are you kidding me? It took me like 2 days to get this off last time. Why'd they give us grand finals? Effie, talk about Dota, I guess. I'm disappointed at this. Yeah, LGD.
Last game
I disagree.
was... What do you disagree?
Just everything.
Preemptive.
I don't know.
Friendship. All right. That last game was
I feel very left
clinical. LGD did everything right. And it was just so cool. You know how it took them forever to decide on their last pick? They were literally deciding, are we going to make this a carry axe or an alpha axe? And they were discussing that. And then they just decided on the carry axe, and it looked amazing. I think that a lot of people saw that and thought it was going to be a carry axe from the beginning, but that wasn't the case. They've flexed this hero so many times, and just like the faith in each other to just do it last second.
The faith beyond in each other.
The faith beyond in each other to just do it last second was so cool. And a couple of things that I want to note are just, I think EG were prepared for Axe. You don't go into games blind. You do study your opponents, but they thought the Timber Saw was enough, probably. They thought they would just put him on Axe's lane and have him beat him, but he just didn't. That Axe got out of control so quickly, and I don't think EG were prepared for the triangle stacks that Axe had. He had like a 4-stack on Ancients, like a 4-stack on the big camp, and it wasn't scouted out, it wasn't contested. It just seemed like LGD were one step ahead.
I'm kind of just sold on the carry axe now. Like, I feel like what happened is exactly what you said. They were thinking like, does this still beat Timber? Because the reason I made that call was because back in the day, it beat Timber sometimes. Like, if you're a good Axe player, you'll beat a good Timber player. But then I was thinking, like, with all the nerfs to the spin, especially the early game damage, like maybe it wouldn't beat a Timbersaw, but they just trusted their guts and they obliterated what should be one of the best lane counters. It's the counter to strength melee heroes. I kind of just feel like carry Axe is better than offlane Axe now. And I think they might think that after that too, where it's like, that should have been harder.
In the hands of Ame, it probably is, because he had 8K net worth at minute 13. He had Vanguard and Manta. That was ridiculous.
Yeah, that was unacceptable. And I'm kind of surprised that it's not out.
I do think it was just lack of preparation for it. They just didn't think it would get that out of hand that quickly, and they thought they could deal with it. I think they will not let him have those kinds of stacks again in this kind of game if they do let Axe through.
And last question before we get into this draft, why did they go for the Sand King? Like, they had options for offlaners because EG was also expecting the Axe to be an offlaner, so they were banning out primarily carries. What made them settle on the Sand King?
It's because Sand King lanes very well against Furion, number one, and because they were going to play the carry Axe, they lacked that early blink initiation, so they needed a hero who could farm an early enough blink to compensate for Axe's Manta. And that's exactly what happened in that mid-game teamfight. He delivered.
I also think Sand King is probably the current number one hero for defending towers.
Yep.
You know, other heroes that are arguably up there, depending on the meta, like Keeper of the Light, you know, Tinker, Zeus, but they don't really exist in the current meta. These are not good heroes, and so the only really good meta hero for especially early game defending the towers is Sand King. You just sit there in Sandstorm, and when EG's running a tempo draft like that, where you're supposed to pick towers, and we saw the exact same thing happen against EG, from EG against a Nature's Prophet in the No Ping series, where they had a bunch of ways of dealing with the Furions pushing an early game tempo, and then the carry Furion just looks not so good.
Okay.
Now it's time for game number 2, and it's a bit of a different approach from EG. Same bans from LGD, the Puck and the Broodmother, and they will first phase the Enchantress and the Terrorblade, and EG will instead open up with something a little bit different, a Viper and an Earth Spirit.
So EG stick to their bread and butter lane domination, and you get that with a Viper. You can put him on the offlane, you can put him on mid, but for me, when I see it, I do see an offlane Viper. I don't think it's a hero you want to put Aved on, because it's just really slow moving around the map, and that's not how he plays. And Earth Spirit's a crit specialty hero. Already, their lanes are looking very dominant, but I like that LGD first phase is Terrorblade, and they just take it away. Some mind games that you were talking about, Jenkins.
Yeah, and LGD, like, this team will run the offlane Viper. What I love to see with these teams is just how willing they are to just snatch up other strats from other teams. We talked about this on the first panel. It shows, once again, this respect for the kind of aggregate ideas of the Dota 2 pro community. And hell, we've even seen this where there's something that gets posted on Reddit from like the RD2L where of the tower being taken, and then a China team. It was China. It was China.
It was Sparking Arrow Gaming. I casted that game.
They ran that and took a tower at 30 seconds into the game, and it's like it's cool that we have this like kind of community field of ideas that we're able to pull from, and EG and LGD are perfectly willing to do that with each other, and I would from anywhere.
For sure. All the way from Team Illegal and R2DL to a DPC Upper Division game. Exactly. You can take information from anywhere. One thing I am surprised about is the Earth Spirit has not been doing great. I love me some crit Earth Spirit. They currently have a 25% win rate on it. They've picked it 4 times. They've only won 1 game with it. So why Earth Spirit first phase? What are the strengths of this hero as opposed to more traditional crit heroes like the Lion?
This is not a great patch for Earth Spirit, to be honest, because as Ali put it before, you want your fours to do damage. You want them to do very bursty damage, and Earth Spirit does not provide that. But if you couple him with a Viper, Viper compensates for Earth Spirit's lane weaknesses and has a lot of kill potential. And this is a hero that can move around the map freely at will, contest runes, and win the lane that he decides to win. So if it's a comfort hero, if you have a strong laner like Viper, you can go for it. And if EG have faith in it, they have faith in it. So
I have nothing to add to that. She has like 2,500 Earth Spirit games.
Okay, it's only
Wait, is that-
1,200.
Literally nothing to add to
Is
that.
that your most played hero?
It is.
Really? No wonder you were saying.
You haven't heard of the famous Effie Earth Spirit?
I mean, I have, but like, people have multiple signatures, Siggies, as we like to call them around here.
I play this hero too much, and I have like an
Toxic.
unhealthy relationship
Disgusting.
with this video game character. And
Ah.
I don't want to talk about it anymore. So what I am going to talk about is this Terrorblade. If you first phase a core, you have to cover it with your bans, and they do that by banning out the Naga because the song disengages from Metamorphosis, which is something Terrorblade does not want to play against. PL, probably best carry matchup against Terrorblade. And Darkseer. Darkseer is the saddest hero you can play against as a Terrorblade, so already covering their bases.
It's cool that they, even with it being very likely an Ice Viper, they still ban out the Darkseer just because it's something that will make the Earth Spirit have a lot more value. It's something where, like, okay, maybe it's even a bad patch for Earth Spirit, but with the Darkseer, this is a totally different thing. We see the same thing with Spirit Breaker.
That's a good point.
That hero can seem like complete dog shit, and then still, it comes into play when you need some sort of global hero and you have a Darkseer. It just looks incredibly good. But the one thing that I am worried about for this Ice potential offlane Viper, either it's Abed, in which means he's not on a playmaker, which is kind of unfortunate, or it's Ice. And if you leave him alone in lane, which Earth Spirit likes to do because it likes to roam, then you're leaving him possibly against an Enchantress TB. That is feed central. And so if I'm EG, I'm doing something about that. Either taking the Viper, putting it mid, taking the Viper, putting maybe the position 5 AA with it, and the Earth Spirit goes with the safe lane, something along those lines.
I will say that there was one game that Arteezy actually played the Viper. And
Really?
that was against Liquid. It was with Abed on a mid Spirit. It wasn't Storm, it was Ember, and Ice ended up playing Beastmaster.
Interesting.
But
I don't think they should do that this time.
Yeah, and LGD go for their signature as well. The Brewmaster, we saw it once before. And wow, they are stepping very much out of the box.
Wow.
Following it up with the Shadow Shaman.
This is like a deceptively good push lineup. You've all the TB illusions, the Metamorphosis, you have the Enchantress creep to tank the tower.
Earth Panda.
Yeah, the Earth Panda does a crap ton of damage to towers, and Aoi actually gave me, he was teaching me this concept of the Panda, because I didn't quite understand. He was explaining, I was like, I just don't know what you're saying. So he kind of laid it out for me. And so this Panda hero, you don't want to defensively use Split, because the best way that you can utilize this hero is that Split has a really long cooldown, right? If you Split defensively, defending one of your own towers, then you don't have it to push anything, and you just lose the map because they just take the tower when you don't have a Split. So every time you Split, you want to get a tower. It's so disruptive that the enemy team often, either they have to run and fight you, right? Or they don't fight you, they run away, but they lose the tower if you're doing it aggressively. And when you have heroes like Enchantress that can tank the tower, Shadow Shaman who can drop Serpent Wards on the tower, and then you have Terrorblade who can use Metamorphosis and take the tower, it's like, you have to fight them at the tower, but you're fighting into a Panda. That's such a hard hero, a disruptive hero to teamfight into.
And a couple of things I want to comment on before we get to the last pick are Ancient Apparition is a hero who is enabled by active heroes because he needs to shoot his Ice Blasts off cooldown to be effective. So he already has Earth Spirit and Storm Spirit who are both playmaking heroes and can set up for his Ice Blasts, so this hero is kind of enabled. And the Shadow Shaman pick was absolutely necessary because as a consequence of covering the Terrorblade in the first phase, they could not ban out any of Ovid's signature heroes, which is what they did last draft. They banned out all of his signatures and put him on a slower hero. So now there's an Ovid specialty hero. So they had to respond with Shadow Shaman because you need the Hex versus Storm.
True.
You need an instant disable versus his hero or he will run you over, especially if he's Ovid.
Tons of magic damage coming from EG right now. Like, it's one of these things where, and I think we were kind of thinking this in the previous game as well, if EG has good lanes, they could look incredibly good because they don't really have cooldowns to play around. Other than like kind of magnetize, but it's not really that big of a deal. And
That's not really your spell anyway. That's
Yeah,
not what you play the hero for.
they have just so much magic amplification between the Ice Vortex and then Viper's Q for both the Storm Spirit and the Earth Spirit to do a ton of damage.
Last pick, Death Prophet. You were talking about push.
They're all
What
in,
better
man.
way to cap it all off than with a Death Prophet Exorcism?
This is Death Ball. This is straight up Death Ball. Every single one of their heroes is a pushing hero. But I think they can also 4-man while TB farms.
They can do that, and this is high tempo, strong laners. Usually when you worry about some kind of heroes being picked, you have to consider the lanes, especially when you're playing versus EG. But all of these are strong lanes. Death Prophet does fine, Brew and Shaman should do fine, TB and Ench should dominate. So they already have the tools there to deathball successfully without losing lanes.
Now Arteezy may need to find a hero that can either slow it down or speed it up in terms of combat, maybe go face first into some fights. Of his signatures, most of them have been banned out. I'll go for the Nature's Prophet again.
Okay.
What did you think of the Nature's Prophet? Like in a vacuum type environment where they didn't have to deal with a carry axe, you think it was still the go-to pick for them?
I think it was a fine pick. I really do believe that they just were not prepared for how fast that axe was going to be online. And that team fight mid turned that game upside down. Had it gone even slightly differently, their draft would have looked a lot better than it did.
So in this draft, LGD doesn't have the ability to defend towers as easily as before. It's very committal. If they defend a tower with their abilities, they're on cooldown for the next one. And so I do think playing a high-tempo lineup makes a lot more sense in this game, and that's just because EG had the last pick on the Furion. So there's no proper response from LGD because they literally can't. So
and
a lot better.
Furion's an active hero, and you, like I said, AA needs to play with active heroes to be fully effective. And it looks like they're also ready to win lanes and brawl. Like I can see this game going both ways.
Yeah, I'm actually going to go EG with this one. I think they win lanes, and I think their heroes can play really fast in this game after winning lanes.
I'm going to go LGD because I will never root against them.
That's pretty
and
reasonable,
their draft
to
still
be
looks
honest.
good.
Yeah, they look like the just absolute best team in this tournament, but we'll see. That's how teams have looked in Game 1 in all of these series so far, so we'll see.
All right, then. We have another setup for a spicy match. Again, things looking relatively even, but the way LGD has been going throughout this tournament, it might be another quick 2-0, but we saw how these types of series played out in Singapore. First 3 games may not even mean anything. Well, first 2.5 games. Let's pass it over to our casters, Cap and Kyle.
4 out of 5 of the series that Evil Geniuses have played in their lower bracket run have gone the distance. 2-1. The only 2-0 they actually got was up against Nigma. So, Evil Geniuses, they've certainly shown that they know how to be able to bounce back from a loss. In fact, that was something that I really loved to hear about from Curtis. And he was talking about how these players, every single one of them, they say, this is the best team I've ever played on. He says that's usually a sign of having good mentality in the team.
I would agree, but I'm a bit concerned for their body language. I mean, EG, they're typically more subdued, you know, not often smiling in the pre-match, but definitely a little shaken after that last loss. I think their draft is a bit better here. Abed Storm, hero he played almost well enough to win the previous major final. And PSG.LGD, overwhelming amount of team fight, and Crit has walked up high ground.
And very likely is going to be giving away the first blood. Oh, he tried to find the opening, but no! I cannot believe that angle got blocked. I thought for sure he was going to be able to roll away there, but nope. First blood going to be given to none other than Ame.
Of all the people to give it to.
Yep, and Ame Terrorblade at that, Kyle.
Yeah, we had discussed thinking Axe might be banned, but EG took it away immediately with the first 2 Viper. I think primarily out of fear of that Axe. The Nether Toxin disabling spin, so, you know, end of the day, you're not picking Axe into a Viper. Also, definitely a hero that could bully him out of the lane if they were to give it to Ame on the 1 position.
I think Fly actually started off trying to body block a little bit. But yeah, that's going to be LGD starting off with not just the first blood on Ame, but 3 bounty runes as well. So, Evil Genius is going to have to do pretty well in the lanes to start things off to be able to offset a small little advantage for LGD. So what is our lanes? I saw they're going to go for the Brewmaster. Oh, top lane. Ice, Ice, Ice being pressured nice and early by the tri-lane of PSG.LGD. A second kill for LGD.
They've always been so good at that. Historically, whenever Ame's on the team, they give him the last hit. And you saw there, it was even covered. If that hadn't finished it, they would have picked it up with the Shaman, so it wasn't like there was a risk of Ice escaping. And I like this move. They start with the tri-lane. Not really much. I think Ench could probably do some damage down bottom, but not at level 1. That's the thing.
Sure. I mean, much better, much more important to be able to keep the Viper shut down against a Terrorblade than to make sure that your Brewmaster is having a perfectly A-OK time.
This is how you used to beat offlane Viper. They hear, oh, hang on.
Nice roll-in kickback. Doesn't quite hit the Remnant combo, but they still have the kill. That one It's going to go to Crit.
Look at the lane.
Yeah.
2-0, 9 and 3 on Abed. And he's getting a full wave deny under tower. That's crazy.
I think Abed's a little mad. And he's got a lot of reason to be mad. In fact, the reason for him to be mad at LGD dates all the way back to TI8. When two of these players, Jinq as well as PYW, first showed up on the international stage for Team Serenity. They managed to go through group stage, ended up in the lower bracket. They played that best of one stage. You know who they played against, Kyle?
Fnatic?
Fnatic, that's right, Fnatic. Lost that best of one against Team Serenity, and that Fnatic had Abed on it.
He's come a long way since then. Oh, that roster was star-studded, but never really got the results that this EG lineup has been able to accumulate during 2020 and 2021. So far, so good for EG. In a good spot in all three lanes, but the trouble with offlane Viper has always been what happens if you just get owned in the laning phase. You're a lane dominator, and yeah, you can always go recover the jungle, but that's not ideal. Oh, roll through, won't land. Great gank from Crit, though. I think for him, well, for his team, it's going to be Crit on the earth, which is going to have to step up. They want a W in Ame.
What? Okay, not only is he, I'm dead, he's dead, but now he has to walk back to lane because of that very, very awkward TP play.
Yeah, it was... I mean, he spent his gold, I believe, before he died, so that's something, but... Yeah,
there goes your first blood advantage.
He could have just TP'd on the roll, you know? Like, it would have been fine, but...
Yeah.
You know, just not really respecting the dive, but that's the power of Viper. He hits level 3, and suddenly TB left alone is in big trouble. Surprised that PSG.LGD didn't think about just keeping a tri-lane. AA, a strong support, but it's not as if he'd be able to stop Faith Beyond alone from just pulling creep waves.
Which is what he's doing right now.
This is the sort of lane Nature's Prophet thrives in. You don't really mind the enemy offlaner, and they can't really kill Treants. So you see him just zoning out the Shadow Shaman, basically with just his AA and Treants. So very nice for EG so far. Ahead in, I would say, all three lanes. Looking at it, specifically mid, Abed is going off.
So I thought game one was really interesting because one of the things that Evil Geniuses has done very nicely this event is be able to have this like super aggressive, like the safe lane Furion. It feels like 3 aggressive cores, 3 semi-core sort of lineups and run at you, take over lanes and such, like they did at the Singapore Major. And they've also managed to fall back on the harder carry. And I thought game one, I felt like that concept, that first one, got countered so hard that they were just going to back up and go for the hard carry again. But it seems like Evil Geniuses still have faith in this sort of 3 semi-carry sort of lineup.
Yeah, and I like it a lot more in this game because I think the support duo has just been straight up upgraded. Earth Spirit, better than Clock, and I think it's necessary to have their catch hero on Crit, and I'd rather have an AA than a Lion. I know Lion, incredibly high priority, but this hero just seems bonkers, and really, well, I mean, another TP to the tier 1, but this time in time. PSG.LGD, they took Death Prophet into AA. I consider AA a pretty damn hard counter because you remove drains. We've discussed it throughout the group stage, but drains feel like the real ultimate on Death Prophet. It's what give her that unkillable strength within a fight. And AA ult just removes that. And suddenly EG, they have so much catch from such a far range. You know, maybe Viper's just sitting there in the lane. Crit in the trees, he can roll in no problem. RTZ TP's in, Storm zips in. AA Blast. You have 4 heroes damage output, but they only represent 1 threat.
Crit and Ice have no heroes to kill, so they go ahead and gank the big Eagle Song creep. Faith Beyond, body blocked in. RTZ, he's shown the body blocking skills before in this tournament, most notably that Terrorblade illusion play that he had, and does so again against Faith Beyond's Brewmaster. Jinq, though, setting up. You could see the ward behind the tier 1 tower here. Looks to be able to see a hero rotating in, and with this exorcism and with his disables, get a kill off of it. And they're going to be able to find it, though. They're going to roll on in now, but it's going to be a little bit shy. 3 heroes here. Jinq, he's actually going to be gone on by Abed. Nobody else from the team is going to try and help him out, not even the Death Prophet. Just ran for the power runes and wasn't even there. They lost the 50-50. Oof.
Will Abed, he's going to charge uphill. He would love to steal the bounty as well, but he's going to leave that for his Earth Spirit. A little drive-by scoop. And pull the creep wave too. So this is looking real good for EG. At the moment, it's at least, well, okay, let me rephrase. It's better than last game.
Yeah,
it's a good start.
Yeah.
And Ice is 6.
Yeah, and he's very likely dead. Nice rotations here from PSG.LGD. They still managed to pick up the kill on Y. Ice will enjoy a bit of bump in the experience for that. Faith Beyond going to be gone on, though, as again, 3 heroes are postured on one side of the map. Both teams have a similar idea here. The laning phase is beginning to break down. Let's just provide overwhelming numbers to a certain side.
Yeah, but this is going much better for EG. They got a tower. You can feel Arteezy definitely feels a lot more powerful. Instead of a Sand King who's already level 7, it's a Faith Beyond Brew that's just level 4. And the hero doesn't really have that easy farming mechanic to come back into the game. He's going to look to accelerate through team fights, but needs ultimate to do that. In addition, Abed, I think most comfortable of all heroes available on Storm, and he's off to a great start. He owned his lane, already level 8. And top net worth in-game.
Now, of course, we heard the stat earlier, thanks to our friend Liamir, who gave us the stat on which objective first taken has the highest win probability. Xinkyu going to be run down here by the Shadow Shaman. Now, the mid tower is a very frequent go-to, and it's why it is so valued. But the offlane tower is another one that usually has a very high win rate as the first objective taken on the map. And it usually means that you won your safe lane so hard that you got an objective you usually shouldn't be able to do. Or in this case, because you've got a Fury on safe lane.
Yeah, it happens like we saw it in this game, which just for free. It's like, oh, well, we're owning so hard, the hero's not here, we'll just keep going. And unfortunately for PSG.LGD, they don't have great pickoff. Their support duo is somewhat worthless until the later portions of this game. Terrorblade, he's popping meta just to farm camps, and that's their gank attempt. Xinkyu walking forwards to try and Hex Shackle onto a Storm. Other than that, Arteezy, all the space in the world. He's actually rushing Maelstrom this game before Witchblade.
They're actually going to roll on a Terrorblade with meta out because Abed felt so strong, and they were right. Crit and Abed execute a metamorphosed Terrorblade who thought he could just farm up Ancients.
And he thought wrong. Didn't have Sunder skilled, typical Ame, maximizing for his net worth grind. And this time it's EG off to the races. Huge lead. They'd love to scoop the mid tower, but they don't need it. Ult popped mid by Nothing to Say. Had a regen running, so he'll still be full HP. But Ice looks like he might want to make a move here.
Yep, they're immediately going to start slowing somebody down. Wasn't sure if it was Nothing to Say or Xinkyu. Ends up being neither, thanks to the silence. Denies the Viper Strike. Still, though, these sort of rotations that are forced when you look at the Nature's Prophet being there, well, he can always relocate to another side of the map, so...
This is such a better Prophet game. The support duo is so frustrated by these creeps constantly scouting and chasing them around. Ice is huge. Prophet, nothing to really fear here. There's no hard initiation on the side of PSG.LGD. No pesky axes or Sand Kings to worry about clearing your creeps. So they're just going to hit tower.
Now, the way I usually like to describe these lineups, Kyle, is this is a lineup that has to be ahead. Oh, the roll in. Not quite landing, but the silence to follow it up, and that'll easily free up Abed to be able to go for the execution. Nothing to Say. He's going to be underneath the Sprout, plus a Remnant. They do manage to get a stun immediately onto Abed. He's going to jump away thanks to the buyback. Very disciplined from EG, trying to get away and out. Abed with the last bit of mana. They're actually going to turn around on Nothing to Say here with the Ice Blast. Just the supports can kill the mid laner of LGD. Once again, the body blocks from Arteezy, netting another kill, this time onto Y, and Abed still running away. Faith Beyond desperate to be able to pick up this one kill, but it's denied. Vortex back into the roll-in, and Abed says, remember me? Thanks for the killing spree, buddy. Xinkyu chased down underneath a tier 2 even. LGD are being hunted.
And EG, I hear them coming to life behind me. A lot of sound in that last engagement. Excellent team play. Abed surviving. They kill mid tower, but they just commit.
Oh, Ice, you've overextended this time, surely. Can they not get in range? Do they not? Oh, no. He's going to walk right past everybody. They're trying to go for it, but the Urn is going to heal him up a little bit more. And if they're not careful, they may get gone on by Abed, who now has a double damage rune.
And the quick bottle pass over, too, so Crit gives him a couple free charges. That was a really cool fight. Faith Beyond, he's going to be able to do this throughout these engagements, but he actually dispelled the Cold Feet off of Nothing to Say with his AoE Storm Spirit
nice.
cleanse. He can also do the same to Magnetize, keep in mind. So Crit has got to be a little cautious in a way. A big AoE Dispel just removes Earth Spirit's ultimate from the game, but the trouble is they're just behind. And Storm, way too strong at the moment, has DD, Kaya. They're looking to make moves.
A big pickup for LGD. managing to get Arteezy here, but at the same time, they cannot afford to lose. Nothing to say again, but they will anyway. Dominating streak for Abed as the smoke, the three-man smoke that they operated early is successful in finding a kill.
Fly also demonstrating why I like AA the most of any of these ranged intelligence support heroes. Ice Vortex. He's already got 3 points in it. He'll look to max it next. Increased magic damage will be 24% when maxed out, but it, more importantly, especially as Radiant, gives vision in the roach
Long
pit.
zip in with a roll in from Crit to lead things off, and Ahmed, they're gonna roll away from him. He's looking for the Sunder. He does manage to get it off, and Ahmed, he's overcommitted now. He's gonna use the last bit of mana to be able to make a jump away here, and PSG.LGD really want to be able to catch somebody with this. They're gonna pop the Primal Split. Leading off, Ice, hit by the stun. Tornado onto the Ancient Apparition. This should net them 2 kills.
Nice split from Faith Beyond. And that's the bane of Viper. It doesn't matter what position or what time in the meta. Brewmaster loves to play against Viper. You just chase him down with the pandas and throw him up in the air. Not much you can do about it, but well done by EG to escape with only the 2 losses. Very unfortunate that the Sunder was able to go off. I think maybe if Abed commits there, zips through for that one last attack with overcharge, like it could be better. But alas, it doesn't matter though. Arteezy, he had died top, but he went Maelstrom first, so he'll be looking to farm up as fast as possible. His BKB timing is everything in this game because PSG.LGD, their physical damage output is relatively limited. Yes, the TB meta could be tough to deal with, but he's a little bit behind, and the Death Prophet Exorcism isn't too fearsome. It'll also allow him to then commit because he has all these heroes with tons of reach. You know, Storm Spirit and Earth Spirit gonna tag team, just dive in onto the support duo. Arteezy with the BKB, he'll just port in as well, pop it, and ensure they can finish the fight with 1 or 2 kills.
Another Ice Blast, another kill on Nothing to Say. This combination between Abed and his 2 supports, they're linking up so beautifully.
Yeah, Earth Spirit, one of the highest damage magic supports as well, and Fly just drops a Vortex and says, hey guys, here's more than a veil of added damage.
Yeah, mixed in with the Ice Blast, so they have a sort of semi-global possibility of ganking. Like Abed can make these really long jumps and have the Ice Blast be set up by the Vortex. It looks good. Evil Geniuses are up by 4,000 net worth, but again, this is a lineup that needs to be able to stay ahead, correct? I mean, they are surely going to get outscaled by PSG.LGD's lineup, right?
In theory. Now they're once again.
Oh, God, Nothing to Say. He cannot survive. Even this time around, he had the 2 supports behind him, but they couldn't stop Abed's damage. So they're going to trade an Earth Spirit for a Death Prophet.
Now the Enchantress.
Which, like at this point, Death Prophet not that much farther ahead in net worth than this Earth Spirit.
Yeah, Nothing to Say has nothing to do because every time he pokes his head up middle, he just gets wiped off the face of the earth. And you check out Faith Beyond. He's got the right read on the game. He's just Midas, Brown Boots, Soul Ring. Because, yeah, you're right. PSG.LGD into the late game, much better scenario. You know, Brew Split, TB Meta, DPXO, it's going to be a formidable force. But the trouble is, right now, they can't do anything. Cap. Yeah. They can't kill anyone, and they can't acquire any map control other than farming waves in front of their towers or sending TB illusions out. So maybe it's time to smoke. It looks like that may be the plan.
PSG.LGD have played this Brewmaster once before in iLeague about a month ago, and he did go this Brown Boots into Midas into straight Aghanim Scepter Blink Dagger as his build, and even a refresher with the Aghanim Scepter. This guy knows what this hero's all about. It's the ultimate, and as many Primal Splits as possible.
Exactly. It gives you the second. It doesn't necessarily increase the uptime. Well, it does, but the replenish time just replaces the cooldown. But it's just, you always have an ult up. That's the theory, and it just means you have to wait longer if you want to take a fight at full strength. But we'll see. BKB is going to be the name of the game. PSG.LGD, they got it queued up. Oh, double smoke by accident. That's very bad for them.
Oh, God.
A bit behind, and they accidentally 2-timed it. They're fighting right on top of an EG ward if they pop on Fly. Looks like that might happen.
They're going to move around here, down to the low ground. It pops. Immediately, the Exorcism is going to go out. Jin Q trying to catch somebody here, but Crit with a turnaround. Rolls immediately onto the Shadow Shaman, gets off a 2-man silence with the Magnetize. Beautifully set up, but Faith Beyond is here to be able to counteract. Crit looking to be able to roll away. A Sunder goes out from Abed, but he is just dead. This magic damage is too much for him to handle, and that's even before Abed is here. Use the rest of his mana to catch up to Nothing to Say. There's a bit more for their Electric Vortex. Thank goodness Faith Beyond is there with the Storm, the Cyclone up in the air. That'll deny the Nothing to Say kill, but that's it. That's the only person they could save. 4 dead on the side of LGD.
it is only fitting, Cap. First thing we said at the start of this tournament, control the armor, control the game. Well, things have changed over the last 11 days, and EG have learned the new tweak. It's not the physical armor, it's not the TA you got to worry about. It's actually the magical armor. The early Veil on crit, the maxed Vortex from Fly, they easily turn it around. They also, of course, minus magic resist from the Viper right clicks with Q active. So 3 different methods of reducing the magic damage.
With a Storm Spirit core that
exactly.
naturally outputs a ton of magic damage. Yeah, like, we didn't even get to see Abed really go to work there in that last team fight, but I could see that, like, they built up that magic resistance and he zips in and he just, like, would crush people.
Yeah. And don't forget new Furion ulti as well, a ton of magic damage. At level 2, it'll start at 150 with 10% plus 5 damage increased per bounce. You've also got RTZ rushing a Maelstrom. Why would he do that? If it's the best farming item, and it's also going to do magic DPS within the engagement. So I thought for sure EG was just going to cut and run, but they got that initiation onto the Shadow Shaman. You saw Faith Beyond went for the Dispel, but it doesn't work. Once Cold Feet has already procced, you can just Dispel it while it's still forming. So a little late on that, and PSG.LGD, they just get surprised. Everybody was there. EG was ready.
To give you an idea of how much damage Wrath of Nature can do, you're talking about level 1 maxing out at around 600 damage. Level 2 gets closer to 800 damage. Like, those last couple of hits can do an insane amount. You add some magic resistance reduction there. It's maybe even more than just pure damage if they have enough of it. Evil Genius is going to be able to find this pick off on Xin-Q and turn it into a Tier 2. First Tier 2 of the game, down by 18 minutes. So look for that outpost to be taken.
Yeah, this is the way to win Dota right now. I love this from EG. I think first game, maybe still a little tired, right? They had to win a BO3. They had to wait for the Wii show to conclude. And they got caught napping in that fight around the Tier 1. This time, it's the aggression. It's the fact that they actually have playmaking potential. You know, not like Fly played a poor Clockwork, but I think Crit much more at home on this active roaming position. It's what he's had the most success with so far in his career. And just better lanes too, right?
Yeah.
EG's lanes actually
the lanes went really well for them this time around. Now, LGD, we talked about this in Game 1. They have such a strong understanding of timings, right? And being able to know when your lineup has this really nice peak against the enemy lineup. And we've seen them be down under aggressive teams before and just stall the game out until they hit a certain point. What is that turnaround point for LGD? What would that look like as we're going to watch Y die again here? Die again here. There it is, there it is. Okay, we got it.
They were a little concerned that there might be follow-up with that silence, but they just don't have anything to fear. So you ask, okay, well, what's the turnaround point? Probably the BKBs. Ame's about to finish his. Nothing to say, still a full recipe away.
Xin-Q's trying to build one. Of course, that may be
a long time.
Half an hour from now, given the current rate of the game for him.
He's going the cool build, though, where you get a quick blink, but maxed out Hex and Shackles. So the thing that I love about this hero is you represent kill threat with basically any other hero in addition to yourself.
Sure.
It's so much lockdown, you drop wards, you can see him playing with nothing to say. That's what they're looking to do here.
So similar to Game 1, where Evil Geniuses got to a point where they're going to try and split push as much as possible, PSG.LGD is going to do something similar here, but this time around, it feels like they actually have real kill threat.
Yeah.
Whereas last time around, we watched Evil Geniuses like smoke to no avail time and time again. It just felt like they couldn't actually reliably get kills. So EG is going to have to be careful and guard their lead well. Otherwise, a pickoff as simple as just being able to catch Abed, say, in the bottom lane could be a massive turnaround for PSG.LGD. Yeah. Of course, maybe not Abed with the Aegis that he's currently rocking. That would be a little difficult.
Yeah, it's all going to be the team fights. Because Faith Beyond, like, it feels weird, but you have to buy Midas just for the XP and to stay engaged, right? The Sand King has a method of just clearing waves. You're going to be able to accelerate your own farm, no problem. Brewmaster just doesn't farm. And you can't with a Terrorblade consistently taking your waves. So he's just going to churn gold over time and eventually have Ags, which makes him a huge teamfight winner. Like, the reason you don't see Brew is because I think you just get enough teamfight from other heroes, but Brewmaster really is the lord of the teamfight. It's going to be a tough game for it. Abed Storm specifically is in a fantastic spot, holding onto the Aegis for another 2.5 minutes. So, of course, smoke out, look to get aggressive. You've got so much catch, too. A crit also, he's got a BKB queued up. That's going to be an awesome item. That's my favorite type of Earth Spirit to play. When you get ahead like this, you can just veil BKB in the middle of a fight, ignore everybody on the side of PSG.LGD.
I've been seeing this a lot in pubs right now. These 4 positions that rush an early BKB, and it just feels like they're unstoppable. They just jump in, pop that BKB, and they're just tanky enough that they can last in a team fight rather than just being sort of the initiator that dies right off the bat.
And Abed is just enormous. He's going to have an Orchid soon, like that decision. It forces BKB by itself if he zips in with crit, and he'll be able to solo kill both supports for some time. And yeah, just push out bottom. Mjolnir already up on Arteezy.
To be fair, is there any downside to going BKB on these cores, though? I feel like just because of the lineup and the magic damage we were talking about, they were always going to go BKB. So
sure, but the problem is, like, specifically on Nothing to Say, like, this is not a performance we'd see from him often. He is just straight up hood BKB. So he's, again, playing for a timing that's now. They need to win a fight now. And if EG get a read on that and just try to slow things down, ensure any 5-on-5 engagement takes place in their territory where they have vision, where they have the high ground, they're out farming every minute.
Yeah.
And it'll really just be Ame at the end of the day that is a real damage threat, somebody who's actually scaling. Yeah, Faith Beyond, Midas, not terrible, but they're in a rough spot. You can just look at the map control. PSG.LGD, they're just mirroring, they're cutting waves, and they've ceded complete control of their ancient triangle.
Faith Beyond perfectly controlled in his split pushing right now, 1100 away from that Aghanim Scepter. That, I'm not even sure how good this is going to feel just because the Orchid on Abed, like, it's nice to have 2 charges, but what if he doesn't even get off the first one?
That's the thing, it's more time needed. They need the BKB on him as well. Because he's the real save for the Orchid in a way. Like Faith Beyond, honestly, you have to play a near flawless brew to get this game. The AoE Dispel on the Storm Panda is actually really underrated. But
no doubt.
I just don't see who he's going to save. The damage is going to come so fast. Fly, you're in trouble.
He is in trouble, and he's being chased down right now by a full PSG.LGD squad. Evil Geniuses will not turn around and try and save their captain. We're going to watch Abed just make a long TP zip out. Whoa, never mind. Crit actually went in. And he caught Faith Beyond.
What?
Oh, we got to see that one again. I'm assuming maybe he took a little bit of ball lightning damage. They hit him with the Ice Blast, and then Crit saw, okay, he's low enough. I can just commit to this.
I was still at camera on Abed. Yeah, I mean, Crit just crushed him. He didn't even magnetize. That was so much damage. But yeah, you're right. The Ice Blast hit. I don't know.
They're going to force out that BKB, or at least try to anyway. Nothing to Say is going to be keeping it under control here. The Bloodstone, it's going to go off, but the damage is coming so fast they get the kill. Abed falls, and a monster kill streak goes to Nothing to Say. That is 741 gold for him.
Of all the heroes to feed to DP, that is not the move.
And PSG.LGD, they know too. They're going to try and tilt Abed, though I have heard that this man is untiltable. But maybe Emo can claim otherwise.
Yeah, he's still one of the most consistent players in the scene. I wouldn't put that finals on Abed. That was just IG coming through with some new stuff, but questionable. They saw the BKB. They knew he had one. I like the play if he zips back immediately, right? Oh, we tried to force it. He, kept his discipline, conserved the cooldown, but he zips into the fog and just boom. The instant hex that Effie was talking about being a concern. And they just blow everything. There's no BKB on Abed. The silence came out from Crit, but Nothing to Say. The Orchid had faded by that point, so he hit with the AoE silence. It was a great ward trap, and they get a kill on maybe not the most important player on EG, because Arteezy's farm is actually pretty huge. He's actually outpacing the Terrorblade. He'll have an AC finished in just 300 gold. And I've heard tell that Prophet kind of not out-carries Terrorblade, but he out-carries him like in this way, in this kind of game. You're ahead, you control the map.
So you just, like, if you can stay ahead by, 10,000 net worth, let's say, you can go pretty late against a team.
Eventually you're going to buy a Hex. Like, they're going to have tools to kill Terrorblade. He'll have the damage output because PSG.LGD, their lineup is ultimately moving closer and closer to a 4-Protect-1 single core.
Yep.
Yes, the other cores provide a ton of team fight, but they're not going to get their slots finished the same way EG's other 2 cores will.
Right.
And the support duo of EG is definitely going to output more damage. We shall see the brewings of a big fight upcoming.
AC complete. The Rod of Atos is going to come out first, but the Force Staff will defend against the Ice Blast. Ice. Forced down to low ground here to get away. He's going to defend that ward with his life, it seems. Ice. Going to be caught by the Hex, though. Immediately counter. Initiation there from Abed. Silences up Jin Q. RTZ looks to finish him off. The Sprout actually blocking him in, but Jin Q, as a man, turns around and shackles up Artur before he finally dies to crit. Now, PSG.LGD are not quite sure what to do here. They've popped that Brewmaster ultimate. The Primal Split is out.
He has Axe, though. This will be one more if he needs it.
He's got another one to go here. He may try and pop it. If he's going to pop it, he needs to do it now before the jump comes in, and he does. He turns around, immediately stuns up crit. Here comes, nothing to say, blocking out crit, not allowing him to be able to roll away. They want the kill on the support because that's all they can get right now. A BKB used by Ame, and even fearfully popping this. Oh no, that Sunder just led to nothing to say. He's dead.
Another time, another no BKB. Abed's going to go for more Faith Beyond. He will be able to TP away. No interrupt nearby, but I feel like I've seen Ame do that before in both this tournament and previous ones. I don't blame him. He's playing somewhat selfishly. He didn't have BKB, but yeah, nothing to say. You got to be cautious. He had vision, which is what's weird. Like, he had vision of that high ground and just charged up it. If he BKBs there, that's a sick play. Abed was real low on mana. Maybe you can turn that around. Full health meta TB behind you.
Yeah.
But uncharacteristic, and EG hold on to their lead.
Ame with the betrayal on nothing to say will keep farming. He's trying to win this game solo, it seems. Has 17,000 net worth. Is only 1,500 behind RTZ, who is going to be going for an Eon Disc. So once again, we're going to be seeing that item put to use as the game goes late to make sure there's no freebie pickoffs.
Yeah, it's somewhat necessary because he fears the roster, right? That's the 100-0 that could take him down. This would allow him the cleanse into the immediate BKB. So team fights could be troublesome, but it means he can split push a lot safer. They don't have any BKB TP interrupt.
Going through some of the potential items that have been picked up or will be picked up. I have to say that Aghanim Scepter is probably the most exciting one for the Storm Spirit. Pulling them into both the Earth Spirit and Ancient Apparition AoEs, that sounds pretty good to me.
And they gave that first shard, though, to RTZ. The Sprout making greater treants. It used to be broken. The first couple weeks with that addition were really silly. And I just saw greater treants killing Raxes by themselves. But still effective, and it'll help him farm faster and keep lanes shoved. You can see the EG MO right now. The 3 cores slowly grinding out a net worth lead. RTZ keeping tabs on Ame. And the other cores on the side of PSG.LGD, they're kind of drifting further and further behind. They have their items online. They want to fight. But if they can't fight, well, they're just kind of running in circles.
Yeah. I will say that I think Faith Beyond is going to be kind of okay because he's just a Primal Split most of the time anyway, but I'm really concerned about Nothing to Say's net worth drifting lower and lower down the list here as now he's behind Ice on the Viper. I want to talk about this Viper build a little bit because was it you that we were talking about Cuckoo's Viper, how he built up a damage build? Maybe it was Curtis, but going to be going for like more of the utility style. The Viper to start things off with the Rod of Atos and the Urn rather than the Dragonlance Treads build.
I don't mind it. Oh, he has no... Is he dead?
Yeah,
Yes.
he's dead. Ice Blast is coming in hot. Or maybe cold, and that will be the death of Faith Beyond. 26-13 now in Game 2 of this best-of-5. Evil Geniuses looking to even out the series.
He's got a shard on ice, too. Now, poison attack affecting buildings, reducing its armor by 1 per stack.
So now they that is very clear. You only get that pickup, really, when you want to go high ground. So,
but it also gives you an increase on max stacks, so it's even more potential minus magic resistance as well. That's pretty cool. That's for hero damage. So, yeah, the Storm AA output is actually going to be kind of crazy now. I wouldn't be surprised to see Dagon's picked up. But high ground against PSG.LGD, this is real tough. To your point about the build, yeah, I think that the Force Staff was just needed. I also really like that they got one early on the side of PSG.LGD because you need it to avoid that deadly Atos, Nether Toxin, Ice Blast combination. The Force Away will save somebody. And yeah, they're actually going to get one onto Ame as well because he realizes more forces are going to be necessary.
Okay, just keep building it up.
And this is a cool read as well. Again, going back to the AA, if you remember the 3-time Leshrac from PSG.LGD yesterday, it was all about the spell lifesteal, the healing amplification. Well, AA removes that, and you notice nothing to say. He didn't change his build. Hood, a BKB, but he's now going for the Sanj Kaya. So again, playing around that self-regen amplification, but it won't be effective if he gets blasted. It won't be as effective if he gets hit by, say, a Viper with Scotty, which is, of course, going to be Ice's next item.
Yeah, the way you put that, it really makes it seem like this Ancient Apparition and just this heavy amount of magic damage in general seems to be a good game plan for Evil Geniuses against what PSG.LGD has done the best with. Now, they are 5-band smoked across. Ice is going to go for that one extra creep wave. TP out, but he's caught. Xin-Q. Great blink in, hex by him. And the first big pickoff we've seen in a minute here for PSG.LGD. Unfortunately, they can't really take much map control off of that because these damn treants are everywhere. It's like an infestation. PSG.LGD are going to try and deal with that as best as possible.
Really nice. Oh, Abe.
Jumping forward, does manage to find Xin-Q. Gonna go for the fast Shadow Shaman kill. They do manage to get again. The cleanse coming out from the Purge, but sadly Xin-Q is low enough that he dies to the right click of Arteezy. Arteezy actually copping a bit of damage here. They try to force step him up into the base here. They know he's got an Aegis, so they can't overcommit for this kill. They're gonna go for it now. All right, that's gonna be one. Ame setting up around the second life here. So's the rest of the team. They're going to go for Arteezy almost immediately. Artur trying to deal with this one. The Eont is going off. Slowed down by the Scotty. Ame, they're trying to force staff through the trees and will manage to kill Arteezy. Looking for more now. Force staff up. Faith Beyond. Ooh, a little bit too late to get that disable out. Still, though, managing to kill Ice during the pickoff, and then Evil Genius is getting a little bit too aggressive, loses their carry in Arteezy. We're back down to a 9,000 net worth lead only for EG. They cannot afford too many of those mistakes, Kyle.
No, they can't, and it's just uncharacteristic. Like, if you're going to commit for the Rasta kill, get it. Finish the kill. Commit early. But they took this sort of delayed team fight. They'd used all of Storm's mana pool and Ice Blast, and then they were looking to commit later into the fight.
They are not respecting this Scotty. Thankfully, the double force staff got the wrong angle, and Ame ended up on the low ground rather than on the high ground where he could have maybe chased down Crit some more.
It's just, that's getting dangerous, EG.
Yep.
Gotta chill a bit. I like the aggression, but I just want them to do it as a unit. Like, be strong. And if you're gonna make that kind of play, I would love it. You know, Abed, he's got the Aeon disc. I kind of wish if they were going to play it in this manner that they had just bought BKB. Like you look at the net worth lead. Yes, it's 9K, but you got to keep in mind how much money has been spent on these Eons.
It feels like they were overly focusing on the pickoff potential, and as a result, sacrificed some of their team fight potential.
Yeah, exactly, because that's a lot of dead gold now on both Arteezy and Abed. Your top 2 net worth cores have spent a lot of money on an item that just saves them from a pickoff. And yeah, it could be useful in a team fight, but you saw how well Artur served him in that fight.
Sure, yeah.
Like, it's not really a lead. And Ame's Terrorblade, this is the hyper carry. This will utilize net worth better than any other hero in the game. Going for the Swift Blink, actually a big fan, because positioning is going to win the war here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And if he can spend more time getting in the face of Evil Geniuses and right-clicking and less time trying to chase after heroes, it's going to feel mighty nice for PSG.LGD. This is a big difference between Game 1. There was a lot of similarities in the first 15 minutes, but like Game 1, to be honest, EG, I feel like they had zero chance. Even if they pushed the game into the 10-15 minutes, it felt like their lineup wouldn't be able to compete. But we know PSG.LGD's, this Terrorblade, it can work.
This has been the story of the tournament for PSG.LGD. When they win, it's dominant. When they lose, it's a grind.
Yeah.
Like there is no just 20-3 walkover. They make you earn it. You're gonna need to grind, like, you know, 3 Roches, 4 Roches. Your item decisions have to be on point. You don't get the free team fight. They're not gonna just lose a core here, lose a core there. Oh, guess who won? Take the base. They make you beat them 5-on-5, oftentimes more like 5-on-8, because they'll have the buybacks ready. In this case, now Bots on the Death Prophet. He will not have a buyback for now. Ame has his. Faith Beyond has the Aghanims. Oh, love it. He has the locked Vitality booster, so he can assemble Eon if necessary. Refresh our next item. And the Ceremonial Robes, the Earth Spirit will carry that aura. minus magic damage, minus magic resistance and status resistance in 1200 AoE. Very effective.
You know, they keep on Arteezy even risking a few hits himself with the double siege wagon push. This tier 3 may end up being the first to fall here. PSG.LGD. All right, they're here in force. Evil Geniuses will back up. They're immediately going to smoke on PSG.LGD here. The Wrath of Nature used and Roshan.
Not spawning, but it could have. So they have to get out there.
Yeah,
it was a long spawn.
They got to get some control of the map. They got to get some wards down. Hopefully they get a pick off with this. That's what they're hoping, but they're not going to find it. Arteezy, he teleported to top, and now he's at bottom.
He's going all in for the right click.
Any chance that they keep this going, that they keep wrapping through and through and through? They check the Roshan pit just to see if it was an early spawn. It's not. It's a late one. It's going to be another 2 minutes. And if they don't show soon, Evil Geniuses will hit that high ground again. And they're going to force PSG.LGD to mass TP back. It's going to be too late. Tier 3 is definitely dead. Arteezy going to keep it going here. But oh, immediately the blink in from Ame. He's going for Arteezy here. The Eon Disc, the 4 staffs are trying to get Artur out of here. Turns around. BKB activated. Goes Satanic as much as possible. The Ice Blast, it's going to whiff. The roll on in from Crit is trying to stall out the damage for the Terror Play, but it overwhelms Arteezy. And look at the suck. Nothing to say. Managing to take on 3 members of Evil Geniuses at one time. 2 of them die. Abed logs it in, but the Hex, is that going to be enough? They turn it around, trying to finish off Ame. He's pumping out the damage. Abed, he doesn't get him. The Orchid does, though. They weren't able to dispel that one. They get Ame. What a disaster it would have been for Evil Geniuses if they couldn't get that one carry. They trade 4, though, for the 3 of PSG.LGD.
They did get a buyback on the Enchantress, but man, like the killer instinct from PSG.LGD. Ame just goes. Blink forward, meta, BKB, attack. And Artur, he has no hope but to turn and fight. Unfortunately, it just didn't look like they were ready. You saw Fly just kind of threw out the Ice Blast in a panic, whiffed everybody, and that gave nothing to say. The freedom to do exactly what he's doing on your screen. Just everywhere. Kills the Viper by himself, full HP. If he's not Ice Blasted, he fears nothing.
God, look at this reaction. Shinkyu turns around somehow. Barely outside of that vortex. Oh my God, that was so close. If he gets pulled, those 3 are dead. They're all dead. Abed lives, very likely. Crit might be able to get out. Crit probably dies anyway, but
Abed had a cheese.
Gonna live.
He had a cheese and wasn't able to use it. He was full CC'd.
You're talking about like 50 range, like the smallest margin on that pull of the vortex. If he catches Jinkyu, it potentially would have been a huge loss for PSG.LGD. Instead, it's a huge win. Once again, back to that 9,000 net worth lead for Evil Geniuses, but the game is stalling out, Kyle. This net worth lead is not the same as it was 15 minutes ago, right?
No, it's not. No, it is not at all. And suddenly it actually feels like PSG.LGD are taking control of the game. This Roche pit will be where the battleground is marked. They're all moving forwards. No refresher yet on Faithman, but he has a buyback, so will happily be the one to be initiated upon.
This is an opportunity. Evil Geniuses, a return to being able to control this game.
Oh, force the Aeon. That's
or
big.
A chance for PSG.LGD to break EG. It all happens around this Roshan Disc. The Eon Disc is going to be popped on Faith Beyond, so he won't be able to play that frontline game again.
You got to be careful now because the Shadow Shaman has a BKB.
Yeah.
This is where things get a little scary.
Look at that flicker. I'm surprised nobody's taking that just because the Dispel would be really nice to have for even just a support against Abed's Orchid. Another Dispel, this time for Stormcrafter for Ice, or at least he finds that rather.
EG, they have an advantage in the pit though because they have these tools of acquiring vision. Vortexes are going to start appearing everywhere.
They're going to jump in. All right. They pop so many ultimates here. Evil Geniuses, if they can cleanly back away, it's okay, but they do have to stay around the pit somehow because Ame, he's putting out the damage pretty fast. The Ice Blast, it's going to be able to spot it. Here comes Ame. Can he pick it up again? He gets it. He gets the Roshan, he gets the Aegis, and he gets out. Evil Geniuses rolling on in with Crit. He's not going to let him get away so easily, but the block from Y, it allows the Terror Blade to be able to take up and turn around with the Sunder, and they kill Crit. Arteezy, man fighting right now against Jinkyu. Nothing to say, but now Ame has joined the fight.
And now that is a fight that Arteezy cannot win. This is a fight that Ahmed may be caught in. Ice is going to swept up on. Ahmed drop down to the ground, goes for Q. Has the Orchid on him. A nice pull, managed to catch the other support as well. Pops a cheese, trying to get back up. He has the Aegis, so he can still play this one out. Waiting for the second lives of Arteezy. He's going to be coming in. Abed backing up here. They're not going to keep chasing after LGD because they know they do not have the numbers for it. Ice dead for 60 seconds. They may have gotten barely a victory inside of the Roshan pit by grabbing the Aegis, but ultimately, Kyle, it doesn't feel that good for EG.
No, not at all. I mean, Abed is playing out of his mind. He got thrown down from the tornado and had the immediate Orchid pre-hex. Otherwise, he just dies to Jin Q. Amazing plays by Faith Beyond. He basically wins this fight. Ame, once again, forces EG into a move. They somewhat panic. Crit just kind of rolls forward, and now he's alone because Abed has already got what he came for and zipped out. Crit continues to pursue. Fly is way out of position. He's in the river for some reason, so he dies. Crit chasing a Terrorblade alone up the high ground. Now he's dead, so it's suddenly a 3-on-5. You see Arteezy, again, no choice but to man fight. The blink from Ame playing huge dividends as he just gets perfect positioning, but the support duo of EG have got to just chill out. They have got to relax. PSG.LGDs, they're getting all these spells of Watch here. Abed's going to come down, immediate the Orchid. Otherwise, he's dead 100%. Tries to go in, gets a 3-man pull. He's literally doing everything that he can. But there's just no damage, and Ame is killing everyone. Everyone.
Yeah, this Nature's Prophet, it just cannot hold a flicker of a flame to the bright burning bonfire that is Ame's carry Terrorblade right now. He is just destroying these team fights.
Yeah, and I agree with Arteezy's decision. He has a Rapier queued up because in this item build, he forgot that he actually had to deal damage. And Eon Disc and a Satanic, it's cool, but he's dying with Satanic active.
Yeah.
It's the regen reduction. The Shivas plus the Scotty, yeah, that item's worthless, Artur. It's like 30% effective, and you don't do any damage, especially to a Terrorblade.
Here comes another one.
46 armor.
Ice. Believe he used buyback on that last one, so he is going to be dead for a while. 80 seconds with no buy available. LGD are going to start taking objectives. LGD are going to force more mistakes out of Evil Geniuses.
I don't know how you come back from this one, man. EJ, if you were going to win this game, you had a huge lead 20 minutes ago. It has dwindled away. It's a level 25 on your Death Prophet. Wards get dropped, and that's a meta TB. They're just pushing.
Yep.
He's level 25.
Abed. He's going to have to do some of those zipping shenanigans. He's got to watch out for Jin Q, though. You could see him lying in wait in the trees, ready for his opportunity to be able to blink hex. Meanwhile, the buildings are falling fast, and EG can do nothing to stop it. He kills the creep wave. But ultimately, LGD, they got what they came for.
They're just so composed, Cap. Like I said, they make you beat them, and EG just haven't played clean enough. With this huge lead, it doesn't feel like they've got a single engagement on their terms. They found pickoffs, but every team fight, somehow, even with a huge disadvantage, it was PSG.LGD kind of forcing the action. When Ame commits, they all go. EG discombobulated. They've lost their lead. Now the 9K advantage rests for their opposition. PSG.LGD looking dominant. A game up in the series, and at this rate, soon to be 2.
Look at the buildup from Abed. He got the shard. He recognizes that his other cores are not putting out enough damage. So he's going to give them a little bit of helping hand and give them some overload charges to work with, and then finish up his BKB. Meanwhile, Refresher, Terrorblade, Refresher on Death Prophet, Refresher on Brewmaster. 3 cores that are ultimate dependent and making sure that they can always fight. So cool from LGD.
Really is. And Ame, he has 4,000 health, a Satanic, a BKB, the Refresher that you mentioned, and a 6-second cooldown on Sunday. Like, EG, they're lacking damage. Like, that's the issue with the whole draft now. It was great, the stacking magic resist. It's like, whoa, they're killing everything. People explode. Well, we're too late in the game now. It's a cute combination, but who's actually going to right-click your way home? PSG, they're just going to walk up high ground and pop their spells. They have even the wolf creep, thanks to Enchantress.
There's been a net worth lead for Evil Geniuses the entirety of the game, but now it's LGD, 9K up, all in. Evil Geniuses with a Divine Rapier. Arteezy jumping into the back. They're going for Ame right away, but the damage, it is pitiful. Arteezy, he now needs to be able to find a way out of here. Their Glimmer Cape, they don't have anything. He's just going to die. He's feeding away the Rapier.
He has no buyback.
He has no buyback. Evil Geniuses. That's it for them in game 2, it's looking like, unless the 4 of them can do something without their carry, the pull in onto... Whoa! What was that? BKB's activated, immediately a buyback coming out from Ame. He still has that refresher to work with, so he's going to be joining his team. Boots are traveling in.
He needs the BKB. We've just witnessed the magical burst from EG is still there.
Pops a meta. Respecting Evil Geniuses and their magic damage, keeping his distance, another Ice Splash, but pops the BKB. He's going for the throne, and he's gonna ignore Evil Geniuses' magic damage. He will ignore the roll in from Crit and end the game. PSG.LGD and a best of 5 grand finals are now up 2-0.
They're just so sick, Cap. EG making mistakes. No ifs, ands, or buts. They're going to need to clean things up as a unit because PSG.LGD, they may have 5 players, but they're acting as if they have only the one mind. Every single time they commit, it just looks like they're unstoppable. Like, this game, they shouldn't have any business winning. They're talking about 12K gold, like 20-something minutes in. They've lost all of these towers, and yet they're somehow the ones that feel like the aggressors when we get into that juicy late game and everything's decided by team fights.
PSG.LGD just looking like a sick team right now in this grand finals. Evil Geniuses at the last major, the Singapore major, they were up 2-0. And then we had that infamous moment where Emo managed to break EG with a question mark. Now, I'm not sure what EG needs. I'm not sure if they need an exclamation point or a closed bracket or something, but they got to turn this series around with something a little different, Kyle.
I think so. Hey, it would be a really interesting reversal of fate if somehow they get a third game, they drop something spicy in all chat. It's a lot of similarities, but I don't know, man. They're going to need to play a bit better because right now PSG.LGD steamrolling.
Oh, yeah, they absolutely are. Let's go ahead and check in with Rich.
It's looking like that curse that Arteezy bears is even stronger than the curse that Kyle puts on teams when he makes a prediction for them. And look, let's be completely honest, AUI, pretty tough to be an NA Dota fan right now, but at least we're not European.
True. Good copium right there.
Right? Yeah, I mean, look, China coming into this, everybody said, like one of the hardest regions to beat. But when we actually do look at it, I think that all of a sudden it became very apparent that it wasn't really the region itself. It was LGD that was looking like the dominant team from that region. And we need to talk about all of the things that happened inside of that game.
Yeah, for sure. This second game started off in a different manner, right? It was EG that were controlling it completely. The top lane fell pretty early on. Well, you could argue that in the first game similar things happened, but they had the full control of the match. However, some uncharacteristic mistakes happened to them in a couple of very crucial moments. The first one probably is losing the Aegis on the mid lane. Storm zips in, Abed, even though he had a fantastic game, that did give a breath of fresh air to the side of PSG.LGD. Then again, when they were pushing the bottom lane, AA's ulti does not connect on the Terrorblade, allows him to just completely go Giga Chad mode and eliminate everyone on the side of EG. But mistakes aside, PSG.LGD again had a fantastic game. Panda, with that Midas, he was able to split push and create enough space constantly for the Terrorblade, who was never really that far behind. You can see that he was keeping up with Nature's Prophet constantly.
Yeah, I'm excited to see everything inside of these key moments that we're actually going to be watching, because there were just so many big things that happened, particularly towards the end of the game as well.
I think this fight in particular that we're seeing on the replay, that one was just like Dota theory bad. Like, your Viper died before the fight, you have like a 10k gold lead, and then they go in 4v5. Like, their comms are saying that this is the highest percentage like fight we can take. To be honest, like, I don't know what happened. Maybe they're trying to make a clutch play, but it's not normal, safe, methodical play I expected to see out of Evil Geniuses.
Especially when you're in this situation, in the grand finals, you shouldn't be taking too many risks, and this is the fight in which A's ulti completely whiffs on Ame. He goes back, kills off the Storm, dies in the end to the Orchid, but all these little small plays that they're trying to do, like dispel even the Orchid from Ame, that would actually enable him to live through the whole fight, not only eliminate them. The Hex from Xinkyu on the Storm was also insane.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Ame, he really pulled, we were saying Arteezy Giga Chad at the start of this panel, but Ame this game, he was definitely the Giga Chad. He 1v5.
We said Giga Chad way too much. I never
is
want to
your
hear that
fault.
word again.
This is all on
I
you, by
said
the
it
way.
one time. You guys have said it more than chat has spammed it. And you know how unlikely it is for somebody in chat to put in a message and then somebody else to put in the same exact message? It's highly unlikely.
That never happens.
It never happens, not at all. But talking about things that repeat themselves, it looks like EG's fate is starting to repeat itself here. It always has been, but when you look at game 1 and you look at game 2, very different games, right? A complete wash in the first game, and then in the second game, it really does look like EG's going to be able to take it. And you got to talk about everything that EG has at the beginning of that game as well. I mean, first of all, you give Abid a great hero for him. All of a sudden, he has something that is more active. It's looking good. And still, LGD's just able to rip everything away from them. What causes that?
So, going back to the first game, I thought the first game was like a knowledge outdraft by LGD because they picked a lane matchup that EG didn't know about, and it caused EG's entire game plan to fall apart. Going into game 2, I thought that EG did something really cool where I thought LGD had a slightly better draft, but they changed how the lanes went with Crit's early rotation onto Nothing to Say's DP mid. They get a kill early, it allows Abid to completely take over the game. However, as the game went on, like we just saw, like LGD, they're just so smooth at taking the map. I don't understand. They're down so much gold, but they're just calm. They take the exactly right engagements. They punish every time EG messes up. Like to be honest, against a lesser team, that top play where the Vipers are right dead, they have Aegis, that's still sort of a 5v5. They would win that versus any, like most other teams, but LGD, they're just there.
You give EG lanes, tempo, and a Viper, they're baiting pretty much any other team that we saw inside of this tournament, and LGD just didn't break a sweat.
They're just so methodical, so precise with the movements and the fights, and one big thing is not how you take the fight, but where you take it. And it always feels like they're taking it where they want to. They're always on the high ground. That Terrorblade with the Metamorphosis is always somehow hitting you from the high ground. It's very difficult to approach in that way. And it doesn't have to be his own high ground next to the tier 3s. It can be anywhere in the jungle where they set up. They choose where to fight, which I think is very crucial.
Isn't that
for them as well.
especially impressive against a Furion and the Storm? I think those two heroes specifically are good at letting you choose your fights. But somehow LGD have managed to outplay that. I mean, they have a Terrorblade, which sort of counters Nature's Prophet's lane push, but still, it was amazing to see.
Yeah, look, when you go into that second game, you see everything that EG had to work with. What do you want to see them do in game number 3? They need to get a reverse sweep now against LGD, who has looked, I feel like a lot of people would have said LGD looked like the best team here even before we got to this grand final, right? Obviously, they make it to the grand final, but even before we got here, early on, they were starting to look like they were one of the best teams. What do you want to see from EG, Lizard?
Perhaps enter, ? Enter. You begin the game like that. Maybe it worked in the Singapore Major. Maybe it can work here again.
You should learn from your experience in Dota.
Yeah.
Yep.
But to talk about it seriously, it's so difficult to say because they got what they wanted 2 games in a row, and that's this Nature's Prophet carry. Perhaps it's time to move away from that. Perhaps it's time to step away because 2 completely different games and it didn't work out.
Yeah, I agree. EG has a really good history of not picking the same hero in grand finals a lot. So I think this final, they'll try to whip out a different strat. I think that would be the best thing for them to do.
Okay. I mean, this is just such an uphill battle. It's funny. It's been like really fun to talk about all of the different regions in this one in particular, just with the format of the year, right? I think it's like really fun to look at NA Dota, to look at EU Dota, to look at these teams from China, and also see like SEA and all these other teams really all these other regions really step up. But in the end, it does seem like we might have a Chinese team able to take it. Have you felt like we finally have with these 2 teams, though, that melding of the ideas that we talked about? I kind of want to look back and just get a feeling for how the format actually did play out, since we already know it's a tough road for them, and we've already kind of looked at everything that did happen in that second game. I'm just curious how you guys feel overall about the tournament and how the regions really did butt heads and collide, and we get these final ideas that we see in this game.
Well, I think China in this DPC season have clearly proven themselves so far like the best region. They were given 4 slots at each major. They managed with those slots to secure 4 slots for TI. And I think, I don't know, it's weird. Because of COVID, we just haven't had that much international. Yeah. And it's weird to see such stark differences in the play styles of each region. Although I will say, LGD, I don't know, they just play like good Dota. I don't even think they really play Chinese Dota, but they learned it from the region, right?
You said it before, reminiscent of Wings, right?
They are really reminiscent of Wings.
Everybody right now, like when watching all these games, I think NoTail just tweeted something out too, like, yup, Wings vibes, like total Wings vibes. So,
speaking of NoTail, it's an EU team, right? PSG. No copium here. We're doing it.
Right.
We're actually in the finals.
Like, LGD is one of the top 8 EU teams that could take down the top 1 NA.
What was the tweet from him? I think it was January 1st. It was like NA Dota Omega LOL EU Dota Supreme or something like that.
Should retweet that now.
Yeah, should retweet it, right? I saw a comment on Reddit when we were looking at the music video that Owen put together, and they were like, yeah, the only thing dropping harder than this beat is the EU Dota teams. It's so good. But I am just so surprised to see a final go this way. I mean, AG looked fantastic until they ran into LGD, and LGD has been making all their opponents look like soft bread, and they're just tearing them apart. And this might be a 3-0. A reverse sweep looks nigh impossible at this point.
A reverse sweep sounds pretty anime, though, right?
Definitely. This is what we've been building up to. The anime storyline.
Yeah, people don't know
time
this,
to shine.
but the Dota scene's scripted, like wrestling. We just make the stories.
It's all scripted.
I've always wanted to have a completely scripted esports league. I think it would just be so good. Like, you just have people from different scenes as well, like, show up, and it's like, all of a sudden, like, NoTail shows up and wins, like, a Street Fighter tournament. Like, I just think it would be the most entertaining thing ever. I mean, it would be nice to see OG win something, right?
They won 2 TIs. I think they're happy. No matter what happens,
they're fine.
I'm so excited to watch everything in EU when we get to the regional.
Oh, it's going to be crazy. I think EU and C specifically, those regions look like they
super
competitive. So wait,
yeah.
who is it now? It's so you have Team Nigma, OG,
Liquid, Tundra, Brame, Hellburst Smashers, and most important, Team Bold Reborn.
Yep,
but the favorites?
Who are your favorites right now? Because obviously OG's probably had a lot of time to prepare. I don't know what it's actually like to prepare when you're not at the... Like, I feel like Nigma right now is going to be
probably the favorite.
Right? Like, right? With the showing of the tournament. But the thing is, those other teams, I think we saw throughout the DPC that... I mean, the reason why Nigma's not at TI was because they couldn't perform against those specific teams. Right?
Yeah,
if they did better against those teams, they would be at TI.
Yeah, it's very similar here with these two teams, right? Like PSG.LGD in the league did not look the strongest. Aster was playing with every single team throughout the DPC league. They came into the tournament, played 2 series, and they're out.
It is really crazy when we kind of look back at some of those series, and it's really crazy when we look back at these first 2 games as well to find ourselves just 1 game away potentially from LGD being able to close out the grand final at the major. Let's jump into that game.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking? We need a turn of events here. Things are not going according to plan. This is not how it was supposed to happen. We were supposed to come back to a real neck-and-neck battle. Things were supposed to be even. I wanted grand finals to be the game 5 that the legends are made of. And LGD are just making fools of evil geniuses. And now, all of a sudden, public opinion is like, oh, I've always loved LGD. I've been watching since Season 1 DPC. What is with all these hipsters, Effie? Why are they only suddenly now getting hot on LGD? You've been hot on LGD this entire tournament, it seems.
Fake fans.
Fake fans. Bandwagoners.
Bandwagoners. LGD are my boys. Because I do really like EG as well. It's just that when I watched LGD in the Chinese DPC, I thought they were so creative and so cool with their drafts. And I thought to myself, okay, they didn't get first place. Aster beat them, but they just looked more innovative and more fresh than Aster, and that translates a lot better internationally.
I was highly critical of LGD over the course of Season 2 DPC because Ame was the least reliable carry you could ever have on a Tier 1 team. And now, all of a sudden, it's... Are the Wings comparisons overblown, Jenkins?
No, I was literally just about to say it.
Tell me.
You want to not do it because it's so easy.
I know.
But then,
especially because 2 of the players are there.
But then they just prove it to you. If you don't believe it, you just watch the next game and it's like, okay, maybe they are Wings. We'll see. Next game's like, okay, I'm skeptical. Yep, they're cliffing Arteezy and then putting things on the ground. I mean, it's ridiculous. They just play anything too. Like their mid laner can play active heroes. They can play defensive heroes that are like tower pushers. Like there doesn't seem to be any archetype that they fit. It's scary. It's terrifying. And then winning in the late game like that. Now, granted, it's a TB versus Nature's Prophet. That's naturally going to favor the Terrorblade. Any hero going late game against Terrorblade is going to feel bad because of Sunder, among other things. But still, the way that they played the map was absolutely beautiful. Like, they just cut waves. I was laughing at Faith Beyond, which is tree sitting for 2 minutes, and then he comes out and he cuts a wave, and it means that EG can't push a Tier 2 tower. I mean, it was clinical. And this is not something that they've really had to do before, but they just did it here. It's nuts.
And I've got to say, that Brewmaster looked really bad for the first 20 minutes of that game. But when he got to the point where he had Ags, Aeon Disc, Refresher, how do you fight that? How do you fight that as EG? You
Why is the hero more popular then?
You have 2 Aeon Discs and no BKBs. How do you fight all of these Brew ultis?
Is this the power of the Wings-esque thing where every hero they pick, you're like, well, that should be top tier. The way that they're making it look like seems like it should be first phase, first man.
Yeah. Did you ask why it isn't more popular?
Yeah.
Because it's not good. Because it shouldn't get to that point. Like, it got completely destroyed. It looked so bad.
Well, to be fair, one thing that this team does really well is that oftentimes I'll have Faith Beyond doing something. Why? What's so? Am I doing this?
Make the points with your claws.
I didn't even realize.
Pincers.
I'm getting so used to the things.
The thing about
the claws.
I was doing it too. Okay.
I feel like I have 4 fingers.
Go,
Anyway, they will play with their mid laner, even though it's nothing to say, and the guy is literally rank 1. Period. I'm not about to say in China. I'm saying literally rank 1 in the entire world. All the MMRs collide. He's rank 1. So he's the best. And they buff him up. And you see a lot of games, they'll buff him up and cast everything on him. Even in that game, Ame sundered him and hilariously he walks in and dies. Like there's this shit happens. But with that being said, in that game, nothing to say. Built really defensive items. He just had a hood BKB. And then on the offlane, I am doing it again, aren't I?
You are.
And then on the offlane,
I'm even more engaged because of it.
Okay, that's good. That's what this is for. In the offlane, Faith Beyond had Midas and Refresher Orb. Like the guy, absolutely greedy, insane play, but it's made up for by the fact that the rest of his teammates can play around it, right? And it's like if they couldn't play those styles so well, there's absolutely no way that he can go for those greedy items and make the Brewmaster that you hate so much work. You were just shit talking the entire game, the Brewmaster.
No, I said if he got to the point where he had Ags Refresher, it was GG.
I would like the speaking claw, please.
I'm gonna say I cannot repeat the profanities of what Effie was saying.
This is a lie. You're absolutely lying, Mr. 1 in 17.
But I also can't repeat the profundity. That's a word, by the way. Google it.
It is.
Of what Effie was saying, too, because she's a great analyst. She's a great analyst, does a good job, but was viscerally swearing about this Brewmaster pick. And then look how it turned out.
Yeah, because
I was a believer.
You were not. You said EG would win this game.
No. I said EG would win because I am stupid and don't know what I'm talking about.
Perfect.
Silence.
In LGD.
Silence.
LGD are gods.
Go on, Tsunami.
I don't have the speaking claw. I need to confiscate these.
No, that's not the speaking claw.
Wait, do I get it back?
Give him both. See if he gets more power if he has both. That's not the right way. Okay, there you go.
Look at that. I started the draft. How good am I? Oh, wait, no, never mind. Production just took it away from us.
Why?
I don't know.
Because we want to see the absolutely beautiful players
they are
on both
beautiful.
sides.
Oh, look at that. Look at that.
We've got a great deal of praise for LGD. We've got to solve some of these shortcomings for Evil Geniuses, though. What went wrong in that game number 2? Was it this carry pick? Is this Nature's Prophet just not the solution against LGD?
Effie thinks so.
They just, I didn't say that. No, what is wrong with you? Why are you creating these
It's absolute
narratives?
See, this is the bandwagoning that we're talking about.
Carnage
Effie.
behind
You
the
see
scenes.
this,
What
man?
is wrong with you, Jenkins?
All of a
Stop it.
sudden.
I'm unbiased.
Let me say my points, okay? I think that kind of draft is EG's bread and butter, but they just couldn't close it out. They just got outplayed.
What is bread and buttery about it? Because whenever I think of like RTZ, my first thought during this tournament has been illusion carries. And so
Just like carries that farm very fast, that
Okay.
help the team and are very strong mid game. That's what I think when I think of it.
okay, and then roamers on
And
crit,
Abed played out of his mind.
playmakers on Abed.
He played out of his mind, and so did Crit. They both
God.
played so well. It was so sad to see them lose after those kind of performances. Abed even managed to steal the cheese, the Aegis, and the shard.
Dude,
But they still lost the fight.
Abed legitimately in that last game was the best player, and he did not win. I legit think he played better than all of LGD after all the praise that we just gave LGD.
It's a team game, my friend.
Yeah, it is such a team game, and oh god, that's got to feel bad. You know, I don't know if that, you know, festers in the team environment. I would hope, I
Got
would hope
one
that
for
it doesn't.
grand finals. Jenkins, you're not allowed to use that word anymore.
I was given 1 per panel, but I hope that it doesn't continue that way, because I would like to see more games. I
Also,
mean,
there was this one moment when Crit had this insane magnetize, and Abed zips in at the top, was it top or bottom? At the bottom racks, and then it looked so good for them. But then his Aeon Disc props, and then he does no damage to Terrorblade, and Terrorblade kills him. It was such a good game, though. Like, that was so fun to
and the
watch.
instant hex too coming out was just absolutely.
Yeah, we were talking about how Brewmaster wasn't looking that great. I was also not convinced on Shadow Shaman. I thought, like, oh, okay, if Lion's banned, then you just kind of got to take instant Hex off the table and maybe explore Skywrath for instant silence or Rubik for instant telekinesis, but it looked good. And
You need Hexes versus Storm. Like, that's the ideal.
For
That's
sure.
the ideal. Silence can be played around very easily, but Hex, you cannot counterplay that easily.
And now LGD continuing their trend. They will first phase the Axe, off lane, carry, who knows, and pick up a Mirana afterwards.
Great combo. It's a very easy setup for the arrow. And the cool thing about Axe as an offlaner when you have a Mirana is that Mirana's very capable of being extremely greedy, and she scales very well into the late game, particularly because she can just arrow creeps, get a ton of gold, pick up an Ags, and all of a sudden she does 10 billion magical damage, and Axe gets a Vanguard, and he just sits there and cuts and wants to be left alone. You give him solo XP, and Mirana's like, okay, I'm going to go hit jungle. So it's a just nice combo for many reasons.
It's a nice synergy. Mirana is a hero I hoped we would see more of throughout this tournament, because I do think she is a little bit undervalued, but I can see why other fours are more favored than her in this kind of meta, such as things that we've seen like Lion, Hoodwink even.
Yep.
I personally thought that Mirana is a better Hoodwink, but I'm starting to change my mind about that hero.
Also, seeing as how LGD, I've gone for some different bans. Maybe Enchantress might show up, Mirana may be able to be a good response to that. And also, not banning out Viper. And Evil Geniuses will not fall into the trap. They will not pick it. Instead, they will first phase Abed's Templar Assassin.
I am a believer that Abed is the best TA player in the world.
Ooh.
This is a subjective opinion, so there are a lot of good TA players in the world, but I've always really liked how he played on this hero. Yesterday, he really impressed me versus Vici when he just completely destroyed that Kunkka mid. He was standing on Ori's high ground at minute 3 with Meld, and just he couldn't even come near the creepers.
Yeah, that
and we
Kunkka
don't-
was getting destroyed.
Yeah, we don't really see players playing like that very often, so that's really cool. I don't know if I like TA that much for EG as a team, though.
Yeah, so in that game versus Vici, it was picked before the Kunkka, and Kunkka was more of a response to it against a Willow as well. And it's a different type of playmaker. It's a little bit more greedier, which is usually they'll end up putting Arteezy on lower farm priority heroes. They end up banning out the Viper, but oh man, and his Razor's gone too. Oh, okay. Arteezy's gonna have to find someone who doesn't take the triangle.
Shrek as well.
Yeah. Wow, these are interesting bans coming out from EG themselves.
Yeah.
Do you notice how they don't ban out the Terrorblade because you don't particularly want to pair a TA with a Terrorblade, even though we have seen it before and it has worked? Versus a team like LGD, you don't want to have 2 greedy cores because they will exploit that and they will take advantage of the flaws in your draft.
Yeah. I'm wondering, like, are they just gonna pick Arteezy Natures again? it seems like these are kind of the only, if you have a TA mid, this is more of a farm-dependent hero than a Storm Surge. Maybe I shouldn't say more of a farm-dependent hero, but it's more of a carry-type hero, especially if you don't win the lane. You just kind of jungle until you get, like, 2 items. And Storm, at least, like, you can fight once you have the Kyiv pretty reliably. And so I'm wondering, like, what is the less farm-intensive, more pressury hero that they're picking for Arteezy?
So one of the games that they first phased, Templar Assassin, was versus TNC, and they ended up giving Arteezy a Bloodseeker that game.
Oh, I like that. I like that a lot, actually.
That's interesting.
That seems pretty good against all of these heroes. Death Prophet's fast, Mirana has leaps, Axe is very fast as well. All of these heroes will eat a lot of damage if they try to run away.
And then Ice ended up taking a Mars, which I don't think I've ever seen a hero be so popular at the beginning of a tournament and the middle of a tournament and then just disappear in the last 2 days of the tournament, because Mars has been absent.
But it does feel like each series has its own little meta.
For sure.
And Mars just doesn't seem to be fitting into that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do think Mars is a hero too that's really great in combination with other heroes. So if you have a Phoenix, Mars looks really good. If you have a Death Prophet, Mars looks really good. These heroes that do a lot of damage and they just need somebody to be, kept in one location, Mars is great with these heroes. But if they're not getting picked and there's a lot of disengage being picked, like this Winter Wyvern, heroes like Mirana who can press Mirana ulti, jump out of the Mars ulti, like it does, despite being a good hero, it can fall off just because the meta shifts around it.
That's a very good point. And EG were successful with Tuskar today. They played very well with it, but they did pair it with a Terrorblade. TA is enough with tag team to make the pick worth it. So that's like a pretty nice combo. It's also Crit's style of Dota. He likes to roam, he likes to win lanes for his team.
Assuming that this Wyvern isn't also rotating and cold embracing these people, because it's a smart pick out of LGD. And I think either Jenkins, you or Owie were praising the fact of comboing Wyvern with these heroes that can still continue to deal damage while they're embraced. We saw Leshrac be paired up with it. Death Prophet, keep on your Exorcism. Ghosts are going to do everything.
Even Axe if you get an Ag Shard.
For sure,
Yeah. So Winter Wyvern just seems so good in this game. What kind of damage do they have through Cold Embrace right now? Venomancer, but with with the Holy Locket and the heal talent, it does seem like she can heal through a lot of his DPS, but I suppose he will go for the Spirit Vessel build. He has to.
I do like the Veno pick. I think that this hero, this is one of those heroes that if we had like a few more days of this tournament, we might see it getting picked a lot more because it's a natural vessel builder. You can farm it very easily because Plague Wards do like triple damage to creeps. So, and then on top of that, it's extremely heavy magic damage, and you can't disengage. Isn't exactly good at beating a Veno. Like Veno wants to take these long fights. If you fight back into him after disengaging, he doesn't care. He just has tons of dots, and so it does seem like Veno could fit nicely into the meta, maybe as a counter to these Holy Locket heroes. Like Carry Axe would look absolutely pathetic versus a Veno because you jump him, you kill him, he just ults, you die anyway. And you would dumpster an Axe in lane as well if you were to lane that, so.
I agree. That's a very good point. And we've seen how effective Veno can be if a team takes the lead. He just can completely take over an area of the map.
Yeah, he's
by
like
himself.
the biggest constrictor hero in the game, which is interesting because he does look like a snake, of course.
EG goes to the Terrorblade, maybe looking for some sort of Scotty builder to deal with all these heals, and LGD close it out with a Naga Siren, which turns this axe into a Faith Beyond axe.
There is no hesitation on that Naga.
They were insta-clicking the Wyvern and the Naga. Xiao 8 is working on another wavelength right now.
So we were talking about how Terrorblade and TA probably don't have the best early game synergy because they're both very greedy, but it does seem like with the Veno, the Tusk, and the Lion, they should be able to make enough movements around the map and possibly secure some lanes. I personally am not the biggest fan of it because I do feel like LGD can exploit this kind of draft, but if any team can pull off a TV lineup, it should be EG.
What I'm worried about for EG is that I've played this Veno versus Naga matchup. It's
so bad.
It's not fun. You can't use Gale, and then Naga can send illusions at your Plague Wards, and you just feed gold to the Naga. And also Tusk versus Naga, that's one of those matchups where like you almost don't want to go to the Naga's lane just because she has such high armor, and she can spawn illusions if you ever use your Q on her. Like this lane is the lane that needs to do well in order to make space for the TB and the TA, which are two very greedy heroes. But I don't think it's a winning lane against Naga Siren.
I agree, and when you take over, if you get to the point where you take over an area of the map, you send Naga's illusions out, and she can just farm it safely because Plague Wards are not good.
That's true. The area control doesn't matter.
They're not good at killing her illusions. Like her illusions will do just fine against Venomancer.
That's true.
Get your punctuation marks ready. I think EG's gonna need all the help that they can get, maybe some exclamation points. But let's send it to our casters for game number 3 of this grand finals.
LGD is just one game away from being able to take the Kyiv Major Championship. We're about to find out whether or not they can do what Evil Geniuses failed to do at the Singapore Major and make it a clean sweep, Kyle.
Indeed, they are one single game away from claiming both the physical trophy on stage and the digital asset representing. And honestly, Cap, I am not certain anybody in this tournament is even close to capable of beating them at this point. They look unstoppable. PSG.LGD could quite possibly be the most dominant team we've ever seen at a Valve Major.
You're really fishing for that curse, aren't you?
They need all the help they can get.
You just want to prove that your curse is stronger than the Arteezy curse, don't you, Kyle?
I don't really
I will
believe
agree
in
with
curses.
you, though. LGD is incredibly dominant.
I don't know if they've broken EG necessarily, but that second game, like, if you flip the drafts, if we had some sort of save feature, which is something I wish we could do, like how cool would it be to like scrim and take over those drafts at 20 minutes, right? But if PSG.LGD was playing on the EG side, they were winning that.
Yeah.
They were winning that 100%. And in the break, I realized we never commented. Yeah.
Apparently not content to destroy Arteezy on the battlefield, they will literally mess his face up.
Yeah, making the man a meme. So 2 points. One,
yes,
they went double Aeon Disc against Brewmaster, who can AoE dispel them. So I'm like, wow, that looks like even worse in retrospect. And secondly, 2 games in a row, the Arteezy Nature's Prophet. Is that just so he can't get cliffed?
Very possible. Very possible.
We'll see.
Now he's the Terrorblade. I don't think that LGD is going to manage to cliff him in this game. They don't have any of those relocating abilities, but who knows? Seems like it's always a possibility. Q with the early first blood on a courier.
Yeah, this time, the thing I like about what EG have done is that they've put the core player, certainly performing the best, Abed, on maybe not the win condition, but certainly capable of winning the game for his team.
But it feels like it's very stark contrast to the 2 games we just saw from Evil Geniuses, where they doubled down on the greed in this game. They've got a Terrorblade and a TA.
Yeah.
Is this a little bit too much, Kyle?
It might be. I really like the last pick, Naga Siren from PSG.LGD. They take a page out of EG's book. Very good against TA. Now, the new style, Abed, could get enough range. The side blades being pure, very effective at whittling down the high HP Naga's health. But the problem is if you fall behind, and look for the rotations, right? We've seen this against TAs from PSG.LGD in the past. They're going to double rotate mid and just gank TA. Pre-level 6, you drain him, you wave him, eat the refraction, get the kill. Crit on Tusk. I thought he played well in the previous game, if not a bit over-aggressive. This time it'll be a little more defensive. Look for those defensive snowballs to be big.
What an answer by PSG.LGD, by the way. This Naga Siren, they see a Venomancer and a Tusk. Naga Siren naturally has very high armor, so they'll be able to deal with the Tusk tag team. And then you've got a Dispel off of the mirror image to be able to deal with the poison coming out from the Venomancer. So.
That's a very nice pick, and it gives them an answer. You know, they're not really concerned now about the game going too late, as long as it stays even.
Yeah,
they
look
should always
at
be all right.
the rest of their setup for team fights. Sleep into an AoE silence, an AoE call, an arrow. Like, it feels like all 4 of these heroes are very positioning based.
You also have a Wyvern, which is really nice against TB, especially when there's a TA on his team as well. You've got to be really careful as effectively anyone on EG, because if you get cursed near one of your big damage dealers, you just die, and it allows PSG.LGD then to set up on you. And I love Axe because it's a no damage follow-up, so you can continue that 100% CC without losing anything. You know, if you lean a stun on top of a curse early, there's just no damage dealt, whereas Axe is like, well, they're just taunting me, and nobody minds. Abed doing quite well in the mid lane, 15-4 against 11-0. And it's just all about whether or not they look to rotate on him. I really like to see somebody stack for him, but Crit being a Tusk, a lot harder to get stacks off, playing a melee hero in the off lane. So Abed may have to do that himself.
Yeah, if anything, maybe you can throw out the shards to stack the hard camp from the river, but that's really about the easiest execution he's got. Abed once again doing very... Hello?
I'm dead.
Was that 3 misses in a row?
It's not his day, not EG's day.
Really, it's not. Let's see if he can pick up the water rune, though, as that's going to be coming up. Faith Beyond, cutting off Fly here. Looking for more spins. Nice arrow, and a little bit more damage. They got it. Faith Beyond draws first blood against Fly.
Fly has not had the greatest series so far. He's going to need to pick it up. If his team is going to get a win, I think he was thoroughly outplayed by Y in that last game, even more so in the first. And on Lion, he's going to have to make a bunch of plays here. His draft is somewhat low on disables. None of his 3 cores have a stun. So if he can't get active, there's really nobody else on the team that can make up for it. And Lion's quite nice against Naga. You can't always get the immediate kill on a couple illusions, but at the same time, the Manta Diffusal comes out, you just feed. It's really tough to play in the 15-20 minute plus range.
Going for Y here. Tag team to slow him down. Ice is also slowed down by that Arctic burn. He's trying to get close enough to throw out the Gale, but will not be there in time. Once again, Abed is doing very well in the mid lane. That's what I was trying to say earlier. 26-5 compared to 19-2, though this is expected for a Templar Assassin.
Yeah, it's been really nice on the side blades, but EG, they really like having a good laning phase. It's a big part of their success so far.
Okay, now they've caught Y, but this time around he's going to TP away. He just keeps on finding all the answers, and he's just trying to just get experience while his carry is off to go farm some neutral creeps.
Yeah, Naga's quite nice that even early on you can farm jungle without really risking too much, so long as you can spam illusions.
Yeah, this is a rather interesting choice. It's a good choice. It's one of those, like, this is what we've been talking about for LGD, is their hero versatility and drafting offers them a big advantage. And this Naga Siren, I'm not sure how much they practice it in scrims, but we haven't seen it from them in 6 months.
I love this too. Just bring nothing to say top. They've got Catapult Wave. They're like, all right, well, we're going to push. Faith Beyond, he'll clear the wave. He has a Vanguard also, pre-6 minutes. It's actually nuts, but I guess that's just Axe Dota. And they're even going to aggro Glyph because their mid tower's taking a little pressure. Xingqiu will go there. Has 2 leaps. Got to be cautious, though.
Benjalan, the Earth Spike here, and the follow-up Hags. 1 hit. They've got him.
That's huge for EG. They really wanted that kill. Prevents the wave from being pulled away, and it also allows them to potentially push down this tower. No team has a Glyph. And I think you're willing to take this. EG, you love mid-tower. You'll trade your safe lane for it any day, and they know that Exorcism is now down.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a really cool idea from Evil Geniuses. I think they read the fact that Mirana always wants to be able to just arrow siege wagons, so they really preemptively set up for that. Meanwhile, Ice has got his ward wall set up, so he can be left alone in this situation for the double support roam.
And, even though this was a really early TA, and yes, there are counters to him throughout the game, we saw, who was it? Was it Team Nigma against VP? Who absolutely destroyed the TA with some pretty timely cold embraces. The blink forward would come.
Yes.
His target wouldn't die. He'd get Wyvern cursed, and that would be that. But there isn't really much to deal with TA in the mid game right now. You don't have too much roaming potential. He was unchecked mid, and now he's top net worth and able to invade enemy jungle. Nothing to say. It was a great trap from Abed.
Yeah, he ran through that trap anyway, and again, the 2 supports playing around Abed, playing around the big damage dealer, while the other 2 cores are farming away.
And this is the key. Because Abed is so strong, they can take the enemy tri-camp. So it doesn't matter that he didn't have his own stacks, though he does have one waiting. He can take this gold directly out of Faith Beyond's pocket. That'll delay his Blink Dagger significantly.
This seems like a philosophy thing for Evil Geniuses, something that we've seen multiple times now in this series. They're putting more of a priority in taking away farm from the enemy team rather than stacking it up for themselves.
And it is a really nice style that they've got. Ice, it's not traditional for him to play Veno, but he's going to be able to do somewhat timber saw things. Area control, shove wave, sit in an area and just deny farm. Terrorblade, same deal. Illusion, shove down waves. You can see once again the double support plus Abed combo. That's going to be a pretty free kill. Faith Beyond did farm the Ancient stack in the meantime. But you're going to see Ice Ice Ice. He'll control this bottom outpost area. And Abed and the supports, they've got a ward down. They're going to try to do the same in this top triangle. So it's all about out GPMing and just finding opening kills. The support duo on EG has a lot more kill threat than the one on the other side.
And what has been PSG.LGD's response so far? Like, we've seen this pick off on the Winter Wyvern and such, but otherwise, I feel like I haven't really seen the cores on map or on our screen a whole lot. What are they up to?
It's just Ame clearing top. They placed a nice ward behind him and then 2 sentries, so he's pretty sure he's safe. And in a way, this enemy jungle is the safest part of the map for him.
So recognizing that Evil Geniuses is going to be invading their jungles, PSG.LGD, at least for Ame anyway, are setting him up to play the enemy jungle and just keep away from where Evil Geniuses wants to play.
Exactly, but the downside is, once again, if you look at Nothing to Say, his laning phase wasn't great, but he doesn't have anywhere to be. Like, there's a Veno answer to his right, there's traps. You actually saw them place 2 sentries just to try and control that area. Because he's afraid. He's about to hit level 8, but is not feeling great. Meanwhile, Abed is approaching level 10. And that's the sacrifice. He's 2,000 net worth down on the TA. However, of all the mids that PSG.LGD have been picking, the Razor to an extent as well, Death Prophet doesn't really need net worth as much because your damage and power within fights is more based around your abilities. Like just your raw kit. If you're level 12, that Exorcism does just as much damage as if you're level, 15 with a bonus item.
Sure, and as an example of that, it means it's more, your hero is more effective based off of your allies. So having a Yule Scepter in some cases is just the same as having a Winter Wyvern being able to cold embrace you. What a pickoff though. This is a beautiful Moonlight Shadow rotation from LGD, catching Arteezy, farming up and stacking a hard camp Faith Beyond. Ooh, man, that was quite the net worth swing that they just got themselves.
And they will take that. Arteezy just caught Nap and unfortunately was under the Observer ward, so a very easy setup for PSG.LGD, and there was no Blink Dagger required, so Faith Beyond will close in on that right after he finishes this camp, and then things get a little dicey. Top. Oh, the concern for EG, how do you kill Naga? He's got Song ready.
Yeah.
There's just nothing you can do here.
Shards doesn't land, even if it did. Very tanky hero, 17 armor naturally, and as you said, always has the ability just to pop Song and reset.
And now the initiation advantage firmly shifts towards the side of PSG.LGD. Their offlaner is going to have a Blink Dagger. Now, the cool thing about Veno and why it's always traditionally seen as a strong counter to Axe is because of the wards. You cancel the Blink Dagger, you place them on high grounds, and you just sort of spread creep, so to speak. And then he can't actually enter the fight. They're going to smoke.
Smoking through each other. Oh, it pops. Faith Beyond doesn't actually make the jump there. It could have been a 3-man call, but at the same time, he doesn't really know what's going on too. Oh, they found the pickoff now as Abed's alone. What? His 2 supports ran back, but he runs across the river.
There was just nothing doing there. And once again, a great ward from PSG.LGD, just making it easy for them. But yeah, throw out the tip because right now, EG just not really ready for these moves, it feels.
Yeah, not playing very clean.
No.
Yule Scepter now for the Death Prophet as they use the Exorcism to try and poke away at the mid tower. A Glyph is going to be able to force them back, and, well, the Shards and the punch. There we go.
Thing is, Arteezy rotated there too, which is very odd because the bottom area of the map was still his space to play with. He didn't have meta. It's like, what's he doing at the mid tower?
Yeah, you feel like he's overreacting to this pressure on mid lane.
Ame was just farming. He's going to have a Manta finished by 14 minutes or so. And I'm thinking about it. EG, what do they really have to deal with this Naga? It's going to be out farm. That's really their only answer at the moment. Faith Beyond now with the Blink. They're looking to make moves up here.
Night Shadow.
They don't have vision.
Who's here? Crit. Crit's going to be spotted. And they're just going to content themselves with this pickoff. I think they would have liked to be able to invade the jungle and find something more, but, you take the kills that are in front of you. Ice, ice, ice. Meanwhile, okay, Winter's Curse not going to last for, oh, it actually does last a while. Maybe because the wards were in the range? Or were the Ancients close enough?
What's he doing there?
Yeah.
EG, it's as if their whole game plan right now is we're just gonna farm and hope for the best. Why
he's
might die?
He's dead.
Is dead?
Yeah, Poison Sting's gonna take him out. So he does manage to get a kill for that, forces some heroes back to the base, but yeah, that's a very suicidal move for him to just play the triangle like that. I know you want to be able to take the enemy's triangle as a Venomancer. It feels fantastic, but...
But the thing is, like, why not do that, like, you know, much earlier?
Yeah.
And in addition, if you're going to do that, where's his supports?
Yeah.
Like, that is, in a way, the right move, but the rest of the team has to be there. They need to have sentries down. They should have traps up, supports waiting, you know, TA in the vicinity.
Manta for Ame, so look for... Jesus, did you see that
Yeah,
side blade range?
yeah, it was nuts.
Blows my mind every single time. We do have the Manta for Ame, so now his farm is going to be picking up even faster. He stayed 1,000 net worth ahead of RTZ ever since that one Moonlight Shadow pickoff that Faith Beyond was able to get, and that's only going to accelerate further and further.
Ame's just doing such a great job playing top, and now he's got heroes smoked behind him. This is perfect.
Yeah, so they're maybe going to get baited into the idea, oh, it's just Ame, he's just farming, they're going to go for the ensnare. Snowball, oh, bailing him out there. Managed to get him away from that arrow. The Winter's Curse is going to allow Ame to be able to reset off of this one. Let's see if the toss actually dies through this. The magic damage is going to be enough. With the help of the Naga Siren Illusions, they get the kill.
That was really well played. The arrow got hit by a creep. Was blocked.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise, that might land. And yeah, you said it. Kind of baiting this idea that maybe I'm just illusions, but net into arrow is actually a pretty nice setup. Even only 1 point in it, it's a 2.75 second disable. And there's no force staff on the side of EG, so it's just the snowball if they want to disjoint it or dodge.
What do you think about this this Lion pickup against all of these illusion heroes? We keep on seeing this because Lion's a very value support, and it seems like illusion heroes are really becoming the meta. Hold up, Ame. Fly, stunning some illusions here and some neutral creeps. Does manage to get the Hex on the real Naga Siren. They're trying to put in the damage for the Cold Embrace, allowing them to be able to save a bit. Ice gets off the
melt. Oh my god, the side blade!
The side blade lining up for Abed.
That's huge.
Crushes the Wise Winter. Oh, nice use of smoke there from Fly. Otherwise, he might have just died to an illusion. Evil Geniuses off a win like that will go for Roche.
I gotta see how that went down again. They tried to just save their Naga Siren, but that Melt Strike just decimated 2 heroes at one time. It felt like it did 40% of the Naga's HP, which is kind of wild when you consider how much plus armor he has, but
yeah.
End of the day, huge fight for EG. PSG.LGD, an uncharacteristic mistake, but more importantly, they actually had vision in that fight. EG with that defensive ward on the outpost, Sentry as well, was a significantly better spot. They actually had pretty much pure vision within the engagement.
Yeah.
And now Abed takes a big lead plus an Aegis.
Here's that side blade. Abed.
That's one. Yeah, okay, so it was just 2 hits. It was just 2 hits, but that you saw, I don't know if it was, let's call it intentional. It is the finals. Abed timed that attack to hit like 0.03 seconds.
As
after
the Cold Embrace.
Yes, because
yeah.
that gives him 2. The song animation is a little bit, but the 2 attacks land the kill. If song goes off, now just TP's out to safety.
Yeah, no, for certain. He needed to be able to get in those 2 hits, and honestly, his timing there was, I think it could have been potentially literally perfect. Ame does manage to get the mid tower while Evil Geniuses are barreling down the top lane, trying to make use of this Aegis they picked up. PSG.LGD, not ones to let this lie. I have respected the hell out of LGD and their willingness to fight into Aegises all the time.
Oh yeah, they just don't care. And TA, very susceptible. Yeah, you might respawn, but if you aren't in a position to immediately start a fight, like you just die again. You get netted so much. He's TPing out. PSG, they back off.
All right, so Smoke not finding anything. I think they're hoping that Evil Geniuses would like push into the triangle, meta would start expiring, and they would be able to find an advantageous fight, but not the case. EG very quick to back off and play their side of the map, as they have been a little bit over-eager, a little bit too greedy at times at taking map control away from LGD, and had their hand caught in the cookie jar.
Oh, they saw that invis on the Death Prophet, top with the ward sentry. They should know something's coming, but Arteezy.
Call first.
follow-up arrow, the neutral creeps the Centaur. Is that going to be able to help Arteezy get out of this one? He's at half health, looking for the Sunder. Moonlight Shadow, he turns around, just manages to get off on Ame. Now the turn, Reflection goes out. Ice throws all the magic damage he has. They're going to leave behind Faith Beyond. He's going to be casualty of this failed gank on our tour. Looks like why? Sideblade again from Abed. Lines up to kill the captain of PSG.LGD.
Well, I'm using as much mystic power as I can to make this a competitive series. Arteezy calling on the assistance of the very creeps in the forest to save his own life there. No
Centaur
business.
Conqueror, I summon thee.
There is no hope for him. What is he doing there? But it works out because he gets a friendly Centaur. What was that? Yeah, you can see he's completely alone. No one's there. They knew that this was happening. And yeah, it also blocked the arrow.
Yeah,
the arrow
Jinkyu
can't come out.
He couldn't get an angle on it. It was hilarious.
And they get the outpost for that, and 2 kills.
Cockroaches, curses, and centaurs is apparently the theme of the Kyiv Major Finals.
Well, I don't know about that. CCNCs have not fared super well. But perhaps EG will have a better time of it. They're not in the best, but they still have the Aegis, closing in on the BKBs. Ame now has Diffusal up. He's actually going for an Aghanims. That's cool. It functions as a counter in a way to the Venomancer ultimate. Just kidding, they've changed that since I last looked at this. You can ensnare Spell Immune or sleeping units. Plus, wow, cast range. God damn, what?
Yeah.
6-second CD?
Yes.
So you can pre-ensnare to prevent blinks.
Yeah, exactly.
It also works on BKB heroes. That's actually a hard counter to Terrorblade TA.
Yeah, I could tell you all about this, Kyle. I was doing my Naga Siren support spam. Snowball stalling Ame, but they are very grouped out. The arrow's going to come out. Call, not quite thrown out. Here is he going to wait for the arrow to be able to fade away and then go for a call, but they've already taken him down. Life number 1, gone for the Templar Assassin. Golden Blade, they look to be able to take out the Tusk. They do. Arteezy tried to go for the Sunder, but was unable to pull it off. The Winter's Curse. Now, Ice is going to be left behind as Abed. That's a terrible, terrible fight for Evil Geniuses. PSG.LGD get a big win and move straight to farming around the map as efficiently as possible.
They can't ask for a better setup in a way. EG, you've got Aegis, you have the outpost, you have a ward to the left and below you, and yet somehow you get just wiped.
Yeah.
Hey, we'll take a look at the clip, but what? Every single game, they're just getting out team fought, and it's not even close. Like, there were no creeps in range, unfortunately. Perhaps one of them could have saved Arteezy, but he's like just dueling off camera below the fight. The song setup just kind of catches him off guard. There's a BKB on the Death Prophet. Arteezy, like, he's just coming in from below, and then he's like, wait, do I want to be here? And nothing to say, just runs at him, and he dies.
Yeah.
Like, illusions and a Death Prophet killed him before he could even respond. And he's also rushing Aghanims.
Nice play by Abed there. I believe that was a Winter's Curse refraction up, and then he blinked away afterwards.
It's quite nice, but that fight, that was EG's edge. It's now gone.
Yeah.
Even game. And based on how absolutely ridiculous this Aghanims on Naga is going to be against these heroes, like, it's an incredibly long... It's going to be a 5-second net on a Terrorblade, and you already saw the damage that they can deal. They don't really care about BKBs. Those aren't a win condition for EG. All 3 of their cores have physical or pure damage. Like, they're just going to get up in the face of the TA. Illusions are going to beat through refractions almost immediately, and then Ghosts will finish the job. Faith Beyond can be there with the call. And the Cold Embrace hard counters EG's 2 cores. You saw them. It just, okay, Song, do a little damage. The Illusions still attacking, and Ame just getting healed to full.
Okay, I can definitely see, because my question was, I feel like Terrorblade and Templar Assassin are 2 heroes that kind of like just stand and deliver. So I was going to ask you like why this ensnare was going to be so potent, but I guess if they try and stand and deliver to the only heroes that are in range, it makes it really easy for Cold Embrace to counter them.
Indeed, and it makes the support's life on the side of PSG.LGD so much easier, and that setup, that Song into arrow, that's going to land every time. The support duo, and also in a way Ice, who's just all-inning on the anti-regen. I kind of dig it. He had Spirit Vessel Rush, now straight up Shivas, because reducing this healing from the Wyvern is going to be so key. Death Prophet as well. Like, these heroes will not die, even the Essence Ring to boot.
Maybe
as
he
the smoke
goes
comes up.
Scotty third item. PSG.LGD though. 4-man smoking do manage to follow the initiation onto the Venomancer with the arrow follow-up. He's dead and no chance of getting off an ultimate. They're going to use the extra movement speed to see if they can catch someone behind the tier 2, and they do. Missed Earth Spike Fly. Tries to deal with the illusions with the multi-spirit siphon, but PSG.LGD getting some momentum going now in this game.
They use nothing. They're just going to walk up high ground, it appears. And yeah, I actually like that from Fly. No blink. He's just going for the mana drain so he can kill the illusions.
Okay, this is really cool, right? So, Aghanim Scepter, we're seeing this whole combo. You're talking about that. Now the Aghanim Scepter build for Arteezy early onto this game rather than the BKB. So he's basically saying, like, yeah, you're going to go for this sleep arrow combo, but I'm going to Terror Wave as soon as you come out of that. And that'll allow us in some ways to be able to reset the fight ourselves.
Yeah. No, it's a really good point because it also fear the illusions.
Yeah, that like Naga Siren just won't be able to play normal Dota in that regard. Like you can't build a BKB on that hero.
It also, in a way, like because the thing because EG have picked Naga into Terrorblade as well. The song is a really good reset for meta. So if you actually find yourself in a poor fight, okay, well, just sing the song, everybody gets out, and then you re-engage with meta down. So this is a better way to perhaps take a fight, because Arteezy has to deal damage to kill things.
Right. Okay, so it deals both ways. The offensive sleep, you know, you're able to get a reset yourself, but also the fact that you can get an initiation, and more disables are going to be so important in being able to chain and kill this Naga Siren before the sleep goes off. Yeah, I can definitely see how this is effective on both sides of the table.
Yeah. But soon they're going to have BKBs. Faith Beyond is closing in on his. We already saw the one on Nothing to Say.
Yeah.
The Aghanims is up on the Naga Siren.
Yeah. Faith Beyond, BKB soon.
Yeah. And Ice 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 on the Veno, you know, if you control map and sort of take farm for most of this game from the enemy cores, I'm a big fan of the hero, but right now it just feels like he's ward spam against, and you can even witness now, Naga Siren does not care about wards.
Yeah.
The damage is a tickle, and there's so much sustain on the side of PSG.LGD that I don't think this overtime from the ultimate is really going to be effective. Like, they have to actually kill heroes before they have a chance to sustain and regen. We'll see.
Are you still favoring Evil Geniuses? I mean, because at the very start of the game, we were talking about the double greed of both Templar Assassin and Terrorblade. Then they took early game, and I was like, okay, they're also going to scale pretty well.
I don't know, man. PSG.LGD, their supports just offer so much in the late game. I mean, really, just the Wyvern. I would rather have a Wyvern in this game than a Tuscana Lion.
Sure.
And they also have free smokes from Q, who's popped it pretty much off cooldown.
So if anything, the late game advantage for PSG.LGD comes more the fact that they just have superior team fight.
Yeah,
right?
and also the Naga is just... you don't want to play TA into Naga once she gets that 4th, 5th item up. Like, she'll have a Butterfly soon on Ame.
Yeah.
And yeah, you've got a MKB queued up on Abed, but he's 300 gold. It's nowhere close, and it still doesn't help you clear illusions. That's the trouble.
Yeah, the Lion's doing what he can with that shard pickup as a counter, but his illusions are pretty well spread around the map. A 3-man smoke right now, an Arcane Rune. Q, he's going to be able to grab it first and doesn't lose his life.
See, but who can punish that? He just walked up as a Marana and grabbed an Arcane Rune, and nobody could do anything about it.
Yeah.
It's Fly with a stun, but again, the shard, not the blink, so there's no real initiation.
He's trying to work on that Blink Dagger next, but yeah, there's so many times where they needed that Lion to be in a position to be able to follow up the damage that they had on the Naga Siren, and they just couldn't get that positioning right. Felt like Evil Geniuses had that. Oh, the call in! Blade Mail, BKB, Arteezy. He's not going to get an easy Sunder off here either. The Ensnare's going to be thrown around. The Terror Wave goes out, but the BKBs are still going. He needs a Sunder, but the sounds last too long. Nothing to say. Timed it perfectly. Now the song to be able to catch whoever they can. But it's not quite close enough. Evil Geniuses, the rest of them will be able to survive, but the damage has been done. Evil Geniuses, are they thinking about doing this? I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Not without Arteezy.
And he has the Talisman of Evasion, but that's completely ineffective against all the damage he just took. Blade Mail, Axe, Ghosts do not miss. So
Crit rolling in. They're going to try and get a fast pick off while the rest of the team is inside the Roshan pit. Roche is not being taken that quickly by PSG.LGD. Evil Geniuses can hold this, it looks like, as they wait for Arteezy up in 5 seconds.
That's what their draft was built for. Just spam wards, shards. If they try to walk up high ground with illusions, easy clear with the mana drain. Long fights suit EG. They don't want to battle into BKBs. There's one up on both Nothing to Say and Faith Beyond. We saw that. They just initiate on Arteezy. He Terror Waves. It's useless. They're immune to it. And he can't sunder them either. So he will die 100%.
Song down, Exorcism down, Faith Beyond though. Oh, Crit's looking for anybody. Shivas, that's going to go out, giving them a little bit of vision. They do manage to get the call on a Crit. At the same time, Ice had the problem with the illusions. The Witcher's Curse goes out. All of Terrorblade is going after him right now. The Culling Blade will put Ice in his place. Faith Beyond still managed to get the call. Do they have a silence follow-up after that? No, Arteezy does manage to get off the Sunder just before the silence lands. He heals off of Fly. Meanwhile, Abed, he's struggling to be able to catch more heroes after he managed to bring down the Naga Siren. Refraction getting burned out. Flying Arteezy on their way to be able to help him out, but a call going out. Tearway pushing him away. Managed to maybe the damage over time. It's burning. Abed dodging the arrow. Another round. Blinks away. Refraction coming up. It's up now. Wand in 3. He's okay, but it's going to be Fly now in trouble. The sound's going out, trying to prevent anybody from Evil Geniuses from jumping in. The 2 cores do survive on EG, but without their supporting crew, they cannot take this Roshan. That's why they're going to buy back now. 20 seconds left on the Naga Siren. Add another 5 for TP time and a little bit of movement. They're going to try and do this real quickly. But Exorcism, Faith Beyond, waiting, biding his time, looking for the opportunity to jump on Arteezy. Looking for the opportunity to steal away this Roshan, or maybe steal away the team fight. A snowball, counter to the call. That's going to be able to save the Templar Assassin. Pop of the BKB, turn around the damage. They're going for it. Oh, but the Cold Brace, it saves him from the melted. Evil Genius is backing away. Nothing to Say is low. Oh, he's stuck in the shards. He's stuck inside the pit. He can't move. Finally, he's freed up. The song is allowing them to be able to reset. Ice on the front lines. Arteezy playing the back. The illusions ripping through the Venomancer as quick as possible. One last Crypt Storm does manage to finish him off. Evil Geniuses left with 4 against the 5 of PSG.LGD. And a battle for the Roshan pit in a contest to be able to control this game and this mid game.
Oh my god, but they're 10k ahead all of a sudden. This fight going totally in their favor. I love the decisiveness. That's the difference maker in this series. PSG.LG, they see meta, immediately they pop the Exorcism. They will combo their cooldowns to counter yours. And EG, Abed had like, what, 200 mana and was half health. He was funneling himself health pots and mana pots to try and stay in fighting shape. Yeah. But he doesn't have any sustain. No one on EG can help him. A great snowball save from Crit, but they can't actually get their heroes up. And you saw Ice, he just got netted, drained, and illusions killed him. So
Yep. Every time, he's just kind of stuck there.
Now they're smoking.
5-man smoke, they're going to find Arteezy. They do manage to get him with the call. Immediately the snowball save once again. The arrow's going to slide on by, actually hitting Fly in the back lines. Crit, creating a little space for Arteezy to be able to back away. But once again, the Terror Wave, that's going to be able to save Ice a little bit of punishment, but another call, this time on 2. Faith Beyond, turning the damage back around while Abed goes for the execution onto the Naga, starting to pop the illusions. Again, a snowball save onto Arteezy. Crit, running away. Arteezy looking for a Sunder, managed to get it. Abed backing out, but the ensnare chases him down. He turns around, looks for an opening, but doesn't have it. PSG.LGD feeling like they can chase down more. The Spirit Siphon slowing down Arteezy alongside the Battle Hunger, but they should be content here. They certainly have good control over the Roshan pit. They don't need to go chasing for more kills.
No, they don't, but man, Fly catching that arrow means he can't mana drain. The illusions kill off Ice once again with a little bit of assistance in the finishing wave from Nothing to Say. TA taking damage. Runs out of mana, has nothing left. You can see the net worth on the side of EG. Abed, he's keeping up, but everybody else is falling off. Ice hasn't been able to hit creeps for 10 minutes now. He's just constantly fleeing for his life, and incredibly slowly at that.
Feels like he's becoming more and more of a liability in these team fights. As now, Aegis Shard is going to be picked up for the Naga Siren, so now he's got that extra minus armor coming out from the passive, the Riptide, plus an additional slow, which you could see Arteezy's already having troubles with.
And the combo break from Tusk is great. We're going to watch this fight one more time. Watch how this plays out. The shards were perfect, but nothing to say. He's just BKB'd. The song's going to engage. Ice 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 is going to take a nap. And unfortunately for him, that's pretty much the best way he can play team fights because ultimately it's better asleep than netted and targeted down by Mass Illusions. Crit with the snowball saves. Yes, it's a great move, but the Cold Embrace does that but better because it also heals the ally to near full health.
No
you
wonder,
don't have that sustain on EG.
No wonder Ice 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 isn't having the impact that Evil Geniuses need him to have in this game. He's being songed in real life. As it's a 19-11, 15,000 net worth lead for PSG.LGD.
What happened?
Who? What?
The gold lead just keeps growing. I'm not even sure how. It's just Ame, I suppose.
Yeah.
Farming far more of the map. Nothing to say with the bots as well. He picked those up a little while ago.
I mean, you want to talk about the spread of creep that Venomancer does. This Naga Siren's doing it better with the illusions.
And poor Arteezy, I just don't know how he gets into this game. And there's a butterfly now on the Naga, so the illusions will hit even harder. And yeah, Arteezy grabs his own, but okay, effective against the illusions, I'll give him that. But I feel like it's the Axe and the DP that have been gunning for him. Ame's ignored him. He's got better targets. Heart next, like Naga just getting to a point where I don't know how you kill him.
Yep.
You got Aegis.
The extra illusion, now nothing to say. He's pumping out some good damage. We got an Aghanim Scepter on the Axe even. And PSG.LGD, aware of just how far ahead they are right now, begin a high ground push.
It's actually such a sick Axe. Lowers the taunt cooldown by 3 seconds. Anybody who gets called reduces armor by 7 and gives it to the Axe.
Ensnare into Arrow, a free initiation onto Fly. Call, follow up, Faith Beyond. An easy kill. Nothing that Evil Geniuses could really do about that. Now we're going to see that once again, this time on the Venomancer as the snowball save looks to be able to get up, but the Crypt Swarm barely clips him, claims a second life as PSG.LGD are just casually taking down Evil Geniuses right now. Ensnare after ensnare, arrow after arrow, call after call. Arteezy being pulled in. He goes for the Terror Wave. They see the opportunity to be able to catch, nothing to say. He needs a Cold Embrace. He's got the cheese though. He resets off the Yule's BKB. And that Terror Wave, that's now gone as an option for EG in the next team fight.
It's rinse and repeat, in and out. Everybody's still full health.
Another call, this time on Abed. Shivas, they're trying to slow it down. Abed's taking too much damage though. Ensnare up, Ice Ice Ice. He's dead too. Oh no, the Sunder going out from Arteezy, but Ice, he'll die just as fast as the first time around. Is now Crit actually trying to go for the Winter Wyvern to slow down these Cold Embraces, but they're not putting damage into nothing to say. He was trying to solve this puzzle that is put in front of him, but now they can't even put out the damage to kill any of these cores, let alone the main man Ame with his Aegis. 2 lanes of barracks down. PSG.LGD just one away from being able to claim the Kyiv Major Trophy and champions right here, right now, with a 3-0 sweep of Evil Geniuses.
G posturing, but I just don't know how the hell they're going to get anything done. That was the first time anybody touched Innocence for
One
the
last
last
ride.
15 minutes.
4-man smoke up, trying to find that initiation. The tier 4s. Evil Geniuses, you're going to have to find a way into this one. They immediately jump, but the call in response. Faith Beyond with the 2-man. Looks to be able to get the calling blade that dies. Abed's dead. Arteezy coming up next, and they've called it. Evil Geniuses, they tap out. PSG.LGD, a clean-ass 3-0 sweep against Evil Geniuses. Without a doubt, the best team in the world right now.
There are no doubts. This critical tournament, unbelievable. I cannot, they looked like the best team in the group stage, throughout the upper bracket, and in the finals. There's just, this EG team, they eliminated everybody. They started lower bracket, they got all the way here, and they look outclassed. They look a tier below PSG.LGD. I couldn't point out a mistake they made. This team, they didn't lose a team fight.
Incredible performance by them, to say the least. This team has been absolutely amazing, Kyle.
There's going to be a lot of study that's going to be done. Beautiful play, beautiful Dota. I just love watching these guys play.
Yeah, you could see Q getting a little bit, he's getting a little tense there. As there it is, the Kyiv Major Trophy. This is what LGD has been working towards this entire time. And they're going to get the opportunity to be able to come on out. Here it is. The Kyiv Major champions, PSG.LGD.
Ask questions. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our winners. PSG.LGD have been able to do it in such a clean fashion. Only needed to take 3 games from that best of 5. They're gonna grab them all. Looking absolutely dominant. And showing that everybody was right. The Chinese region, by far, the strongest region in Dota right now. Going back right now with their trophy, looking unstoppable throughout the entirety of the tournament, tearing teams apart. There was not a single moment where they did not look invincible. As they hold that trophy right now, we start to think, will this team be able to keep all of this momentum going into TI? They've picked up so much speed, even from the DPC season. The sky seems to be the limit. And with that, with our winners, PSG.LGD, this major has come to an end. I want to give a big thank you to everybody at home for supporting this major the entire time. And I want to give a big shout out to everybody at WePlay, all of the folks who casted and analyzed these matches for a major that I truly think has been one of the most remarkable to happen. And one more huge round of applause for a team that was able to do it so convincingly. Our winners of the AniMajor, PSG.LGD. One more time, thank you to each and every one of you who watched, and farewell until next time.